People around the world are watching your wife live streaming while taking a bath, but you still feel unsatisfied and decide to pull off the towel from your wife's body. However, this unexpected scene not only fails to excite the audience, but instead they show expressions of fear. It turns out that you have been chosen to enter a world of strange rules, and the woman in front of you is not your real wife. Every move you make is linked to the fate of the country, and if you die in this world, your country will also suffer the same consequences. At this moment, your wife is taking a bath in the bathroom and asks you to bring her some clothes, a simple request that makes you break out in a cold sweat on your forehead. The entire nation's audience is nervous and holding their breath, watching closely to see what you will do. Just now, someone from another country selected died because they went to deliver clothes to their wife. However, in this world of strange rules, you are unaware and are frantically thinking about whether to deliver the clothes to your wife. Not doing so would violate the second rule of maintaining a good relationship with your wife. On the other hand, delivering the clothes may lead to your death, as Rule 1 clearly states that you, your parents, and your wife live together, but there are only 3 people in the house, with one being a ghost. Your wife's voice comes again, urging you to hurry up. Upon hearing this, you pick up the clothes and head towards the bathroom. This scene leaves all the people in the Dragon Kingdom watching the livestream in despair. As you reach the bathroom door, instead of handing the clothes to your wife, you open the bathroom door and swiftly remove the red hair clip from your wife's hair. In an instant, everyone in the live stream room is stunned, as Rule 3 clearly states that removing the hair clip from the wife is forbidden. It's unbelievable, but when you take off the hair clip, the face that was once eerie suddenly returns to normal. It is obvious that you guessed right. The third rule is wrong. There are both right and wrong rules, and many contradictions, which need to be inferred by oneself. You just saw the old photos, and the wife with hair clips has an indescribable sense of strangeness. The wife without hair clips looks very natural, so it is inferred that the third rule is wrong. All the Dragon Kingdom audience in the live broadcast room are extremely excited, while other countries choose to use a rescue hint once and pass this message to the person selected in their own country. But now, you have a new problem because your mother wants you to watch TV with her, and your father wants you to eat some fruit with them. Looking at your parents in front of you, you feel goosebumps all over your body, because it has been confirmed that the wife should not be a ghost, so the ghost must be one of these 2 people. Your parents. Looking at the 2 eerie figures under the light, you dare not answer casually. Here, you are walking on thin ice. If you take a wrong step, you will lose your life. So after finding an excuse, you directly return to the study. The player from the neighboring Monkey Kingdom chose to watch TV and eat fruit with his parents, and then as they watched and ate, they died directly. Seeing that I have escaped another disaster, the people of the Dragon Kingdom all breathed a sigh of relief. According to the 4th rule, you are now sleeping alone in the study. After midnight every night, do not open the door no matter who knocks. At this time, you found baby clothes in the drawer. However, Rule 5 clearly states that you and your wife have not had children. If you hear a baby crying in the middle of the night, you don't need to pay attention. You are thinking that either Rule 5 is wrong, or you and your wife once had an unborn child. Just then, a piece of paper fell out of the clothes, and you look down to see Rule B, which also has 7 rules. The first rule is, do not agree to any of its requests. The second rule, please make sure that the wife you see is, and only your wife. Just as you were still pondering these rules, there was a knock on the study door, so you immediately picked up your phone to check the time. After confirming that it was 11:30 at night, you got up to open the door. Standing at the door was your wife, dressed in a camisole dress, looking very charming. Honey, I made you a bowl of soup. Try it. She walked in, placed the soup on the desk, but still stood there, showing no intention of leaving. I looked at her, then at the bowl of soup, and sighed silently in my heart. Rule A. The second rule is to maintain a good relationship with your wife, so you had to pick up the bowl of soup and take a sip. Upon hearing you say it was delicious, your wife immediately showed a happy smile, blushing, and said, "Honey, can we sleep in the room tonight?" Upon hearing this, you immediately became alert, refused her, as it would ruin the relationship between the 2 of you, which would violate the rule, and agreeing was not an option. It was obvious that your wife wanted to have intercourse. Rule A, the 7th rule, clearly states that you must not have intercourse with your wife. This scene made the people of Longwa who were watching the live broadcast extremely nervous, all praying frantically not to have intercourse. This was a true test for the officials. Your brain was working rapidly, and suddenly you thought of the baby clothes in the drawer. There was no other way. You had to take a gamble. So you pretended to say affectionately, "Wife, I'm doing this for your health. Even if I sleep poorly, it's okay." Upon hearing this, your wife immediately showed a moved expression. "Honey, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about your health. I'm here." Obedient, Good. This made your wife extremely touched. When she walked out of the study, it was almost 12 o'clock. You remembered Rule A, the fourth one, so you immediately closed and locked the door, and then prepared to study the rules. But as you turned around, you suddenly saw a woman in a red dress standing outside the window, which scared you so much that your heart almost stopped beating. Rule B, the sixth one. You live on the 13th floor. If you see a figure outside the window, just turn off the lights immediately. You quickly turned off the lights, and then received a prompt. The wife's fondness for the host increased by 20. Gain an extra chance to mark an error. Rule B, the sixth one, is wrong. Upon receiving this prompt, you were shocked and quickly turned the lights back on, only to see a pale face with a gaping mouth facing you, about to bite you in another half second. As the lights came on, she let out an angry roar from her mouth, and then quickly retreated outside the window. This scene not only shocked you, but also made the Dragon Country audience watching the live broadcast break out in a cold sweat. At night, I lay in bed, and suddenly heard a series of baby cries from outside. Remembering Rule A, the fifth one, you ignored it. After some time, the baby's cries outside finally stopped, replaced by a series of knocking on the door. Remembering the content of the rules, you still did not pay attention. In this eerie world, it is important to keep a clear head. Before long, you fell asleep. This made the audience in the live broadcast room speechless, while others were immersed in the game and studying the rules. You were just lying down and being lazy. Is this really okay? The fate of the whole country is in your hands. The next day, you suddenly heard your wife's voice. Honey, get up and have breakfast. This made you wide awake. You checked the time on your phone. It was 1 minute past 9. You immediately sat up alertly from the bed. Honey, why aren't you answering me? Not hearing a response, your wife started to become somewhat frantic, the knocking on the door getting louder, and after a while, it even turned into banging on the door. Seeing this scene, all the viewers became nervous. Rule B, the second rule, is that your wife works from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Please make sure that the person you see is only your wife, and no one knows if it is your wife outside. The knocking continued for an hour before stopping. Meanwhile, the national players who were caught up in the competition, due to not sleeping all night, had their wives come to wake them up. Some players responded drowsily, and then the live broadcast room fell into darkness, followed by a miserable scream. By this time, you had left the study, and there was no sign of your wife outside. Dad was sitting on the sofa watching TV, while Mom was in the kitchen preparing food. Rule B, the third rule, states that the kitchen belongs to Mom, and you are not allowed to enter. There was a black dog lying on the floor, and it seemed like none of them had heard the knocking just now. At this moment, Mom brought the food over. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room became nervous again. All countries had set up special analysis teams, but after analyzing all night, they still couldn't figure out who was the mysterious one between Dad and Mom. You looked at the food Mom brought and started eating without much thought, but your eyes occasionally glanced at where Dad was. It's fine to agree to your wife's request, and it's also fine to agree to Mom's request, so Dad is likely the mysterious one. At this moment, Mom said that she made your favorite braised pork in the fridge, and you could heat it up and eat it. Upon hearing this, you frowned. Rule B, the fourth rule, states that there is no pork for sale in the market, so you quickly asked, did you buy the pork at the market? No, it was given by Aunt Wang next door. Mom replied before leaving the house. Now there were only you, Dad, and the black dog left at home. Dad stared at you intently, revealing a strange smile. Rule B, the sixth rule, states that Dad likes sweets, so if he acts cute, give him a piece of candy. But is this strange smile considered acting cute? Nevertheless, you took out a candy and handed it to Dad, who then stopped the strange smile, turned his head, and continued watching TV. This made you breathe a sigh of relief. Soon it was noon, and you opened the fridge, ignoring the braised pork, and casually took out 2 dishes. However, the dishes were taken from the fridge, so if you wanted to heat them up, you had to go into the kitchen. Rule B states that the kitchen belongs to Mom and is off limits. Just now, Kangaroo Bo's player only handed chopsticks to Mom and was met with death. Merely reaching into the kitchen with your hand caused a sense of unease and despair among all in Dragon Country. No one understood why you made such a basic mistake. However, after you heated the food without any issues arising, everyone was stunned. Could the rule be wrong? If so, why did the Kangaroo Country player die? Suddenly, I saw something and revealed a smile, quickly retrieving a note hidden in the corner. It detailed the conditions for completion: achieve an SSS level clearance, investigate the truth of the events at home, gain the trust of a key figure in the instance, have them lead you to the safe zone, complete an S level clearance, find a way to obtain information about the safe zone, Escape to the safe zone. Survive at home for 30 days to complete an A-level clearance. A total of 3 levels of clearance. Witnessing this, the audience fell silent. What many experts couldn't deduce collectively, you did alone. They finally guessed why you entered the kitchen unscathed. The reason lay with Mom, who had already left. Why did you dare to enter the kitchen? The answer was obtained from your wife last night. When she handed you the soup, she mentioned that she cooked it. If the kitchen belonged to Mom, the wife wouldn't usually have a chance to use it, rendering that information incorrect or partially wrong. At this moment, Dad started acting up again, sitting directly across from you, smiling and saying nothing, creating an eerie scene. You pretended to remain calm and continued eating. The black dog in the corner remained weakly lying there, its bowl filled with dog food. You had noticed that yesterday's amount of dog food remained the same today. Pouring some rice into a bowl, you added some of your dishes on top and placed it in front of the black dog. It sniffed and immediately began eating heartily, showing a dislike for dog food. After finishing, the black dog actually brought out a piece of paper from the parents' room, which turned out to be Rule C. Rule C: 1. You need to take your black dog to the vet every day at 5 p.m. until it turns white. 2. If you receive a call from your wife's company, you need to ask which department is calling. If the person answers that it's the R&D department, hang up immediately. 3. If inside the storage room, there is suddenly a fierce knocking sound, do not open it. 4. Keeping an eye on your family's emotions is the key to maintaining a harmonious family. 5. Be careful of Auntie Wang next door. 6. If Mom goes out with Auntie Wang, when she comes back, please give her the gray pills in the drawer. 7. When your wife comes back from work every day, please give her the white pills in the drawer. After Jobai finished reading these 7 rules, the system's voice in his head also sounded. One wrong option has been marked for you. When Jobai reread the note again, he found that the last paragraph of the first rule was marked in red, until it turns white. The meaning should be that it was right to bring the black dog to the pet hospital at 5 o'clock every day, but it should also be taken to the vet when it turns white? This is in conflict with Rule 6 of Rule A, which reads, if you have a black dog, and if you see it turn white, throw it off the balcony. If this rule is wrong, then what is the purpose of it changing this rule? Or maybe the answer was inside the pet hospital that he was going to visit this afternoon. Jobai returned his gaze to the 6th and 7th rules. Before the system labeled the wrong rule, Jobai was hoping that the system would label one of these two. The experts watching the live broadcast were similarly frowning at these 2 rules. From the 2nd and 5th rules of Rule C, it could be known that both the wife and the mother might have some degree of abnormality when they came back from the outside. Or rather, both of them had the possibility of being contaminated. But why are the pills that the 2 need to take different? Is it that one of the 2 rules is wrong? Or was it that the contamination that the 2 of them had been subjected to was different? The experts all shook their heads, unable to think of a clue. They only hoped that Jobai could utilize the afternoon to obtain more useful information before his wife returned. Jobai squatted down and stroked the black dog's head, wanting to thank it for helping him find the note. He didn't expect the black dog to be high-strung. It looked at him faintly, then walked back to the corner where it had just been and continued to lie down. Jobai shrugged helplessly and took the note back to the study, and together with the other rules, clipped it inside his book. In the afternoon, Jobai locked himself inside the study. Seeing that Jobai didn't go out to get more information, the experts guessed that he wanted to pick the 3rd way to pass. That is, surviving in this home for 30 days. This way, after all, was the one that seemed to be the least difficult at the moment. Although the experts disagreed with this choice, they could not forcefully sway the chosen one's choice. They could only go to other countries' live broadcasts to see if there was any usable information. The chosen one of Kimchi Country, Nam Myung-gil, did prepare to go out immediately after lunch. He had received a tip from the Kimchi Nation's analyzing team, and knew the conditions for clearing the level. Therefore, he decided to decisively choose the 3rd method. So after he finished his lunch, he went out and went to the supermarket. In the supermarket, he purchased a lot of bread, snacks, water, and other necessities. He even thought ahead of time about the countermeasure that he would have to stay in the study and might not be able to go out to use the restroom. Seeing him do this, the viewers of Kimchi Country were blindly confident. Nam Myung-gil is the smartest within all the chosen like this. The world of weird tales is so dangerous. There must be no one who can pass through the 1st or 2nd method. In the end, only Ninami Myung-gil must be able to get through. Let them all die so that we, the great pickle country, can own the entire blue star. The experts of the great summer country, seeing the joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room of the pickle country, all shook their heads. The world of weird talk was ever-changing, and responding negatively could lead to greater danger. But when they turned back and saw their own country's chosen one, staying in the study with an even more negative look, they all sighed helplessly. At 4:30 p.m., Jobai finally walked out of the study. Dad was still sitting on the sofa, maintaining the movements he had just made. Jobai ignored him. After taking the dog leash and tying it to the black dog, he took it out. The black dog was old and walked slowly. Jobai didn't rush it. Anyway, the pet hospital was not far from the neighborhood, so there must be enough time. With one person and one dog, they walked to the security office downstairs in the neighborhood. When they reached the door, the security guard called out to Jobai, "You, come over here. Do some registration." Jobai stopped in his tracks and glanced at the security guard, before finally walking over and picking up a pen. Since Kimchi Nation's Nam Myung-gil had also been called over by the security guard to register when he went out at noon, the audience didn't think there was anything out of the ordinary. Jobai swept a glance at that registration book that the security guard handed over. Name, housing number, contact number, and place of going out. These were all the things he needed to register. Jobai felt strange. Now that he was going out, he still had to register his trip here with the security guard? What was happening in this neighborhood that made the property feel the need for such tight control? Jobai put the pen down after filling it out, pretending to chat casually with the security guard. "I haven't gone out for many days. Has anything new happened in the neighborhood recently?" The security guard was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Not many people usually chatted with him. Seeing Jobai asking with him, he was enthusiastic. "How many days have you not gone out?" "I haven't gone out for more than a week." The security guard immediately showed a surprised expression when he heard Jobai say that. Young people nowadays, stay at home every day to play games and cell phones. What happens in the neighborhood? Instead, they don't know. "A week ago, there was a crazy woman in our neighborhood who came over to cause trouble. Do you know about it?" Jobai shook his head. The security guard glanced at the registration form. "Nah, it was still in the building you live in that made a mess." "I can't believe you don't know. She's quite pretty, wearing a red dress. That body, TSK. Unfortunately, her brain is not so good. You live in that building. Actually do not know. Alas, nowadays young people Jobai's ears already cannot listen to the security guard next those broken words. In his mind, he just kept flashing the keywords he said. A week ago, red dress, woman, in the building where he lived. At that moment, in his mind, the woman who appeared outside the window last night came to mind. This matter, could it have something to do with her? Jobai said goodbye to the security guard and turned around, about to walk out of the security room, but just before he turned around, out of the corner of his eye, he actually saw that in the drawer that the security guard had pulled open, there was a white pill. Jobai's entire body paused for a moment. The experts who were watching the live broadcast also hurriedly stared intently at the screen. The security guard saw Jobai's gaze land on his drawer. With a snap, he closed the drawer. The security guard, who was still enthusiastic, suddenly changed his face. "If you want to go out, go quickly." Jobai didn't say anything more and led the dog out of the security room. Along the way, the white pill in the security guard's drawer kept appearing in Jobai's mind. It wasn't long before Jobai and the black dog stopped at the entrance of the pet hospital. On the glass door of the pet store, there was a very eye-catching notice posted. Pet hospital rules. 1. The staff of the pet hospital uniformly wear white clothes. If you see them wearing black clothes, please leave the city immediately. 2. Don't stay in the pet hospital for more than 10 minutes. 3. Please do not be afraid if you see a very badly injured animal, e.g., a dog with a broken head, a cat that has lost half of its body, etc., in a veterinary hospital. This is quite normal. 4. You can completely trust the staff here. There were only 4 rules in total. After Jobai read them, he waited for the system's voice in his head to sound. However, he stood at the entrance of the pet hospital for a full 5 minutes, and there was still no system beep. The rules on the notice did not appear in red letters as a reminder either. Jobai couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that all 4 rules were correct? Or was it that the system could only prompt for rules that were at home? The viewers in the live broadcast room were worried for Jobai when they saw him standing in front of the pet hospital door for a long time without going in. Ha, did Jobai wimp out? This pet hospital just looks eerie. Jobai is probably scared. So brain burning, even the pet hospital has rules. And Jobai really couldn't wait for the system's prompt. And seeing that 5 o'clock was almost here, he led his dog inside. The temperature in the pet hospital was significantly colder than outside. Jobai just stepped in and couldn't help but shiver. The doctors and nurses inside were all wearing white uniforms. And they were hurriedly moving in and out of the operating room. The door to the operating room was not closed tightly, and Jobai was able to see the scene in the operating room through the half-open door. Only on the operating table, there was a puppy with all of its limbs separated. but each part would move around as if it were alive. Jobai only glanced at it, and felt that the temperature around him seemed to have gotten colder. "What are you looking at?" a voice sounded behind Jobai. Jobai turned around violently. He saw a doctor in a white coat with black-framed glasses, who was staring at Jobai with a serious face. "Everyone seems to be busy, so I'll just see if anyone can be free." After hearing this, that doctor glanced at the black dog at Jobai's feet. "Come with me." He then brought Jobai to a room. "Carry it up. I'll check it." Jobai complied and carried the black dog to a table in front of the doctor. That doctor carefully examined all the hairs on the black dog's body before letting Jobai carry the black dog down. He then took a bottle of medicine out from inside the medicine cabinet and took out a black pill from it and handed it to Jobai. "Feed it to eat it." Jobai looked at the black pill in his hand and doubts surfaced in his mind. Black, gray, and white. What exactly did each of these represent? At this moment, the black dog standing next to Jobai became somewhat restless, constantly grunting and barking. It also tugged on the rope from time to time. Jobai looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 5:03 in the afternoon. Jobai gripped the black pill in his hand tightly, and finally squatted down and fed the pill into the black dog's mouth. Not even a minute after the black pill was fed down, the black dog regained its composure. "This pill is for you. The pet hospital may not be open tomorrow. When the time comes, just give it to it yourself." Jobai took the pill that the doctor handed over and nodded. Then he took the black dog and walked out of the pet hospital. When one person and one dog returned home, Dad was still sitting on the sofa. Seeing Jobai enter, he turned his head and tugged the corners of his mouth at him, revealing a smile. Then he turned his head back to continue watching TV. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all shocked out of their cold sweat again by this scene. OMG. What the hell does this dad want? If you want to kill or die, come and have a good time. I'm scared out of my wits if I'm not surprised. I admire Jobai for not changing his color. Jobai wasn't really bold. It was just that in this world of strange tales, there was always danger. The slightest bit of inattention could lead to doom for himself along with the country behind him. Although he was an ordinary person, when the country needed him, he would do his best. So even if he was not bold, he still had to brace himself to keep himself calm and awake. Those experts were also showing appreciation when they saw Jobai's performance. On the live broadcast screen, Jobai helped the black dog untie the rope. It looked a lot more energized than it did in the morning. After running to the basin filled with water and drinking a few mouthfuls of water, it comfortably found a corner and went to sleep. Jobai passed behind the sofa where his dad was sitting and then went into the study. It was 5:15 in the afternoon at this time. It was only nearly an hour until his wife returned from work, and Mom and Auntie Wang were out and about, and there was always the possibility of them coming home suddenly. The experts, who were in a tight meeting to discuss the next response, the 6th and 7th rules of Rule C, are they right or wrong? The security guard took a white pill. The pet hospital gave the black dog black pills. Does this infer that the pills are really resistant to contamination from it? The other experts nodded in favor as they heard this idea. So the pills are to be taken. But which pill to take? It is also possible that it could deliberately mix up the pills of the duo. The experts began another discussion on this new proposition. What's the difference between the different colored pills? Anyway, it could be a difference in treating the source of contamination, or it could be a difference in treating the degree of contamination. The first thing we should think about, when thinking about whether it would do this, is its motivation. Mix up the pills they're actually going to take, send them into a frenzy, and then kill Jobai? Some of the experts nodded, feeling that this speculation made sense. However, there were also some experts who disagreed with this view. The meeting was once again plunged into a heated discussion. Time passed by minute. It soon came to 6:20 in the afternoon. Growling, grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr door lock. Click. The experts, who were still in heated discussion, all quieted down when they heard this sound. It was the wife coming back, and they hadn't discussed the results yet. The Great Summer Country was the only one within all the countries that hadn't used the queuing opportunity. The choice Shobai had to face at this point was very treacherous. So, the experts still decided to use up a hint opportunity first. So, they sent Shobai the conclusion of must take the medicine and the speculation about the color of the medicine. Shobai was originally sitting in his study when he heard a mechanical voice in his head. Then he received a series of voice reminders from the analysis team of the Great Summer Country. Shobai got up and opened the door to his study. While walking over to greet his wife, he digested the information in his head. Dad, who had been sitting on the sofa, was no longer sitting there, probably went back to his room. The wife was wearing a professional formal suit. She was standing by the door, holding the door frame with one hand, and was taking her high heels off with the other. Her eyes didn't look very bright. and her face looked a little paler than last night. Jobai poured her a glass of water and then opened the drawer. While reaching for the medicine jar, his hands hesitated between the two jars. The experts all held their breath and stared intently at his movements. In the end, Jobai picked up the white jar of medicine. Flop, flop, flop. Watching Jobai hand the white pill to his wife, the experts could hear their hearts beating nervously. The wife took the pill and drank it with the water Jobai handed over, then revealed a smile. Thank you, husband. Jobai took the cup of water in her hand and took it to the kitchen to rinse it off, then put it back in its original position. After waiting for a while, nothing unusual happened. The experts finally breathed a slight light sigh of relief. Looks like it was masked correctly. This kid, Jobai, really does have a bit of luck on his side after all. Worthy of being the chosen one of the great summer kingdom. Due to Jobai's excellent performance ever since he entered the Strange Talk Time, that was why the Grand Xia live streaming room had become the focus of all the countries. Seeing that Jobai had once again successfully survived the crisis, those who had lurked in the Grand Xia country's live broadcast room hurriedly copied their homework back again. Thus, for almost all the remaining countries, the 3 prompt opportunities had all been used up. Inside the Daxia live room, the wife went back to the room to change a set of home clothes out, took a few dishes from the refrigerator that mom had done well, and went in the kitchen to heat up the dishes. Jobai stood by the side, confirmed once again. The wife took each dish inside. There is no pork. Before rest assured. Dinner was eaten together by Jobai and his wife. Before Jobai ate, he likewise first gave a portion of the meal to the black dog. The black dog was very fond of the food that Jobai took to it and ate it very well. After eating, Jobai and his wife watched some TV. Dad was still alone inside the room. Mom didn't open the door and walk in until it was close to 11 o'clock. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all startled when they saw Mom walk in, because on top of her head, a pair of pig ears actually grew out. Mom, you're back. The wife didn't have any special reaction, as if this was a normal thing. Jobai was originally just startled when he saw his mom's appearance, but when he saw his wife's reaction, he only felt that the cold hairs on his entire body, all of a sudden, stood up. These people in the family, in the end, was there even one normal one left? Mom looked tired and her expression was frozen. The wife went over to help her take the handbag in her hands. Jobai forced himself to calm down, learning from his wife to act natural. He followed behind his wife and stood up from the sofa, then opened the drawer where the medicine was kept. The experts were again nervously watching Jobai's movements. Jobai didn't hesitate this time and directly picked up the jar of gray pills. The different colors of the tablets targeted the different degrees of contamination. The darker the color, the heavier the degree of contamination. So, the wife had the lightest degree. Mom was second, and that black dog was the worst. After Mom swallowed that gray pill, the dull expression on her face softened a bit. The pair of pig ears on top of her head, however, did not disappear. Mom still packed up her things as she usually did when she left the house and came home, and then walked into the bathroom. She didn't even show any surprise when she looked into the mirror in the toilet. Jobai looked at her figure and felt his scalp tingle. The time reached the evenings, 23:35. Jobai finished his shower and stayed inside the study. At the same time as last night, his wife knocked on the door of Jobai's study and brought in a bowl of sweet soup. Hubby, drink the soup. Jobai kept in mind the rule of maintaining a good relationship with his wife. Without excusing himself, he drank all the soup in one gulp and then handed the bowl back to his wife. The wife took the bowl, lowered her head, and walked out of the study with a smile on her lips. Jobai turned back. The woman in the red dress similarly appeared outside the window. This time, Jobai did not panic like last night. The unknown is what makes people feel fearful, but when you anticipate that it will be there, your fear will naturally be reduced. Moreover, Jobai knew that in the world of strange stories, he had not violated the rules. It could not hurt himself. After thinking about this, and then look at it, do not feel so horrible. Jobai even had the guts to look it up and down. I wonder if the woman in red that the security guard said today is that outside the window? The child was miscarried. The man in the room slept in a separate room from his wife. The black dog became abnormal, and the woman in red made trouble downstairs in the neighborhood. All of these things were concentrated in 1 week ago. What exactly is the connection between these things? Jobai always felt that there was still some key information missing to connect all of these things together. Rule A number 7. Remember, you cannot share a room with your wife. If the wife was not the source of danger, then where was the source of danger in sharing a room with her? Jobai reviewed all the information and doubts he had acquired over the past 2 days in his mind. Without realizing it, the time had come to 12 midnight. Jobai walked to the door and unlocked the door to his room. The sound of a baby crying outside the house rang out, and one knock after another followed. The audience watching the live broadcast felt creeped out. Jobai turned on the light, laid down on the bed, and went to sleep. The next morning, Jobai was awakened by a fierce knocking on the door. Picking up the clock, he took a look. It was 9:35 in the morning. Jobai carefully discerned and realized that the sound of knocking on the door did not come from the door of the study. He opened the door to his room. The home was extraordinarily quiet today. His wife had already gone to work, and he couldn't find his mom and dad anywhere. Only the black dog, shrunk in the corner, trembling, looked as if it was very afraid. Jobai followed the direction of the knocking sound. Finally, his feet stopped in front of the locked storage room door. Rule C number 3. If a fierce knocking sound comes from the storage room, do not open it. At this moment the sound of knocking on the storage room's door became more and more intense. It seemed like there was something inside that was trying to break through the door. Jobai took a step back, resisting his curiosity. He turned around and walked back to the living room. The black dog shrank into a ball. Jobai walked over and wrapped it in his own clothes, trying to help it ward off its fear with warmth. Then he placed it on the sofa. As soon as the black dog touched the sofa, it laboriously moved itself next to Jobai, leaning against his body. From time to time, it made a pitiful humming sound. Jobai took out a candy on the coffee table, unwrapped the paper and handed it to the black dog. The black dog stuck out its tongue and licked a few times before taking the candy into its mouth. At this time, in Jobai's mind, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Congratulations to the host, Dad, favorability plus 20. Now adding a chance for you to mark the error, Dad. Although Jobai already had a guess in his mind. However, when he actually got the exact answer from the system, his heart still stirred up shockwaves. The black dog in front of him was actually the father. Before Jobai could slow down from this news, he heard in his mind, the mechanical voice of the system continue to ring out. Rule C, number 3, is wrong. Just as one shock had passed Jobai, another shock came at him. Jobai hurriedly looked in the direction where the storage room was. Bang, 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 bang. Inside the storage room, there was a loud knock on the door that hadn't stopped yet. Jobai took a deep breath. Getting up, he walked to the door of the storage room before placing his hand on the door handle. The viewers in the live broadcast room were, once again, scared out of their wits by Jobai. What is Jobai up to? No way, he's going to open the door to the storage room? Did he forget the rules? Jobai turned the door handle. Surprisingly, the door was not locked. It was easily opened by him. When he opened the door, the knocking from inside stopped. Silence returned to the surroundings. Jobai saw that in the storage room, there weren't a lot of things laid out. On the contrary, the entire storage room was empty. Strangely enough, in the very center of this storage room, there was actually a refrigerator. And that refrigerator, it was also plugged in. It looked very out of place with the surrounding environment. Jobai couldn't help but walk to the front of the refrigerator. Reaching out, he opened the door of the refrigerator. With just a glance, snap, he quickly slammed the refrigerator door back shut. Jobai covered his mouth, trying his hardest not to throw up. Who? At this time, someone stood behind Jobai, close to him, and in his ear, gently blew a breath. Goosebumps rose all over Jobai's body. Turning around, he took a step back. Dad's wrinkled face appeared in front of him. Jobai stared at it. It was so quiet that Jobai could hear his own heart beating violently. A smile appeared on his father's face. Towards Jobai's direction, he moved a little closer. Buzz. The string in Jobai's mind was tightly taut. However, his heart could not control it and beat excitedly. He had a premonition. The storyline of this copy was right in front of his eyes at this moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all too tense to utter a single breath. When did I reveal the break? The night before last. Oh, Dad's withered old face cocked his head, looking puzzled. The first night Jobai entered the world of weird talk, it said to Jobai, come over here and eat some fruit with Mom and Dad. And what Mom said was, watch some TV with me. The difference is that Dad said Mom and Dad, while Mom said me. During these 2 days together, Jobai observed that neither his wife nor his mom had ever communicated directly with his dad. In other words, it is very likely that they do not see it. Jobai guessed that it was the effect of the medicine they took, and it ignored this matter when it said this the night before. Dad was silent for a while, as if he had figured out something, and suddenly haha laughed out loud. Then, Dad's face fell apart in front of Jobai. Instead, there was an exquisite woman's face. That woman's face was the same as the woman in the red dress outside the window every night, and the same as the one in the refrigerator. Jobai's eyebrows jumped, and he only felt that the truth was calling out. Why was her body in the refrigerator? Who killed her? Why did she become it? All the questions kept echoing in Jobai's mind. Just a little bit, just a little bit. This copy of the storyline will be able to be pieced together. The surrounding area was surprisingly quiet. Jobai and that red-skirted woman. You looked at me. I looked at you. And no one made the next move. Behind them was a corpse. In front of them was the strange it. It would be difficult for anyone to remain completely calm in such a situation. The audience was infected by the tense atmosphere, and their hearts were lifted up. The chosen one had pierced its disguise, and this was too dangerous a thing. No one dared to be sure that Jobai would not accidentally step into its trap. Ringing. A phone ringing broke the silence in the storage room. The red-skirted woman's cold gaze was fixed on Jobai's every move. The viewers in the live broadcast room were just as constantly focused on Jobai's next move. How does a phone call at this time of the night have the feeling of a midnight murder bell? I have goosebumps all over my body. Is there anything in the rules about the phone call? Should I answer it or not? Ringing. The phone rang as if it was urging for its life. Jobai looked at it for a moment, and finally crossed over from it, and then walked out of the storage room. The red skirt followed Jobai, floating to the living room. It sat on the sofa, resting its hand on its face, and watched Jobai pick up the phone. Hello, may I ask who I'm looking for? On the other end of the phone was a very professional woman's voice. May I ask if this is Jobai? Mr. Joe? Yes, it's me. This is the Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Your wife, you Lily, works in our company. Jobai heard the other party report the name of his wife's company and remembered what was inside the rules. Rule C, second rule. If you receive a call from your wife's company, you need to ask which department is calling. If the other party replies that it is the R&D department, please hang up immediately. He was immediately on guard. I'm sorry to interrupt you for a moment. May I ask which department you are from within the company? Just as Jobai finished his question, a rustling sound came from the other end of the phone. There were also a few ear-piercing beeps. Jobai thought that the phone signal was not good, and wanted to hang up, but these noises soon disappeared. The professional woman's voice came back. I'm from the sales department. Subconsciously, Jobai gripped the receiver tightly. The other party continued. Our company has gotten inside information. This city is no longer safe. Continuing to stay here will put your life in danger. Our company will organize the evacuation of all employees. Because of limited resources, each employee can only bring one family member. Your wife has chosen to evacuate with you. Please make preparations in advance. And at 6 p.m. tomorrow, our company employees will pick you up. This news was just too sudden. Jobai only knew that his mind was still a muddle after he hung up the phone. Originally, the third pass seemed to be the easiest, but now it seemed as if it wasn't. If the contents of the phone call just now were true, then even this entire city could be in danger. Staying at home and staying long enough for 30 days would be like directly waiting for death. Excluding the third pass method, the first and second clearance methods both require finding a safe zone. I don't know if the Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Company is the safe zone. Assuming that the wife is the key person in the whole incident, then Jobai has already gained her trust, and she has chosen Jobai as her family member. This seemed to make sense. Only, Jobai always felt that it seemed too logical. It felt like something was still missing. The woman in the red dress was still sitting on the sofa staring at Jobai. Fortunately, it also has to abide by the rules. Jobai did not violate the rules. It can only dry watch, cannot really hurt Jobai. Although he felt cautious, Jobai still looked at it. Young. Beautiful. The dress on his body looks very expensive. Such a woman. Why would she die in his home? Jobai shook his head, turned around and walked back to the study. In the live broadcast room of the Dasha country, the viewer's mood had finally calmed down a bit. However, the viewers of the pickle country were not as calm. The people of the kimchi country had returned from the live broadcast rooms of other countries, and they all knew that this city was about to face danger. But their country's chosen one, Nam Myung-gil, was still locking himself inside his study at this time. It had been an entire day and hadn't come out. Kimchi Nation's 3 chances to remind them had already run out. The experts were in a hurry, but there wasn't a single thing they could do. They could only pray for a miracle to happen, hoping that Nam Myung-gil would be able to think of a way to escape the crisis on his own. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This was the time when the black dog needed to take its medicine. Jobai came to the living room and opened the cabinet where the medicine was usually kept. The black pill that the pet hospital had given yesterday was placed inside. As Jobai reached in to take the black pill, his eyes fell on the packaging of the other 2 cans of medicine. Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. These words, both appeared on the wife's and mom's medicine bottles. It turned out that the company that the wife worked for produced drugs that inhibited contamination. With such a relationship, it seemed to make more sense that their company would know in advance that the city would be in danger. The experts who were watching the live broadcast thought the same thing. Companies that produce pollution-inhibiting drugs will usually have an official background. It seems like the company where the wife is from is the safe zone. Jobai will be able to complete the S-rank clearance as long as he follows tomorrow. With only one day to find out the storyline of the copy, It's just too difficult. An SSS level clearance is probably hopeless. If you want to understand the storyline of the entire copy, you have to take the initiative to explore. But in the world of Rule Strange Tales, doing anything could lead to facing death. An S-rank clearance is already the best result so far. We can't be too hard on Jobai. The experts felt as if they were winning, and didn't worry much about Jobai's clearance. The black dog had begun to get a little agitated at this point. Seeing its condition, Jobai hurriedly stopped thinking and fed the black pill in his hand into its mouth. The black dog ate the pill before it quieted down. Jobai looked at the black dog's appearance and had mixed feelings in his heart. Wearing a red dress, it was still sitting on the sofa, and its eyes never left Jobai's body. Time passed by minute, and soon came to 6:30 p.m. Ka-ching! The sound of a key turning rang out. It was the wife who had returned. This time, it, wearing a red dress, was still sitting on the sofa, with no intention of leaving at all. The wife opened the door. She stared blankly at the door and was about to bend down to take off her high heels, but then out of the corner of her eye, she saw the figure of the woman sitting on the sofa. At once, the gaze became sharp. "Why are you here?" Jobai looked at his wife warily. Knowing that his wife's medication had already passed, he hurriedly opened the medicine cabinet and took out the white pill. What would happen if he let his family know of its existence? Jobai did not dare to be curious about this question. The experts who watched the live broadcast in the country of Daxia are also aware of the seriousness of the problem at this time. Jobai can go to the safe zone tomorrow. He was about to pass the barrier, so he couldn't give up at this juncture. They all raised their spirits and stared intently at the TV screen. The wife was very emotional at this time. "My child. It is you. It was you who killed my child." Jobai took the pill and fiercely looked at the red figure. The plotline of the copy unfolded before Jobai's eyes again. Probably because Jobai had already pierced through it, it was no longer in disguise. With a smile on his face, he looked in the direction of his wife. The wife was in an almost violent mode. With a fierce face, waving her hands, she was about to pounce on it. Jobai hurriedly pulled his wife's hand. The veins on his wife's face were rising. A small pimple appeared at the ear. There is something, as if it is going to come out of the wife's ear. Jobai's entire heart was pounding. He thought of the pig's ears on his mom's head when she came back. He thought of how dad was now a black dog. He felt that if he didn't stop his wife now, she might immediately mutate into a different appearance. Jobai pulled and tugged hard on his wife with one hand, and with the other he shoved the white pill into her mouth. Covering her mouth, he didn't release his hand until he confirmed that she had swallowed the pill. The wife's grim expression slowly became conciliatory. The strength disappeared, and the whole person collapsed to the floor in a state of weakness. The figure in the red dress was still in front of her eyes, but her eyes were no longer focused on it. "Honey, why am I sitting on the ground?" Jobai poured a cup of water and handed it to her, comforting her, probably too tired. Confused, his wife took the cup of water and nodded her head blankly. It was only at this time that Jobai deeply realized the meaning expressed in the fourth rule of Rule C. Paying constant attention to your family's emotions is the key to maintaining a harmonious family. Mom had prepared the meal for her family in advance just as she had before she left the house today. Jobai took all the dishes out of the refrigerator, except for the dish of braised pork, which was still stored alone inside the refrigerator. "I haven't seen my mom all day today. I wonder if she went out with Auntie Wang again." Thinking of Auntie Wang, Jobai felt a coldness rise around her body. She was one of the rules that directly stated that she couldn't be trusted. After dinner, Jobai took all the dishes to the kitchen to clean. At this time, there was a knock at the door. The wife walked over to open the door. Then the sound of the conversation outside the door reached Jobai's ears. "Auntie Wang, it's really too much trouble for you. You come in and sit down for a while. I'll just help Mom through the door." Hearing the voice, Jobai stopped the movements in his hands, walking out from the kitchen. At the doorway, a slightly chubby woman with curly short hair was standing face to face with her wife. Mom was being assisted by her wife. The palm-sized red birthmark on her face covered her right eye, and along with the newly grown pig nose, a part of it was also stained with red. It seemed that Mom's mutation was getting worse and worse. Jobai looked at Auntie Wang warily. Auntie Wang's attention, however, was not on Jobai. At this moment, she was looking at the black dog lying in the corner. The black dog had eaten well over the past 2 days and had gotten enough sleep, and was in much better shape. Its fur was black and oily, and it had grown an extra 2 tails of meat on its body. "It's been a long time since I've eaten dog meat." These words came out abruptly from Auntie Wang's mouth, and Jobai felt like his entire body was going to explode. The black dog seemed to have understood what Auntie Wang had said as well, curling up and hiding inside the corner. Auntie Wang saw that the black dog was frightened and a smile appeared on her face. "Just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously? Ha ha ha." Auntie Wang is still so fond of jokes. The wife and her conversed familiarly. It seemed that Auntie Wang didn't usually joke like this. Joe Bai didn't find it funny though. This black dog is really good looking. Can you give it to me? Auntie Wang had a smile on her face. Joe Bai couldn't tell whether she was joking or serious this time, but he didn't want to pay attention at all. With one hand, he pulled his wife and mom into the house. Snap! The door behind them closed heavily. Without even saying a word, he shut Auntie Wang out. Never seen such a rude person. Auntie Wang froze in place. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were shouting out in pain. Well done. This kind of big mom is the most annoying. Don't be polite with her. Joking about having to eat other people's dogs, and directly asking people to give them to her. Want to be shameless? Mom came back in an unusually weak state this time. Joe Bai had to take out gray pills and stuff them into her mouth before she could barely swallow them. After taking the medicine, her eyes only became clearer. But the state of weakness was still not half as good. Joe Bai and his wife could only help her into the room to rest. After settling his mom, Joe Bai remembered that there were still unwashed bowls in the kitchen, but he looked at his mom in the room, and finally did not enter the kitchen again. The unwashed bowls were left in the kitchen for the night. At 8:30 the next morning, Joe Bai was woken up on time by the alarm clock, opened the door to the study room. Seeing his wife wearing a professional set of skirt and high heels on her feet, she was preparing to go out to work. When she saw Joe Bai come out, a smile appeared on her face. Hubby, I'm going to work. Bye. Bye. Joe Bai waved goodbye to her. She looked to be in a good mood, leaping and walking out of the house with a brisk pace. Joe Bai helped her close the door. Looking at her back as she left, he thought about the phone call he received yesterday. 6 p.m. today. Good effective pharmaceuticals. He was mentally calculating the last day of his trip. Just turned around. A pig's face with a red birthmark appeared in front of Joe Bai's eyes. Kids who haven't washed the dishes are not good. Mom held a knife in her hand. There was blood flowing from it. There was a half-handled chicken in the kitchen, lying inside the sink. The knife was very close. Joe Bai pulled the corner of his mouth and used his hand to gently move that knife away from his face. Right. You're right. Mom seemed satisfied with this answer from Joe Bai. Woodenly, she walked back to the kitchen. Joe Bai lightly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his back was seeping with cold sweat. Bang! 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 The sound of a chopper smashing down the tabletops kept coming from the kitchen. The audience in the live broadcast room, accompanying Joe Bai to listen to these sounds, surprisingly, through the screen, also felt a little alarmed. This copy of A Family of Four lives inside an old neighborhood. The building was old and the walls were a bit dilapidated. Even the soundproofing is not very good. This is not. The sound of children jumping and playing upstairs then clearly echoed in this house. The sound of the mother chopping chicken in the kitchen gradually accelerated and intensified. Suddenly, there was a loud clang. The chopper was smashed to the ground by the mother. What's all the noise? Is your family the only one with children? Are you trying to taunt me? The mother yelled at the ceiling. The upstairs fell silent. The viewers who watched the scene in the live broadcast room were also too scared to make a sound for a few seconds. Does being contaminated make you cranky too? I feel like she has violent tendencies now. Then isn't Joe Bai in danger at all times if he stays with her? Joe Bai also sensed the danger he was now facing, quietly sitting on the sofa, trying his best not to make any movements that would anger his mom. Chicken soup was gurgling in the kitchen. Mom took a mop out to mop the floor. Feet up. Joe Bai obediently lifted his feet up. Only after seeing the mop mopping back and forth under her feet a few times and then turning elsewhere did Joe Bai carefully put her feet down. Grumpy mom. Mop the floor online. My mom is not infected, but telling me to lift my feet looks exactly the same. Joe Bai doesn't dare move the JPG. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel like my mom in the daytime is scarier than at night? Joe Bai also had the same feeling as the viewers. When he got up in the morning, the mutation on mom's face had worsened a bit. It didn't seem like the mutation was aggravated by going out with Auntie Wang. Moreover, her temper was even more irritable than when she came back every night. Joe Bai had doubts about this, but there was one thing that Joe Bai had no doubt about. That is, if he had just angered his mom in any way, the knife that chopped the chicken, the one he might chop at, would be himself. An hour passed with trepidation. At 9:30 in the morning, a knock came from outside the door. Joe Bai went over to open the door. Seeing that standing outside the door was Auntie Wang with short curly hair, Auntie Wang saw that it was Joe Bai who opened the door and put on a foul face. Where's your mom? I asked her to go out with me. Joe Bai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't stop Auntie Wang from taking his mom away. If mom didn't have her mutation aggravated because she went out with Auntie Wang, then stopping them from going out together seemed even more dangerous. Seeing mom follow Auntie Wang out the door, the viewers in the live broadcast room all let out a long breath. The danger is lifted. Thank you Auntie Wang for taking mom away. Suddenly even Auntie Wang looks good. Upstairs. Stop. I don't think so. Auntie Wang is the only villain written in the rules. After Mom left the house, it floated out in a red dress. The audience went numb. The alarm goes off again. Almost forgot about it. This house. There's not a day of peace. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound coming from outside the door. Jobai glanced at the red-skirted woman, then walked to the door and viewed the scene outside the door through the cat's eye. A person wearing a green hat was standing outside the door with a courier box. Rule B number 7. If a person wearing a green hat comes over to deliver a courier, please scold him and tell him to get lost. But Jobai knew that this rule was wrong. Jobai put his hand on the doorknob, hesitating on how to react to this. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking outside the door intensified, as if urging Jobai to make a decision as soon as possible. By not opening the door, the level of risk was actually lower, but Jobai still wanted to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, he finally turned the handle and opened the door. The man with the green hat outside the door was muscular and looked fierce. The spectators who saw this scene were vaguely worried. Will Jobai be beaten up if he berates him and tells him to get lost? If it comes to blows, I don't think Jobai can beat him. Don't be a wimp. Jobai, hit him. What are you afraid of being beaten? Breaking the rules can kill you. Your delivery. Please sign for it. Jobai glanced at the scar on the other party's face, reached out and took the courier that the other party handed over, and signed on it. After the other party took the express to Jobai, he turned around and went downstairs. Throughout the entire process, the two of them did not have a single altercation. The audience were all dumbfounded. No way? So wimpy? Bro, breaking the rules will kill you. Oh my god. Is weird talk really coming to Daxia? No. Could this rule be wrong? Jobai closed the door and took the box to the living room. The death that the audience had imagined did not come. It was only at this time that everyone was sure that the rule was wrong. Surprisingly, Jobai had guessed it once again, associating it with the fact that just now, if Jobai had really done it according to the rule, he might have been killed by that courier by now. At the thought of this, the viewers had palpitations in their hearts and were glad that Jobai was smart enough. On the screen, Jobai placed the box on the coffee table in the living room. Then he went and brought over a pair of scissors, ready to open the courier. The woman in the red dress was standing in the living room, staring deathly at Jobai's every move. Jobai could feel the coldness emanating from the body of it. But Jobai did not stop his hand movements. The courier in his hand was very small. Jobai used scissors to cut through the adhesive paper wrapped around the outside of the box. Open the box. Then he saw that inside the express box, placed at the top, was a USB flash drive. Jobai frowned and picked up the flash drive from the express box. A USB flash drive? He looked at the courier box and saw that the sender's column had the words Heartbreaker written on it. What kind of name was that? Jobai noticed that it was staring at the flash drive in his hand. He thought to himself, something related to it? Jobai jumped inwardly. He guessed that the flash drive in his hand must be related to the storyline of this copy, and it did not want Jobai to see it. Thinking of this, Jobai quickly walked into the study and took out his laptop. The flash drive was plugged into the laptop. He opened the folder inside. Then he realized that there were several videos inside. Jobai started watching from the first video. The image in the video just appeared in the screen. Jobai felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. Because the person in this image was actually Jobai. Or should I say, it was this role that Jobai was playing in the world of weird talk. Is this a sneak peek? Filling this character's home with cameras, secretly filming his every move? Jobai was now entering the game, and all of his moves would be live-streamed. Something he knew in advance. But the images in the video were all taken when he hadn't even entered this game yet. To be secretly filmed like this in real life, that was such a horrible thing. Jobai continued to watch. The vast majority of the video's images were of Jobai's daily life at home. There was nothing unusual about it. Just as Jobai wanted to open other videos, another figure appeared on the screen. A figure of a woman with long hair and wearing a skirt. Jobai quickly recognized her. She was the one who was currently floating around the living room. The woman in the red dress. Jobai in the video had just stepped out of the house when the red-skirted woman climbed out of the closet. So just now when Jobai was at home, that woman had been hiding in the closet to peek at him? This was simply creepy. Jobai flipped through the courier box and realized that there were still a few letters on the bottom. He took the letters out, seeing that on top of each letter, his name was written. It was another piece of scalp numbness. He opened the envelopes. One by one, he read the contents of the letters. The content of each letter was very long, and Jobai sat quietly in the study, reading everything in the letter. Outside the living room, the red figure had her back to the study. The long hair was hanging low. It actually looked a bit forlorn. Jobai sighed lightly as he finished reading all of the letter. He summarized this matter as the story of a crazy female fan and a small writer. Unfortunately, the original owner did not know the existence of this female fan since the beginning. Thinking about what his wife said last night when she saw it, Jobai guessed that this red dress woman may have done other more serious things. Jobai continued to open the other videos on the flash drive, only to see this video. This woman had put on a red dress and had once again sneaked into Jobai's home. She snuck into Jobai's study and rummaged through his things. Suddenly, the front door opens and Dad comes back into the house. The woman in the red dress panics and looks around for a place to hide. But still, Dad bumps into her. Dad snapped and then the two of them pushed and shoved in the study. Then Jobai saw Dad lose his hand and push the woman in red dress away. The red dress woman's head heavily hit Jobai's desk. Blood flowed down the corner of the desk, and the woman in red dress fell to the ground and never moved again. It turned out that Dad had killed her by mistake. In the video, Dad panicked and went to check the other's injuries. Withered hands, trembling, went to help her cover the wound, but it didn't help at all. It wasn't until he confirmed that the other party was dead that he sat paralyzed on the ground. Jobai watched this scene with a complicated mood. Dad's pale and stooped figure had his back to him. After a while, he stood up and laboriously dragged her body. Then he brought a mop and rag and scrubbed it back and forth many times. The viewpoint of the video was taken from the study. Jobai couldn't see what was happening outside the study. He could only hear the sound of a chainsaw that seemed to come from inside the video. There was also the sound of things falling to the ground. Then, Mom's voice also appeared inside the video. It seemed that Mom was also involved. Jobai did not know how the woman in the red dress became it in the end. He also didn't know how his father was contaminated. He only knew that after that, there was a black dog in the house. When his father reappeared in the picture, his eyes were very different from before. Jobai finished watching all the videos and leaned back in his chair. For a long time, he was unable to calm himself. Congratulations to Dasha player Jobai, unlocking all the storylines of the replica. Next, please find the replica key character, and she will take you to the safe zone, the entire live broadcast room of the great summer country. At this time, heard this mechanical voice. The experts watching the live broadcast, as well as the viewers, all cheered. SSS level clearance. Jobai is most likely an SSS grade pass. Awesome. Our great summer country's chosen one is just fantastic. The undercover agents from other countries squatting in the live broadcast room could only watch them celebrate sourly. Their 3 opportunities for hints were all used up. Even if they scoped out the news now, it wouldn't serve any purpose. Unlike the joyful atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Jobai's mood was unusually heavy. Alone in his study, he sat withered until 4:30 p.m. Only then did Jobai walk out of the study. Taking out the dog leash, he called out to the black dog lying in the corner. The black dog heard Jobai call it and slowly crawled in his direction. The figure of the black dog, and the figure of his father in the video, overlapped in Jobai's eyes. Jobai squatted down and put the rope on for it. Then he gently rested his hand on its body and said, "Take care of you one last time." The black dog looked like it understood Jobai's words, and its complexion looked a little sad. Every day at 5 p.m. The black dog was taken to the pet hospital. Jobai kept in mind the rules he had to follow, leading the black dog out of the house. The building that Jobai lived in had 6 units and 1 staircase. When Jobai walked out the door, Auntie Lee, who was on the opposite side of the door, just happened to go out with a vegetable basket. Jobai was not very good at socializing. He nodded and said hello to her, and then walked down the stairs on his own. Jobai felt as if he had overlooked something, but could not recall it for a moment. He could only shake his head and continue to take the black dog in the direction of the pet hospital. At 4:55 in the afternoon, Jobai and Black Dog arrived at the entrance of the pet hospital. The glass door of the pet hospital was tightly closed. The rules of the pet hospital, which were originally posted on the door, were missing. Jobai felt something was wrong and stood outside the door to look inside. After only one glance, the whole heart suddenly seized up, because the person inside was wearing a black uniform. Jobai clearly remembered the pet hospital rules posted at the door before. The first rule: the staff of the pet hospital uniformly wear white clothes. If you see them wearing black clothes, please leave the city immediately. Please leave the city immediately. This matches the contents of the phone call from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. There's a real danger coming to the city. Inside the glass door, a doctor turned his head to look at Jobai. His eyes were bloodshot. The puppy in his hand, fluttering his limbs, kept struggling. Jobai violently turned around, picked up the black dog, and headed towards home. When he was almost home, he met Auntie Lee, who had returned from buying vegetables. Her vegetable basket was filled with all kinds of meat and vegetables. Jobai was a bit flustered as he passed by her with the black dog in his arms. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around with a stunned expression, trying to control his emotions. He tried to make his expression look less abrupt. "Auntie Lee, where did you buy this pork?" Auntie Lee was a little surprised that Jobai suddenly took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. However, she was still eager to answer. Just bought it at the vegetable market. Jobai subconsciously clenched his hands. The food market sells pork? Auntie Lee laughed out loud. Young man, what nonsense are you saying? How could the vegetable market not sell pork? Auntie Lee shook her head. As she walked away, she lamented that young people nowadays really had no common sense in life. Jobai stood still, his head buzzing. Wrong. This rule was actually wrong. If this rule was wrong, then what about the other rules? Wasn't there any other rule that one firmly believed to be right, but was actually simply wrong? The time had already reached 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally this was supposed to be the time when the black dog was to take his medicine, but there was a mutation in the pet hospital, and Jobai was unable to get the medicine for it. Having lost control of the medication, the black dog was now being held in Jobai's arms and was somewhat restless and agitated. Jobai could only speed up his pace and rush back home. After returning home, Jobai put the black dog down. 10 minutes had passed from the time when the black dog needed to take the medicine. Jobai saw that the black dog was already starting to grow white hair on its body. It wrinkled its nose and revealed its spiky teeth, letting out a heavy nasal sound. The spectators of the great summer country tensed up. It's over. The black dog is going to mutate. What to do? Should we throw it off the balcony? Now I don't know if this rule is right or not. There's less than an hour to go. It's almost time to pass. We can't afford to give up on it. Jobai looked at black dog's near frenzy. Medicine. It needed medicine now. The pet hospital had fallen and couldn't get the black pills. What about the other colored pills? Could they be used? Jobai rushed to the cabinet where the medicine was kept and picked up the can of gray pills that his mother took. Whatever. A dead horse is a live horse. Jobai poured out a gray pill from it. Taking it in his hand, he then grabbed the back of the black dog's neck with his other hand. The black dog's strength now became abnormally strong, constantly struggling to break free, showing its teeth. It was about to bite at Jobai. With his life at stake, Jobai had to use all his strength. He grabbed the back of the black dog's neck with one hand and pinched its jaw with the other. Then, he threw the gray pill in his hand into its mouth. Watching the black dog swallow the pill, Jobai, including the viewers in the live broadcast, all waited nervously for the effects of the pill. After the pill was swallowed, the black dog's eyes looked to have regained a bit of clarity. The struggle became less intense. Only the ferocious expression was still not withdrawn, and the nose also kept making whimpering sounds. Jobai tried to loosen his grip on it. When the black dog sensed Jobai letting go of his grip, it took a few steps back. Then the front limbs were down and prostrate, and the back limbs were bent, making a move to prepare for an attack. It's over. The pills don't have much effect. The black dog is still going to attack Jobai. What to do? When exactly is good effective pharmaceuticals coming to pick up Jobai? Jobai clenched his hands into fists and prepared himself for a fight as well. If the medication didn't work, then one could only rely on force. Although Jobai's body wasn't very strong, the courage to fight to the death was still there. The black dog was showing its teeth, and the expression on its face was somewhat distorted. It could even be said that it was somewhat painful. It was like there were two kinds of consciousnesses, struggling and fighting within the black dog's body. The black dog's body suddenly rushed forward. All the spectators thought that the black dog would pounce on Jobai, but it didn't turn out that way. The black dog's sharp teeth bit into the sofa. As if it had found something to vent, it kept tearing at the sofa. The fabric sofa was quickly bitten out of a large hole by the black dog under its bite. The cotton wool inside tore and floated down all over the room. Jobai stood still and stared at the black dog's movements. It should be that the gray pill had worked, and Dad's latent consciousness had been awakened to stop attacking Jobai. However, Jobai soon realized that the white hairs on the black dog's body were constantly increasing. As the white hairs continued to increase, the black dog's epileptic condition continued to worsen. Jobai knew that he had to think of a solution as soon as possible before he could do so. The mind spun rapidly. Rule A, Rule 6. You have a black dog. If you see it turn white, please throw it off the balcony. This rule, was it right or not? Jobai had once doubted the correctness of this rule when he learned that the first rule of Rule C had an error. But now that he thought about it carefully, it was possible that this rule wasn't wrong. When a black dog turned white, it could be sent to the pet hospital or thrown off the balcony. These were just two different options that might not be in conflict. Jobai looked back at the black dog. In the video, the old and hunched back of his dad, sitting paralyzed on the ground, was still stuck in Jobai's mind. The way the black dog had carried Rule C for himself after Jobai came to this world also remained in Jobai's memory. At this time, the black dog's eyes had turned scarlet, and most of the hair on its body had turned white. The sofa was almost torn by it until only the skeleton remained, with a tattered piece of cloth hanging from its mouth. It turned its head and looked at Jobai sinisterly. Next, it wanted to change to a new tearing target. 5:55 p.m. The time agreed with good effective pharmaceutical company is coming soon. Joe bye. Go for it. Hold on just a little longer. We're almost there. Don't be a wimp. Hit it. A dog that doesn't listen. You have to hit it hard. The black dog let out a whimper before charging over in the direction where Joe bye was, but just less than a meter away from Joe bye. It suddenly paused. The expression on its face was unusually fierce. All the veins in its body burst out. It kept trembling, but it still looked up at Joe bye. Joe bye seemed to see his father's shadow in the video in this glance of his. Then, the black dog reversed direction, darting towards the balcony. Joe bye understood what it wanted to do and called out Dad. The black dog did not respond, but its movements became more and more determined. It jumped over the balcony railing and then fell straight down. This is a father's last protection for his child before he dies. Joe bye rushed towards the balcony and saw a blood red downstairs. Not far away, several people wearing white clothes were walking towards the building where Joe bye was. The words Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory on their bodies were very conspicuous. There was no time for Joe bye to organize his emotions. A new challenge was coming his way. As soon as the audience took a look at those people, they knew that the person who led Joe bye to the safe zone had already arrived. Joe bye stared at the lines on their clothes, but that strange feeling in his heart lingered. It was still too logical. He always felt that he had missed out on some detail. Joe bye walked back to the living room, thinking about packing something to take with him, grabbed some snacks with him, then thought about opening the drawer of medicines, took the 2 bottles of medicine from his mom and wife, and brought them with him. On the bottle, Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory, several big words, brightly printed on the packaging. Joe bye's eyes stayed on the bottle. Only after a while did he remember where the strange feeling in his heart came from. His wife had told him that the Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Factory and the Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Company were not located in the same place. Pharmaceutical factories are responsible for research and development and production. The pharmaceutical company is responsible for sales. In other words, there is no sales department in the Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. The people who came over to pick up Joe bye were not from the sales department either. Joe bye's heart was startled. It really wasn't that simple. Almost, he would have fallen into a trap. Bang, bang, bang. A knock sounded on the door. Hello, is Mr. Joe bye there? We are sent by Good Effective Pharmaceuticals to pick you up. The viewers in the live broadcast room all got excited, expecting the stars and the moon. I finally got you guys here. Nervous excitement. Our great summer country is finally going to be SSS ranked through. Sakura country hasn't unlocked the entire storyline, but it can also go to the safe zone. And so far, it seems that only 2 countries will be able to clear this copy. The knocking on the door outside the room was still going on. At this time, the audience suddenly realized that Joe bye actually had no intention of opening the door at all. No way? Is Joe bye stupid? Why don't you open the door? Does Joe bye not want to pass the level? This dude wants to die. Why does he have the right to drag our entire country along with him? The viewers of the Great Summer Country were very confused about Joe bye's current behavior. All of them were excitedly and frantically outputting on their pop-up screens. Those experts from the analysis group also frowned. With their observations of Joe bye over the past few days, they felt that he didn't seem like someone who would make rash and indiscriminate decisions. Could it be that he had seen something? On the other hand, Sakura Nation's live broadcast room at this time was filled with cheering voices. Sakura Nation's chosen one, Kazuko Asada. In this copy, he had relied on his skill of Go to avoid many loopholes in the rules and had survived until now. Now, he is already on the shuttle bus arranged by Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. The entire Sakura country celebrated in advance. Passing the SS level was already a very good result for them. The shuttle bus that Asada Ichiko was riding on was driving along the countryside on a rickety road. The night was falling. Only the lights of the shuttle bus shone a light. In the overgrown field, a factory building stood alone. The knocking on the door outside the house lasted for at least half an hour before it stopped. The viewers of the Great Summer Country could practically hear their hearts dripping blood as they saw the people from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals leave Joe bye's house. The SSS ranked pass that had arrived was just gone. And there was also the possibility of an imminent Strange Tales descent. With such a bipolar fall, anyone else would be angry. So at this moment, the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country was filled with pop-ups slamming Joe bye. On the other side, the automobile carrying Asada Ichiko stopped in front of the blackened factory door. Asada Ichiko was still giggling and didn't feel the crisis. Those people in white clothes walked ahead, leading Asada Ichiko to the innermost part of the factory building. Ha ha, is this the exit? Asada Ichiko asked foolishly as she looked around at the various test equipment. Then those few people in white clothes came over with ropes and tied him up. It was only at this time that Asada Ichiko, as well as the Sakura Nation's audience, realized that something was wrong. Nanny, what are you guys trying to do to me? Those few people in white clothes showed a smiling face. Experimenting. Of course. Asada Ichiko struggled hard. And it was only at this time that he could see that the skin underneath those people's long-sleeved clothes was all covered in downy hair. These people, they had already mutated a long time ago. In the live broadcast room of Sakura Nation, the emotions went from the very top, straight down to the bottom. Asada Ichiko was dragged into the lab, her arm stuck full of syringes. Although the live broadcast hadn't gone black, but for Sakura-kuni, it was more torture than a black screen. After watching what happened to Sakura Nation, the viewers of the Great Summer Nation realized that they had just misjudged Shobai. I admit, I was the one who spoke louder just now. My brother Bai is still my brother Bai. It was us who were shallow. I confess to Shobai. I apologize to Jobai. Brother Bai, may I ask if it's too late for me to slide to my knees? Good effective pharmaceuticals invitation to take refuge was fake. But the city's imminent danger was real. The crisis was not lifted. It was still necessary to find a safe zone as soon as possible. Jobai sat down on the sofa and reconsidered the information he had obtained in the past few days. The first way to pass the level. To find the safe zone, the first thing was to find the key person of the copy. Actually, Jobai hadn't come into contact with many characters since entering the copy. Based on the existing relationships of the characters, Jobai listed down all of the people he had come into contact with and screened them for comparison. Dad, Mom, wife, Auntie Wang next door, sister-in-law Lee from the opposite door, the security guard downstairs, the doctor from the pet hospital, and the courier wearing a green hat. These were all the characters that Jobai had come into contact with inside the copy. Who in the world was that key character? At this time, the experts in the analysis group were meeting to discuss the same issue. The pet store falling, Dad dying, Mom being severely mutated and delirious, and his wife's company being an interfering option were all first ruled out by Jobai. Sister-in-law Lee from the opposite door usually had too few interactions and was also ruled out for the time being. The cuckolded courier, although the delivery was critical, his location was not known, so also tentatively excluded for now. Excluded to the end. Can choose the person. Actually only left next door Wang Ant, and downstairs security. The names of the people on the paper in front of Jobai were all crossed out by him, leaving only these two people. The experts, after a heated discussion, finally locked their target in the middle of these two people. Jobai looked at these two people remaining on his paper. His eyes fell on Auntie Wang. If a person seems the least likely, but so the clues lead towards her, maybe she is the one you are looking for. Jobai reorganized all the information related to Auntie Wang. This person, Auntie Wang, looked like a villain from the start. The rules stated to be careful of her. She took pork to Mom, but the rules said that the food market didn't sell pork. Mom even mutated after going out with her. This series of things led Jobai to suspect her and stay away from her. But assuming that she was the key figure, it seemed very reasonable that when it tampered with the rules, it intentionally guided the chosen one to stay away from her. Jobai then went back to look at those points of suspicion against her. Since the rule, pork is not sold in the vegetable market, made Jobai suspect that Auntie Wang's rule was a fake. Then the rule, beware of Auntie Wang next door, was a fake. Then the rule, beware of Auntie Wang next door, had also become very suspicious. The only thing that Jobai couldn't figure out was that Mom's first mutation only appeared after she went out with Auntie Wang. Looking at it this way, going to Auntie Wang was still in some danger. The experts had gone through a discussion and were similarly unable to ignore the danger of Auntie Wang. The further back they went, the more cautious everyone became. The experts decided to use up a reminder opportunity to tell Jobai the results of their discussion. Although the results of their discussion were of little use to Jobai, however, Jobai still decided to play it safe and go downstairs to find that security guard and probe him before making a choice. Just as Jobai stepped out of his house, he saw that the moon hanging in the sky had turned red. Everything around him was shrouded under the red moonlight. The entire city looked and appeared unusually bizarre. It's coming. Crisis is coming. Cold winds sprang up around them, and Jobai winced, wrapping himself tightly in his clothes. In the night, it seemed like there was a gaze that was secretly staring at him. On the other side, inside the live broadcast room of Kimchi Country, Nan Mingji had already locked himself in his study for 3 days. His current study was filled with garbage that he had casually discarded after eating. The bucket containing the excrement was placed next to his bed. Across the screen, viewers felt like they could smell the den. In his copy, the red moon similarly descended. The knocking of his wife outside the house kept coming. Nan Mingji lay on the bed openly. He had already heard this kind of knocking for 3 days and had long been immune to it. But this time, the knocking turned into a banging sound. Boom! The door to the entire study collapsed with a loud bang. Nan Mingji sat up from the bed in shock. His wife's face, illuminated by the red moon, gradually revealed her fangs. Behind her, there were several dark shadows, similarly revealing their sharp teeth out. Then, Together, they pounced on Nan Ningji. Scream after scream resounded within the live broadcast of Pickle Country. Nam Myungil failed to pass, and weird tales descended upon Pickle Country. The only chosen one left in the entire Blue Star who had entered the world of weird tales was now Joe Bai. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country had already known about what had happened over in the Kimchi Country. At this moment, when they saw the black shadow behind Joe Bai, they instantly associated it with the monsters that were tearing into Nan Ningji. All of them instantly raised a heart. Snapping, snapping, snapping. The sound of the shoes on Joe Bai's feet falling to the ground was heard unusually clearly at this time. It was 8:05 in the evening at this time. In the security booth downstairs, the lights were still on. The uniformed security guard was sitting inside the security booth with his back to Joe Bai. Joe Bai approached him step by step, but that uneasy feeling in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Still going out so late? The security guard looked a little agitated and spoke in a poor tone. Joe Bai paused for a moment, then said, "No, I just happened to come out for a walk. By the way, the woman in the red dress mentioned last time. I'm very curious. Can you tell me more about it?" The guard mechanically tilted his head, pulling the corners of his mouth somewhat incongruously. His state a far cry from the previous 2 days. "Don't mention that woman. It's all because of that woman." Although Joe Bai felt that the security guard's state was very wrong, he still felt like pursuing the question. "What's wrong with that woman? I don't want to take the medicine. It's all because of that woman that the company told me to take medicine every day. I'm not sick with anything. Why do I need to take medicine?" And that red-faced old woman had a fight with that woman and the company got her a bottle of medicine too. It's really inexplicable. Joe Bai was the one who suddenly captured the point in his words. Red-faced old woman? Are you talking about an old man with a red birthmark on his face? Right. The guard spat out the word in a low voice as if he was holding back something. Joe Bai noticed that at the corners of his mouth, a morose light flashed out. The footsteps took a step back. "Thanks. I'll go back first then." The security guard revealed his sharp teeth. "Good. Remember to close the door to your room tightly." Joe Bai said no more, turned around and walked quickly towards the house. The body of the black dog that jumped off the balcony in the afternoon had long since disappeared. The pairs of eyes lurking in the darkness all stared at Joe Bai's movements. It wasn't until he returned home and closed the door to his room that he isolated these gazes. Outside the door, it was only after pulling all the curtains shut that Joe Bai sat paralyzed on the sofa as if he was deflated. Even the security guard had mutated. The outside was now filled with danger. There was not much time left for Joe Bai, and he had to escape to the safe zone as soon as possible before he could do so. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, then refreshed himself on the information he had obtained. According to the security guard, Mom had been contaminated at least a week ago. Joe Bai associated it with the video he had seen. On the day the red-skirted woman had her accident, Mom was also involved. Most likely, Mom was contaminated on that day. In other words, Mom's contamination had nothing to do with Auntie Wang. Looking at it this way, Auntie Wang's danger was directly reduced by a lot. Gotta go find her as soon as possible. Auntie Wang's home was just across the street, and Joe Bai was able to find her when he walked out and knocked on the door. However, at this moment, he was pacing back and forth in his room, hesitantly not stepping out the door. It was only because last night, Joe Bai had shut Auntie Wang out. The relationship between the two of them, I'm afraid, had collapsed a long time ago. It would not be difficult to gain her trust and agree to take Joe Bai to the safe zone. After thinking for a while, Joe Bai started rummaging through his home. The fine traditions of the Great Summer Kingdom that Joe Bai had learned since he was a child made him decide to bring some gifts when he went to Auntie Wang's house. Maybe she would happen to like it and add some goodwill. So he scrutinized every single thing in the house that might be appropriate. But none of it always felt quite right. Finally, he opened the refrigerator and saw the plate of braised pork sitting alone inside. Joe Bai remembered what Auntie Wang had said last night, so he took the braised meat out. Dog meat Joe Bai was definitely not able to take out. Maybe pork might be okay. He took the plate of braised pork and warmed it up in the microwave, and immediately the aroma wafted throughout the kitchen. Mom's cooking skills were still very good. Joe Bai carried the plate of braised pork and opened the door to the house. As soon as the door of the room was opened, that feeling of being watched by many eyes in the dark appeared again. Joe Bai quickly knocked on the door of Auntie Wang's house. Not long after, the door of the room in front of him opened from the inside. Auntie Wang, who was somewhat slightly fat, looked at Joe Bai with a less than friendly expression. Something wrong? Strangely enough, when Auntie Wang appeared, the feeling of being watched behind Joe Bai suddenly disappeared. Joe Bai hastily revealed a smiling face. My mom's braised pork is quite delicious, so I took some for you to try. Auntie Wang looked at the braised pork that Joe Bai held in his hands and reached out to take it. At this time, the system's voice in Joe Bai's head rang out. Copy of key character Goodwill +20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical enhancement. Has increased the strength of your arm by 200%. As soon as the words fell, Jobai felt his two arms start to burn slightly. He joyfully focused on the changes in his body. At the same time, he also confirmed that Auntie Wan was the key character of this copy. It seemed that this plate of braised pork was the right pick. Just as Jobai wanted to open his mouth to inquire about the safe zone, there was a loud snap. The door to the room in front of him, however, closed heavily. Jobai froze in place. It wasn't, was it? Didn't it increase the goodwill? Why did it suddenly close? As soon as the door to Auntie Wang's room closed, the gazes that were watching behind her began to appear again. Jobai shrunk his shoulders and was about to continue knocking on the door. The door in front of him suddenly opened again. Jobai looked at Auntie Wang suspiciously. One person at a time. It's even. Jobai pulled the corner of his mouth in dismay. Is this revenge on himself for shutting her out last night? Justified. Jobai could only laugh awkwardly twice. Auntie Wang is so humorous. Come in. Jobai followed behind Auntie Wang into the house. She put the plate of braised pork on the dining table before picking up her chopsticks and putting a piece in her mouth. Say, what is it that you're looking for me for? Jobai weighed his words for a moment, then said, I see that this city is a bit strange, and I'm worried that it might be dangerous. Thought I'd ask you if there's any safe place to take shelter? Auntie Wang stuffed a few more pieces of braised pork into her mouth in between Jobai's words. A large plate of braised pork was quickly eaten for the most part. Then you're asking the right person. I work at the slaughterhouse, and it just so happens that our entire staff is being transferred to B City shuttle bus tonight. As she said that, she looked up at Jobai, her greasy lips with a hint of a chilling smile. If you're bold enough, I can bring you along. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country couldn't help but shiver. There's a problem. Auntie Wang has a problem. How come even Auntie Wang is so weird? If it's going to a safe zone, why do you need to be bold enough to go there? That slaughterhouse. Could it be dangerous too? It's too scary. Can Jobai pass or not? Auntie Wang just looked at Jobai with a smile, seemingly interested in his next answer. Jobai didn't hesitate. Then I'll trouble Auntie Wang. What time do we leave? Auntie Wang laughed out loud a few times, very satisfied with Jobai's answer. Tonight at 11 o'clock. In front of the neighborhood. On time. Jobai returned home, checking the things that he had packed to take with him in the afternoon. He checked them again. Then he sat on the sofa and waited for 11 o'clock at night. Tonight, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country had directly broken through the previous maximum. Billions of people in the other countries of the Blue Planet were almost all in front of the TV, waiting to see the grand finale of this copy. If there were aliens who could see what the people of the Blue Star were doing right now, they would definitely doubt their intelligence. It was because they almost all turned on the TV and watched intently as a man sat inside the living room fuming. That dazed man was, of course, Jobai. The night outside the house was getting darker and darker. Cats barking, dogs barking, fingernails scratching the windows, doorknobs constantly turning. All sorts of creepy sounds rang out unceasingly. It was like there were countless monsters that truly coveted the people in this room. Crisis lurks. I don't know if it's the final darkness before victory, or a hint before defeat? Without going all the way to the end, not a single person knew. By the time the hands of the clock pointed to 10:55, Jobai picked up the things he had prepared and stood up from the sofa. The door to the room opened. The darkness outside the room. Swish sound, as if to pounce on Jobai. It was good that the door of the room next door, at this time, also opened. Let's go. Auntie Wang walked ahead, and Jobai followed behind her. Those eyes hidden in the darkness were not far behind them, but they didn't dare to get really close. The security booth at the entrance of the neighborhood was still lit up. The security guard had his back to them, burying his head and making chewing noises from time to time. Don't make a sound, Auntie Wang reminded softly. Then the two of them quickly crossed the security booth. Outside the cell door, a bus was parked there. There was a burly man with a beard standing at the door of the bus. Jobai immediately smelled the heavy odor of blood as he approached him. The man didn't say much and sidled up to let Jobai and Auntie Wang get on the bus before closing the door. There were many people in the car, but they were all unusually silent. Jobai was also not in a good position to speak, just staring out of the car. He watched as the car drove away from the neighborhood and went further and further away. The spectators of the Great Summer Country were constantly watching Jobai's movements. The chosen one from the Cherry Blossom Country, who was also on the shuttle bus before, ended up with a miserable result. So without receiving the notification of the pass, everyone didn't dare to put their hearts down. Along the way, Jobai saw all sorts of strange-looking people on the city streets, chasing, tearing, and screaming. It was as if this entire city had suddenly fallen into hell. Although he was inside the world of strange tales, Jobai could not help but feel a few feelings of pity when he saw these scenes. However, none of the people on the shuttle had the same mood as him. They all looked at this with blank expressions. It was as if these mutated people were once not their kind. The bus didn't take long to drive out of the city. The bus rocked, making people drowsy. Without realizing it, Jobai closed his eyes. When the sun shone into the windows, Jobai opened his eyes and saw the logo of B City appear. Everything seemed to be back to normal. The streets were traveling with normal people. The bus traveled through the busy streets, turned into alleys, and finally, stopped at the entrance of a slaughterhouse. Jobai followed the crowd and walked off the bus. And when he stood at the entrance of the slaughterhouse, the live broadcast of the Great Summer Country, a mechanical voice rang out. Congratulations to Great Xia Nation's chosen one Jobai for arriving at the safe zone and successfully clearing customs. Rating SSS. As soon as the mechanical voice fell, the people of the Great Summer Country who were in front of the television, watching the live broadcast, all cheered. It's true, the slaughterhouse in City B is the safe zone. Jobai has passed. Our Great Summer Country doesn't have to suffer the descent of strange talk. Jobai is the hero of our Great Summer Country. The rewards will now begin to be distributed. The combined physique of the people of the Great Xia Kingdom has collectively increased by 10%. In this world where strange tales descended, people needed to face fear all the time. Having a healthy physique was the only way to better combat the accidents that could happen at any time in the outside world. The viewers of the Great Summer Country, upon hearing this news, felt like they had instantly become much more energized. At this time, the system began to announce the contents of another copy. Next, enter the Bloody Slaughterhouse copy. The chosen one who passes the level needs to continue participating in the next copy until they fail. In addition to Daxia, Weird Tales Games has randomly selected one chosen one from each country. The Bloody Slaughterhouse replica has been selected. A copy of the Bloody Slaughterhouse has been opened. Please prepare all chosen. The way to pass this copy. SSS, find the source of the slaughterhouse's contamination and destroy it. S-grade pass, get rewarded by your boss and get a chance to transfer to another city. A grade pass, get a chance to work in the slaughterhouse. Grade A pass, survive the slaughterhouse for 7 days, and receive favorable comments from your boss. Then, the live broadcast room, which had gone black in other countries, opened up again. The viewers could see all of the randomly selected chosen standing at the entrance of the slaughterhouse just like Jobai. Father Ganba, our Cherry Blossom Kingdom will definitely be able to clear the gate this time. Wai Ting, the final victory must belong to Pretty Country. We, Sunset Kingdom, will let the world see how powerful we are. Jobai finished listening to all the messages and looked at the door of the slaughterhouse. It seems that this safe zone isn't that safe either. At this time, Auntie Wang behind him stepped out of the car and called out to him. If you want to stay, come with me. After she finished speaking, she walked into the slaughterhouse. This slaughterhouse was large in size, but it was a bit old. Upon entering the front door, what hit him was the wet and sticky scent that was laced with the smell of blood. Before Jobai could see the layout of the slaughterhouse, Auntie Wang led him to turn into a room next to the gate. The slaughterhouse is now short of a doorman. You can join as the position. The job content and precautions are all inside this piece of paper. So take a look at it first. If you're sure you want to join the job, go to the field manager's room at the far end later and report to Field Manager Lee. Jobai took the paper that Auntie Wang handed over and asked, Auntie Wang, can I ask you a question? Auntie Wang smiled at his words. Ask, but I won't necessarily be able to answer you. There are many things about this slaughterhouse that I can't tell you. It's not about the slaughterhouse. What I want to ask is about my mom. Auntie Wang paused. I don't have any way to answer you on that one either. You just need to know that we don't want to hurt her. Jobai nodded and did not ask any more questions. Auntie Wang walked out of the room when she saw that Jobai had no more questions. Jobai looked at the piece of paper in his hand, seeing that it was written on it. The Gatehouse Work Code. Gatehouse Work Code. 1. Please remember that Field Manager Lu is a good person. 2. All punishments Lu Yardmaster inflicts on his employees are right, including but not limited to imprisonment, beatings, broken hands, broken feet. 3. There are 16 doors in the whole slaughterhouse and you need to keep 16 keys. There is no 17th door and no red key. 4. You are not allowed to enter the No. 8 slaughterhouse unless you have permission from Director Lu. 5. The slaughterhouse will only deliver one trip of hogs in at 12 o'clock every day, and will not deliver hogs at the rest of the time. If you see one at any other time, please go back to your room immediately and lock the door. 6. The working hours of the slaughterhouse are from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. If you need to enter the slaughterhouse during this time, please keep your mouth shut. 7. Director Lu's room is in the innermost part of the entire slaughterhouse, so don't go near that place after the sun goes down. 8. The slaughterhouse will be sterilized every morning at 7:30 a.m. You need to make sure that everyone in the slaughterhouse has left before that time. Jobai finished reading all the rules, and the system's voice rang in his head. New rule found. Now marking one wrong option for the host. Rule 3 of the concierge's code is wrong. Jobai looked at the rule. The 17th door? It seemed that the 17th door did exist in this slaughterhouse, but it was unknown if there was any danger inside this door. The first way to pass this time was to find out the source of the slaughterhouse's pollution. If you look at it according to the rules, door 17, at the moment, had a great deal of suspicion. Only, for an SSS level clearance, not only did one have to find the source of contamination, but also eliminate it. This difficulty factor was much higher than the last copy. As for the other two passes, they were both related to Jobai's boss. Jobai's superior was Field Manager Lee, but just by looking at these rules, there were a lot of secrets hidden in Field Manager Lee's body. It didn't seem like a person who was easy to get along with. To find a way to pass on him, it probably wasn't that simple. After pondering over it, Jobai put the rules on the table, and then followed the location Auntie Wang had mentioned, walking along the aisles of the slaughterhouse to the innermost room. On the way, Jobai looked at his cell phone, showing that the time at this moment was 6:30 a.m. The employees of the slaughterhouse had just gotten off work not long ago. As Jobai walked inside, there were many employees who were walking out from inside. Jobai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious in his heart as he looked at these oncoming people. The disability rate of this company was a little too high. One-armed, crippled, no ears, missing eyes. Associating the rules he had just seen, Jobai could not help but shiver. Just as Jobai was about to reach the field manager's room, he heard inside the field manager's room, someone let out a pitiful pleading sound. Field Manager Lu, I beg you, please, I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have talked while I was at work. I won't dare next time. I beg you don't. Don't. Ah! Jobai heard a miserable scream that came out from inside the room. The door to the field manager's room was left open. Jobai took a few steps closer, and then he saw a man in leather overalls inside, covering his left hand, painfully collapsing on the ground and struggling non-stop. His left hand was cut off in its entirety. From the wrist portion, blood stained the desktop red. The trash can next to the table could still vaguely see the shape of a hand inside. Jobai stood not far away and took in this scene, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. Although the rules have the words broken hand, but really see things happen in front of them, but it is a completely different feeling. The viewers in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my god, what kind of devilish place is this? Speak a word at work and you have to suffer this kind of punishment. Then, people like me who touch fish every day, have they long since turned into human swine? If I came to this place, I definitely wouldn't survive an episode. Jobai stopped and pondered whether he should come back at another time. If he went in at this time now, he might see something he shouldn't, and his life could easily be in danger. But then he looked at the people who were passing by, finding that the expression on everyone's face was calm. No one showed surprise, nor did anyone want to go in and help. Jobai looked again at the field manager's room, the door that was frankly open, and in the end, he didn't turn back around. Knock, knock, knock. Jobai stood in front of the field manager's room and knocked politely. The yardmaster still had his knife in his hand. The trash can had been kicked by him and moved under the table. Jobai couldn't see what was inside. Who? The viewers in the live broadcast room all followed suit and drew in a breath of cold air when they heard Field Manager Lu yell, "Why is Jobai still there?" George from the Sunset Kingdom just came to the field manager's room as well, but he turned around and went back, saving a life. This Lu yardmaster still has a knife in his hand. Isn't Jobai afraid of seeing something he shouldn't and being silenced? In the live feed, Field Manager Lu looked to be around 40 years old, wearing a white undershirt. On both arms, there were at least a dozen scars, large and small. Some of the scars looked new, and on top of the turned-out flesh, there were congealed blood scabs. Jobai forced himself to calm down and averted his gaze from the struggling man on the ground. Turning to Field Manager Lu, he said, "I'm the new concierge, coming over to report." Field Manager Lu sized up Jobai. "Alright, this is all the keys to the slaughterhouse. Take it." Jobai took the keys handed over by Field Manager Lu. Then Field Manager Lu pointed to the person on the ground who had already passed out from the pain and said, "Carry him away. Carry him to the infirmary." There was also a special infirmary inside the slaughterhouse? It seems like the employees here really didn't get hurt a lot in normal times. Okay, Jobai agreed. Then went over to the person who had fainted on the ground and helped him up. The person on the ground, looking at the dress, was a butcher. Visually, he weighed a full 200 pounds. Fortunately, during the last copy, Jobai's strength had been boosted by 200%, so the posture of picking up this butcher seemed very easy. Wow, I didn't expect Jobai to be so strong, skinny in clothes and neat in clothes. Sister upstairs, coveting our chosen alone. That's your fault. How come you didn't bring me along? Jobai helped that butcher and grabbed someone casually, asking for the direction of the infirmary. Then he brought him to the infirmary. On the other side, Ruan Liang, the chosen one from Monkey Country, also helped the butcher to the infirmary. Only, he was too skinny looking. It was comical that he fell down several times along the way. Even the people watching the live broadcast from their country couldn't help but make fun of him. It's so humiliating. Ruan Liang, you really should exercise more. Comparing to Zhou Bai from the next country. Great Xia. I really don't want to recognize this chosen one. Ruan Liang is so skinny. Other countries should suspect that we're too poor to eat. Although Ruan Liang walked slowly, he left earlier than Zhou Bai. The two men in the live feed now appeared at the door of the infirmary at almost the same time. Zhou Bai helped the butcher, who had broken his arm, into the infirmary. Seeing that there happened to be an empty bed, he slowly helped him lie down. On the other side, Ruan Liang also helped the butcher enter the infirmary. Only, he again failed to hold him steady, and the two fell heavily to the ground. In the center of the infirmary's path, there was a row of neatly placed hot water bottles. When the hot water bottles were hit by them like that, they all fell to the east and made cracking sounds. The viewers of Monkey Nation's live broadcast couldn't help but laugh again when they saw Ruan Liang fall on his face again. Ruan Liang, this fool, really disgracing Monkey Kingdom. You guys, look at this stupid face of his. I'm laughing so hard at him that my stomach hurts. But soon, their smiles all froze on their faces. Destroy this shit world. I don't want to endure it anymore. Go to hell all of you. Go to hell. Inside the infirmary, the white curtain was pulled open with an angry swish. From inside the curtain, a doctor came out. His eyes were already colored red due to his anger. He madly rushed over and tore into Ruan Liang. Ruan Liang was so scared that he tried to break free, but because his strength was too small, he couldn't fight the doctor at all. Soon, the live broadcast of Monkey Country went dark. Their chosen one became the first to be eliminated. The bloody slaughterhouse strange story descended on the Monkey Kingdom. The viewers of the Great Summer Country who saw the scene pinched a cold sweat for Zhou Bai. Behind Zhou Bai, the white drawn curtain swayed in the wind. The audience knew that the doctor who would go crazy was behind the white curtain at this moment. Everyone prayed for Zhou Bai to hurry up and get out, or not make a sound, lest they draw out that doctor. On the screen, Zhou Bai sees that no one is in the infirmary, so he tries to get some gauze to stop the butcher's bleeding. His hand touched the plate on the shelf. There was a loud clang. The viewers of the Great Summer Country were so shocked. Their hairs stood on end. Who's out there? Zhou Bai heard the sound and looked behind him, thinking to himself, so there was someone inside the infirmary. The doctor in a white lab coat lifted the white drawn curtain and walked out. The audience stared at him nervously. Luckily, his eyes weren't red. It seemed like Monkey Kingdom had just angered him, which caused the other party to go crazy. The spectators of the Great Summer Country only hoped that Zhou Bai would be careful and never anger this doctor. Doctor, there's a patient here. We need to stop his bleeding as soon as possible. That doctor impatiently looked towards the butcher lying on the bed. What's the hurry? It's not like he's going to die. Then he went and turned around to get the tools over. Zhou Bai thought that the person had been delivered. So the next thing, let's leave it to the doctor. He couldn't help himself here, so he prepared to leave. Who knew that when he was almost at the door, the hot water kettle beside him shook a little. Then, a whole row of hot water kettles, they all collapsed. Another shattering sound rang out. The spectators of the Great Summer Country were about to go crazy with anxiety when they heard this burst of shattering sounds. This row of hot water kettles placed in the middle of the road was simply touching the porcelain. Zhou Bai hadn't seen the tragic situation of the Monkey Kingdom's chosen, so he didn't even realize the crisis he was about to face. Destroy this shit world. I don't want to endure it anymore. Go to hell all. Go to hell. The same words again. Zhou Bai was squatting down and picking up those fallen hot water bottles. Hearing the sound, he turned his head to look in surprise. Behind him, the doctor walked out with red-stained eyes. He bared his teeth and hissed as he lunged at Zhou Bai. Many of the spectators from the Great Summer Country covered their eyes, not wanting to see their country's chosen one killed in a tragic manner. But after waiting for quite a while, the beep of the strange talk descending on the Great Xia Country still didn't ring out. Those viewers really couldn't hold back their curiosity, so they carefully looked at the screen through the cracks in their fingers. The image on the screen at that moment was actually Zhou Bai pressing the doctor to the ground. Then punch after punch, all landing on the doctor's face. The audience was dumbfounded. It could still operate like this? Zhou Bai was swinging his fists without a pattern, and it was obvious that he was being pushed. It couldn't be helped. If you didn't resist at this time, was it possible to sit and wait for death? The doctor's face had already been hit by Zhou Bai until it was red and swollen, and the features on his face were blurred, about to become unrecognizable. The audience couldn't help but somewhat sympathize with the doctor now. Zhou Bai of the Great Summer Kingdom. The previous copy looked civilized and weak. How come he hits people so hard? The undercover agent upstairs. Let me tell you. Do you know what it means that a rabbit will bite even when it's anxious? Don't think about bullying the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. Every one of us will bite when we start to be ruthless. Don. Fight. The doctor let out a pleading sound. Zhou Bai looked at his eyes, and only after seeing that his eyes were actually no longer red, did he vigilantly let go of him. The doctor, pitifully, touched his face that had been beaten into a pig's head and stood up. Shivering, he looked at Zhou Bai. What are you waiting for? Don't go and bandage him up yet. Oh, good. The doctor hurriedly brought his tools over, then went over to the hospital bed and bandaged the injured butcher. Strangely enough, the wound on the butcher's hand healed quickly. Could it be because the Weird Tales world was different from the original world? Although Zhou Bai had doubts, he didn't go deeper into the matter. The doctor casually applied medicine to the butcher, and then took a gauze to bandage him up. While bandaging, he also raised his eyes to secretly look at Zhou Bai. Are you new here? Zhou Bai shook the key in his hand. New janitor. The doctor smiled awkwardly, his eyes falling to Zhou Bai's arms that had become somewhat robust due to his increased strength. You are indeed very suitable for this position. Zhou Bai was speechless for a moment. At this moment, behind the white drawn curtains, there came a weak coughing sound that, cough. The place covered by the drawn curtain could be seen surrounded by many instruments. Zhou Bai deduced that the inside should be specially prepared for serious patients. It was somewhat unusual for a tiny infirmary in a slaughterhouse to be so well equipped. The doctor saw Zhou Bai looking in the direction where the white drawn curtain was. Somewhat curtly, he approached Zhou Bai and whispered, "In there are the butchers from slaughterhouse number 8. When you see them, it's best to stay away." Zhou Bai recalled that inside the rules, there was also a special mention of slaughterhouse no. 8. The doctor's reminder should not be wrong. He said thank you to the doctor and then walked out of the infirmary. Having already been inducted, he had to familiarize himself with his job as soon as possible. But before that, he was ready to take a trip back to his room. The gatehouse of this slaughterhouse was small, but well stocked, equipped with a toilet outside. The room was furnished with a bed, a closet, and a table. After Zhou Bai went back, he pulled open the drawer and prepared to put in the janitor's work rules that he had just placed on the table. Instead, he saw that in the drawer, there was an open notebook. There were a few lines of words written crookedly inside. Zhou Bai frowned when he read what was written inside. What was written in here were also rules. However, it was different from the last copy. This time, the rules were written by a different person. What was recorded in this book should have been left behind by the previous gatekeeper. It felt like he had summarized the rules himself. After Zhou Bai briefly deduced the owner of the notebook, he carefully looked at the contents inside. 1. The most terrifying thing about the entire slaughterhouse are those supervisors. 2. Don't count or try to know how many doors there are in the slaughterhouse. And don't open doors you haven't seen before. 3. Don't make the doctor angry. Remember. 4. The pig is a docile animal. It has a fat body, short limbs, large ears, and a long muzzle. Keep these characteristics of the pig in mind. Keep in mind. 5. Director Liu will always put our lives first. Don't go into Slaughterhouse 8. No matter what happens. 7. Director Liu is the best person in the world. Never hit him, even if he asks us to. 8. If you meet someone whose eyes turn red, you must run quickly. Seeing these rules, Zhou Bai felt that the difficulty of this copy had been strengthened by a lot. From these words, it seemed as if the former gatekeeper's mental state had been less than normal when he wrote down these rules. Many of the rules seemed, even a little ridiculous. At this time, the system's voice rang out. Found that the host has found a new rule. Now marking the wrong rules for you. In the janitor's notes, the 7th rule is wrong. Zhou Bai stared at the rule that was marked in red, and his heart became even more puzzled, because the information content of this rule was just a bit much. Field Manager Liu was not a good person? Need to beat Field Manager Liu? Or did it mean that when Field Manager Liu asked to hit him, he could do so? Or maybe this whole rule, all of it, is wrong. Also, what are those supervisors in the slaughterhouse referring to? You can't make a doctor angry. That one should be right. But when you see someone whose eyes have turned red, you don't have to run. You can also beat them up like Zhou Bai just did. So the 8th rule was doubtful. Zhou Bai took another look at the 2 rules before putting them together inside the drawer. Now was not the time to stop and think about the rules. There were more urgent things that were waiting for him to do. Inside the work rules, it said that the slaughterhouse would be sterilized every morning at 7:30 a.m. Zhou Bai had to make sure that everyone in the slaughterhouse had left before then. This was his job duty. It was now already 7 o'clock in the morning, and there was only half an hour left. Jobai needed to go round the slaughterhouse as soon as possible before he could do so, so he took the key and walked towards the inside of the slaughterhouse. Although it was daytime now, the wet and cool feeling in the slaughterhouse still made people feel a little chilled at the back. This slaughterhouse, there were a total of 8 slaughter rooms. In order, they were arranged horizontally from the left side of the entrance. Jobai started to check from the first slaughterhouse. As soon as the slaughterhouse was opened, one could immediately smell the bloody odor coming from the face. In the working room, iron tools such as hooks, machetes, and boning knives were placed on the table. They emitted a chilling light that made people's hearts tremble. Jobai did his best to acclimatize himself to the smell in here. Walking inside each slaughterhouse, he carefully inspected it before taking out the key and locking the door. When he reached slaughterhouse number 8, he stopped at the door. The gatekeeper's code of work, as well as the notes left by the previous gatekeeper, both mentioned this slaughterhouse. Only, the work code said, unless you have permission from Field Manager Liu, you are not allowed to enter slaughterhouse number 8. And the notes from the previous doorman say, don't ever go into slaughterhouse number 8. No matter what happens, there is clearly a contradiction among these two rules, but there's no way to tell the truth from the lie right now. To be on the safe side, it was still not advisable to risk going in now, so Jobai decided that it would be fine to just go outside the glass window of slaughterhouse number 8 and confirm if there was anyone inside. So, he walked to the window and looked inside through the glass, only to see that the layout inside was no different from the other slaughterhouses. There were all rows of racks for draping the hogs. Only, in this slaughterhouse, there seemed to be a rack that still had a pig hanging on it that had not been taken down, because the distance was a bit far. Jobai was worried that it was the reflection of the glass that made him see wrong, so he put his hand on the glass, then brought his face close to the glass and carefully recognized it. The dead pig was hanging on the rack. In the empty slaughterhouse, it swayed and made a squeaking sound. All of Jobai's attention was focused on the rack. Suddenly, an eye appeared, occupying all of his sight. The pupil was directly in line with Jobai's eye, separated only by a piece of glass. Jobai was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the eye that he took a step back. Only then did he see that a human face had appeared inside the glass. He was wearing a protective suit. Only the hood on his head had been pulled away by him. The entire head was exposed inside the air. Jobai didn't know who he was, but he looked at the clock in his cell phone. 7:26. It was almost time to sterilize. After 7:30, no one could stay in the slaughterhouse. This was Jobai's job duty. So, Jobai knocked on the glass, calling out to him with all his might, asking him to come out quickly. But the other person wasn't going to pay any attention to Jobai. He was giggling to himself. Jobai instantly became a bit anxious. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast were just as anxious as he was. There are only 4 minutes left. If he doesn't come out, then Jobai will violate the rules. But that man looks delirious. Jobai refuses to come out no matter how much he calls him. If only we could go in and pull him out. That's even more of a no-no. The rules say you can't go in Slaughterhouse 8. Is it too late to run over and notify Field Director Liu? It's too late. It's too late. There's only 3 minutes left. Slaughterhouse No. 8 in the yard manager's room. One was located at the northernmost part of the slaughterhouse, and the other at the westernmost part. It was simply too late for Jobai to run to the field manager's room and back now. There were only 3 minutes left. Jobai anxiously looked around. Seeing the changing room next to Slaughterhouse No. 8, there were several sets of protective clothing hanging. Jobai turned his head and glanced at the clothes worn by the man inside. There was really not much time left for him to think. Gritting his teeth, then he quickly ran over, picked up one of the protective suits and put it on his body, wrapping himself up tightly. Then he opened the door to Slaughterhouse number 8, darted inside. 7:29. Countdown. Only 60 seconds left. The viewers in the live broadcast room clenched their hands, and their hearts raced with Jobai's movements. Jobai flew to the person's side. At this point in the countdown, 50 seconds remained. Jobai pulled on his hand, but he shook it off with a giggle anyway. Ha, I'm not going out. Jobai continued to reach out to grab him, but he dodged and crouched down, trying to find a table to hide. There were only 30 seconds left. The audience was watching anxiously. Jobai also knew there wasn't much time left for him. He could only launch a vicious, with a direct hand slash with one hand. He knocked him out. Then with one hand, he grabbed the man's protective suit, carried him by the collar, and picked up the burly man like a chicken. 20 seconds. Jobai pulled him towards the door. 10 seconds. From the doorway, only the last 2 steps remained. Right at the last moment, Jobai finally pulled the man and walked out of the slaughterhouse. The door should close. 7:32. Bell. The alarm to start sterilizing sounded. The door to the slaughterhouse in front of Jobai was also locked by him just at this time. Then, he looked through the glass window. Seeing the ceiling of the slaughterhouse, there was dust landing. In the slaughter room, the dead pig hanging on the rack, the skin of its entire body actually began to fester after being stained with the dust. Then, water was sprayed down. The slaughterhouse was covered with a layer of water mist. The spectators who had watched the entire process realized at this time that their backs were already full of cold sweat. If the Jobai duo had come out a few seconds later, would they have been like that dead pig inside? The audience didn't dare to imagine that image. Jobai waited until the matter had been resolved, and only then did he think of the aftermath. It was really close, but everyone still didn't dare to relax. It was still impossible to draw any conclusions about what would happen after Jobai entered Slaughterhouse 8. He bet his gaze on the glass, his eyes fixed on the dead pig whose skin was constantly rotting. Sterilizing with something strongly corrosive? This was a little too bizarre. Jobai felt that the fog shrouding this slaughterhouse had added another layer. However, he was now focusing all of his attention on the glass, and did not notice that the person lying on the ground had quietly woken up. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Jobai heard the sound and jerked his head down. The man was lying by his legs, face up, looking at Jobai with a hideous expression. His fingers curled up, about to grab Jobai's foot. With such a close-range bludgeon, looking at Jobai was almost psychological. Jobai moved his foot out of the way, dodging his movements. Then Jobai saw that at his ears, tiny bumps were emerging, as if there was something that was about to emerge from his ears. Jobai stared at his ear with a deadly stare. He felt that this scene was too familiar. Last copy, when his wife was irritated, she was in the same state. He frowned. Need to take medicine? The experience from the last copy made him subconsciously want to go find pills for him, but the medicine that he had brought from home was still kept inside the concierge. Just as he was fretting about how to deal with it, noisy footsteps came from behind him. Field Manager Liu, you walk slowly. The bell has just rung. If you can't make it in time, Old Lee is estimated to have already. The voice that spoke came to an abrupt end when it arrived in front of Jobai. Jobai turned his head to look. Field Manager Liu, his face dark and heavy, was looking at himself. A whole heart lifted up again in the audience of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room. It's over. Stealing into Slaughterhouse number 8 and being discovered. The people from other countries, on the other hand, began to gloat. Ha ha ha, the chosen one of the Great Summer Country, without the consent of Field Director Liu, entered Slaughterhouse number 8 without authorization. It looks like it's going to be the end. I'd like to see if Yardmaster Liu is going to chop off Jobai's hands or his feet, or just wipe his neck with a knife. Finally, I'm going to see the Great Summer Kingdom suffer. This mood, don't mention how beautiful it is. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The person who was lying on the ground began to want to pounce on Jobai again. Oops, Old Lee he. In the crowd, someone's words hadn't even finished. They saw Field Manager Liu rushing to the front, the knife in his hand flying down. Ah, Old Lee painfully covered his ears. Blood flowed out from his fingers. Jobai was flooded with a vicious chill. When you enter the slaughterhouse, you need to put your protective clothing on. When it's time to leave work, you have to leave the slaughterhouse immediately. The work rules of Slaughterhouse 8. You have violated a total of 2 today. This cut is a lesson for you. Old Lee covered his ears and shrunk into a ball. Field Manager Liu, I know I'm wrong. I will never dare again. Jobai looked at Old Lee's eyes that had become clear, but the doubts in his heart were growing. Not right. This was not like a mere punishment for an employee. After Field Manager Liu finished lecturing Old Lee, he turned his gaze to Jobai. Jobai's entire body was wrapped tightly in protective clothing, and on the outside, only a pair of his eyes could be seen. The key, which was just in his hand, was thrown to the ground in the heat of the moment. At this moment, it was right next to Jobai's leg. Good job. After dropping these words, Field Manager Liu walked back. Those who were following him went over and pulled Old Lee, taking him to the infirmary, waiting until everyone was gone. It was only then that the audience realized that the crisis was really over. Could it be that those 2 rules about Slaughterhouse 8 are wrong? How else can we explain that he went in and was completely fine? The key is that Field Manager Liu actually complimented him. This is unbelievable. The experts of the analysis team were equally puzzled. They sat in the conference room, and the 2 rules were copied on the whiteboard. The experts all stared at the rules on the whiteboard, then all fell into deep thought. The work rules and the former janitor's notes both mentioned Slaughterhouse 8 at the same time. The doctor in the infirmary also mentioned Slaughterhouse 8. It always feels like there is a secret in Slaughterhouse number 8. If both rules are wrong, that would mean that Slaughterhouse 8 can be accessed at will. But in that case, the sense of unusualness of Slaughterhouse 8 is subtracted by a large margin. A relatively young expert in the analyzing group spoke his opinion. His statement, however, was quickly teased by the experts. We are all researchers, and discussing issues should be based on logical thinking. This guess of yours is far too subjective. Seeing that no one agreed with him, the young expert shut up and stopped talking. On the other hand, those undercover agents from other countries who were lurking in the Dacia broadcast room immediately went back and reported the information they had gathered in the Dacia country to their superiors. Most countries, then, came to a conclusion. The fourth rule of the gatekeeper's work code. Unless you have permission from Field Director Liu, you are not allowed to enter Slaughterhouse 8. Is wrong. Article 6 of the former janitor's notes. Never go into Slaughterhouse number 8. No matter what happens, is also wrong. But after the incident just now, the chosen who entered the world of weird tales had been brushed off for the most part. Those who were left behind who had avoided the difficulty by mistake had all received reminders from their own countries. From the analysis team. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Jobai took off his protective suit and put it back, then walked back to the gate room. He sat down in front of the table and took out the 2 rules from the drawer, examining the contents on them. But he was focusing on a different point than the experts. His eyes, at this point, fell towards the 5th rule in the former gatekeeper's notes. Field Manager Liu will always put our lives in safety first. It was this rule that had just flashed through his mind when he was in the midst of a critical decision. If this rule was right, then it made sense that Jobai had just entered Slaughterhouse No. 8 without violating the rules. Oldley had just stayed inside the slaughterhouse, and if he was not pulled out, then his life would definitely be in danger. How could Farm Director Liu, who put the lives of his employees first, not agree to Joe by going into Slaughterhouse No. 8 under such circumstances? Therefore, if this rule was right, then Jobai's behavior just now was equally in line with the 4th rule of the gatekeeper's work code. After figuring this out, Jobai was again deeply puzzled by the series of behaviors of Field Manager Liu. The Liu Yardmaster described in this rule, and the ferocious Liu Yardmaster he had seen, did not seem to be linked together. What was the unsolved mystery here? Jobai shook his head before looking at the other rules, but because there was just too little information that could be used to corroborate them, it was really impossible to discern truth from falsehood. One could only memorize these rules first, lest he forget them when it mattered. In the next few moments, Jobai began his work as a gatekeeper. If being old was destined to be a gatekeeper, then Jobai had started gatekeeping at the age of 22. Doesn't it mean that he has traveled a few decades less? Jobai sat in boredom while flirting with himself in his mind. To be honest, the job of gatekeeper is not that good, especially in this gatehouse. There weren't any activities that could be a pastime. Jobai's cell phone, again, was one of those old-fashioned ones that could only be used to send text messages, make phone calls, and check the time. He sat inside the concierge boredly, holding out until 11 o'clock noon. Seeing that the slaughterhouse employees had all gone home, only then did Jobai walk over and lock the gate. Then he closed the door to his room and started to sleep. The working hours of the slaughterhouse started at 12 p.m. So during this time in the afternoon, the employees all went back to sleep, and no one would come in or out of the gate. Jobai laid down on the bed and quickly entered dreamland. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. Jobai had a very deep sleep this time. It was only when the time reached 10 o'clock in the evening that he woke up. He got up and briefly scrubbed himself before picking up the set of keys, ready to patrol all the rooms again before the slaughterhouse started. He still started his patrol with the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse had been freshened and sterilized, and it no longer smelled like blood. From Slaughterhouse 1 to Slaughterhouse 7, Jobai went into each one and carefully examined them. By the time he came to the door of Slaughterhouse number 8, he stopped in his tracks once again. Without the official permission of Field Manager Liu, and without wearing a protective suit, he wasn't going to go in. Right? He only glanced at the window, mentioning that the person who would be coming to work in a moment would open the lock first, and then walked away. The audience didn't quite understand Jobai's overly cautious attitude, but it was always a good thing for the chosen one to be a little more cautious. So there wasn't anyone who had gone overboard to discuss this issue. Leaving the No. 8 slaughterhouse, Jobai changed directions and walked towards the other rooms. From the splitting room, the hogs to be slaughtered room, the freezer, and then the cafeteria and infirmary. Jobai looked at them in turn. As he walked, he came to the northernmost part of the slaughterhouse. Along the way, he vaguely heard the sound of muffled grunts of pain coming from the front. It occurred to Jobai that he should have arrived close to the field manager's room. This muffled grunt of pain, was the field manager punishing another employee? Although Jobai had questions, he was not curious. Article 7 of the Gatekeeper's Code. Yardmaster Liu's room. At the innermost part of the entire slaughterhouse, do not approach that place after the sun goes down. Without hesitation, Jobai turned around and walked in the opposite direction. From the entrance to here, except for the field manager's room, he had already made a round of the remaining 15 rooms. Next, it was time to go open the gate and wait for the others to come over to work. With this thought, Jobai shook the key in his hand in a relaxed mood. the iron key clashed, making a crisp ringing sound that echoed in the empty aisle. Suddenly, this crisp sound, after a muffled bang, stopped. Jobai grabbed the key in his hand, then stared dead on at a red door next to him. He clearly remembered that he hadn't seen this door when he had just arrived. Jobai looked at the bunch of keys in his hand. 16 keys. No mistake. When he had just walked here, each key corresponded to a door. There was also no mistake. The third article of the doorkeeper's code. There are 16 doors in the entire slaughterhouse, and you need to keep 16 keys. There is no 17th door, and there is no red key. The system has already hinted that this rule is wrong. So, this was the 17th door. Jobai stood in place, pondering how he should respond. But at this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had already exploded. A red door? That's too weird, isn't it? Could this be the 17th door? The third rule of the doorkeeper's code turned out to be wrong. It looks like something that shouldn't be seen. Shouldn't Jobai run quickly now? But to their disappointment, not only did Jobai not run, he also walked towards this red door, and walked over. The experience of the last copy had taught Jobai those wrong rules. The more you weren't allowed to touch something, the more likely it was to be the key to passing the level. This door wasn't normally visible. If he didn't go over to see it now, he was afraid that it would be difficult to have this opportunity in the future. The audience saw Jobai, who had already walked to the side of the red door. Some of the less courageous viewers even cast their eyes away, not daring to look at the screen again. What about the promise of not being curious? To be so curious? In a horror movie, one wouldn't survive more than 3 minutes. The audience had seen Jobai's tawdry maneuvers inside his last copy. This person, when he was wimpy, and when he was brave, he was quite scary. People still couldn't figure out his path. They only prayed that he would continue his previous good fortune this time as well. Picture. Jobai walked to the front of the red door and turned the door handle with his hand. The audience broke out in a cold sweat again. That was a lot of guts. However, after Jobai turned it a few times, the door wasn't opened. It seemed like the key still had to be found first. Seeing this, the hearts of the audience that had been lifted up were barely put at ease. However, they didn't feel relieved for long. Immediately, they heard fierce knocking sounds coming from the door. Who's in there? You want to know who I am? No, you don't want to. You want to survive here, and you want to know the secrets of this slaughterhouse. Jobai only felt his scalp tingle when he heard the voice coming out of the door. What he said was indeed what Jobai wanted to know the most right now. Could it be that the person inside the door could know what was going on inside someone else's mind? Jobai paused and asked with deliberation. You can tell me? Ha ha ha. The person inside the door let out a burst of laughter. Yes, I can tell you, but in exchange, you have to help me find that red key and release me from here. Jobai was on guard. The person inside this door didn't feel like a good person, so he deliberately asked, why should I trust you? The person inside the door was not annoyed in the face of Jobai's question. I can pay a little deposit first. If you see a second car coming to deliver the hogs at night, you can go over and take a look. There will be things you want to know there. A second car delivering hogs? Jobai remembered the 5th article of the gatekeeper's code. The slaughterhouse will only make one delivery of hogs in at 12 o'clock every day, and will not deliver hogs at the rest of the time. If you see one at any other time, please return to your room immediately and lock the door. Another wrong rule? Or was the person inside the door trying to lure Jobai into breaking the rules? According to what the rules said, it might already be dangerous just to see the car carrying the second batch of hogs. Jobai's defenses against the person inside the door increased by a few more points. It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Jobai told himself that he must always remain vigilant and must not be confused by him. Jobai hesitated, pondering how he should reply to the other party. Just as Jobai had organized his words and was about to open his mouth to speak, he heard the other party open his mouth first. Take a look at your back. Jobai instantly felt hairy at his back. He took a deep breath and slowly turned his head to look. Then, he saw the doctor from the infirmary in the morning, wearing a white coat, standing silently behind him. It was probably because Jobai had just been too focused on contemplating the problem, and surprisingly, he couldn't hear the sound of his footsteps that had already approached. What are you doing? The doctor looked at Jobai with a strange expression. His eyes were covered in red wires. Jobai immediately noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but frown. Is he contaminated again? Jobai thought of this and immediately put his whole body on guard. What did you see? The doctor didn't look behind Jobai, but instead stared tightly at Jobai's face. Why don't you answer me? Why? Jobai knew that the doctor was getting angry again. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing the doctor's bloodshot eyes, immediately associated him with his frenzied appearance in the morning. The tragic situation of the Monkey Kingdom Chosen One's death was still deeply engraved in the viewers' minds even now. When they saw the doctor in this state, they all became a little frightened. I can't stand it. Otherwise, you go to hell for me. After the doctor finished speaking, he violently lunged at Joe Bai. Those viewers who were startled covered their eyes in fear. However, just when the doctor was about to touch Joe Bai swung his fist and landed straight on his face. Still coming? Didn't you already taste the taste of fist in the morning? Joe Bai looked at the doctor covering his face. Sven's white face was swollen again, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The sound of that fist hitting hard on his face, even the audience listening through the screen, felt pain for him. Well, it hurts. That doctor covered his face. It took a while before he moved his palm away. It hurts. The corner of his mouth straightened, carefully avoiding his hand from touching the wound. That appearance looked as pitiful as it could be. It was a complete contrast to the way he looked just now. Joe Bai surveyed him suspiciously. After beating him once in the morning, Joe Bai had a hidden guess in his heart. Perhaps the contamination of this copy was to be relieved with pain. It was only that Joe Bai didn't dare to jump to conclusions easily at that time. It wasn't until after seeing the doctor's current state that Joe Bai looked a few points firmer at his guess. The doctor had already come to his senses. Seeing Joe Bai, his eyes were full of fear. Gatekeeper big brother, how to see you again. Joe Bai shook his head helplessly. It's almost time to go to work. I'll patrol the room first. The doctor nodded blankly. Then, big brother janitor. You're so dedicated. After saying that, it was as if he just suddenly remembered something. His face became flustered. Right, I came out to look for someone. Finished. There's a seriously ill patient running out. After he finished speaking, he looked around in panic, scurrying around like a headless fly. Joe Bai looked behind him. The location where the red door had just been had turned into an ordinary wall. It was as if the door that he had just seen was just Joe Bai's hallucination. A strange feeling flooded Joe Bai's heart. I just saw him coming in this direction. Strange. He has difficulty moving. Where can he run to? That doctor was still in Joe Bai's neighborhood. Joe Bai took a look and asked, what kind of person are you looking for? Does he have any characteristics? Characteristics. The doctor stammered, seeming to have some difficulty in answering this question. That's right. Slaughterhouse 8. Just a little farther on is slaughterhouse number 8. He went there, most likely. The doctor suddenly thought of this possibility and hurriedly ran in the direction of slaughterhouse 8. Joe Bai followed behind him and ran as well. Just as they were about to approach slaughterhouse number 8, Joe Bai saw a dark shadow on the ground not far away. It looked like there was some kind of animal crawling on the ground. Master Ma, I finally found you. The doctor shouted at the black shadow. Joe Bai instantly froze. That black shadow that looked like an animal crawling on the ground was the critically ill patient they were looking for? Joe Bai's entire heart lifted. He followed the doctor's footsteps and approached the black shadow. Finally, when the black shadow crawled to the light, Joe Bai and the viewers in the live broadcast room got a good look at the person. They all drew in a breath of cold air. Only that Master Ma's face was empty inside an eye hole, and there was only one palm left on all four limbs that could support him in crawling around. He was only a few steps away from crawling to the doorway of the No. 8 slaughterhouse. The doctor went over and took his hand, then carried him up. Master Ma, you can't work now. Hurry back with me. Master Ma fought to try to struggle. No, it's almost 12 o'clock. It's almost time to go to work. Get off me. I have to go to work. The doctor was not surprised by this anymore. Carrying him on his shoulders, he headed towards the infirmary. Joe Bai looked at their departing figures, and his doubts about this slaughterhouse grew heavier in his heart. However, when he was about to turn around and leave this place, he saw a note floating down on the ground. Joe Bai walked over and picked up the note. After his eyes landed on the few large words at the beginning of the note, he could not help but frown again. Unexpectedly, what was inside this slip of paper was actually a new rule. Slaughterhouse No. 8 working rules. 1. When entering slaughterhouse number 8, be sure to wear protective clothing. 2. Please keep in mind that you are now doing a great job. Your work is of great significance to all mankind. 3. Pigs are not the only ones that need to be slaughtered in slaughterhouse 8. 4. If the animal under your knife sheds tears, please kill it tomorrow. 5. You will often see the 17th door. Keep in mind that it is a hallucination of yours, and do not believe anything it says. 6. If you feel mentally confused, do not take any medicine. It is the pain that is the best way to help you clear your heads. 7. Do not have any communication with the overseer. 8. Never open the 17th door. After Joe Bai read these 8 rules, the system's voice rang in his head. A new rule has been discovered, and an incorrect option is now marked for the host. Rule number 5 of the 8th slaughterhouse rule is wrong. Joe Bai looked towards the 5th rule. It was another rule about the 17th door that had been determined by the system to be an error. It seemed that the 17th door was very crucial in this copy. Could it be that what was shut behind the 17th door was the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse? Jobai couldn't help but speculate about this possibility. Then, he looked at the 6th rule. It was mentioned in the rule that pain could help the infected become conscious, which could be right with Jobai's previous guess, but why couldn't they take medicine? In the last copy, didn't all those contaminated people take medicine? Or was it that taking medicine didn't inhibit the contamination? Jobai remembered his mother's gray pills, and remembered the changes that happened on her face every time she came back after going out. Most likely, the pills really couldn't help her suppress the contamination. Jobai put the new rules away after he finished thinking about it. The experts watching the live broadcast, at this time, hurriedly transcribed the 3rd rule Jobai had gotten onto the whiteboard. Then they began to analyze the 3 rules together. Jobai walked back to the concierge, put the new rules together with the other 2 rules, and then closed the drawer. The time was close to 12 o'clock at night. At the entrance of the slaughterhouse, there were already some employees who had arrived early and were standing at the entrance waiting. Jobai took the key and went over to open the gate, then sat back inside the gatehouse and looked at the employees who started to walk into work one after another. At 12 o'clock on the dot, there was a car full of pigs, drove over. Jobai went over and pulled the gate open. The truck drove in backwards, and then stopped at the door of the slaughter room where the hogs were stored. There were several porters that quickly went over to help. The ones carried down from above were all ordinary hogs. Jobai stood by and watched the entire process, not noticing anything unusual. After the hogs were all carried down and the truck drove out again, he sat back on his seat in the house. Through the window, he looked at the silver-white moon in the sky. From time to time, the miserable screams of the hogs were heard in his ears as they were slaughtered. After waiting for the entire night, he did not see another car transporting the hogs come by. Jobai was even a little skeptical of his own analysis of the rules. Could it be that the words spoken by the man in the door were false? The red door he saw was nothing more than an illusion? No, according to the system's hints, the 17th door should be real. Only, there should be something else that Jobai had overlooked. Jobai took out the 3 rules and laid them flat on the table, looking at them for a long time. However, he was still clueless. He rubbed his already somewhat swollen head. It was a long night, and he still had a long time to think. Time passed by minute by minute. Slowly, bright light began to shine out from the sky. It finally came to 6 a.m., the closing time of the slaughterhouse. One after another, people walked out of the slaughterhouse. Some of those processed meats were put into the freezer, and some of them were already transported away by vehicles in the middle of the night. Waiting until the people were almost gone, Jobai walked in to inspect the slaughterhouse as per usual. One by one, he walked past the slaughterhouses. Each one of them had its doors open. The smell of blood that came to his face made Jobai want to vomit. When he walked to the 8th slaughterhouse, he found that this slaughterhouse was not even open last night. It was all still clean inside, with everything placed in its original position. The concierge was some distance away from the slaughterhouse. Jobai stayed inside the concierge last night and did not leave his workstation. Therefore, he did not know the situation in the slaughterhouse. He couldn't help but connect this slaughterhouse No. 8, which hadn't started, with the second car carrying hogs that hadn't arrived last night. As long as the second car carrying hogs didn't come, slaughterhouse No. 8 wouldn't start. Although there was no factual basis for it, Jobai boldly made this assumption. A few more nights of observation could be enough to get an answer. Since he could not come to a conclusion yet, Jobai could only put this speculation aside for the time being and continued with his work. Jobai stood outside the window and after confirming that there was no one in the slaughterhouse, he relocked the door. After finishing his work, Jobai had to start thinking about how to pass the level. Today was the second day of opening the new copy. If Jobai wanted an SSS level clearance, he would have to find the source of pollution in the slaughterhouse. With his observations over the past few days, the entire slaughterhouse, indeed, had a lot of questionable places. The field manager's room, the 17th door, slaughter room number 8, and that infirmary, all of these places were suspicious. Which place, which thing, or which person, is the source of contamination in this slaughterhouse? There are just too many things to think about. Moreover, how to eliminate the source of contamination was another problem. Thinking about this, Jobai couldn't help but begin to have a headache. He secretly sighed and reset his thoughts, putting them on the other 2 ways to pass the level. The other 2 passages were both related to Field Manager Liu. Otherwise, let's go to Field Manager Liu's place first. It was now dawn. According to the rules, there should be no danger in going to the Field Manager's room at this time of day. Thus, after Jobai made up his mind, he headed towards the Field Manager's room. The Field Manager's room was very quiet today. It seemed that no employee needed to be punished today. When Jobai walked to the door of the Field Manager's room, Field Manager Liu was rummaging through his drawers. Seeing Joe Bai coming over, he closed the drawer. However, Joe Bai, who had sharp eyes, still saw that in the drawer, a red key was lying inside. Although he was shocked in his heart, he still acted calmly. With a smile on his face, he tried his best to act as if he was a new employee who had come to sincerely ask for advice. Field manager, it was my first day on the job yesterday, and I don't know if I'm doing my job right, so I wanted to come over and ask you to see if there's anything I need to improve on. Although Joe Bai tried his best to make himself appear sincere, he was only 22 years old and hadn't been in society for long. Playing the role of a social animal still didn't capture the essence. On the contrary, in the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, the chosen one, Jiro Ishida, who was well versed in the way of social beasts, was the one who was good material to be a subordinate, only to see him similarly come to the field manager's room, respectfully bowing 90 degrees to Field Manager Liu. 90 degrees. Dear Field Director Liu, I am very honored to be able to work for you. I wonder if you are satisfied with my work yesterday. Although Field Manager Liu's face didn't look too good today, but in the face of Jiro Ishida's thoughtful courtesy, he still managed to squeeze a smile out. Since you're here, let's report on your work yesterday. Field Marshal Liu reached out, rubbing his eyes. Jiro Ishida immediately stood straight and respectfully began to report on his work yesterday. Reporting to Field Director Liu, I guarded the gate yesterday. A total of 56 employees came in and 54 left. The remaining 2 stayed in the infirmary last night. I've just gone over to confirm that they were in the infirmary all night and didn't leave. Field Manager Liu nodded, seemingly very satisfied with the content of his report. Encouraged, Jiro Ishida continued his report with even more vigor. I also toured the entire slaughterhouse yesterday. The entire slaughterhouse has a total of 17 rooms with 17 doors. After the employees left work, I did double-check each door, and they were all locked to ensure that all belongings were safe. Above, that's what I did yesterday. Please instruct Director Liu. Jiro Ishida remained standing straight after reporting his work. In his heart, he was very satisfied with his performance and was waiting for Field Manager Liu's next comment. Field Director Liu looked at him and said, "Very good. I think I need to give you a new job next. You don't need to be a concierge anymore, and report to Slaughterhouse number 8 at night." When Jiro Ishida heard Liu Yardmaster say this, he felt that he had been promoted and happily bowed 90 degrees to Liu Yardmaster again. The audience of Sakura Nation cheered similarly. The S-rank clearance was needed to gain the favor of Field Director Liu and get a transfer to another city. The viewers of Sakura Nation felt that this transfer given to Jiro Ishida by Field Director Liu was a good sign. Slaughterhouse number 8 was obviously an important department in this slaughterhouse. For Jiro Ishida to be transferred there, he must have been appreciated by Field Manager Liu. First, he was transferred to an important department. Then he was transferred to another city as an excellent employee of the slaughterhouse, followed by an S-rank clearance. The viewers of the Cherry Blossom Country couldn't help but start dreaming. Then look at Joe Bai of the Great Summer Country. Even the audience of the Great Summer Country, hearing the conversation between him and Field Manager Liu, couldn't help but hold their foreheads, feeling embarrassed for him. He had been in the field manager's room for a full 15 minutes, but he had blabbered on for half a day during those 15 minutes without getting to the point. Field Manager Liu had clearly grown a bit impatient. So you're saying that the protective clothing in Slaughterhouse number 8 needs to be changed regularly, or else it smells bad? Joe Bai nodded. It's really stinky. The viewers in the live broadcast room once again helplessly held their foreheads. You were asked to come to work, not to be old 6. Field Manager Liu viciously picked up his pen and landed heavily on the paper. Good. I've recorded all the comments you made today. Any more questions? The audience could completely feel the gnashing of his teeth as he spoke, as well as the force that was about to poke through the paper when he dropped the pen. Joe Bai shook his head. No more. Field Manager Liu said. Then you can go out. Joe Bai let out an O sound, his eyes skimming over the field manager's arm. That one new wound. Then he turned around and left the field manager's room. Seeing Joe Bai leave just like that, the spectators of the Great Summer Country all felt a bit hateful. Has this Joe Bai never been a social animal? How can he go to work the next day and make this kind of suggestion to his boss? Look at how good the chosen one of Sakura Nation is at being a little brother. I've just embarrassed my toes to the point of picking out a 3-bedroom apartment. Shall we have our experts impart some social animal experience to Joe Bai? However, the viewers of the Great Summer Country didn't realize that Field Manager Liu had taken a form out of his drawer after Joe Bai left. Next to the one that had Joe Bai's name written on it, he drew a check mark and then put the form back in its original position. Of course, Joe Bai was similarly unaware of this matter. After Joe Bai came out of the field manager's room, he returned to the gatehouse. When it was 11 o'clock in the middle of the day, he closed the gate and then locked the door to his room. Inside this copy, everyone's routine needed to be reversed day and night because of their work. Some chosen ones had a hard time adapting to sleeping during the day, and couldn't fall asleep when their rest time came. Joe Bai, on the contrary, adapted well. As soon as the door to his room was closed and he covered himself with a quilt, he immediately entered a state of sleep. His ability to adapt to this kind of adaptation. Looking at the audience door, they all became a little envious. That said, who wouldn't want to have the superpower of falling asleep? People who always had insomnia were really envious. Joe Bai had a good night's sleep. At 10 p.m., he was woken up on time by the alarm clock. Stretching and energized, he picked up his keys and prepared to start his work. It was quiet in the slaughterhouse at night. There were no lights on all around. Joe Bai had to turn on the electric lights in the dark at every place he visited. Thus, as Joe Bai made his rounds from room to room, the entire slaughterhouse followed his footsteps and became brighter one place at a time. When he was about to arrive at the director's room, Joe Bai heard the muffled grunts coming from inside again. Joe Bai associated it with the new wound he saw on the arm of field manager Liu during the day. He could not help but frown. Could it be that the employees were not being punished? If he went back to the field manager's room tomorrow and saw if there were any new wounds on his arm, he would probably know the answer. Keeping in mind the rules above, Joe Bai turned around and turned back, walking in the opposite direction towards the yard manager's room. As he walked down the long aisle of the slaughterhouse, he saw that ahead, once again, that red door appeared. Only, this time, the location where the red door was located was again different from last time. It seems that this door does not appear in the same place. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound once again came from the door. The audience looked at Joe Bai with trepidation, praying that Joe Bai wouldn't go through. This red door was so dangerous, and just because nothing happened yesterday by talking to it, it didn't mean that it would be fine today as well. Moreover, the people inside the door clearly had designs on the chosen one. So of course, the audience all hoped that Joe Bai would play it safe and not approach this door again. But the result still disappointed them. Joe Bai, who was on the screen, had already walked up to the red door. Well, did you want to come and make a deal with me? The person inside the door said this, meaning that he knew that the person who had come was Joe Bai, and that he had specifically come to wait for him. Joe Bai raised an eyebrow, not having the same nervousness he had when he first saw this door yesterday. Of course not. What you said is simply false. What fake? How is that possible? The person inside the door was clearly a little agitated. Joe Bai tugged the corner of his mouth slightly. Didn't you ask me to look at the second car that was transporting the hogs? There was no second car at all. There wasn't a second car transporting hogs last night? How is that possible? Could it be that the erosion of the inner world has slowed down during the time I've been locked in there? The words spoken by the person inside the door later became somewhat whispered, as if he was muttering to himself. However, Joe Bai still listened to what he said, into his ears, and caught important information in his words. The inner world? Could this be the source of the slaughterhouse's pollution? The person inside the door then realized that he had lost his words and hurriedly denied. I don't know what you're talking about. However, his hasty denial like this was what made Joe Bai even more suspicious. Joe Bai smiled and pretended to leave. Alas, there's nothing to say to a liar. I'd better go back. After saying that, he took a few steps forward, letting his shoes fall to the ground and making footsteps. This was Joe Bai's best trick for bargaining with others. As long as you pretended to be leaving, the boss would definitely yell at you to come back, only to see the person inside the door, hearing Joe Bai's footsteps as he walked away, suddenly became even more anxious. What are you saying about a liar? I'm not. You don't go away first. I can't be wronged by others like this. You stop. I can tell you another thing. Joe Bai smiled and turned back around. The bargaining stance really worked 100 times over. What is it? The person inside the door sighed softly. If you want to know things about Slaughterhouse 8, you can ask those supervisors. They are the ones who know Slaughterhouse 8 the best. When Joe Bai heard the word supervisors, he immediately became wary. He had read the word supervisor in both of the rules. However, he still didn't understand what this word meant, nor had he obtained any information related to it. However, the references to overseer in those two rules were not very friendly. The first of the former concierge's notes. The most terrifying thing about the entire slaughterhouse is the overseers. Slaughterhouse 8. Rule number 7. Don't have any communication with the supervisors. From the rules, the former concierge and also the people in the slaughterhouse were afraid of the supervisors. And what the person inside the door said was clearly in conflict with what was on these two rules. This made Joe Bai even more suspicious of him. Was he luring Joe Bai to violate the rules? Or was the content of these two rules false? The last time he had a conversation with him, Joe Bai also had such doubts. And the previous doubts, until now, hadn't been able to come to a conclusion. Should he believe him or not? Joe Bai didn't have an answer yet. What is an overseer? Joe Bai could only ask tentatively. However, What Jobai did not expect was that the next answer from the person inside the door was like a loud thunder. It directly blew Jobai out of his mind. You haven't seen a supervisor? In this slaughterhouse, there is an old woman with a slightly chubby figure and short curly hair. She is the overseer. As soon as the words of the person inside the door fell, Jobai's mind immediately conjured up the image of Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang was the overseer? She looked like a middle-aged woman that could be found everywhere. Looking at the image alone, it was really hard to connect her to the person mentioned in the rules. However, Jobai had come into contact with her in the last copy and knew that she was indeed a bit different, especially when he remembered that night. Those monsters that didn't dare to approach in the darkness. Jobai's frown deepened as he thought of this. You can't get rid of the suspicion of being a liar right now, and I will find a way to verify what you said. After he finished speaking, he turned around. I'm not a liar. When you're done verifying, you'll realize how reliable the information I provided is. Why did you leave again? You come back. Jobai didn't have the heart to say more to him. So this time, no matter how much the other party shouted, Jobai still walked away without looking back. The time came to 12 o'clock. It was time for the slaughterhouse to start again. Jobai took the key and opened the gate. The employees who had already waited at the door crowded in. Then, a car full of pigs arrived on time. Jobai stood by the side and watched as the others carried the hogs down from the car. The entire process, again, was nothing unusual. He watched the truck drive away from the slaughterhouse, and then sat back inside the gatehouse. All 3 sheets of rules were picked up and laid flat on his desk. He looked at the rules on the slips of paper and began to think. His eyes landed on the rules that pertained to the second hog truck and the overseer. If there really was a second pig transport vehicle, then by nightfall, there was a possibility of seeing it. But Jobai was unable to make a decision until now. If he really saw the second pig transport vehicle tonight, then should he go over to check it out? Regarding the overseer's question, he similarly hadn't sorted it out yet. Looking at the former janitor's notes alone, it didn't say that he couldn't talk to the overseer. The rules simply said that the overseer was scary. And when it came to Slaughterhouse 8 then, it escalated the frightfulness of the overseers directly to not being able to speak to them. Jobai thought back. He did speak to Auntie Wang on the first day he entered the slaughterhouse, and there hadn't been any accidents. So talking to the supervisor would not violate the rules? Could it be that the rule in Slaughterhouse 8 was wrong? But was it really that simple? Jobai swept his gaze, again, over the top of the 3 rules. The biggest difference between the rules of this copy and the last copy was that the body that wrote each rule was not the same. Doorman's work rules, former doorman's notes, and Slaughterhouse No. 8 work rules. Jobai looked at the titles of these 3 rules. Suddenly, a spiritual light appeared. Perhaps the key to determining whether a rule was true or false lay in the differences between the subjects of these rules. For example, Jobai already knew that there was indeed a 17th door in the slaughterhouse. So why would the janitor's work rules say that there was no 17th door? It was possible that the leadership of the slaughterhouse didn't want anyone else to cross paths with it. Again, think of the second item in the former janitor's notes. Don't count, or try to know how many doors there are in the slaughterhouse. And don't open doors you haven't seen before. From the rule, it could be seen that the former concierge should have seen the 17th door, only that he knew the danger behind the door, which was why he was so agitated when he wrote the notes. Thinking of this, Jobai reread the 2 rules that would be about the overseer, and immediately had a different feeling again. In the previous doorman's notes, it did not say that he could not communicate with the supervisor. In other words, the doorman, at that time, was able to communicate with the overseer, and the person working in slaughterhouse number 8 could not communicate with the overseer. In other words, it's very likely that they can't communicate with the overseers once a certain condition is met, and it was possible that communicating with them could be dangerous. Jobai felt that this explanation seemed very reasonable. Perhaps this was the key to solving the bloody slaughterhouse copy. Just as Jobai was still immersed in the joy of discovering a new way of solving the problem, he suddenly looked up and saw the bloody slaughterhouse copy not far away. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a truck driving in not far away. This is the second pig truck? Jobai's entire heart lifted. Although Jobai had found the key to solving the problem, he hadn't finished analyzing all the rules. At the very least, he couldn't be sure now if those rules about the second piggyback were correct or not. Jobai's eyes stared straight at the van, trying to see what clues he could see in these last few seconds, so that he could make a final choice, only to see that the van had already arrived at the doorway and was about to drive inside the slaughterhouse. But Jobai had racked his brain and still couldn't prove that the rules were wrong. Now directly locking the door and giving up the clue was actually the safest choice. But Jobai was somewhat unwilling again, so much so that he was still standing at the doorway of the gatehouse, with no intention of evading. The viewers of Dasha's live broadcast were once again on edge for Joe Bai. In the live broadcast screen, the headlights of the van shone in. Joe Bai squinted his eyes and used his hand to block the light. Against the light, Joe Bai saw a figure walking down from the van. Between his hesitations, he hadn't made a choice yet. The person who stepped down from the van had already arrived in front of Joe Bai. At this time, Joe Bai finally saw her face clearly. A slightly chubby figure with short curly hair on her head. Wasn't this Auntie Wang? Joe Bai's eyes widened. He was about to open his mouth to ask, but he was coldly pushed by her. Without paying attention, Joe Bai staggered back several steps in a row. Before he could react to what was happening, he saw Auntie Wang close the door to his room with a hand. She stood outside the door and shouted at Joe Bai, "Stay inside and don't come out until the car leaves." Joe Bai then realized that Auntie Wang didn't want him to see the pig transport vehicle. Could it be that Auntie Wang was trying to save Joe Bai's life? Joe Bai wasn't the only one who had such a guess. The viewers in the Dasha live broadcast room were all thinking the same thing. Thank goodness. It's fortunate that the person who came was Auntie Wang. Otherwise, Joe Bai would probably have hung up. Auntie Wang and Joe Bai came together from the last copy, so it looks like they still have some friendship. I didn't realize that the world of weird tales was so humane. I was almost moved to tears just now. Joe Bai is really lucky. There weren't many chosen remaining in the current copy, but almost all of them were on the cautious side. When they saw the second pig transport truck coming, they all immediately locked their doors, so no one had suffered an accident inside this event. It was only the people from the other countries that were a little indignant when they saw that Joe Bai had escaped because of Auntie Wang's help. This game is not fair at all. The chosen one of the Great Summer Country, having experienced 2 copies, is much more familiar with the world of weird tales, and he has the help of someone he knew from the last copy. It's just like opening a hangover. If Auntie Wang hadn't helped Joe Bai just now, he would probably have died a long time ago. These countries had finally caught a reason to hack Joe Bai, so of course they wouldn't let it go. As a result, those countries where the chosen one still survived all banded together and all ran to the live broadcast of the Great Summer Country to spray dirt. The viewers of the Great Summer Country were not vegetarians. Of course, they immediately sprayed back. As a result, the viewers of these countries and the viewers of the Great Summer Country directly started a war of words on the internet. The people of the Great Xia Country, although there were times when they would spit on Joe Bai's mesmerizing operations. However, when outsiders questioned Joe Bai, they were unable to hear a single curse. If they dared to curse Joe Bai, the audience of the Great Xia Country would immediately return hundreds or thousands of sentences. The spirit of unity of the Great Xia Country was manifested to the fullest in this scolding battle. In the end, of course, all the foreigners fled. Even the undercover agents who had previously lurked in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Country were incidentally pulled out several times in this battle. The management of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room set these undercover agents to be blacklisted. These countries had lost their ladies and their soldiers, and the difficulty of undercover agents in the future would be much higher. The scene returned to Joe Bai. He was locked inside the gatehouse at this moment. The door was not locked, so he could go out at any time as long as he was willing to open it. Outside the door, the sound of a van traveling clearly reached his ears. Joe Bai walked to the door and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't open the door in the end. If you want to live, memorize what's on the rules. Auntie Wang probably sensed that Joe Bai was now standing in the doorway and, thus, shouted at Joe Bai inside the house. Seeing that Auntie Wang was still standing outside the door, Joe Bai remembered what the man inside the 17th door had said. So, he decided to seize the opportunity and test Auntie Wang. "Are you the overseer?" "Yes." Unexpectedly, Auntie Wang did not deny it and answered quite quickly. Joe Bai followed up by asking, "What is a supervisor?" Auntie Wang didn't look like she had any intention of hiding it, but sat down on a chair outside the door and slowly spoke to Joe Bai. "We, the supervisors, although we also help the slaughterhouse, we are not under the slaughterhouse's control. So, in fact, we are not employees of the slaughterhouse. In the beginning, there were very few contaminated people. There might be just 1 or 2 in a city that were contaminated. So, we, the supervisors, would be given assignments. The mission required us to go and supervise those mutated people every day to ensure that they wouldn't harm normal people." Joe Bai nodded. "So, when you went out with my mom every day before, you were, in fact, supervising her." Auntie Wang was at this time, but she sighed. "Yes, at that time, I was supervising her." Joe Bai did not know why Auntie Wang sighed at this time, only that a trace of uneasiness vaguely flooded his heart. But that trace of feeling was just too weak and was immediately ignored by Joe Bai. Joe Bai thought for a moment and asked again, "Why do I feel that the people in this slaughterhouse are somewhat afraid of you?" Auntie Wang snorted coldly when she heard Joe Bai's question. "It's right that they are afraid of me. If they have a tendency to harm ordinary people, I certainly won't let them go." Joe Bai's heart sank after hearing this. although the supervisor helped the slaughterhouse. However, there also seemed to be a conflict between the overseers and the slaughterhouse. This showed that the danger level of the slaughterhouse was actually higher. Jobai did not dare to think more. At this moment, the sound of a car starting up reached his ears. The van that was transporting the hogs didn't stay in the slaughterhouse for too long. Soon, the van began to drive over towards the door. Auntie Wang outside the door stood up and prepared to leave. Jobai remembered that he hadn't asked about Slaughterhouse 8 and hurriedly asked, "Your job, is it related to Slaughterhouse 8 in any way?" Auntie Wang paused and replied to Jobai at the end, "There is indeed a connection. But what exactly is the connection? I'm sorry, I can't tell you right now." After saying that, she took a few quick steps and came to the side of the van. Then she opened the door and sat on the passenger seat. Jobai waited until the car drove away before opening the door to the room. Inside the slaughterhouse, the hogs that had just been received had all been carried in. There was no sign of them in the hog waiting room. It was estimated that those pigs that had just arrived had now been transported to the slaughterhouse, and were lying underneath whichever butcher's knife they were not known to be. Jobai looked in the direction of that whole row of slaughterhouses. He saw that the last slaughterhouse originally had its lights turned off. At this time, however, it had already put the lights on. Slaughterhouse number 8, open today. Jobai jumped inwardly. It seemed that the pigs transported by the second car were for Slaughterhouse 8. Without looking any further, Jobai walked back to the gatehouse and sat down in his seat. If he wanted to know the source of contamination in this slaughterhouse, he had to rule out every suspicious point in this slaughterhouse. As it stood, this pig truck was highly suspicious. How could one know the secret of the second pig transport truck without violating the rules? Jobai re-looked at the 3 rules on the table again, rethinking about it. There were still all sorts of mournful screams coming from his ears. Vaguely, it was also accompanied by a few sounds of crying. On the other hand, Jiro Ishida of Sakura Nation waited until 12 o'clock, thinking that Slaughterhouse 8 didn't have to start, so he ran off to sleep, and halfway through his sleep, he was woken up in a daze. "Get up, it's time to start." He rubbed his eyes and followed behind the man, walking to Slaughterhouse 8. Inside the slaughter room, a butcher grabbed a raw pig and dropped it onto the tabletop, then slashed it from the neck downwards. The entire pig was then disemboweled and blood spurted out. The scene in this slaughterhouse looked much crazier than the other slaughterhouses. Every butcher with a knife had a maniacal smile at the corner of his mouth. But Sakurakuni, who was immersed in the joy of his promotion at this time, didn't notice anything wrong. Jiro Ishida was frozen in sleep, not yet fully awake. Walking over to the tabletop, he casually picked up a knife, then asked, "How do I use this? Is there no one to teach me?" As soon as the words fell, nearly 10 gazes in the slaughterhouse number 8, with a swish, all looked at him. Article 6 of the Gatekeeper's Work Code. The working hours of the slaughterhouse are from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. If you need to enter the slaughterhouse during this time period, please keep your mouth shut. Thinking that he didn't have to work as a janitor anymore, Jiro Ishida forgot all about this rule. Why is there a pig here that isn't tied up? The butchers, shiny knives in their hands, all came toward Jiro Ishida. Jiro Ishida stepped back in fear. "What do you guys want? I'm not a pig." But when those butchers heard his voice, their expressions became even more demented. "Hurry up. This pig is talking. It has to be killed immediately." So nearly 10 butchers surrounded in front of Jiro Ishida and carried him bound to the table. The pig-killing knives lit up and then fell. The live room of the Sakura country turned dark. Immediately, the air in Sakurakuni was filled with the smell of blood. The strange story of the bloody slaughterhouse descended on Sakura Nation. Ishida Jiro. This idiot. It's clear that we have a chance to get an S-rank clearance. Why was he so careless? We're screwed in Sakura country. Ah, it's horrible. My dad actually brought a killing knife over. Jobai sat for another night with those 3 pieces of paper. Only when it was dawn did he yawn. At 6 a.m. The slaughterhouse got off work on time. Many of the butchers still had blood on their hands and did not wash them. Jobai looked at them through the windows of the gatehouse, eyeing off. He only felt that the expression on each of their faces was cold. It was like a humanoid puppet walking down the road. Jobai shivered, thinking back to what Auntie Wang said last night. They're right to be afraid of me. If they have a tendency to harm ordinary people, I certainly won't let them go. In Jobai's mind, the doctor's eyes were red and he lunged at himself again. This copy of the contaminated person had indeed become more aggressive. But why was it like this? Was it that the level of contamination in this world had become heavier? Or was the source of pollution in this slaughterhouse even worse than the last copies? Jobai averted his gaze from these people. After the employees of the slaughterhouse had already returned, Jobai picked up the key and began his rounds. He continued to scrutinize the conditions in each room. When he came to slaughter room number 8, he stopped and stood outside the window. Seeing that it was filled with bloodstains, It really seemed that Slaughterhouse 8 would only open when the second pig transport vehicle appeared. Jobai stood by the window of Slaughterhouse 8 and was not able to see that there was no difference from the other slaughterhouses. He could only check once to confirm that there was no one inside. And then he was ready to head in the direction of the yard manager's room. If SSS level clearance was too difficult, S and A levels, 2, should be fought for. Just as Jobai was about to leave, a sound came out from the changing room behind him. In Jobai's heart, an ominous premonition rose. Just like in a horror movie, scary images were bound to appear inside at this time. However, Jobai still hardened his heart and walked over. In the changing room, there were rows of white protective suits hanging all over the place. Many of them had just been changed. The narrow space was confused with the smell of blood and sweat. Jobai set aside the row of protective clothing, and then saw Field Manager Lou squatting on the ground, gnawing on a piece of raw pork that he was holding in his hands. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this image, immediately felt their scalps tingle. Disgusting to me. Is Field Manager Lou going to mutate? If even Field Manager Lou has mutated, how can we pass this copy? Jobai looked at the scene in front of him with a similarly numb scalp. Field Manager Lou also noticed that someone had entered the changing room and looked up at Jobai. There were still threads of meat hanging from his teeth, and his eyes were stunned for a moment when he saw Jobai. Unconsciously, Jobai frowned. It wasn't right. There wasn't a hint of red in his eyes. Field Manager Lou had not mutated. But after coming to this conclusion, Jobai felt that everything became even more frightening. He looked even more terrifying when he acted like this. Field Manager Lou still held the piece of pork in his hands without speaking, his eyes looking towards Jobai. Jobai managed to calm himself down, trying hard to pull out a smile. He said, "Field Manager Lou, so you're here. I was just about to go look for you." Field Manager Lou looked at Jobai, holding the piece of pork in his hand, then crossed the row of hangers and walked towards Jobai. The viewers watching the live broadcast were so nervous that they held their breath when they saw this scene. With Field Manager Lou in this state right now, the viewers were worried that Jobai would be in danger. However, Field Manager Lou just calmly walked next to Jobai. Turning to him, he said, "You're looking for me? That's fine. Come back to the office with me." Field Manager Lou finished speaking and walked out of the changing room. Jobai followed behind him, his gaze falling on his arm, only to see that on his already bruised arm, there was an additional bruise today. However, this wound looked deeper and longer than any of the previous wounds on his arm. Jobai's clenched fists couldn't help but tighten. It seemed that every day, the level of contamination that Field Manager Lou had been subjected to was becoming more severe. I wonder if his level of contamination would increase day by day like this. Would there be a day when he would not be able to control himself and start to go crazy? Jobai didn't dare to imagine the scene at that time. Perhaps by the time that time came, not only Director Lou, but the entire slaughterhouse would begin to have aggressive behavior. At that time, even if Jobai's strength had been enhanced by 200%, it would probably be difficult to escape. No wonder the A-rank clearance only required survival in the slaughterhouse for 7 days. Most likely, it was the fact that no matter which clearance method was chosen, the time left for the chosen one was only 7 days. Today was the 4th day that Jobai had entered the slaughterhouse. If this guess of his was correct, then the time left for him to pass the level had already passed most of the way through. As he thought of this, he looked at Field Manager Lou again. He only saw that he was not wearing a protective suit, but he had his hand extended towards the door of the 8th slaughterhouse, and was about to open it. Jobai instantly froze. Could it be that the rules of this slaughterhouse were not valid for Field Manager Lou? But Jobai felt that this should not be very likely. In the midst of his doubts, he saw Field Director Lou turning the door handle while saying to him, "Come into my office and talk." Only then did Jobai realize what was going on. He hurriedly sped up a few steps and rushed to pull the door shut before Field Manager Lou opened it. "Field Manager Lou, your office is over there." Field Manager Lou stared blankly at the door to Slaughterhouse 8, locking his brows tightly. It wasn't until he saw the signboard next to the door that he came to a realization. Immediately afterward, with his greasy hand, he knocked his head. "Oops, I'm so confused. Right. My office is over there." Jobai saw that Field Manager Lou's hair, which was already not much, was stained with fat oil and suddenly looked even less. Field Manager Lou walked in front, and Jobai followed behind him. Looking at the few strands of greasy hair he had left, it bobbed up and down with his steps. Such an ordinary picture, in today's scene, seemed unusually strange. Jobai followed closely behind Field Manager Lou, because it was already after work time. He did not see any other employees along the way. Jobai and Director Lou traveled through half of the slaughterhouse and finally arrived at the door of the director's room. After opening the door and walking in himself, Field Manager Lou waved his hand for Jobai to come in. His office looked a lot messier than usual. On the desktop were some papers and forms that were scattered about. On the floor behind the desk, a knife with blood on it was still lying there. The audience of the great summer country, once they saw the knife, immediately sucked in another breath of cold air. Field Manager Lou sat down in front of the table. The piece of raw pork was thrown onto the table with a pop. Jobai looked at the greasy papers, only to see an evaluation form with the word Jobai written on it, which was pressed right under the pork. Jobai's pupils, at once, contracted. If one wanted to obtain a grade A clearance, then one needed to survive for 7 days in the slaughterhouse while also receiving a favorable evaluation from Director Lou. If one chose to get a grade A clearance, this piece of paper was the key to Jobai's clearance. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Kingdom, of course, had similarly noticed that evaluation form. That's the evaluation form. Quickly take a look. Is there a rating for Jobai on it? Such an important thing. And Field Manager Lou actually crushed him under a piece of raw pork. Actually, this copy is so dangerous. It's pretty good to be A-rated. On the live broadcast screen, Field Manager Lou sat down on a chair and asked Jobai, "How was work yesterday?" "Everything went smoothly. It was all step-by-step work, and there weren't any emergencies that I had to deal with." Field Manager Lou listened and nodded. "Aha. You remember to make your rounds in the morning and evening. It is especially important to make the rounds at 11 p.m. before the employees start working." Field Manager Lou explained Jobai's work in a normal voice. It sounded like a normal work exchange between a superior and a subordinate, but hearing the words that came out of his mouth caused Jobai to break out in a cold sweat. The working hours of the slaughterhouse were clearly from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning. Why? In the mouth of Farm Director Lou, did it become starting at 11 p.m.? Had the rules changed? Or had Field Manager Lou become confused? For a moment, Jobai even began to doubt his own memory of the rules, only to see Field Manager Lou finish his sentence. Pick up the piece of raw pork on the table and take another bite. His hands were covered in oil. He then picked up the evaluation sheet with Jobai's name written on it and casually wiped his hands before casually throwing it inside the trash can. The viewers in Dasha's live broadcast room only felt an inner pain when they saw this scene. Such a crucial pass prop was actually casually discarded by Field Manager Lou like this? Anyone else would have been heartbroken to see that. Jobai was equally concerned about that evaluation sheet. His eyes followed the paper and came to the direction of the trash can, only to see a palm standing inside the trash can. He instantly recalled the first day he entered this copy. He came to the field manager's room and saw a butcher who had his palm chopped off. That butcher's chopped off palm was similarly thrown inside this trash can. It was just that the hand in this trash can seemed to look a bit strange. It was as if it didn't look like a human hand. Rather, it was a weird shape between a pig's hoof and a human hand. Jobai's mind floated back to the 2 pig ears on top of his mom's head in the last copy. He took a step back with a slight shudder. "What's wrong?" Field Manager Lou asked. Jobai hurriedly averted his gaze from the trash can. Covering up, he said, "I remembered that I just forgot to patrol a few more rooms." Fortunately, Field Manager Lou was not in a normal mental state right now and did not notice Jobai's abnormality. "Then you go quickly." Jobai received Field Manager Lou's approval, turned around and walked out of the field manager's room. He quickened his pace and walked in the direction of the infirmary. As he walked, he reorganized his thoughts. If what Yardmaster Lou had cut off was Butcher's already mutated body parts, then, with these actions, he was not simply punishing his employees. Rather, he was helping them suppress the contamination. Whether that was the case or not, Jobai would have to go to the infirmary and see the injured Butcher with his own eyes to know. Jobai quickly arrived at the infirmary door and reached out to push the door open. That doctor was standing in front of the medicine cabinet, holding a medicine bottle, and when he saw Jobai walk in, he was so scared that he almost lost his hand and dropped the bottle. "Door, janitor brother, why are you here?" The doctor already had a psychological shadow on Jobai. Jobai ignored him and instead turned his gaze to the person lying on the hospital bed. That Butcher crossed his legs and leaned on the hospital bed, and his other hand, which was not injured, was holding a newspaper and flipping through it. Jobai quickly walked a few steps to his side, and his eyes fell on his injured hand. "Who are you? Why are you standing here? Go away, go away. Don't block me from reading the newspaper." The Butcher spoke to Jobai in disgust, even trying to wave his hand to push him away. The doctor next to him, seeing that the Butcher dared to make a move on Jobai, was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Jobai saw that his injured hand was blocked and there was no way to distinguish it clearly, so he directly grabbed it. "What do you want to do?" Suddenly intruding into a person, and also pulled his hand. The Butcher was so angry that he wanted to shake it off. However, it felt that the strength of the other person's hand was very large, and he actually couldn't move his entire hand. Jobai did not reply and looked straight at his hand, only to see that his kind of hand was cut off in exactly the same place as the palm of that half-human, half-pig in the garbage can. Exactly the same. Jobai's pupils violently contracted. "Doctor, what's going on in this infirmary of yours? How come there are still people randomly breaking in?" When Jobai helped this butcher to the infirmary that day, he had already passed out from the pain, so he did not recognize Jobai. Jobai used his eyes again and scanned over this butcher's entire body. It was found that apart from his chopped off hand, there were no other places where he had mutated. As far as Jobai knew, people who were contaminated would slowly mutate day by day. Just like her mom, even though she took medication, she would still mutate every day. However, this butcher had already gone through 4 days and there was no mutation anywhere else on his body. In other words, cutting off the mutated places directly could indeed prevent the body from continuing to mutate. This is the real reason why Director Liu punished his employees. No wonder the disability rate of this slaughterhouse was so high. The butcher lying on the hospital bed was furious at Jobai's look, but his hands could not break free. He was a 200-pound man, and had never tried to be so suffocated in his life. Jobai got his answer, so he loosened his hand and casually found a reason to put it off. "The day you were injured, I was the one who sent you to the infirmary. Just wanted to see how well your wounds were healed. Since it's all almost healed, I'm relieved." After saying that, he walked out of the infirmary, leaving behind that butcher. Still in a daze, Jobai went back and locked the gate, then returned to the gatehouse. After he closed the door to the room, he took the 3 slips of paper with the rules written on them out of the drawer. If Field Manager Liu was punishing the employees, it was to suppress the infection. Then the first rule of the gatekeeper's work code. Please remember that Field Manager Liu is a good man. And the second article. All punishments that Field Manager Liu inflicts on his employees are right, including but not limited to imprisonment, beatings, broken hands, broken feet. These 2 rules could basically be concluded as correct. However, Jobai again turned his gaze, and landed on the 7th rule on this page. Chief Liu's room. At the innermost part of the entire slaughterhouse, after the sun goes down, don't go near that place. But what about this rule? It seems to be partially in conflict with the first rule. After the sun went down, in the field manager's room, what would happen? Jobai recalled the muffled grunts that came from inside the field manager's room every night, when he made his rounds to the vicinity of the field manager's room, as well as the wound on Field Manager Liu's arm, which was newly added every day. These details should all be related to this rule. Liu Yardmaster was a good person, but that didn't mean he wasn't a dangerous person. It could also be said that there should be conditions attached to his dangerousness. The S rank and A rank passes both required Yard Manager Liu's help in order to pass. But seeing Liu Yardmaster in this condition today, I'm afraid that his spirit has long been out of whack. Expecting to pass from him, the risk factor and difficulty factor would not be too low. After much thought, Jobai decided to focus on finding the source of the pollution. Although the danger factor might be higher, Jobai felt that there was still a possibility of trying his best. Thinking of this, Jobai took out a pen and wrote down a few places that he thought were related to the source of contamination, and drew a circle for them with the pen. Slaughterhouse number 8, the red door, and the yard manager's room. After he finished writing, he heaved in Slaughterhouse 8 that, and drew several more circles. Slaughterhouse number 8 and the second pig truck were the focus of what Jobai was trying to understand. Many of the rules, however, made restrictions for Jobai. How on earth could one avoid all the rules and still achieve one's purpose? Jobai picked up a pen and kept sketching and drawing on the paper. He waited until several sheets of paper on the table were filled with his writing before stopping. He looked at what he had written on the paper and carefully read it again before putting it away with satisfaction. Then he laid down on his bed and went to sleep. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jobai was woken up on time by his alarm clock. He picked up his keys and began to make his rounds from room to room. The slaughterhouse was quiet, no different from usual. He wiggled the keys and walked around. Arriving at the infirmary, the butcher, who was lying on the hospital bed, immediately shrunk his hand when he saw Jobai come in. It was as if he was afraid that Jobai was going to do something to his hand. The doctor also had the same look of horror on his face. This butcher had been very rude to Jobai in the morning. How did he become so afraid of him after one afternoon? Jobai reasonably suspected that it was this doctor who, after Jobai had left, had corrupted him about something. What do you want to do again? Jobai took the key in his hand and shook it. Doorman, making room rounds, stopping by, because in the infirmary, the doctor stayed inside 24 hours a day. Jobai didn't come to the infirmary the first few times he patrolled the rooms. When Jobai analyzed it today, he found that his knowledge of the infirmary was still too little. So with enough time today, Jobai came over to take a look. Inside the infirmary, the doctor continued to lower his head, pretending to be busy with his own business, secretly hoping that Jobai would ignore his presence. The butcher closed his mouth and lay on the hospital bed, occasionally stealing a few glances at Jobai. Jobai also ignored the strange reactions of the two of them, and instead looked around himself. This infirmary was not big, with 4 hospital beds placed outside. In addition to the butcher with a broken palm, there was another patient lying in the corner. Next to his hospital bed, a wheelchair was placed. It should have injured his feet. Jobai's gaze left his body, then walked over to the medicine cabinet. What was placed on top of the medicine cabinet were some ordinary medicines for treating trauma. Other than that, not a single jar of drugs to inhibit contamination could be found. He continued to walk inside. When he reached the white drawn curtain, he heard a series of agonizing whimpers from inside the curtain. The doctor also noticed the situation behind the drawn curtain. He hurriedly stopped what he was doing and ran inside the white curtain. Then, the white drawn curtain suddenly shook violently. "Let me go! Quickly let me out!" Jobai could feel the person inside, fighting fiercely against the doctor. "Don't move! You can't go out!" The white drawn curtain was tugged and pulled halfway open. Jobai saw the doctor pick up a rope and was trying to tie up the patient who only had one palm left. The doctor pressed down on the patient's shoulder with one hand and tied the rope with difficulty with his other hand, only to see that the patient exposed his teeth and lowered his head about to bite on the doctor's hand that was pressed on his shoulder. Fortunately, Jobai went over in time and pressed the man's head. The doctor nodded gratefully to Jobai. Then he accelerated the binding action on his hands. The man, however, was still struggling while tearing his heart out and shouting, "Let go of me. I'm going to work. It's 11 o'clock. The slaughterhouse is about to start." When Jobai heard his words, his entire body froze in place. The wall clock in the infirmary showed the current time, which was already 10:52 p.m. It was with great difficulty that the doctor was able to tie up the patient. When he looked up, he bumped into Jobai's shocked eyes. "Slaughterhouse working hours. What time is it?" The doctor replied in confusion. 11 o'clock. Jobai's head rang with a buzz. Why was this happening? Where on earth did it go wrong? But Jobai no longer had time to think about these questions. The time on the wall clock had passed another 2 minutes. Jobai glanced at the wall clock, then rushed out of the infirmary and ran wildly in the direction of the gate. Outside the main gate, it was already full of people who had come over to work. As soon as Jobai saw these people, his entire heart was even cooler. All the employees in the slaughterhouse knew that 11 o'clock was work time, except for himself. Was it his faulty memory? However, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were even more shocked than Jobai at this time. This was because Jobai could still wonder if he had misremembered. But, it couldn't be that all of the viewers, all of them, had misremembered, right? Jobai walked over and opened the gate. Fortunately, he had rushed before 11 o'clock and didn't let the slaughterhouse delay its opening. After he opened the gate, he returned to the gatehouse and picked up the 3 rules again. On the rules, it clearly stated that the slaughterhouse's working hours were from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning, and the previous day's working hours were also 12 o'clock at night. But why did today's working hours, however, become 11 o'clock? If it wasn't a rule error, then there should be another rule that hadn't been discovered. Jobai's expression became grave as he thought of this. He recalled what happened today. The first person to mention going to work at 11 o'clock was field manager Lu. It seemed that the key to the problem lay with him. Jobai looked at the 7th article of the gatekeeper's code again. Yardmaster Lu's room is at the innermost part of the entire slaughterhouse. Do not approach that place after the sun goes down. What exactly happens at night in the field manager's room? This was a mystery that had yet to be solved. Jobai landed his eyes on the second half of the rules. Perhaps there was some way that one could not violate the rules and still be able to enter the field master's room at night? Outside the gate, the first pig truck was driving by. Jobai glanced at the time on his cell phone. It just happened to be 12 o'clock in the evening. It seemed that the other rules hadn't been affected. After the pigs on this truck were carried off, it drove off. At around 2 a.m., another pig transport truck drove over. This time Jobai didn't hesitate too much. He directly locked the gate of the gatehouse. This pig truck came in, carried the pigs down, and then drove off as well. The next time, nothing happened. Jobai was in the gatehouse and sat there until dawn. When the slaughterhouse employees were off duty, Jobai routinely toured the entire slaughterhouse. Then he locked the door to his room and began to sleep. 9 p.m. The alarm clock woke him up right on time. After still touring the slaughterhouse, he walked into the infirmary. The doctor, the butcher, that intensive care ward behind the white drawn curtain, and even the patient in the innermost bed, all cast fearful glances at Jobai. Jobai didn't know how that doctor, who was describing himself behind his back, was able to make the entire infirmary so afraid of him, but this was good. It also allowed him to make less effort. He directly walked to the innermost hospital bed and pulled out the wheelchair that was next to the hospital bed. "What are you doing pulling my wheelchair?" That patient wanted to stop but didn't dare. Jobai deliberately put on a fierce expression. "Lend it to me." No, that patient's hand, which was so frightened that he wanted to grab the wheelchair, just shook, and then he didn't dare to extend it anymore. He looked at the doctor for help, but the doctor gave him a look of love. So, he could only watch Jobai push his wheelchair out. Jobai pushed his wheelchair out of the infirmary. The viewers of the Dasha live streaming room all felt a bit puzzled, especially when Jobai pushed his wheelchair and approached the field manager's room. All the viewers were shocked. It couldn't be? He wanted to enter the field manager's room in the middle of the night? The audience were all shocked by Jobai. Then, they saw Jobai sitting on the wheelchair. Turning the wheel with his hand, he moved in the direction of the field manager's room. It was then that the audience realized Jobai's true intention. Since the rules didn't allow approaching the field manager's room, then approaching the field manager's room in a wheelchair shouldn't be considered a violation of the rules, right? I didn't realize that Jobai was actually drilling a loophole in the rules. This operation, tawdry, really tawdry. The experts of the great summer country didn't realize that the rules could still be used in this way. While they were shocked, there were a few more points of worry. This operation by Jobai, although it literally makes sense, it doesn't work as logically, but this really has to admire Jobai's courage. This young man, he dares to think and do. If we were to do it differently, we might not dare to have such an attempt. There's nothing we can do now. We can only hope that he's lucky enough. On the screen, Jobai was sitting in a wheelchair, slowly approaching the field manager's room. As he leaned closer and closer, the muffled grunts coming from inside were heard more and more clearly. Finally, his wheelchair turned and came to the doorway of the field manager's room. Fortunately, even though it had arrived here, there hadn't been an accident yet. The night before last, Slate Duck Country's Drado had only accidentally walked to the entrance of the field manager's room before being taken captive by the black shadow that had suddenly appeared. This copy of the Slate Duck Kingdom was declared a failure just like that. The audience thought to themselves that Jobai was still fine when he arrived here, so he might have really gotten him right. Just when the audience somewhat let their guard down, the muffled grunts that had just come from the field manager's room suddenly disappeared. Jobai felt that something was wrong and began to tense up inside. The door to the field manager's room was open, and Jobai saw through the doorframe that it was empty. Jobai paused, only feeling a chill at his back. However, he still pushed his wheelchair and entered the field manager's room. The audience gripped their hearts along with Jobai's movements. Jobai looked around after entering the field manager's room. The things inside were arranged in a more messy manner than what he had seen a few days ago. Some clothes were randomly thrown around on the ground. Bloodstains could still be seen on them. The closet inside had a hidden door, and was dark, as if it had the magic power to attract people, inviting them to peer inside. Jobai turned his wheelchair and came to the side of the table. At this time, the surrounding area was surprisingly quiet. The sound of the wheelchair turning, at this time, became clearly visible. He stopped the chair next to the table. The half-open drawer, the red key inside, was still lying in its original position. Jobai took a deep breath and gently dragged the drawer, then quickly placed that key into his pocket. Just as he was about to restore the drawer back to its original position, suddenly, a piece of paper was seen inside. The words Field Manager's Code of Conduct were clearly written on the paper. Jobai's heart jumped suddenly. Sure enough, there were rules that he hadn't discovered. He quickly took out the piece of paper, and before he could take a closer look, he folded it and put it in his pocket as well. After doing this, Jobai intended to go back. However, all of a sudden, he heard a sound coming from behind him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. It was the sound of water, dripping down onto the wooden boards. Then there was a creak. That closet, which was hidden, also made a sound. Jobai turned around in shock. Then he saw Lu's face in front of him. He was holding a knife in his hand, and a fresh wound had been added to his arm. Behind him, on the area from the closet to the place where he had come over, there was blood dripping down. The image was too much of a shock, so much so that it scared the audience so much that they almost bounced out of their seats. Crap, scared me to death. He's still holding two in his hand. Geez, will Jobai be in danger? The rules clearly say that you can't come to the ringmaster's room at night, and Jobai is still trying to exploit the loopholes in the rules. Oh no, this is the end. Weird tales will soon descend on the Great Summer Kingdom. Jobai was similarly startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Yardmaster. Unconsciously, his hands were clenched into fists. The pocket that held the keys and rules was covered by his heart. Here, Field Manager Lu pulled out a large handful of bills from his own pocket and handed it to Jobai. At once, Jobai's entire body froze. He sniffed and realized that Field Manager Lu's body reeked of alcohol. Those who are injured should get more banknotes. Field Manager Lu was already so drunk that he was somewhat unable to distinguish between people, presumably treating Jobai as one of those disabled employees. He mechanically tilted his head until he saw Jobai take the money away. However, he didn't stay like this for long. Suddenly, his face began to twitch. His hands, which were holding the knife, were bruised and his hands were trembling, like there were two different forces fighting in his body. His face became hideous, and then the knife in his hand, uncontrollably, was about to swing and slash at Jobai. However, just as his knife was about to touch the wheelchair Jobai was sitting on, it suddenly stopped. Field Manager Lu's eyes were fixed on Jobai's wheelchair. Then, his knife reversed its direction and slashed at himself. He stifled a grunt of pain as a wound deeper than the one he had just received appeared on his hand. Immediately afterward, the hideous expression on his face became conciliatory. The entire person, it seemed, was slowly regaining consciousness. Jobai did not know why Field Manager Lu's knife suddenly turned. However, he knew that now was his best chance to escape. Seizing this opportunity, he hurriedly turned his wheelchair and quickly left from the field manager's room. Along the way, Field Manager Lu's muffled grunts of pain came from behind Jobai. Jobai only felt his scalp tingle as he sped up his rotation and quickly left the confines of the field manager's room. Only when he came to the vicinity of the infirmary did he stand up from his wheelchair. He exhaled with a palpitating heart before returning the wheelchair back to the infirmary. On the way back to the gatehouse, the red door reappeared. Jobai passed by the red door, and the person inside kept trying to talk to him. "Hey, the new janitor, did you just come from the field manager's room? Did you go get me the red key? Hey, why don't you say something? Do you still want to eliminate the source of pollution here?" Jobai finally braced himself when he heard his words. With his fingers in his pocket, he gripped the red key tightly, only to see it suddenly become abnormally hot. However, the touch of the piece of paper with the rules written on it also passed into Jobai's hands. He instantly became somewhat sober. Before figuring out the situation, one could not be easily compelled by it. Ignoring the shouts of the people behind the door, Jobai returned to the gatehouse with quick footsteps. He opened the gate, watching the employees who came to work walk in one after another. It was only until no one was walking in front of him anymore that he took out the key and rule that he had hidden in his pocket. He examined the red key first. That key looked no different from any other key. It was just that the metal material was coated with red paint, making it look and give off a strange aura. Jobai found a piece of paper and wrapped this key up before carefully placing it inside the drawer. Then, he adjusted his breathing before opening that new rule. Yardmaster's Work Rules. 1. You can arrange anything in the entire slaughterhouse, including but not limited to things such as working hours, position transfers, life and death of personnel, etc. 2. Please treat those disabled employees well, no matter what they have done. No matter how much they ask for in terms of salary and benefits, please fulfill them. 3. If you catch anyone from the White Beard organization, please put them in the red door. They're dangerous and could destroy the entire slaughterhouse. 4. If the pigs in Slaughterhouse 8 can talk, don't be afraid to kill them right away. 5. You need to feel pain every day. It keeps you awake. 6. The slaughterhouse is the most important thing. If someone threatens the existence of the slaughterhouse, you can end their life. 7. You can work with Blackbeard's overseers, but you need to be on your guard against them. They are a threat to the slaughterhouse. 8. Please remember your duties and follow the rules, or you will be obliterated. After Jobai skimmed through the contents of the paper, the system's voice, along with it, sounded in his mind, discovered that the host has acquired a new rule, and is now marking an incorrect rule for you. The 5th rule of the field manager's work code is wrong. Jobai looked at the rule, but frowned. Pain would make a person lucid, and he had seen the effects on both the doctor and field manager Lu. Now the system was saying that this rule was false. This made Jobai feel puzzled. Perhaps what was really wrong with this rule should be that pain could make a person become lucid, but it could not make a person lucid forever. It was highly likely that suppressing the contamination in this way all the time would also make the situation worse. Jobai recalled the current condition of Lu Yardmaster, and then remembered the critical patient behind the white-drawn curtain whose mental state was somewhat abnormal. He felt that this guess of his was most likely correct. Then, he looked at the first rule on top of the paper. You can arrange anything in the entire slaughterhouse, including but not limited to things such as working hours, position transfers, and the lives and deaths of personnel. It seemed that this rule was the reason for the change in the slaughterhouse's working hours. Then, his gaze fell to the second rule. Please treat those disabled employees well, no matter what they have done. No matter how much they ask for in terms of salary and benefits, please fulfill them. Seeing this rule, Jobai was very glad that he had just entered the field manager's room and chose to enter in a wheelchair. It was also thanks to the fact that field manager Lu was not quite lucid right now that he recognized himself as a disabled employee. Jobai placed the wad of banknotes that field manager Lu had just taken to himself on the table and shook his head helplessly. But where he had chosen a cart, he might not have escaped the danger so easily. Then, Jobai looked at the other rules. This time, in the rules, There was again information that Joe Bai had never come across before. Blackbeard and Whitebeard? What kind of organization is this? If you look at it this way, Auntie Wang might know information about the people inside the door. We can ask her later. There is also this sixth rule. Joe Bai hesitated for a moment. Then he opened the drawer and took the notes of the previous doorkeeper out of it. He took the fifth rule from this page and placed it next to this rule. Yardmaster Lu will always put the safety of our lives first. The slaughterhouse is the most important thing. If someone threatens the existence of the slaughterhouse, you can end their life. These two rules clearly conflicted. The experts in front of the TV screen also brightened up when they saw Joe Bai put these two rules together. Our chosen one is still relatively smart, so quick to realize that this rule and the sixth rule are in conflict. But which one is true? In my experience, it should be more likely that the field manager's work rules are correct. It's more reasonable for capitalists to put their own interests first. Joe Bai, on the other hand, was thinking in a completely different direction from the experts. The fifth rule of the previous gatekeeper's notes. Joe Bai had already verified that it was correct in the previous incident. This sixth rule, then, could be wrong. However, it was also possible that it was Field Manager Lu who would also violate the rules. Joe Bai's expression became heavy. The time came to 12 o'clock. The first pig transport truck drove in. Joe Bai received all the rules in a drawer, looked out the window, and watched the entire process of the pigs being carried down from the car. Then the time came to 2 o'clock. The second pig truck drove in from the distance. It was now the 6th day since starting this copy. There was not much time left for Joe Bai. Tonight, he had to find out the secrets of this pig truck and slaughterhouse number 8. Joe Bai couldn't help but feel nervous inside as he thought of this, but forced himself to calm down. He saw the lights of the vehicle shining down, and Auntie Wang's figure walked over from inside the passenger compartment. He immediately locked the door of the room. He stood by the door and heard footsteps that sounded like they were about to pass by his side. Joe Bai hurriedly shouted her down. "Auntie Wang!" The footsteps paused for a moment, then approached his position until they were close to the door before stopping. "Brat, what are you looking for me again?" Joe Bai had limited time, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Auntie Wang, do you know about the Whitebeard organization?" Auntie Wang stood outside the door, and when she heard Joe Bai's question, she obviously froze for a moment. "No, we originally belonged to the same organization, but the two main leaders had differences in the way they dealt with some of the problems they faced. So they split into two organizations. Although our ways and methods of dealing with issues are different, our aims and purposes are still the same." Joe Bai already had an answer to something in his heart after hearing what Auntie Wang said. His eyes looked towards the drawer where the red key, at that moment, was lying inside. The pig truck didn't stay for long before starting off. After Joe Bai said goodbye to Auntie Wang, he heard the sound of the vehicle driving out. He stood by the door for a moment longer, then walked over and put the red key in the drawer into his pocket. Then opened the door to the room. He glanced in the direction of the slaughterhouse and left the light, as well as the door to the room, open, pretending that someone else was still inside the concierge. Taking advantage of the night, with his head lowered, he quickly walked towards slaughterhouse number 8. According to Joe Bai's experience summarized from working as a doorman in the past few days, during the time between 2 o'clock and 3:30, no one would come to the gate to walk around here. By the time 3:30 passed, there would be some vehicles that came one after another to carry raw pork. Therefore, Joe Bai only had an hour and a half to act. He quickly came to the vicinity of the slaughterhouse number 8, and then sneaked into the changing room. Originally, the protective clothing in the changing room was allotted according to the number of people. However, because Joe Bai had mentioned his opinion to Field Manager Lu a few days ago, a new batch of protective clothing had been sent to the changing room. At this time, in the changing room, there was still a row of old protective suits left hanging inside. Joe Bai picked up one and put it over his body, covering his entire face tightly. Then he ran in the direction of the field manager's room. Upon seeing Joe Bai put on the protective suit, the spectators who had previously mocked Joe Bai for not understanding the way of social animals came to a realization. "Cow, it's still Bai who's the cow, so it was me who was shallow. Kiss brother Bai and accept my knee." On the way, Joe Bai pulled away a cart by hand. By the time he arrived near the field manager's room, he stood on top of the cart and pivoted forward with his feet. A different way to get in. Still not penalized by the rules. It seemed that the top-level logic of this rule oddity world was still very rigid. Joe Bai quietly summarized this in his heart before sliding the cart and arriving at the entrance of the field manager's room. Joe Bai then saw Field Manager Lu sitting on a chair with a pained expression. On his arm, he had added one more wound. Together with the two to that Joe Bai had just seen, Field Manager Lu had a total of 3 cuts today. It seemed that his level of contamination had become more and more serious. Joe Bai knew that now was not the time to think about this. so he averted his gaze and hurriedly rushed to Field Manager Lou. Field Manager Lou, it's not good. The pigs in Slaughterhouse Number 8 can talk. Originally, Jobai thought of other sayings to get Field Manager Lou to agree to him entering Slaughterhouse 8. However, when he read the newly obtained rules, he temporarily changed them. When Field Manager Lou heard Jobai's words, he squinted his eyes, and even though he had been huffing cold air in pain, he still said, "Don't be nervous. If you go into Slaughterhouse 8 now and kill those talking pigs, you'll be fine." Jobai received the permission from Field Manager Lou, turned around and paddled away with the cart. Then, it darted towards Slaughterhouse Number 8. Jobai saw the red door again as he passed through that long corridor. The red door appeared there, obviously waiting for Jobai. As Jobai passed by, the person inside the door turned in Jobai's direction and kept shouting, "Hey, gate guard brother! Hey, big brother, don't run so fast. I sense that you're carrying a key on you. Are you here to open the door for me?" Jobai didn't have the time to pay attention to him and ran at a faster pace, leaving the man's voice calling out to him far behind. Although Jobai had the red key with him, he had no intention of going to open the door for him now. It was just to have an extra safeguard for defense just in case. Finally, Jobai came to the vicinity of Slaughterhouse Number 8. In order to make himself look relatively normal, he was still some distance away from his destination, so he started walking over at a reduced speed. The viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room, although they had already been startled by Jobai many times, still couldn't help but raise their hearts for him when they saw Jobai's series of actions, especially just now. The Skav of the Great Mao Country was torn to death by the butchers who suddenly went berserk. So, Jobai had become the only survivor of this copy again. Other than the Great Summer Country, all the other countries had suffered from the descent of the strange talk. So, despite seeing that Jobai was well prepared, the viewers were still on edge for him as he was about to enter Slaughterhouse 8. On the live broadcast screen, Jobai had already opened the door to Slaughterhouse 8 before quickly dodging in. There were nearly 10 butchers inside, all burying their heads in serious work. No one had noticed Jobai's sudden appearance. On the racks in the slaughterhouse, there were several dead pigs that had already been killed and cleaned, waiting to be split. Jobai stood next to the row of pigs and picked up a knife on the table. Learning from the opposite butcher's technique, he began to cut the dead pig in front of him. He used his hand to press down on the pig's leg and then swung the knife down. Jobai's strength was great, and without 3 or 2 strokes, he cut down a large pig's leg. He was about to place the pig's leg on the basket next to him, but when his hands touched the pig's hoof, he suddenly felt vaguely that the feel of the pig's hoof in his hands was not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How does this pig's hoof have 5 toes? Jobai was shocked in his heart and violently loosened his grip on the pig's hoof, then looked toward the pig's hoof, only to see that the pig's hoof grew very strange, like a shape between a human foot and a pig's hoof. Jobai suddenly associated it with the broken palm in the garbage can in the field manager's room. At that moment, his heart flinched, and the knife he was holding in his hand was a bit unsteady. With a clang, it hit the desktop hard. In this instant, Jobai felt nearly 10 gazes on his body. His forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, not going to meet these gazes. Instead, he continued to grab the dead pig and swung his sword to chop it down. Another pig leg was separated from the body. It wasn't until the sequence of actions was done that Jobai felt the gazes that were betting on him shift to other places. It was only then that he dared to relax. Only, now that he was looking at this room full of dead pigs again, he had a different feeling. In the area to be slaughtered, there were still a few hogs sitting unkilled. The previous pig had just been bled out, and then someone picked this pig up and shaved it. Then 4 more butchers went to the waiting area and carried another kind of pig over. The kind of pig that was carried over struggled desperately, letting out one miserable grunt after another. Jobai listened to the sound and looked over, but after only one look, his entire body was stunned in place, because on that pig's face, there was a palm-sized red birthmark. The location of this birthmark was exactly the same as Mom's. Jobai looked at the struggling pig, and unconsciously, his eyes reddened. Fortunately, his protective suit wrapped him tightly, and at this time, no one noticed his expression. On the pig-killing platform, the butcher raised his knife high. Then he slashed at the neck of the raw pig. The pig with the red birthmark on its face looked in Jobai's direction at this time. As the pig-killing knife fell, a tear was shed. At that moment, the entire slaughterhouse number 8 whistled. It was like there was a lot of accumulated energy that suddenly, at this time, all boiled up. Jobai's eyes widened as he looked towards these energies boiling out. Pollution source. He finally knew what the source of pollution in this slaughterhouse was, but at the same time, the butcher who swung his knife down had violated the 4th rule of Slaughterhouse 8. If the animal under your knife sheds tears, please kill it again tomorrow. Jobai, who was swept up in this whirlwind, was likewise about to face danger. That butcher with the knife raised in his hand. His body suddenly swelled up. The protective suit that had wrapped him up began to crumble apart as it was pulled by his ever-expanding body. Then, Jobai saw that the butcher's exposed body had begun to mutate into a huge monster with a pig's head and body. The other butchers, when they saw him like this, their faces were showing excitement. They were, even excited to the point of red eyes. It looked like they had completely lost their sanity. With their teeth bared and hissing, they lunged towards that pig-headed and humanoid monster. In Slaughterhouse 8, those surging energies kept emitting cries. These cries were much clearer and much more powerful than the cries he had heard outside the door before. Jobai felt that the skin on his body, just by hearing these sounds, was sprouting tiny particles. Jobai was inwardly shocked. He knew that the energy gathered from these cries was the source of pollution in this slaughterhouse. This was the grievances that had gathered after those people had been beheaded in this slaughterhouse. It was also these grievances that had accumulated day after day and month after month, affecting everyone in the slaughterhouse every day and every night, which was why they caused their pollution. As Jobai thought about this, he inwardly felt a deeper sense of how this slaughterhouse had become what it was now. It was also at this moment that a mechanical voice rang out within the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country. Congratulations to Great Xia Country's chosen one, Jobai, for finding the source of contamination in the bloody slaughterhouse. Hearing this voice, the viewers of the Great Summer Country were stunned. Then all cheered. Jobai really didn't let us down. He actually did find the source of pollution. I didn't realize that Jobai was actually going to pass again. Our Great Summer Kingdom. Another SSS level clearance. Jobai, you are my god. However, the audience wasn't happy for long. Another sentence uttered by that mechanical voice, however, directly knocked them to the bottom. Warning, warning, the source of contamination has spread. The rate of contamination in the entire slaughterhouse has accelerated. Next, please eliminate the source of contamination within 5 hours, or the pass will fail. Because of the accident just now, although it helped Jobai find the source of contamination, it also made his situation even more treacherous. The viewers in the Dacia live streaming room all gripped their hearts again. Just one last step away from an SSS level clearance. Jobai must fight for it. At this moment, in Jobai's mind, he similarly heard this mechanical language broadcast. He knew that there was not much time left for him. Inside Slaughterhouse number 8, an orgy of tearing was now being staged. All of those butchers had gone crazy. Like pigs, and like dogs, lying on the ground, they gnawed and bit around that half-human, half-pig monster. Jobai felt those bubbling particles on his body and had a vague ominous feeling in his heart. He took advantage of the fact that the others didn't notice him and quietly ran to the door, then quickly opened the door and went out. Taking out the key, he unlocked the door of Slaughterhouse 8. This way, it would at least ensure that the already maddened butchers inside would not randomly run out and attack others. Next, he took off the protective clothing from his body. The skin of his body was re-exposed to the air. However, at this time, some sharp-eyed spectators then noticed that on the back of Jobai's hand, a small handful of fluffy hairs had grown out. Jobai turned his head back and glanced at the current situation in the slaughterhouse from inside the window. Then, he reached into his pocket and quietly gripped the red key in his pocket. Until now, he hadn't come across any piece of information that was able to directly deduce how to eliminate the source of contamination. Therefore, to find a way to deal with it within 5 hours, he was not actually sure. The source of contamination in the slaughterhouse was caused by the way they handled the mutants. In other words, the appearance of this source of contamination actually originated from what the slaughterhouse had done. Fundamentally, the slaughterhouse and Jobai's goal were in conflict, and out of all the rules, the one that had a direct conflict of interest with the slaughterhouse, Jobai could only think of the person who was locked inside the door. He was the one who, in the rules, had been repeatedly reminded to be careful and watch out for. And the many times the system had prompted the rules to be wrong, it had also been used on the rules related to him. Therefore, with that red key in his hand, Jobai headed in the direction where the red door had just been, and accelerated his steps. The tearing sounds coming from the slaughterhouse in room 8 did not affect the normal work of the other slaughterhouses. Along the way, what Jobai saw was a well-organized state of work. If he hadn't just seen that bloody picture, Jobai even suspected that tonight was actually just an ordinary night. He quickly came to the place where he had just seen the red door, but that place just now had already turned into an ordinary wall, and there was no trace of that red door at all. Jobai hurriedly started looking around the neighborhood. In the past, this red door had been a ghostly sight. Every time it appeared, it also came at Jobai on its own. This time, Jobai himself was looking for him, but he was suddenly at a loss. Jobai had no other better way but to carefully search every corner of the slaughterhouse, but there was no sign of the red door. He sensed that things didn't seem quite right. The previous times he had seen the red door, The attitude of the people inside the door had been very positive. Moreover, Jobai could sense that the person was able to control the location where the door appeared. This time, when Jobai intended to release him, he disappeared. This was somewhat out of character. Avoiding the door? Or was he incapable of appearing now? No matter which of these reasons it was not a good omen. Time had come to 3:30 without realizing it. Outside the main gate, there were headlights of a van that shone inside. "Hey, gate guard boy, coming over for a cargo load? Help me open this side of the door." Jobai saw the driver in the driver's seat, who was shouting at himself. He could only quickly walk a few steps over and help him open the gate that the van passed through, then guided the van to park in the correct position. Then, one after another, there are vans coming over, constantly coming in and out, so that Jobai does not have a little way to get out. The viewers watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room were all anxious for Jobai. Why are there so many cars today? If we can't find a way to eliminate the source of pollution, Jobai is going to fail the pass. There really isn't much time left. It's killing me. Can't we just leave these trucks alone? Probably not really. If there's chaos on this side of the gate, someone should quickly notice Jobai's abnormality. Those vans, finally, waited until the sky was faintly bright before they stopped coming over. Jobai looked at the time on his cell phone. It was already 5:15 at this point. The time left for him had less than 3 hours left. And right at this moment, a commotion came from inside the slaughterhouse. Jobai jumped inwardly, guessing that it was the things that had happened in slaughterhouse number 8 that had been discovered. However, when Jobai looked towards the direction of the commotion, what he saw was that field manager Lu was walking in the middle of the crowd and was leading a group of people towards Jobai's gatehouse here. Jobai immediately felt a bit puzzled. It was rare for field manager Lu to appear at this time of the day, and now that he had brought so many people over, it was definitely not a good thing. Jobai watched as they walked towards him, and then hid his hand, which had grown downy, behind his back. As they approached, Jobai could see the expression on field manager Lu's face, which was unusually serious at the moment. However, looking at his eyes, and the state of his walk, he should have already regained his sobriety. Soon, they walked up to Jobai. A group of them surrounded Jobai, and looking at the situation, it was very much like they had come to ask for punishment. Jobai's hand, which was hidden behind his back, could not help but clench up. His eyes swept over the crowd, estimating that in a moment if there was a real conflict, his chances of escaping would be a few %. It was no wonder that Jobai had a weak heart. After all, what he had done this one night could not be known by them. Field manager Lu said with a cold face, "There is a red key missing from my drawer." When Jobai heard this, he immediately clenched his fists tighter. He still had that red key in his pocket right now. If field manager Lu said that he would search his body, he would probably be able to find his missing key immediately. However, Jobai, no matter how much darkness raged within him, he still acted calmly on the surface. How could it be lost? Field manager Lu frowned, looking as if he was also distressed by this problem. "I don't know." It was only when Jobai heard his answer that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It turned out that it wasn't here to arrest him. Field manager Lu did not seem to be satisfied with Jobai's response, so the expression on his face became a little more serious. "As a gatekeeper, it is a dereliction of your job to have property lost in the slaughterhouse. Have you realized the failure of your work?" Jobai listened and nodded his head in a hurry. "It is indeed my mistake." Hearing this, field manager Lu nodded in satisfaction. "I'll fine you half a month's salary as punishment. Are you convinced?" "Convinced. Of course convinced. I'll go and help you look through the entire slaughterhouse now, and I'll definitely help you find the key." Jobai wanted to take advantage of the excuse of looking for the key to blatantly search the entire slaughterhouse again. Unexpectedly, farm director Lu said, "There's no need to look for it. I will never use this key. Moreover, I have prepared for this, so even if someone gets hold of that red key, they won't be able to use it." Jobai was shocked inwardly after hearing this. He finally understood why he couldn't find the red door just now. It turned out to be that field manager Lu had prepared for it long ago. No wonder such an important key was so casually placed in the drawer. I'm afraid that it had become very difficult for him to find the red door now. Thinking of this, Jobai immediately felt that the chances of knowing the method of eliminating the source of pollution through the people inside the door seemed to have become slim. In the Daxiao live broadcast room, the air pressure at this time had also become abnormally low. The viewers had all heard what field manager Lu had said and knew that the red door was afraid to be difficult to find. There were less than 3 hours left in time. It was too difficult for Jobai to find a way to eliminate the source of pollution in such a short period of time. There were many viewers that no longer dared to allow themselves to have too much hope of getting through the level, and some of them even began to make preparations for the Strange Tales descent. The viewers didn't dare to get their hopes up, but Jobai, as the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, couldn't give up so quickly. Since this path didn't work, he would find another one, and the plot hadn't come to an end until the last second of time. Jobai was in his mind again, recalling all the information he had obtained. The Whitebeard organization, the Blackbeard organization, were all inextricably linked to the slaughterhouse, and both had a partial conflict of interest with the slaughterhouse, especially the Whitebeard organization. The conflict was even more obvious. From the mouths of these two organizations, it was possible to know the way to eliminate the source of contamination. However, the red door could not be found, and it was too late to find Auntie Wang. These two organizations could only be excluded for the time being. Other than that, there was another person that could possibly know the way to eliminate the source of contamination. Jobai thought of this and landed his gaze on Field Manager Lu. He possessed the highest authority of the slaughterhouse, and naturally, he should also be the one who knew the most secrets of the slaughterhouse. But, how should one pry the information from his mouth? Moreover, eliminating the source of contamination might also cause damage to the entire slaughterhouse. It would be almost impossible to get Field Manager Lu to do something that would harm the slaughterhouse. Just as Jobai was about to veto this idea in his mind, however, he saw a porter running over in a panic over at Slaughterhouse 8. Jobai knew that this time, the abnormality in Slaughterhouse 8 had really been discovered. Sure enough, the porter ran to Field Manager Lu in a panic. While panting heavily, he pointed in the direction of the slaughterhouse and said, "Field Manager Lu, it's not good. There's been an accident in Slaughterhouse number 8. The butchers inside, all of them have gone crazy." When Field Manager Lu heard his words, his face immediately sank. Leading a group of people, he headed towards Slaughterhouse number 8. Jobai also followed. When those people approached Slaughterhouse 8, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see a large streak of blood left on the floor of Slaughterhouse 8. Those butchers' teeth were full of blood, and there were all sorts of different degrees of mutations in different places in their bodies. They peeled themselves onto the windows and rushed at the people outside the door, constantly tapping on the glass. Those outside the house were so shocked by this sight that none of them opened their mouths to speak for a moment. Field Manager Lu's entire face was dark and heavy. Everyone knew the seriousness of this incident just by looking at his expression. He approached the window and looked inside. When he saw the energy flowing around inside the slaughterhouse, Jobai clearly heard him whisper the words "source of contamination" under his breath. Jobai's gaze immediately turned towards him. It turned out that he really knew. In his mind, Jobai quickly thought about how to find the right time to find out the information. On the other hand, Field Manager Lu walked to the front door of Slaughterhouse 8, turning the door handle with his hand. By the looks of it, it was intended to open the door and enter. However, his movements soon came to a halt, because the door handle actually couldn't turn. He turned his head in shock, then looked at Jobai with a murderous expression on his face. The door was locked from the outside. "You did it, didn't you?" The others all looked at Jobai as well when they heard Field Manager Lu say this. Jobai felt like he was in the wilderness and was being watched by a pack of hungry wolves. In the next second, at any moment, he would be eaten alive. Countless thoughts flashed through Jobai's mind in this instant. Other than Field Manager Lu himself, in this slaughterhouse, only Jobai had the key to the slaughterhouse. It was simply impossible for himself to deny it. But did he really want to admit it? If one really admitted it, I'm afraid that right after the words were said, the person would immediately be disposed of by them. Not admitting it was not an option, and denying it directly was not an option either. Jobai was in a bit of a dilemma for a moment. Field Manager stared sharply at Jobai. Jobai had to answer and could only say, "I was the one who unlocked the door. If we let them out, all of us will be in danger." He did not deny it, nor did he directly admit it. Those employees who were standing near Field Manager Lu all changed their faces when they heard that they might be in danger. The eyes that looked at Jobai again were a little less hostile. However, Field Manager Lu was not that easy to fool. "When did you find out that something happened in Slaughterhouse 8? Around 3:15. Jobai answered honestly. After hearing this, Field Manager Lu's face became even more sullen. When he looked at the condition of those butchers in the slaughterhouse, it was true that they had to have been directly exposed to the source of contamination for at least 3 hours before they would have mutated to this extent. Therefore, Jobai had not lied. However, he did not remove his suspicions on this. "Since it was discovered 3 hours ago, why didn't you come and report to me? I was just about to go and tell you when you came. My work code states that I can't bother you after the sun goes down. It was hard for me to wait until dawn." This reason Jobai found wasn't well thought out, but it was reasonable. After all, any person would put saving their life in the first place. After hearing this, Field Manager Lu stopped saying anything more to Jobai and instead looked inside Slaughterhouse 8 with a serious expression. After thinking for a while, Jobai still decided to walk next to Field Manager Lu and then whispered, "Field Manager Lu, what should we do now? It's almost 7:30. The slaughterhouse will be sterilized in a while. Field Manager Lu had similarly thought of this. If the source of contamination inside couldn't be resolved, then the butchers in the slaughterhouse number 8 would all be in danger of losing their lives. There was only 1 hour left before the slaughterhouse was sterilized. There was also less than 2 hours left before Jobai had to pass. In Slaughterhouse 8, those butchers who had gone crazy were all constantly tapping on the glass. Although the glass material in the slaughterhouse was extremely hard, however, under their violent slapping, it also began to have a tendency to crack. Field Manager Lu frowned tightly, seemingly making a difficult choice in his mind. Field Manager Lu, think of something quickly. The situation is critical. We have to eliminate the source of pollution as soon as possible. Seeing that Field Manager Lu seemed to have loosened up, Jobai urged. Field Manager Lu grasped his head with his hand in annoyance, muttering under his breath, "No way, if we let him out, the entire slaughterhouse will be ruined." The veins on his hands bulged. The wounds on them looked very scary. However, he still fought to stay conscious. Jobai knew that the contamination he had received was going to start affecting his sanity again. Hastily, he continued to ask, "Who is he? Where is he?" Field Manager Lu painfully grabbed at his hair, grabbing several strands down in one go. It's useless to know. Jobai knew that time was running out and could only ask after him. Why is it useless? Only by eliminating the source of contamination can we save them. The key is lost. Knowing where it is useless. He won't come out. It'll never be possible to release him. When Jobai heard Field Director Lu's answer, he only felt as if the red key in his pocket had suddenly become abnormally hot in that very instant. The viewers in the live broadcast room froze a little as they listened. The key is in Jobai's hands. If we tell Field Manager Lu about this now, I'm afraid that Jobai will be arrested as a thief. If the key is not taken out, Field Manager Lu has refused to tell the location of the red door. Moreover, releasing the person in the door is going to jeopardize the slaughterhouse. Although Yardmaster Lu is hesitant now, it is unlikely that he will agree to this. The third rule of the Yard Manager's work code: if you catch anyone from the Whitebeard organization, please lock them inside the red door. They are dangerous and can bring about the destruction of the entire slaughterhouse. Rule number 8. Remember your duty and follow the rules, or you will be wiped out. A field manager who violates the rules will be obliterated. None of the viewers believed that Field Manager Lu would go against the rules to save those few people in Slaughterhouse 8. The live broadcast room of the Great Xia country also focused on many viewers from other countries. All of them sneered at Jobai when they saw what was happening to him now. Ha ha ha, Jobai is digging a hole for himself. Laughing my ass off. I didn't expect the Great Summer Kingdom to end up losing like this. I finally don't have to see Jobai in the next copy. So happy 1 inch. However, these foreigners' comments were quickly disliked back by the Great Xia country's viewers. The management of the live broadcast room also acted quickly to pull back all of these suspicious IDs. The screen returned to Jobai. At this moment, he hesitated for a moment, and eventually took the key out of his pocket. When the audience saw this behavior of Jobai, they all stared in shock. Crap, he actually blew himself up. Some of the viewers had even been a little afraid to look at the next scene. However, Jobai was looking unusually calm. The former gatekeeper's note number 5. Field Manager Lu will always put our lives in safety first. Jobai verified that this rule was correct. Therefore, he bet that Field Manager Lu would, for now, hold off on this matter for the sake of their common purpose. He spread out the red key in his hand and placed it in front of Field Manager Lu. As soon as Field Manager Lu saw this red key appear in Jobai's hands, he immediately understood what was going on. He was so furious that the expression on his face, it all almost became hideous. It was you who stole this key. After saying that, he reached over, wanting to go and snatch the key away. Who knew that Jobai immediately took a step back and then put the key away? Take me to that red door. I'll open that door. Field Manager Lu suddenly went ha 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 and laughed out loud, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Do you think I would take a thief and go get what he wants to steal? Jobai saw that Field Manager Lu laughed, but he didn't panic. Every second we do an argument here is consuming their lives. My purpose is simple. I only want to eliminate the source of contamination. Only by eliminating the source of contamination will those butchers inside have a chance to live. Time is running out. Look, their level of mutation is already getting worse. After Jobai finished speaking, he pointed his finger at those butchers lying on the glass windows. Field Manager Lu instantly stopped smiling. He followed Jobai's gaze and also looked at those butchers. He only saw that those butchers had mutated very badly, but he could still recognize some of their original looks. Field Manager Lu only glanced at them before turning back around. Go! Hurry up! Don't delay! After he finished speaking, he quickened his pace and walked in the direction of the field manager's room. Knowing that there was hope, Jobai hurriedly followed. The two quickly came to the field manager's room. In the field manager's room, Aside from the bloodstains left behind from last night, it now looked very messy. The drawers and closets had all been rummaged through. All of these should have been messed up by Field Manager Lou when he was just looking for the key. Field Manager Lou put his foot on the messy ground and kicked the clutter off the floor with his foot. Then he walked over to his closet. "Come here and help me push it open." Field Manager Lou walked over to the side of the closet and then gestured for Joe Bai to go over and help. Joe Bai walked over and pushed the closet open with Field Manager Lou. Then, he saw that behind the closet, it was actually hollow. There was a dark hole inside. Looking in, he could see a stone staircase extending downwards. Field Manager Lou handed Joe Bai a protective suit. The two of them each put on the protective suit before walking down the ladder. Below the steps was a narrow space. On the floor of this space, there were various half-human, half-pig limbs and organs piled up. Joe Bai, as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room, almost vomited after just one look at this scene. Surname Lou, you stinking bastard. Just keep working for their group of fools. If the inner world succeeds in infesting, it will surely have the credit of you bunch of breaks. To think that you're still locking me up here. Despicable. Shameless. Joe Bai had just stepped into this space when he heard someone inside screaming and cursing all the time. However, when Joe Bai walked to the bottom, the other party seemed to recognize him. "Yo, brother gatekeeper, you're here too. Are you here to let me out?" Field Manager Lou brought Joe Bai to the front of the red gate and then said, "He's right here. You let him out." The person inside the gate heard and was a bit disbelieving. "Surname Lou, are you crazy, to actually want to let me out? Ha ha ha, do you know the consequences of letting me out?" The key in Joe Bai's hand lurched, but still then turned the door lock. Ka-ching! As the key turned, the red door slowly opened. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost held their breath, waiting for the person inside the door to appear in the screen. Then, they saw a monster with a sharp beak, covered in feathers, but with a human figure walk out. Everyone gasped in surprise when they saw the scene. It wasn't. What was released within the door was also a monster. Joe Bai was also not expecting this turn of events. When he looked at the half-human, half-bird monster, his eyes were filled with defense. The monster stretched its back. Oops, finally, it's out. Then, he pulled out a red gun. At those half-human, half-pig limbs on the ground, it was a volley of shots. At once, all of those limbs burst into flames. The viewers in the live broadcast room immediately stared with wide eyes. "I'll go. This monster is still a bit fierce. But, is this a friend or foe?" Field Manager Lou looked at these burning limbs with a pained expression all over his face. He just couldn't bear to destroy these limbs, so he put them in here. And now, they were being burned away by this Birdman with a single fire. How could this not be sad? And that Birdman completely disregarded his sad expression. Instead, he looked at Joe Bai. "Brother Gatekeeper, thank you. In return, this is for you." After saying that, he threw a round drug into Joe Bai's hand. Then, he looked at Field Manager Lou. "As for you, someone who will die, don't waste the medicine." After saying that, he walked up the stairs. "Gatekeeper brothers, go, let's go remove the source of contamination." Joe Bai put the pills away, then hurriedly followed. A group of 3 people quickly arrived at the entrance of the slaughterhouse number 8. Some of those glass windows had already been slapped until they were full of cracks. If it was a little bit later, perhaps those mutated people would have broken through and come out. That Birdman stood at the entrance of Slaughterhouse 8 and handed Joe Bai his red gun. "This is the way to eliminate the source of contamination. I'll wait and need your help." Joe Bai took the gun and nodded. The protective suit he had just worn still on him. He took out the key and opened the door. Then one person and one monster just dashed in. In an instant, all those butchers swooped towards them. Luckily for that Birdman, he was extremely fast in drawing them onto himself. And Joe Bai also seized the opportunity to take his gun and snap the handle at those energies that were flowing around. Only a scream was heard. Then, the energy fluctuations in the slaughterhouse quieted down immediately afterward. Joe Bai breathed a sigh of relief, looking towards that Birdman. And that Birdman by this time had also all stuffed the pills into the mouths of the butchers. They all calmed down after taking the pills. At this time, in the Daxiao live broadcast room, a mechanical broadcast sounded. "Congratulations to Joe Bai for successfully eliminating the source of contamination and passing the level. Rating, SSS grade." Hearing this sound, the viewers of the Great Xia country, all of them burst into tears. "I'm so moved. This level of Joe Bai's, it was just too difficult to pass. Another SSS level pass. Joe Bai is just too good. Joe Bai, our Daxia is marvelous with you. The rewards will now begin to be distributed." The wisdom value of everyone in the Great Xia kingdom increased by 20%. As soon as this mechanical voice fell, the nationals of the Great Xia country simultaneously felt as if a clear stream had crossed their minds. Then when they thought about problems again, they felt much lighter. Oh my god, when I look at my math problems now, I can't believe that they all feel too easy. Families, enough chatting with you for now. I seem to have a new idea for the scenario at hand. A breakthrough. Thanks to Joe Bai. Our lab's research had reached a bottleneck, and now we finally have a new breakthrough. The live broadcast room of the great summer country was full of cheers. Occasionally, some foreigners made sour remarks, but there were already very few people who were willing to go against them anymore. After all, nowadays, in the eyes of the people of the great Xia country, the IQ of these people was really too low. Not to argue with fools. Then, that mechanical voice began to announce the next level. Next, enter the circular train copy. In order to reward the great summer nation for passing the level 2 times in a row, this copy is a separate welfare book for the great summer nation. The reward for clearing the level is generous. Other countries are not allowed to participate. As soon as this news was announced, all the other countries were instantly displeased. After these 2 copies, the great summer country's national strength had grown significantly. With no new weird tales descending upon it, the nation could finally develop its economy with peace of mind. Coupled with the rewards gained from these 2 times, the overall quality of the nation had improved by a notch, and there was money in the wallet again. There was now a thriving trend of development in every industry in the country. On the contrary, other countries were being pestered by the newly descended strange stories. This time, Joe Bai had been given another opportunity to benefit Ben, and those few powers on the blue planet, of course, refused to give up. All of them united to pour dirty water on the great summer country. However, as the saying goes, strength is the hard truth. The great Xia kingdom simply responded and then stopped paying attention. In the face of absolute strength, no one ever cared about the clamor and roar of the loser. Instead, other countries made fun of these few countries for their incompetent rage. In the world of strange tales, Joe Bai heard the notification of his clearance and understood that he would soon be heading to his next copy. At this moment, he and the Birdman with feathers all over his body were dragging out all those butchers in the slaughterhouse number 8 who had taken drugs. By the time they dragged the people out, the alarm for sterilization also happened to sound in the slaughterhouse. Seeing that these 10 butchers were safely rescued out, farm manager Lu was obviously relieved. But at that moment, a black hole suddenly appeared below his feet. Nearly 10 pairs of hands stretched out from the black hole, grabbing his feet before dragging him down. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Joe Bai happened to be standing near him, and subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab her, but it was simply too late. Before the others could react, he had already disappeared. That Birdman looked at the location where field manager Lu had disappeared, and then looked inside the slaughterhouse. In the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed. This slaughterhouse would probably cease to exist in the future. The bloody slaughterhouse copy came to this point and officially came to an end. Then, Joe Bai felt everything around him, as if all of a sudden, shaking violently. Then his eyes went black. By the time he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already inside a rocking train. A copy of the circular train has opened. Please prepare yourself. Chosen one. This train will circulate 5 times in total, and each time it does, it will pass through 4 stations. Because each station is not labeled with a name, it is common for passengers to get off at the wrong station. The way to pass this copy: you need to make sure that all the passengers on this train get off at the correct station. This train will circulate 5 times. After Joe Bai received all the information, he began to look around, only to see that he was sitting in a window seat. There was another seat beside him, but it was now empty. The entire carriage plus Joe Bai himself only had a total of 5 passengers. Joe Bai simply glanced around and did not find anything unusual. However, when he looked towards the very front of the carriage, he vaguely felt something strange, only to see that in the corner, there was a person wearing a steward's uniform who was standing there motionless with his face to the wall. It didn't look like a human being, instead it looked like a mannequin in the window of some shopping mall. Joe Bai knew that the world of weird talk was full of crises everywhere. It was imperative to find the rules first. So, after only glancing at that person, he wanted to move his gaze elsewhere. However, right at this moment, Joe Bai felt as if his entire body was suddenly immobilized. He wanted to move his gaze away, but he simply couldn't. He could only stare unblinkingly in the direction of that person. Then, he heard a strange sound of cluck, cluck, cluck coming from that person's body. Then, the person slowly turned his head. A face with the corners of both sides of its mouth split open to the base of its ears appeared in front of Joe Bai's eyes. Joe Bai's eyes instantly widened. A sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. That person cracked his mouth and laughed with an unusually frightening smile. Then, with an extremely fast speed, he instantly flashed in front of Joe Bai. His mouth opened greatly, as if he was about to turn Joe Bai into his food in the next second. Just when all the viewers thought that this copy of Joe Bai was about to end just as it had begun. Instead, A cry was heard. Surprise! That stewardess laughed loudly and removed his hood, revealing an unusually pale, ordinary man's face. It was only at this time that the audience all realized. It turned out that the thrilling scene just now was just a prank by this stewardess. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being immobilized on Jobai's body disappeared with him after the stewardess removed the mask. The stewardess saw Jobai's wide-eyed stare and laughed happily. He looked as if he was very satisfied with his performance. However, he quickly restrained his expression before revealing the professional smile of a stewardess. The speed with which he changed his face was so fast that Jobai couldn't help but be a little staggered. That stewardess respectfully took a book out of the stack of booklets in his hand. Both hands handed it to Jobai. This esteemed traveler, welcome to this train. I'm Stewardess Xiaolei, and I'm happy to serve you. This one is our pamphlet, so you can look through it when you're bored. I'll be serving in this carriage, so if you need anything, feel free to call me. After Xiaolei's prank, he immediately reverted to his professional stewardess state. After he took the brochures to Jobai, he continued to walk backward to distribute them to the other passengers. Jobai glanced at his back, but still always felt that there was something wrong with him. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Picking up the booklet, he quickly flipped through it. The most important task now was to find the train rules. Therefore, all the places where the rules might appear, he couldn't let them go. In the front of the booklet, there were some very normal publicity content. When he flipped through it to the halfway point, Jobai finally found a slip of paper sandwiched inside in the middle of the brochure. Jobai hurriedly took out the slip of paper and opened it. It really did have rules written all over it. Cyclic Train Riding Rules A. 1. When you see Little Thunder in his stewardess uniform on the train, don't be intimidated by his appearance. There are times when Little Thunder likes to grab people, but he doesn't mean any harm. 2. If you see a passenger sitting next to Little Ray and closing his eyes to sleep, at this time, you just need to avert your eyes. 3. There are vendors on the train that sell specialty items, and the things inside may look a bit strange, but don't worry, you can buy them with complete peace of mind. 4. This train sometimes emits a strange odor, but don't worry, just ask for the train's perfume service and you'll be fine. 5. Don't accept any extra services offered in the train. 6. Ray often complains that there are too many passengers in the train, even if you see that there are actually only a few people in the compartment. 7. There is only one carriage in this train. Please stay inside the compartment and don't try to find other compartments. 8. If other passengers are staring into your eyes, please do not lock eyes with them, especially not for more than 10 seconds. After Jobai finished reading these rules, in his mind, the system's voice rang out. New rule discovered, now marking an incorrect option for the host. The third rule of train riding rule A of the cycle is wrong. Jobai looked towards the rule that was marked as wrong by the system. A vendor selling specialties? Then was it okay not to purchase his specialties? In his mind, Jobai made a rough response judgment on this wrong rule. The first rule did match Xiaolei's behavior. Only, there was one thing that was strange. Little Thunder clearly had a very normal face, but the rule said not to be intimidated by his appearance. What was the connection there? Also, the fourth rule contradicts the fifth rule. 4. This train sometimes emits a strange odor, but don't worry, just ask the train for a perfume service to fix it. 5. Don't accept any extra services offered in the train. With Jobai's past experience, he was the one who was more inclined to judge that rule number 5 was correct. The fourth rule required the train to provide perfume services, which in itself seemed rather absurd. Although he had a tendency in his mind, he still knew that he couldn't easily jump to conclusions right now and one had to find more basis for it. Just as Jobai was still pondering over these rules, he suddenly heard behind him the shouts of a vendor. Rats, cockroaches, small ants, earthworms, centipedes, and pythons. This grandpa, please put your feet back. Jobai looked along with the sound, seeing to a big mom-like person, pushing a cart and shouting as she walked. She was coming forward from the back of the carriage. This grandpa, please put your feet back. Even though there was no one in the carriage's aisle at all in the way, she still insisted on shouting so. This reminded Jobai of the sixth rule of the rules. Xiaolei would often complain that there were too many passengers in the train, even if you saw that there were actually only a few people in the carriage. When Jobai thought of this, he instantly felt as if the empty seat beside him was bubbling with cool air. That vendor Amma, with every passenger she passed, would sell the specialties in her car. Do you want to buy some specialties for the train? Kids, do you like big cockroaches? Look at this big cockroach. I just caught it on the floor of the carriage. Guaranteed absolutely fresh. If you don't like cockroaches, you can also take a look at the large python, which ran in from the grass outside. The first person she asked was sitting in the last row, a young boy about 6 or 7 years old, holding a leather ball. He took a coin out of his pocket and handed it to the vendor's aunt. Then from her cart, he grabbed a large python out with his bare hands. The boy grabbed the python, pulled it like a rope, and laughed Coco with joy. But soon he burst into tears. "Stinking python! How dare you bite me? I'm going to make your head to be my leather ball." After saying that, he grabbed the python's head with one hand and easily twisted it off. He held the python's head, and laughed Coco again. However, the back of his hand, which had been bitten by the python, had already turned black. Seeing this scene, the experts of the Great Xia country all drew in a breath of cold air, and they began to be suspicious of the rule about the trader. The third rule should be wrong. Jobai can't buy anything from that vendor. The animals in this cart are all very aggressive, and it's too dangerous to bring them around. The little boy was bitten by a python. Look, this female passenger. That swarm of ants just crawled all over her arm too. If the rules are wrong, Jobai just needs to refuse the purchase and he should be fine, right? But as soon as the experts had finished speaking, they saw a man with a cat in his arms, refusing the vendor's sales pitch. The vendor, then, immediately took a knife out of his cart. As soon as the knife went down, the man's head rolled off. The cat in the man's arms was so frightened that its hairs stood up all over its body. It let out a meow and then scurried to the top of the shelf to hide. When the experts saw this scene, their whole body immediately broke out into a cold sweat. In their hearts, they were extremely fortunate. It was fortunate that they hadn't rushed to give Jobai a bad idea just now, or else they wouldn't have been slapped in the face this time. Although information had been obtained through that man's death, but the time left for Jobai to think about countermeasures was running out. The position Jobai was in was only 2 rows away from the man he had just met. The vendor AMA pushed her cart and would reach herself next. One could not purchase her things, couldn't refuse to buy her stuff either. Another dilemma lay before Jobai. Jobai frowned. The audience of the Great Summer Country also clenched their hands for him, just as the big trader mom was about to walk in front of Jobai. Instead, the audience saw him suddenly stand up from his position. Without even looking at the vendor Amma, he walked straight to the back row and changed his seat. The audience froze. That vendor Amma similarly stayed in place and froze for several seconds. However, the gate ultimately did not turn around, but continued to push the cart forward. When the experts of the Great Summer Country saw this scene, they all laughed and clapped their hands. Ha ha ha, why didn't I think of this solution? Old age. It's still the young people's brains that are good. Traders can't easily change their sales routes. This solution of Jobai's is also an alternative. Ha ha ha. In fact, if Jobai had just pretended to go to the restroom, he should have been able to escape as well. However, this expert's unintentional remark had caused other people to notice the toilet in the train. Ever since Jobai had entered this copy, the train's toilet had been in a closed state. This caused these experts to start speculating about the situation inside. Just then, a pumping body came from the toilet. Then the door was opened from the inside. Jobai heard footsteps coming from behind him, from far and near, and finally stopped next to him. A woman's voice said to him, "Please make way. Inside you is my seat." Jobai could feel a chill rising around his body as the woman approached him. Jobai raised his head and looked towards her. What met his eyes was a short-haired girl with clear features. However, it was only early fall, but she was so cold that her whole body was shivering, and she was still tightly wrapped in a quilt around her body. Jobai felt that this person was strange, but did not react too much. He retracted his feet and made room for the other person. The girl then walked in and sat down in the seat to Jobai's right. Jobai hadn't thought that there was actually someone next to him in the seat he had randomly picked, and immediately felt a bit embarrassed. But to change seats again now would seem too deliberate. After thinking about it, Jobai finally decided to tough it out and not move his seat. However, Jobai soon regretted his decision, because the girl sitting next to him, ever since she took her seat, she turned her head and kept staring at the direction where Jobai was sitting. Jobai was stared at by her to the point that he felt a little hairy in his heart. But still, he kept his eyes straight ahead, controlling himself not to turn his head to look at her. Because of Rule A, Article 8, if other passengers are staring at your eyes, please do not lock eyes with them, and especially not for more than 10 seconds. Jobai felt that the right side of his body couldn't help but become a little stiff. Although he didn't know what he would see if he turned his head, Jobai decided to err on the side of caution. After the stewardess, Xiao Lei, finished handing out the brochures, he walked back to the corner where he had just been standing. Jobai noticed a strange line of demarcation on his neck as he passed by him. At once, his heart fluttered. When you see Xiao Lei in a steward's uniform on the train, don't be intimidated by his appearance. With regards to this rule, Jobai vaguely had a new guess. He shifted his gaze to the other people in the train again. The requirement for this clearance was to help all the passengers in the car to find the correct station to get off the train. Therefore, understanding their information was now the first thing Jobai had to do. The girl beside him was still staring at herself strangely all the time. Jobai didn't dare to look back, and could only target other people first. He looked to his left front. In that position, sitting was a woman with long hair and a white dress. She had just had the vendor pass by when she bought a bottle of ants. Unexpectedly, the bottle suddenly cracked just as she got her hands on it. The ants inside crawled all over her hands that were holding the bottle, and it was with great difficulty that she managed to clear all the ants from her hands. However, her hands had swollen to the size of two. She kept scratching in pain, scratching her hands out with a trail of blood. Jobai's pupils shrunk slightly as he stared intently at the woman's hand, only to see that a lump began to emerge from her hand, and immediately afterward, those lumps kept bursting open, and a single fluffy hair emerged from it. Mutated. The things sold by the vendors would cause people to mutate, and the speed of mutation was actually so fast. The people in the carriage didn't show too much abnormality. Perhaps they lived in the world of weird tales and had long been accustomed to these things. However, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were all scared to the point of getting goosebumps. Jobai's face was heavy after watching this scene, and he looked down at the back of his hand. The same fluff grew on it. After the bloody slaughterhouse copy ended, he was immediately teleported inside this train. Immediately after that, he encountered a series of events, and hadn't had the time to take that pill until now. Luckily, his level of contamination wasn't deep, so his mutation speed was slow. However, it was still necessary to find a chance to take the pill as soon as possible. When he thought of this, he decided that it would be better to change his position again. There were few people in this train, and the stewards did not raise any objections to Jobai's change of position. Just as Jobai was searching for a new position for himself, he heard the little boy sitting behind him let out a burst of laughter. Ha ha! Fun fun fun! Really fun! Jobai remembered that the little boy had just twisted off the python's head with his bare hands. The heart said that this little boy was also not simple, and it was also the more aggressive kind. Secretly, he told himself that he would have to sit farther away from him in a while, but things always go against his wishes. After the little boy finished laughing, he jumped down from his seat. Then bouncing around, he came to Jobai's side. And, brother, can you play pickleball with me? Lele loves playing with leather balls the most. He pulled Jobai by the corner of his shirt, and with a pair of big watery eyes on his fleshy face, he looked as cute as a little angel. But Jobai was clear in his heart. This little boy was no little angel. The snake's head in his hand that he had twisted off, didn't know when, had turned into a small leather ball. Jobai looked towards that leather ball and his gaze dimmed. On top of that leather ball, there was still the pattern of that python. When Jobai saw it, he instantly felt some numbness in his scalp. Shaking his head at the little boy, Lele, big brother doesn't know how to play leather ball. If brother doesn't know how to play with a leather ball, then give me one. Nah, Lele wants this one. Lele's meaty little hand pointed towards Jobai's head. Cold sweat broke out on Jobai's forehead right away. The way Lele had just twisted off the snake's head with her bare hands surfaced in Jobai's mind again. Alright, what do you say? Lele, how do you want to play it? Seeing that Jobai agreed, Lele happily jumped several times. Brother, look, there's a broken hole on top of this shelf. I'll count you as the winner if you throw the ball into that broken hole. Jobai took the leather ball in Lele's hand and only felt that this leather ball would look extra hot, but still could only nod in agreement. It's okay. However, brother, if you can't throw it in, you still have to send me a ball. Lele spoke very innocently, but Jobai felt a chill run down his back. He took the ball and stood up. At this time, he felt several gazes in the carriage, all landing on him at the same time. He did not have the heart to explore the source of these gazes. Rather, he bet all his attention on this ball in his hand. This throw, if it didn't go in, the head on his head would most likely have to be given away. Jobai took a deep breath, raising the ball in his hand above his head, fingers slightly open to grasp the ball. Then with the power of his fingers driving his wrist, he gently threw the ball. The hole in the rack was not far from him, and the weight of the ball was also very light. So Jobai didn't use too much strength to throw the ball. But even so, when that leather ball landed on the shelf, it still smashed out a muffled sound. Meow. The black cat, who was hiding on the shelf, was startled by the sound. After shrieking, it scurried down from the shelf and hid somewhere else, and the leather ball shook a few times before falling off the shelf. Wow, brother is awesome. The leather ball steadily fell through that broken hole and rolled down to the ground. Lele happily walked over and picked up the leather ball from the ground. At this time, in Jobai's mind, the system's voice rang out. Perceived Lele's favorability towards you +20. Now adding a chance for you to mark an error. Rule A, Rule 4, is wrong. In his mind, Jobai recalled this rule. This train sometimes emits a strange odor. But don't worry, it can be solved by simply requesting the train to provide a perfume service. It seemed like what he had guessed before. This rule, indeed, was wrong. One cannot accept any additional services provided by the train. It should be the train itself, which also had a problem. And just then, a wind blew from the back of the carriage. A foul odor also drifted along with it from the rear. That smell. It was like the rotting smell of raw meat that had been sitting for days. Lele covered her own nose. Ha! It stinks. Jobai used the publicity pamphlet in his own hand and fanned him. Bear with it. It won't stink anymore in a while. Lele nodded. Not a moment later, the stench had indeed disappeared. Then Jobai felt his hand, being held by a small hand. Brother, come here. You sit with Lele. With that, he pulled Jobai to sit next to his seat. The girl who was originally sitting next to Jobai still wanted to look back at them. However, when she was glared at by Lele, she shrunk her locked neck, wrapped herself in the quilt, and turned her head back. Lele was holding the small python tattooed ball in her hand, and on her seat, there was a large head-sized ball. Below the seat where Jobai was sitting, the python's corpse was still lying on the ground. Lele didn't care about it and sat on her own chair, happily wiggling her feet. Jobai saw that the hand on which Lele had just been bitten by the python had become black. However, unlike the horrifying mutation of the girl in the white dress, the wound on Lele's hand was much milder in comparison. Other than the large area of black color, there were no other symptoms, and Lele did not seem to be in any discomfort. Jobai couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that not all of the specialties sold by the vendors would lead to mutations? Or was it that this little boy's physique was different from others? For these two questions, Jobai was unable to come to a conclusion right now. He sat on his seat and probed forward. Of all the passengers in the carriage now, only the two people sitting at the very front remained, and Jobai had yet to get any information about them. From Jobai's current position, he could only see that they had gray hair and looked like they should be quite old, and they had been snuggling together and seemed to have a good relationship. Presumably, they should be an old couple. Other than that, there was no more information. Seeing no other gains, Jobai looked elsewhere. Just as his gaze swept towards the corner where Xiaolei was, he was suddenly startled. It was because next to him, there was now a person sitting with his eyes closed. Rule A number 2. If you see a passenger sitting next to Xiaolei and closing his eyes to sleep, at this time, you just need to avert your eyes. Jobai hurriedly averted his gaze. The short-haired girl sitting in front of them also looked in the same direction as Jobai. She cursed bad luck in a low voice. Then she similarly looked elsewhere. Jobai saw her reaction in his eyes, and a trace of doubt emerged in his heart. At this time, the sound of the train arriving at the station rang out. The train is about to arrive at platform 1. Please prepare in advance for those who need to get off. The radio did not inform the name of the station. The passengers inside the carriage were a bit agitated. Which station is platform 1? Is there any mistake? Why don't you tell the name? What if we get off at the wrong station? However, no matter how much the passengers in the carriages complained, the train still stopped on the platform. The doors opened, only to see a large bulletin board just standing there. The announcement sounded once again. The train has arrived at the station. Please follow the rules on the bulletin board and judge for yourself where you will get off. For each station, there is only 5 minutes to get off the train. Please hurry up. You will not be able to wait until it's too late. As soon as the broadcasting voice ended, everyone's gazes all looked at the bulletin board. Only 2 lines were written on the sign. 1. There are 2 exits at this station. Passengers need to enter through the gate on the left. If you only see one gate, then please do not get off from this station. 2. If you feel that your presence will bring distress to those around you, then you will be very welcome here. After Jobai read the rule, he looked towards the exit of the station and saw that there were 2 gates standing there. While he was thinking about the meaning behind this rule, he heard Lele beside him say, "There's only one gate. This shouldn't be where I'm going." Jobai's body gave a start. It seemed that different people would really see differently. But what was the reason for the difference? Jobai was still somewhat unable to figure it out right now. At this time, the old couple sitting in the front row supported each other and stood up from their seats. It was then that Jobai saw that both of them each had a pantyhose that was empty. One of them was leaning on a walking stick before slowly walking towards the door. "Old man, this should be our destination. Alas, the 2 of us are always causing trouble for our son. Let's hope that they will welcome us when we arrive here." After saying that, they stepped out of the car door and walked towards the gate on the left. The rest of the people, none of them were going to get off from this stop. So the doors closed and the car traveled towards the front again. Jobai recalled the 2 rules that he had just seen at Station 1, and then recalled the state of the 2 old men just now. They were walking towards the door on the left, which meant that they should have complied with the first rule. Then, they had a disability on their legs, which would normally cause trouble to their son, so it should also make sense that they conformed to the second rule. Did it still not need Joe-bai's own hand to simply enter the right two passengers? Joe-bai shook his head, not daring to jump to conclusions so easily. Soon, the car drove into the second station. The train's announcement sounded once again. After arriving at the station, the doors opened, and the same large bulletin board stood there. Station number 2 rules. 1. There are 2 exits at this station. Passengers need to enter through the right gate. If you only see one gate, then please do not get off from this station. 2. We believe that all suffering will become the past. Joe-bai looked towards the first rule of the second station. Aside from the different direction of the exit gate, this rule was almost the same as the first rule of Station 1. As for the second rule, Joe-bai was somewhat unable to read it, because it was written in such a way that it was really too generalized. Who hasn't experienced some pain in their life? Having a needle stuck in your hand was pain, and being cut by a knife was also pain. It's hard for people to tell the difference. Joe-bai looked at the 2 exit gates outside the car door, but he heard Lele beside him say again, "Ugh, there's only one door again." Joe-bai knew that what he and Lele saw was, once again, different. At this time, the long-haired woman in the white dress stood up. Her 2 hands had mutated into 2 cat claws. Above the cat's claws, there were still scars that she had just scratched out herself. The blood on the scars had not yet dried, and the cat hair on the backs of her hands were stuck together. Joe-bai could imagine the pain she had just experienced just now just by looking at her cat's paw. Then, he saw her walk out towards the door. The door closed again, and Joe-bai saw her slowly walk towards the right exit through the window. Then, the train continued to drive forward. On the surface, the woman in the white dress just now was also very much in line with the rules of Station 2. However, how could a copy in the world of weird tales be cleared so easily? Joe-bai did not dare to take a chance, still thinking cautiously. I just don't know. Are there any hidden rules that haven't been discovered? This copy had a total of 5 loops, and it was still only in the first one. So Joe-bai didn't interfere with the other travelers' choices, but instead tried to find a way to learn as much information as possible. It wasn't long before the train arrived at the third station. Joe-bai looked at the bulletin board at the entrance of the train. There were 2 rules written on it as well. 1. No matter how different you are, we can accept you. 2. Joining us requires a harsh vetting process, so please be fully prepared. Joe-bai looked at these 2 rules and frowned. The rules of this station, on the contrary, were completely different from the rules of the previous 2 stations. Moreover, it didn't look like a station's rules, but rather, it was very much like an organization's recruitment propaganda. At this time, the short-haired girl sitting in Joe-bai's front row took a deep breath after reading the 2 rules. With a firm expression, she looked towards the door. It looked like she was secretly cheering herself up in her heart before standing up from her seat. She wrapped the quilt tightly and walked out towards the door. Lele, who was sitting beside Joe-bai, however, looked a little sullen. Mom said that I'm just a normal kid with nothing different about me, so this station isn't right either. It's so annoying. Just which station should I get off from? Joe-bai struggled to control his expression when he heard Lele say that he was a normal kid. Who was a normal kid that could twist off the head of a python with his bare hands? Who would dare to believe this when it was said? However, Joe-bai did not intend to break down a mother's well-intentioned lie, and instead chose to remain silent for the time being. As that short-haired girl walked out of the train, the doors closed once again. Thus, in the entire carriage, there were only 2 passengers left, Joe-bai and Lele. The stewardess, Xiao Lei, was still standing in the corner of the carriage. The one next to him, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, Joe-bai would still see unintentionally. However, he quickly averted his gaze every time. The train continued to drive forward. Lele saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the carriages, but he hadn't found his destination yet. He was afraid that when he got to the last stop, he still didn't meet the requirements. All along the way it looked a bit moody. Unlike the previous times, the 4th station seemed to be far away from the first 3. The train drove for more than 2 hours before arriving at the 4th station. As soon as the train stopped, Lele anxiously looked toward the door, only to see the same 2 rules written on the bulletin board at the door of the car. 1. If you are traveling on the train and you see next to the conductor a person sleeping with his eyes closed, please do not get off the train from this station. 2. Don't be afraid. Everything you've experienced is just a dream. Come here and you won't have nightmares anymore. Joe-bai looked at the first rule and remembered the person next to Xiao Lei. Surely not everyone can see it. After reading the 2 rules, Lele happily bounced off the chair. Great. I won't have to have nightmares anymore. This place must be my destination. Brother, do you want to get out of the car with me? Joe-bai looked at the car door, then shook his head at Lele. Brother is not getting off the car. Lele looked a little disappointed when she heard Joe-bai's refusal. While walking towards the car door, she kept turning back to wave goodbye to Joe-bai. It was only when the car door was about to close that he reluctantly walked out. After Lele walked out, the train doors closed and the vehicle continued to move forward. The first cycle of the train ended here. Jobai leaned back in his chair, quietly waiting for that mechanical voice to come out and announce the results. At this time, Jobai suddenly had a black eye. Then a mechanical voice was heard, ringing in his ears. Cyclic train copy. First cycle, Jobai, chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, failed to pass the level. In addition to the player, there are still passengers on this train who have not gotten off. A total of 5 passengers have gotten off this cycle, and 0 passengers have arrived correctly. You have already used up 1 chance. Please help all the passengers in the carriage to find the correct station to get off the train within 5 cycles. Although they had expected it, the audience of the Great Summer Country couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when they heard this result. As for the people from other countries, they began to gloat in the pop-up screens. Ha ha ha, don't think the welfare book is that good at getting through. Laughing my ass off. There's actually not a single correctly arriving passenger. Jobai's first 2 passes were just lucky, but he can't be that lucky every time. Ha ha ha, let's just wait to see the Great Sia Pass fail. Jobai was also a bit stunned when he heard these broadcast messages. He thought that there would be passengers getting off the wrong station, but he hadn't expected 5 passengers, all of them getting off the wrong station. Each of them and the rules on the station seemed to match. So what exactly was the problem? Just as Jobai was still organizing his thoughts, his eyes lit up again. In Jobai's hand, he was still holding the pamphlet. However, he had already sat back in his original position. All the passengers in the train had returned to their original appearance. Even the man holding the cat had not yet had his head chopped off. The steward, Xiao Lei, was facing the wall, and suddenly, he made a strange sound. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Then, he slowly turned his head, grinned, and looked at Jobai. Then, just like the first cycle, he opened his mouth and smiled. Then with great speed, he instantly flashed in front of Jobai. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to swallow Jobai. This time, however, Jobai had expected it, so he wasn't startled by him. It just looked at him with a cold expression. Perhaps because Jobai was acting just too calm. Even Xiao Lei froze a little. Surprise. He stumbled over this English word, then slowly took off his mask. An unusually pale face was revealed. The expression on his face looked slightly embarrassed. This, esteemed traveler, welcome to this train. I am stewardess Xiao Lei, and I am happy to serve you. Xiao Lei even forgot to put out the professional smile of a stewardess. Flustered, he tried to take out a brochure from the stack of books he was holding. However, when he saw that Jobai already had one in his hand, he put away the book in his own hand even more awkwardly. I'm sorry, I forgot that I already gave it to you. Xiao Lei felt a little strange, but his memory had never been very good, and didn't take it to heart. Chagrined, he lightly knocked his head, and then was ready to proceed to the back. However, he hesitated and stopped. This honorable passenger, if you want to take a break, you can switch to the back seat. That seat is empty right now, and it will be a bit more comfortable to sit in. Jobai followed the direction of his finger and saw that he was pointing to a single seat in the last row of the carriage. There was a lot of space next to that seat, and it was farther away from the front row, so it would indeed be more comfortable to sit. Jobai didn't know why Xiao Lei had suddenly shown himself kindness. Maybe he simply didn't like seeing people's scared expressions? But no matter what, Jobai still seriously said thank you to him. No, you're welcome, Xiao Lei replied slightly embarrassed, then took the booklet in his hand and continued walking towards the back. Jobai looked at the brochure in his hand and felt a bit puzzled. Normally, when going through a cycle, one should return to the very beginning with each cycle. But what about this brochure in his hand? Could it be that the things on Jobai's body, as well as his physical condition, would not participate in the cycle? Thinking of this, Jobai took out the pill that was on his body, then quickly put it in his mouth and swallowed it. The next time he circulated, he would see if this pill was still there, and he should be able to know the answer. Right after this pill was swallowed, Jobai felt as if a wave of energy had formed in his body. It traveled to the back of his hand. Not long after, Jobai felt the back of his hand starting to burn. The other force that remained in his body was slowly vaporized in this scalding energy. Afterward, Jobai then felt that his entire body was much more relaxed. However, when he looked at the back of his hands again, he realized that the fuzz had not disappeared as a result. It was a good thing that he hadn't been deeply contaminated before, and the fluff on the back of his hands didn't look obvious. And this little bit of fluff didn't affect Jobai's face value, so he didn't take this matter to heart. Just at this moment, the vendor's hawking voice, too, rang out. Rats, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, pythons. This grandpa, please put your feet back. Hearing this voice, Joe was immediately alert. Do you want to buy some train specialties? Kids, do you like big cockroaches? Take a look at this big cockroach, which I just caught on the floor of the carriage. Guaranteed absolutely fresh. If you don't like cockroaches, you can also take a look at the big python, which ran in from the grass outside. The vendor mom pushing the cart was still saying the exact same words as the last cycle. Joe turned his head to look, and saw that Lele was handing a coin to the vendor, then agreed to grab a large python out of the cart. Seeing this, Joe immediately looked at the man holding the cat. If he still died this time, then there would still be passengers on this train who didn't get off. In other words, there was still no way to get through this time. Joe had to quickly find a way to stop him before he could. However, there was not much time left for Joe to respond now. That vendor had already pushed the car to the side of the woman in the white dress. If the next one was next, it would be the man holding the cat. Joe didn't have time to think too much and could only hurriedly stand up from his seat. He took advantage of the fact that the woman in the white dress was picking something out of the cart and walked over to the man. Joe bent down and whispered to him, "If you don't want to buy her stuff, hurry up and switch to the back seat. Don't reject her directly. She has a knife in her cart." After saying that, he didn't care about the man's reaction, and went straight to the single seat in the last row. Lele was bitten by the python as usual, and the head of that python turned into a small leather ball in his hand. The bottle of ants in that white-skirted woman's hand also shattered just as suddenly, and the ants immediately crawled all over her hands. The vendor pushing the cart continued to walk forward, and was about to come next to the man holding the cat. The hearts of the audience were in their throats. Joe was actually not confident, and did not know if the other party would take his advice, but it can only be considered a try. Luckily, when the cart was about to reach the man's seat, Joe saw him pick up the cat in his arms carefully, then walk to the back row and find a seat. Seeing this, Joe leaned back into his seat and let out a long sigh of relief. Having saved the life of a passenger, it was a step towards victory. Next, it was time to think about the real matching drop-off locations for these passengers. Joe recalled the information he had obtained, but the last cycle, everyone's choice of getting off the bus seemed to match their own situation. No matter how Joe matched these passengers with the corresponding station rules, he felt that there was some information missing. He felt that there should still be rules that hadn't been found. He had only found Rule A so far, so there should at least be Rule B as well. So, he started rummaging around himself. Fortunately, he had only rummaged through 2 places before he felt out a note in the grid on the side of the seat. Opening it up, he didn't expect the content on the note to be, "Cyclic Train Writing Rule B." Joe couldn't help but lament his good fortune. But then thinking about it, he felt that he had switched to this position, and that it should be because Xiao Lei had purposely tried to help himself find this rule. Rule B of the Luke train. 1. Please believe that everything we do is to deliver passengers to their destinations. 2. Security is very strict at every station. Therefore, please be sure to read the station rules first when exiting the station, or you will run the risk of being expelled from the station and coming back. 3. If an alarm sounds after a passenger leaves the station, at this time, please do not make any noise. 4. If you are expelled back to the train, don't be nervous, you can still choose the disembarkation station again. 5. When there are not many passengers, you are allowed to change seats in the train. However, you should never change your seat more than twice. 6. The small animals in the train are very timid, so please don't scare them, especially when their eyes turn red. 7. Mr. Lee, who sells specialties, is not very good with his legs. 8. If there is a conflict between passengers in the train, please ring the silver bell placed in the first row and ask the steward for help. But this does not include when the bell turns red. After Joe finished reading these 8 rules, the system's voice rang in his head, discovered that the host has found a new rule, now marking an incorrect rule for the host. Rule B, the 4th rule, is wrong. Joe looked towards the erroneous rule. Passengers entering the wrong station would be expelled? This was a bit strange. In the first cycle, all 5 passengers had gotten off the wrong station, but no alarms had sounded, and none of them had been expelled. Or did it mean that there were other conditions that had to be met in addition to getting off at the wrong station in order to be evicted? Joe felt that this guess was most likely right. However, since this rule was wrong, after being expelled back to the train, it was estimated that one could not reselect the disembarkation station. Then, Joe looked at the first rule of Rule B again. Please believe that everything we do is for the purpose of delivering passengers to their destinations. His finger, placed on this rule, gently tapped it. After a while, he summarized in his mind the 2 conditions for determining a passenger's arrival at the correct station. The first condition was that the station's rules needed to be met. The second condition was that the alighting station needed to be the one that the passenger had in mind for their purpose. Joe now understood the rules of the 4 stations, and next, he still needed to understand the destination of each passenger before he could pass the level. Jobai thought of this and dropped his gaze to the old couple sitting in the front row. Unsurprisingly, they would still get off at Station 1. Jobai would have to rush to stop them from getting off before Station 1 arrived. But which station was their real destination? Jobai recalled the rules of the 4 stations. The first rule of stations 1, 2, and 4 should all be used to distinguish whether the passengers were contaminated or not. Jobai hadn't taken the pill when he last cycled, so he himself was a contaminated person. Using himself as a reference, he was able to see the 2 doors mentioned in the rules of Station 1 and 2. In other words, Station 1 and Station 2 receive people who are contaminated. Station number 4, on the other hand, receives supposedly people who have not received contamination. Station 3 accommodates all types of people, but they must be tested to enter. Therefore, Station 3 should be some special organization. After analyzing this, Jobai already had his own answer as to the correct place for the old couple in the first row to get off the bus. Jobai clipped the slip of paper with Rule B on it to the brochure, then took the brochure and sat down near that old couple. The stewardess, Xiao Lei, just happened to come back from the rear car at this time and saw that Jobai did not sit in the location he recommended. His expression darkened, then stood back in his corner. Although Jobai took his expression in, he didn't let this little episode affect his plans. He revealed an affectionate smile, then turned to the 2 old men. Grandparents, where are you planning to go? Since he had the look of a good boy, the 2 old men immediately took a liking to this young man when they saw him smile like that. This is our plan, to go to our son's unit, to see him. We haven't seen him for over a year now, and it's weird to miss him. Jobai listened and then asked, then your son should be quite busy with his work during the week. Which unit is he working in? He works at the slaughterhouse in Sea City. Jobai couldn't help but jump in his heart when he heard this name. No wonder Rule 2 of Station 2 was written that way. Jobai couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the physically disabled employees in the slaughterhouse in B City. If there was no source of contamination in the slaughterhouse, and if cutting out the mutated parts could stop the body from continuing to mutate, it would indeed be able to live up to that sentence in Rule 2. I just don't know if there were any accidents at the slaughterhouse in Sea City. Jobai knew that he was overthinking things a bit, and hurriedly pulled his thoughts back to the main topic. He had to think of a way to persuade the 2 old men not to go to Station 1 before he could do so. So, he continued, your sons also miss you a little bit very much before asking you to go over, right? When the 2 old men heard Jobai say this, they smiled so much that their eyes narrowed. Our son always asks us to go over, but we're all afraid of causing trouble for our son, so we've never dared to go. Seeing that the conversation had finally gotten to the point, Jobai hurriedly continued, how could son feel that you guys are causing him trouble? If he really felt that way, he wouldn't have let you guys go over. After hearing this, the 2 old men seemed to be touched. However, the grandmother's hand stroked toward her own empty pants, still looking a little worried. But my legs, Jobai comforted her. These are the pains you have experienced, but they have all become the past. Your family members will not dislike you just because of the injuries you have suffered. When the 2 old people heard this, they both pondered and became silent. Jobai racked his brain before speaking these 2 sentences of chicken soup for the soul. After speaking, he himself felt like shaking off goosebumps. However, so far, it seemed to have a good effect. At least the 2 old men had listened. The train didn't take long to arrive at station number 1. Jobai saw the doors open and waited nervously for the 2 old men's decision, only to see the 2 old men come close to the door, carefully scrutinizing the 2 lines of text on the bulletin board. Old man, what do you say about this station? Is it where we are going? The old grandfather was also a little hesitant. I see that the station has 2 doors, so it should be correct. But, this Rule 2, Granny, I'm a little undecided too. The old granny similarly looked at Rule 2. Then, she suddenly shook her head firmly. Old man, not this station. Let's not get off. Our son, he might already be waiting for us at the exit. The old grandmother tugged on the old grandfather's coat. Old grandpa nodded in agreement. Then the 2 sat back in their seats. When Jobai saw them sit back down, the stone in his heart was finally half dropped. The remaining passengers, none of them wanted to go down from this station. 5 minutes passed quickly. The doors closed, and the train started again, heading towards the second station. Jobai recalled the order of getting off the train in the previous round and thought about what he would do next. Actually, his thoughts were very simple. Since all the passengers got off at the wrong station last round, this round, he would find a way to get everyone off at a different station. That way, even if they still couldn't get through this round, they would at least be able to get more information. So he turned his head and looked at the woman in the white dress. In the previous round, she had gotten off at the second station. Jobai's next target to stop was also her, only to see that at this moment, her hands had mutated into 2 cat claws. Her face had an unusually painful expression, and she kept scratching the skin on the back of her hands with her cat's claws. Jobai looked at her like this, thought for a moment, and remembered that in his pocket, he still had the pills he took from the first copy. Good and effective, the pills produced by the pharmaceutical factory. Although they could not cure the contamination, they could at least ease the pain. So, Jobai took out the gray pill bottle and took out a gray pill from it before getting up and walking next to the woman in the white dress. He handed the pill to the white-skirted woman. This is for you. After you eat it, it won't be as painful. The white-skirted woman looked at the pill in Jobai's hand and hesitantly did not reach out to take it. The eyes that looked at Jobai were filled with a few points of defense. What is this? How do I know if you're trying to harm me? Jobai didn't know how to convince her and said helplessly, what can I gain by harming you? However, just as Jobai finished his words, a hand reached over from behind him. That hand was permeated with a cold aura. With one hand, it snatched the pill from Jobai's hand. He hurriedly turned around to look. Then, he saw that short-haired girl, who was wrapped in a quilt all over her body, had already taken that gray pill and thrown it into her mouth. Ha ha ha, uneducated fool. Since you don't want it, it's cheaper for me. The short-haired girl provocatively laughed at the white-skirted woman. Enraged, the white-skirted woman waved her cat claws and was about to scratch towards the short-haired girl's face. Inside the train, there was some confusion. The man sitting not far away, hurriedly used his hand to protect his cat, fearing that the battle over here would scare it. Lele, who was sitting in the back row of the short-haired girl, saw someone fighting, while she excitedly jumped onto the seat, happily clapping and shouting, wow, someone is fighting, fun 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 really fun. On the short-haired girl's neck, 3 claw marks were scratched out. On the white-skirted woman, on the other hand, she was shivering from the cold. The two people twisted into a ball and fought. Jobai also didn't expect that a small gray pill of his own would actually cause the two women in the carriage to fight. He remembered the 8th rule of Rule B. If there is a conflict between passengers in the train, please ring the silver bell placed in the first row to request the help of the stewards. But this does not include when the bell turns red. Thus, Jobai looked towards the first row. On the table in that row, there was indeed a silver bell placed. He hurriedly ran over and picked up the bell and shook it a few times. Bell, bell, bell. The crisp ringing of the bell was a bit eerie in this noisy train. Hearing the ringing of the bell, Xiao Lei, who was facing the wall, was like a mannequin in a shopping mall being suddenly awakened. He turned around mechanically, then walked to the center of the two girls. Each of his 2 hands grabbed on their necks and separated them with one hand. Fight again, and I'll throw you all out of the train. His tone was eerily cold, completely different from the way he looked when he was handing out pamphlets. Those 2 girls both shivered when they heard Xiao Lei's voice. They no longer dared to continue. The short-haired girl stood up and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. The woman in the white dress, on the other hand, silently walked back to her seat. From his own pocket, Jobai took out a gray pill and handed it to the white-skirted woman. The woman in the white dress did not say anything more this time. After taking the pill, she tilted her head back and swallowed it. Where do you plan to get off? Jobai took this opportunity to hurriedly ask the question he wanted to know. After the woman in the white dress finished the pill, her hands no longer itched and the expression on her face was much more soothed. She had been favored by Jobai, so she could not afford to ignore him. She could only answer, I'm going to D City, my husband works there. Jobai got the answer he wanted, so he didn't say any more and walked straight back to his original position. According to the rules, he had already changed his seat twice, so he couldn't change it again. Jobai hadn't been seated for long before the train arrived at station number 2. The 2 old men sitting in the front row saw the doors open and probed over to check. When they saw the second rule on the bulletin board, both of the 2 old men reached out and touched their empty pair of pants. The bulletin board read, we believe that all suffering will become a thing of the past. Seeing this, a light instantly erupted in their eyes. Old man, this should be the station. Our son is probably waiting for us right outside the station. Let's go. Let's quickly go out and look for him. After saying that, they picked up their walking sticks and supported themselves to stand up. Though strained, their steps were firm as they walked towards the exit gate on the right. It was only when Jobai saw them walk to the exit gate that he truly let go of his heart. Then, he turned his head to look at the woman in the white dress, only to see that the white-skirted woman had long since stopped looking at the notice board at the car door. Frowning and staring out the window, she seemed to be impatiently waiting for the train to restart. No one else got off and the doors closed. Then the train headed for station 3. There were only 2 stations left, but now in the train, there were 4 passengers left, and a cat that hadn't gotten off. It was a task that seemed a bit large. The short-haired girl couldn't let her get off from station number 3. Happy couldn't let him get off from station 4. In other words, in this short period of time, Jobai had to both stop the short-haired girl from getting off the bus and convince Lele. The point was, Jobai now had no chance to change seats. In such a situation, he had to accomplish these two things at the same time. This was a difficulty that was not ordinary. But fortunately, Jobai was not someone who was afraid of difficulty. He stood up from his seat, walked over to Lele's side, and then said, "Little friend, do you want to play pickleball with your brother?" Lele clutched the leather ball in his hand tightly, then looked away, not even glancing at Jobai. "Humph, I'm not going to play pickleball with you. You're a bad person." When Jobai heard this, he froze. How was this script different from what he thought? The little kid who had always sweetly called his brother before had actually flipped out? How could brother be a bad person? Jobai didn't have much experience in coaxing children and smiled awkwardly, but the words that came out sounded even more like a bad guy. Lele repulsively faced his entire body towards the window, and Jobai could only see his back. "Mom said that people who take that kind of pill are bad people. You, and those two sisters in front, are all bad people." This child's mom was really well-intentioned. Jobai hadn't thought that the reason Lele rejected himself was actually because he had just taken out the pill. He was somewhat helpless. The two girls sitting in the front row of Lele, hearing that they had been labeled as bad guys, also turned their heads and looked over to their side. When the woman in the white dress met the short-haired girl's gaze, she let out a humph and turned her head back. The short-haired girl pulled the corners of her mouth proudly, seemingly very satisfied with her title of bad guy. Jobai's plan fell through, and he stood in place, momentarily at a loss as to what to do with the little boy in front of him. At that moment, the announcement that the train was about to arrive at station number 3 rang out. "The train is about to arrive at station number 3. Please prepare in advance for passengers who need to get off." When the passengers in the carriage heard this sound, they all sat up straight. Seeing that time was running out, Jobai shifted his target to the short-haired girl. This girl's entire body was covered in cold air, and she had been wrapped in a sheet of quilt. Even when they fought just now, they didn't tear her blanket away for half a minute. Jobai knew that she was a difficult bone to chew, but time was urgent. There was no way but to go straight up. "Don't get off. This station is not your destination." The short-haired girl blankly glanced at Jobai. "Haven't seen the bulletin board yet. How do you know it's not my destination?" Jobai also didn't know how he should explain to her, and could only continue. "Believe me, this station really isn't your destination." Just at this moment, the train slowly came to a stop, and the bulletin board at the entrance of the train appeared in front of the passengers. The short-haired girl ignored Jobai's stop and quickly walked a few steps over to look at the content on top of the sign. After she read it, she laughed. "Ha ha ha, who are you fooling? This is my destination." Jobai still didn't give up and reached out to block her. "Did you see the rules above? This station has an assessment, and if you can't pass the assessment, you won't be able to get in." The short-haired girl glared fiercely at Jobai. "How do you know that I can't pass the test?" After saying that, she sidestepped and bumped away from Jobai's blocking hand. Jobai backhandedly grabbed the quilt wrapped around her body. Between the two pulling and tugging, the quilt on the girl's body was actually accidentally ripped off by Jobai's entire sheet. All of a sudden, the cold air wrapped in the quilt, it spread to deal with. Jobai could not help but shiver. When he looked at the girl again, he saw that the skin on her arm was all covered with fish scales. Even though Jobai had already seen many mutated humans in the world of strange tales, but it was the first time he had seen a mutation that could emit cold air. So all of a sudden, when he saw this sight, he actually froze a bit. The short-haired girl took advantage of Jobai's freeze and grabbed the quilt from his hands, quickly wrapped it around her body, and then dashed out of the car door. Jobai looked toward the back of the girl running away, and could only helplessly shake his head. Alas, this game was bound to be a failure. Let's reopen it. Fortunately, he still had 3 chances left. He sat back in his original seat, and behind him, the man holding the cat stared at the rules on the bulletin board for a long time. "No matter how different you are, we can accommodate you." He looked at the rule with expectation shining in his eyes. Silently, he held the cat in his arms, a little tighter. Then he got up and walked towards the door. The doors then closed, and then the train headed towards station number 4. Again, it took a full 2 hours for the train to arrive at station number 4. Jobai calculated the time between the other 3 stations, and station number 4, and speculated that station number 4 might be located in a different city than the other stations. The old couple said that they were going to the slaughterhouse in C City. The woman in the white dress, on the other hand, says she is going to City D to find her husband. Assuming that stations 1 through 3 are in City C, then station 4 would be City D. If that is the case, station 4 is the destination of the woman in the white dress. The next round, ask the others if their destinations were all in City C, and you should be able to determine the answer. After Jobai briefly summarized, he looked at the bulletin board at the entrance of the car. The first rule of Station 4. If you are traveling on the train and you see next to the conductor a person sleeping with their eyes closed, please do not get off the train from this station. This cycle, Jobai hadn't even seen anyone next to the conductor. Jobai almost forgot that there was such a thing. Jobai had eaten the pill and cleared out the contamination in his body, so he then couldn't see the person next to Xiao Lei. In other words, Station 4 received people who had not been contaminated. Lei hadn't been contaminated, but his destination wasn't Station 4. Then excluding Stations 1 and 2, Lei's destination would have to be Station 3, but Lei had preconceived notions about the rules of Station 3. Wanting him to voluntarily choose to get off at Station 3 didn't seem that simple. When Jobai thought of this, he saw Lei holding a leather ball and bouncing down the door of the car. The woman in the white dress, also following closely behind, walked to the entrance of the station. However, at that moment, a piercing alarm sounded throughout Station 4. Jobai's heart jumped at once. The second rule of Rule B. The security at each station is very strict. Therefore, when exiting the station, please make sure to read the station rules first. Otherwise there will be a possibility of being expelled back. He stared intently at the situation inside the station. Only the white-skirted woman, as well as Lei, stood in place, looking around in some panic. Around the station, several black shadows immediately emerged. With the appearance of the black shadows, the originally empty train began to emit all sorts of strange laughter. Jobai immediately raised his cold hairs. The third rule of Rule B. If an alarm sounds after a passenger leaves the station, at this time, please do not make any noise. In his mind, Jobai recalled this rule. Therefore, no matter what rattles were emitted around him, he was closing his mouth tightly, not allowing himself to make the slightest sound. Those black shadows within Station 4 surged forward, all of them surrounding the white-skirted woman. The white-skirted woman's eyes were filled with panic. She tried to struggle, but it was completely useless. Immediately after, she was lifted up and then thrown back into the car with one hand. The strange laughter inside the car reached its peak at this moment. The door of the car closed after the white-skirted woman was thrown in. Lei stood on the platform holding the ball and cried out. The train continued to move forward. Jobai through the window, saw Lei's figure, gradually disappeared in his line of sight. The laughter in the train slowly returned to calm. The second cycle of the train also came to an end. Jobai sat in his seat as his eyes darkened. And then that mechanical voice sounded once again. The train copy of the cycle. The second cycle, Jobai, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, failed to pass the level. In addition to the player, there are still passengers on this train who have not gotten off. A total of 6 passengers have gotten off the train in this cycle, and 2 passengers have arrived correctly. You have already used up 2 chances. Please help all the passengers in the train to find the correct stop within 5 cycles. Although it's a bit disappointing, there are finally 2 passengers who arrived correctly. It was also considered some progress. Jobai comforted himself in his heart. Then, his eyes brightened up with it. The third cycle opened, and with the brochure still in his hand, he sat back in the same seat he started in. He quickly flipped the brochure open, and he saw that there were 2 slips of paper with rules written on them placed inside. He touched his pocket again, and the pill was no longer in there either. Once these 2 things were confirmed, he could be sure that what he had on him, as well as his physical condition, would indeed not participate in the cycle. However, this also meant that any damage he received here was real. It would not be restored because it participated in the cycle. Thinking of this, Jobai understood that he should be more cautious in his future actions. Next, he looked around. Suddenly, he realized that the old couple sitting in the front row had disappeared. Jobai looked backward in confusion. Other than the old couple, the others remained in their original state. Jobai was pleasantly surprised to find this change. It seemed that those 2 old people were the 2 passengers who had gotten off the train correctly in the previous round. In other words, Station 2 was indeed able to reach the slaughterhouse in Sea City. Moreover, the passengers who had already gotten off the train correctly would not participate in the cycle again. This is good news. In that case, the difficulty was at least halved. It was only at this point that Jobai deeply understood the meaning of the first rule of Rule B. Please believe that everything we do is for the purpose of delivering passengers to their destinations. He looked down and scrutinized the 2 rules in his hand, thinking about what he was going to do next. In the corner at the front of the train, Xiao Lei turned his head once again. Only, Jobai was looking down at the rules this time, and surprisingly, he missed his face-palming blitz. Xiao Lei grinned and kept his mouth open as he was about to bite at Jobai. Jobai carefully looked at the note in his hand, and didn't raise his head until he felt the light above him being blocked. Then Xiao Lei's eerie face appeared enlarged in front of Jobai's eyes. Jobai calmly closed the brochure and then waved the cover in front of his eyes. Then he said, "Flight attendant, are you here to give me the brochure? You don't need to give it, I already have it." Bai's tone was very sparse. It sounded like he was completely treating Xiao Lei as a normal stewardess. Xiao Lei froze. He even forgot to say the steward's greeting this time. Instead, he slowly took off his mask. How did you know that I'm a steward? Bai pointed to the uniform he was wearing. The expression on his face was as if the question he asked was very strange. Only then did Xiao Lei, as an afterthought, let out an "oh." Although he revealed that ordinary human face, he still asked cautiously, "If I look like the mask, will you also just treat me as an ordinary stewardess?" Hearing him ask this, Bai remembered the strange edge at his neck from before, and a guess sprouted in his mind. In fact, his current ordinary face was also a mask. Thinking of this, Bai said to him, "Of course." When Xiao Lei heard Bai say this, a light instantly burst out from his eyes. "This honorable passenger, if you want to take a break, you can switch to the back seat. That seat is empty right now, and it will be a bit more comfortable to sit in." Xiao Lei still said the same words as the last cycle, but this time, his pace towards the back became even more brisk. It wasn't long after he left that the vendor's call came from the back. Rats, cockroaches, little ants, earthworms, centipedes, pythons. This grandpa, please put your feet back. Bai quickly turned his head before seeing the vendor selling something to Lele. He didn't hesitate, but quickly got up and walked over to the man holding the cat. Like the last cycle, he bent down and whispered to him, "If you don't want to buy her stuff, hurry up and switch to the back seat. Don't reject her outright. She has a knife in her car." After saying that, he quickly came next to the woman in the white dress. Last cycle, the woman in the white dress was thrown back into the car by the black shadow. Bai speculated that it was because she was contaminated inside the train that she did not meet the requirements of Station 4. It was also because Bai had taken pills to her so that she couldn't see the man next to Xiao Lei for a while. That's why she thought she met the rules of Station 4. Then, if she wanted to help her enter Station 4 this time, she would have to be stopped from buying the vendor's specialties. Thus, Bai reminded her, "Don't buy the vendor's items, and don't reject her. Hurry up and change to a seat in the back row." However, what Bai did not expect was that the woman in the white dress actually looked at herself like she was mentally ill. Sick. After saying that, she moved to the window seat, distancing herself from Bai. This woman, still as defensive as the last cycle. Bai sighed helplessly. His line of sight swept over to where Lele was, only to see that Lele had already handed a coin to the vendor and grabbed the python. The vendor pushed the cart and started walking towards where Bai was. Bai had no choice but to walk towards the back. As for the woman in the white dress, this game would have to be left to her own devices. Bai still chose to sit in the seat next to the short-haired girl this time. In front of him, the vendor's cart stopped next to the woman in the white dress. The white-skirted woman still bought a bottle of ants just like the previous times. Then, behind Bai, came Lele's cries. "Stinking python! How dare you bite me? I'm going to make your head to be my leather ball." That python's head, as usual, was twisted off by Lele. The bottle of ants in the hands of that white-skirted heroine burst open all the same. The man holding the cat listened to Bai's advice and gave himself a different position. Things had developed to this point, and the previous cycle, there wasn't much difference, until Bai's ears came the short-haired girl's voice. "Please make way. Inside you is my seat." When Bai heard this voice, he felt that the air around him, all of it became cold for a moment. Bai retracted his feet back and made room for the other party. The short-haired girl then walked in and took the seat to Bai's right. It was all the same as the first cycle, only, the expected gazes didn't fall on Bai's body. Although Bai did not have that creepy feeling anymore, he felt a little puzzled. He turned his head to look at the short-haired girl, only to see the girl beside him wrapping the quilt a little tighter. After only glancing at Bai, she turned her head away. It did not look straight at Bai like the first cycle. On the contrary, for an uninvited guest to appear beside her, there were a few hints of dislike. Bai only took one look and turned his head back. However, the doubts within his heart did not dissipate for a long time. Where did it go wrong? Why was it different from the first cycle? Bai recalled every single thing he had done since the start of the cycle in his mind. It was only after thinking about the cycle that he snapped out of it. It was that pill. Bai associated it with the last cycle, when she grabbed the gray pill. In the first cycle, Bai had that pill in his pocket and had not sealed it. So, the way she was staring at herself like that, she should have sensed the existence of the pill and had gotten her mind around it. After figuring out the reason, he felt a lot more open when he sat in this seat again. The woman in the white dress sitting in front of Bai's left side, because she had not listened to Bai's advice just now. She was experiencing the pain of being bitten by ants once again. She had just cursed Bai for being sick, and now that she was experiencing the pain, her intestines were almost green with remorse. Bai had other tasks to accomplish. so he could not help her and could only ignore her wails of pain for the time being. It was also at this time that Jobai's brittle and tender voice of a little boy sounded beside him. Brother, can you play pickleball with me? Lele loves playing with leather balls the most. The little boy stood next to Jobai holding a leather ball. The smile was as cute as the first time he saw him. It was only when Jobai heard this voice that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was because he had chosen to switch to this position just so that he could let Lele take the initiative to find him. It was good that nothing had changed in this matter. However, Jobai still pretended to be hesitant as he said to Lele, "It's okay, but I have a condition. I wonder if you can promise me." Lele cocked her head at Jobai and asked with an innocent face, "What condition?" Jobai stood up, pointed at the shelf above his seat, and said, "Let's make a bet. See that broken hole up there? If I throw the ball into the hole, it's considered a win for me. Then you have to do one thing for me." After Lele heard what Jobai said, she immediately laughed kiki. "This is fun. This one is fun. If you lose, you have to give me a leather ball." "Nah, I want this one." Lele pointed a finger at Jobai's head. Although Jobai had expected it, he still couldn't help but feel a chill down his back when Lele pointed at his head. He forced himself to calm down. "Okay, deal." Jobai took the small python pattern leather ball from Lele's hands. Then taking a deep breath, he grasped the leather ball with his 5 fingers slightly open and lifted the ball above his head. With his fingers driving his wrist, the ball formed a parabola after he gently pushed it out. Swoosh sound. That leather ball fell right through the broken hole. This perfect shooting performance made the audience watching the live broadcast unable to resist the urge to applaud him. "I have to say, that was a bit of a handsome move. Damn, he's being shown off again. To be honest, I was just in a cold sweat for him." "Me too. If you can't make the shot, you're going to lose your head." Lele saw Jobai's perfect shot and immediately transformed into his little fanboy. Bouncing around, she kept clapping for him. "Wow, brother is awesome." Jobai smiled and bent down to pick up the ball before handing it to Lele. Lele took the leather ball and her eyes were filled with joy. "Brother, come here, you sit with Lele." He pulled Jobai the same way and sat down on the seat next to his own. Once the two of them sat down together, Lele began to care about his bet. "What kind of things does brother want Lele to help you with?" "As long as Lele can do it, she will definitely try her best to do it for you." Jobai tentatively asked. "Lele, if brother directly asked you to get off at a certain station, would you be willing to do that as well?" When Lele heard this, but she deflated her mouth in aggravation. "This won't work. If I get off at the wrong station, I'll never see my mom again." "Brother, you can rethink another one. Other than this one, brother can do whatever he wants Lele to do." Seeing that his first choice plan had fallen flat, Jobai could only implement his second plan. From his own pocket, he pulled out a pill bottle, pouring out a gray pill. He then handed it to Lele. As soon as Lele saw the pill, his eyes widened. "Brother, are you a bad person?" Jobai shook his head. Lele shrank to the back of the chair, still full of caution towards Jobai. "But my mom said that people who take this kind of pill are bad people. Brother hasn't harmed anyone. How could he be a bad person?" When Lele heard Jobai say this, he momentarily didn't know how he should refute him. But still, he maintained his posture of shrinking on the back of the chair and looked at Jobai vigilantly. "Didn't Lele just promise to do something for me? As long as you help me take this pill to that sister over there, it will be considered that this matter is completed." The viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast saw this and were all very puzzled by Jobai's behavior. It was so hard to get a promise from the little monster, but to actually use it for something like this. Does Jobai have water in his brain? Can't he do the pill delivery thing himself? And that woman doesn't appreciate it every time. So why bother being so nice to her? It's not necessary. Truly not necessary. Lele followed Jobai's gaze and looked towards the white-skirted woman sitting at the left front, only to see that there were already many places on the backs of her hands where the skin had been scratched by her. The entire person's appearance looked very painful. Lele frowned after looking at it. "That sister looks like she's in a lot of pain." Jobai nodded. "Yes, this pill can make her not feel bad." Lele hesitantly took the gray pill in his hand and asked again uneasily, "Is it really just a matter of delivering a pill?" Jobai smiled and nodded. "Right, just delivering a pill is fine." Lele held the pill in his small hand and reluctantly jumped down from his seat before walking over to the woman in the white dress. He spread his hand out and handed the pill over. "Sister, this pill is for you." As soon as he finished his words, the short-haired woman's hand reached out from behind him. In the next second, it was about to steal the pill from his hands. Alertly realizing that someone was approaching behind him, Lele quickly closed his hands together and held the pill tightly in his own hands again. So the short-haired girl pounced. Lele turned to look at the girl and questioned her in a childish voice. "You're a bad person? You want to take away my things?" The short-haired girl, however, was staring dead at Laylay's hand holding the pill. A crazed expression of longing filled her face. Unwilling to not snatch the pill, she reached over and grabbed Laylay's hand. Her hand was cold and piercing. A thin layer of frost immediately covered Laylay's clothes that she grabbed. Laylay was only a child, so when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger, she cried out with a wow sound. Jobai saw that the situation was not right, and quickly wanted to go over to help, but the next second, saw the short-haired girl's head, was Laylay 180 degrees, twisted to the back. Only the back of her head was left, facing them. Jobai's foot, which had just taken half a step, suddenly stopped in mid-air. Laylay wiped away her tears, and when she saw that the short-haired girl was now in this state, she laughed kiki. Da. The short-haired girl tried to turn her head back, but got stuck halfway and couldn't move. Exasperated, she kept pushing, but looked like a wind-up puppet toy. Then, Jobai saw the fish scales on her body spreading rapidly over her body. The fish scales covered her neck and her hands, making her look like she no longer had her initial appearance. At the same time, the entire carriage was covered in a thin layer of frost. It made people shiver. This girl's mutation seemed to be different from the other people Jobai had come into contact with. It was no wonder that she kept wanting to go to Station 3. When Jobai saw her change, he knew that things were a little bad. He expected a clash, but what he hadn't expected was that it was much more serious than what he had expected. And what happened next made him feel even more vaguely that it was somewhat impossible to end. Meow. The black cat was affected by the cold air and curled up into the man's arms. Jobai was attracted by the cry, and when he looked that way, he was surprised to see the black cat's eyes, which had turned red. Rule B. Sixth rule. The small animals inside the train are timid. Please do not frighten them, especially when its eyes turn red. Jobai recalled the content of the rule and instantly realized the gravity of the situation at this point. According to his plan, he had to push the conflict to the top when the train reached the first station. This was because the short-haired girl's destination was Station 3, but Station 3 refused to accept her. Therefore, Jobai would have to find a way to make her voluntarily change her drop-off location. However, the accident that had occurred now threatened to kill his plan outright. Looking at the state of that cat, I'm afraid that there was the possibility of it blowing up at any time. This then made Jobai somewhat afraid to act rashly. Lily, don't be afraid. The man hurriedly hugged his cat tightly and used his own clothes, covering it up. Jobai looked towards the bells placed in the first row of the carriage. If the original plan didn't work, then he would have to seek stability. If necessary, he needed to ring the bell in the first place. That way, at least the others would be able to get off the train without any problems. However, when he saw that bell, he was startled again, because the silver-colored bell placed there would have already turned red. Rule B's 8th rule. If there is a conflict between passengers inside the train, please ring the silver bell placed in the first row and ask for the help of the stewards. But this does not include when the bell turns red. Oops. This time it's a big game. Not even leaving a way back. Although the short-haired girl was almost controlled by the contamination of her sanity, she still had some natural fear when facing Laylay. If she hadn't just been seduced by that pill, she probably wouldn't have struck out at Laylay in any way. She stood in place, not daring to make any more moves. She just extended her hand, which was covered in fish scales as well as frost, to Laylay, saying, "Give me the pill." Laylay hid her hand behind her back. No! The two froze in place, and the atmosphere froze somewhat. At this moment, the radio in the carriage rang out. The train is about to arrive at platform 1. Please prepare in advance for travelers who need to get off. Jobai watched the train slowly pull into the station, thinking to himself, the plan was probably going to fall through. However, at this moment, the short-haired girl's gaze suddenly landed on the red bell in the front row. Jobai agreed to notice the change in her movements. Instantly, he said in his heart that it was not good. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw the short-haired girl dashing and rushing towards the bell. Jobai didn't know what would happen after ringing the bell. He also didn't know why the short-haired girl suddenly wanted to go get that bell, but he knew that he had to stop her now in order to do so. So, he similarly darted towards the front of the carriage. Seeing that the short-haired girl's hand was about to spray the red bell, Jobai was already one step ahead of her, and grabbed both of her hands in his hands. At that instant, Jobai felt like he had grabbed two pieces of cold ice. Both hands instantly froze to the point where they turned a little purple. Seeing Jobai's reaction, the short-haired girl laughed out loud. Then, she easily broke away from Jobai's frozen hands. Her next step was to touch the bell on the table. At that moment, her hands were firmly grabbed by a small hand. Laylay's clothes were already covered in frost, but his hands were not affected at all. Click! The short-haired girl's head, another 360 degrees, was twisted around. She stumbled to the car door. Indignantly pointing at Laylay, she said, You know what? What I hate the most is people like you. Why is it that your difference can come so easily? I, on the other hand, have to suffer all this pain. It was also at that moment that the doors to Station 1 opened. The short-haired girl turned her head to look at the rules on the bulletin board, then gave a few long laughs to the sky. I get it. I can't win against you, and there must be no way for me to pass their test. Forget it, forget it. After saying that, she got up from the ground. Staggering, she walked out of the carriage door. As she walked out, the temperature inside the carriage, too, slowly began to return to normal. 5 minutes passed, and with no other passengers needing to get off, the doors closed on time. Jobai did not let out a long sigh of relief until he saw the door close. Although the process was a bit convoluted, the good thing was that the result was still in line with his expectations. He turned around, wanting to return to his seat. Instead, he saw Lele still standing frozen in place. Only when he saw Jobai looking at him did he aggressively ask, "Brother, am I really different from other children?" After Lele finished speaking, he cried out with a wow sound. Jobai was instantly a little numb. Based on his experience, every time this child cried, someone would suffer. The first time he cried, the python's head was twisted off, and the second time he cried, the short-haired girl's head was twisted behind her back. This time crying, Jobai couldn't help but feel that his head just didn't seem to be quite so solid. Every person in this world is unique. Jobai carefully tried to instill Lele with psychological chicken soup. Lele sniffled and whimpered. But my mom says I'm a normal kid. Normal doesn't mean mediocre. Being different isn't a bad thing. It was because of your help just now that the people in the car didn't get into trouble. Jobai squatted down after saying that and made Lele look inside the carriage. Lele's gaze followed the direction of Jobai's finger. Then she saw the man shielding the cat in his arms, his face full of the celebration of having survived the robbery. The woman in the white dress, her expression of fear had yet to dissipate from her face. It was impossible to imagine what kind of scene would be in the train right now if the short-haired girl had just rung the red bell. Lele couldn't help but hold the gray pill in his hand, a little tighter. He turned his head to look at Jobai before he walked over to the side of the woman in the white dress. The expression on that woman's face was very complicated. Fear mixed with pain made her face look a little twisted. Lele handed the pill to her. "This is for you." The white-skirted woman hesitated for a moment, but eventually raised her bloody cat paw and took the pill in Lele's hand. "Thanks." She struggled to squeeze out an ugly smile on her face that was so distorted from pain. Lele clutched his small hand somewhat helplessly and stood there, watching the white-skirted woman take the pill. He then saw the expression on the white-skirted woman's face slowly become stretched after she ate the pill. Feeling the itching and pain on her hands gradually disappearing, she once again looked at Lele, and then solemnly said thank you again. A smile immediately appeared on Lele's face. He turned his head to look at Jobai, his eyes shining brightly. "Brother, come on. Let's sit here." Jobai smiled as he went over and held Lele's hand before the two of them sat back down. The station quickly came to station number 2. The doors opened, but there were no passengers who wanted to get off, so the vehicle continued to move forward. Jobai leaned on the back of his seat, looking at the 3 people left on the vehicle, and began to fall into deep thought. The man holding the cat did not get off the bus when the vehicle reached stations 1 and 2, meaning that he was a normal person who had not been contaminated. He chose to get off at station 3, but again, he could not pass the test. All that was left was station 4. However, the cat in his hand would be a bit tricky. In this world of weird stories, the cat may not be a cat. It once may have been a person. If this hypothesis is valid, then the man getting off the train at station 4 with the cat in his arms will surely set off the alarm. This is a bit difficult to do. If the man must get off the bus holding the cat, then none of the 4 stations would be able to accommodate them. Jobai thought of this and scratched his head bitterly. The only way to comply with the station's rules was to have them separate. But, are they willing to separate? Jobai looked over to where the man was sitting, only to see him completely protecting the black cat in his arms, gently stroking its fur from time to time. The eyes that looked toward it were full of love. Jobai sighed lightly. Difficult, really difficult. Just at this moment, the train's radio sound was informing the passengers that they were about to arrive at station number 3. Lele was in a good mood as he sat on a chair wiggling his feet. He poked his furry little head and looked out the window from time to time. Jobai nervously waited for the car door to open. I wondered if this time, Lele would get off the bus from station number 3? The radio sounded again. The train has arrived at station number 3. Passengers are requested to choose their own disembarkation station according to the rules on the bulletin board. Jobai then saw the door of the car slowly open. Lele hurriedly probed towards the bulletin board outside the door. 1. No matter how different you are, we can accept you. 2. Joining us requires a harsh vetting process, so please be fully prepared. Lele stared at the rules on the bulletin board for a long time. Just when Joe Bai was about to think that he wouldn't choose this station, he was suddenly surprised when Lele jumped down from his seat. He waved his little hand at Joe Bai. "Brother, I'm getting off." He straightened his back, like a young adult about to be challenged. Joe Bai then waved his hand at him as well. Then, Lele turned around and walked off the train, without Joe Bai's interference. The man holding the cat chose to get off at station number 3 just like the last cycle. The doors of the train closed. The train headed towards station number 4. Next, the woman in the white dress would get off at station number 4, and an alarm would sound inside the station. These were all things that were bound to happen, and Joe Bai had no way to make any more changes, so he could only let things unfold. Luckily, it was still only the 3rd cycle. If nothing else, he was also left with only 2 people and a cat, and needed to help them find the drop-off location. There was still plenty of time. As the light in front of Joe Bai's eyes dimmed, the 3rd cycle had similarly come to an end. In his mind, a mechanical message broadcast sounded. The train copy of the cycle. The 3rd cycle, Joe Bai, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, failed to pass the level. In addition to the player, there are still passengers who have not gotten off this train. A total of 4 passengers have gotten off this cycle, and 2 passengers have arrived correctly. You have used up 3 chances. Please help all the passengers in the carriage to find the correct alighting station within 5 loops. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were excited when they heard this broadcast. There are only 2 people left. There are still 2 more cycles left. Joe Bai will definitely be able to do it. I wonder what rewards there will be if the welfare book is cleared. I'm looking forward to it. It still has to be Joe Bai. It's so awesome. However, Joe Bai didn't have much of an expression on his face after hearing this information. On the contrary, he was now in a very tense mood, because for this next cycle, he was prepared to do something very risky. He closed his eyes and kept taking deep breaths to adjust his mood. Then, he felt a bright light in front of him. So, he opened his eyes and looked backward. The seat where Lele had been sitting before was indeed no longer occupied. The carriage's toilet door, too, was now open. After Joe Bai confirmed that both Lele and the short-haired girl had gotten off the bus normally, he turned his head back. After confirming that Lele and the short-haired girl had gotten off the train normally, he turned his head back and put away the brochures in his hand. Then towards the back of the carriage, he quickly walked over. The viewers of Dasha's live broadcast room were all a bit stunned when they saw Joe Bai suddenly get up and walk towards the back. This operation, why was it a little different from the previous times? The woman in the white dress and the man holding the cat, seeing Joe Bai quickly walking towards the back of the carriage, thought something had happened and both looked at him in surprise, only to see Joe Bai walk to the back of the carriage, and then actually close the door leading to the carriage as soon as he could, and lock the door from the inside. When the audience saw this, their eyes widened. This Joe Bai's operation was really as flirty as ever. As for the front of the carriage, Xiao lay in the corner. Even though he saw that Joe Bai wasn't sitting in his original position, he still picked him out as an object of mischief, only to see Joe Bai finish locking the door and turn around. He came face to face with Little Thunder's open and bloody mouth. The viewers in the live broadcast room, no matter how many times they had seen Little Thunder in this appearance, they would still be startled by his sudden appearance. But Joe Bai was different. Not only was he not scared, he was even a little angry. This was the 4th time Joe Bai had been scratched by Little Thunder. Experiencing the same prank 4 times in a highly tense state made his taut nerves instantly crumble apart. Mr. Flight Attendant, this prank of yours isn't scary at all. Please don't play this game again, okay? Xiao Lei was at a bit of a loss for words when he met last week's white, dark and heavy face. He silently took his mask off. He also didn't say anything, and like a child who did something wrong, he just stood in place with his head lowered. Immediately afterward, the carriage door in front of them, there was a turning sound. Rats and cockroaches and little ants, earthworms and centipedes and boa constrictors. This grandpa, please put your feet back. Although the vendor AMA hadn't come in yet, her yelling voice had already come in first. She was on that side of the door, turning the door handle with great force, but couldn't get the carriage door to open. Xiao Lei froze and looked up at the locked door, then felt Zhou Bai Biao's eye blade on herself and hurriedly lowered her head again. You won't open the door for her, right? Xiao Lei quickly shook his head several times before turning around and walking back to stand in his corner. Zhou Bai saw that the crisis of the big trader's mom had been resolved unusually smoothly, and only then did the whole thing relax a little. Then, he turned around and walked over to the man holding the cat before finding a spot to sit down. The woman in the white dress was not contaminated this time, so it was estimated that he could get off the train from Station 4 without any problems without having to pay any attention to her. Then Zhou Bai's goal now was only the man in front of him, and the cat he was holding in his arms. He had to convince him and his cat to get off the train separately. But how to convince him? Zhou Bai actually didn't have much certainty. Just as Zhou Bai had just sat down, The man guarded his cat in his arms vigilantly. Jobai sighed, feeling that this task was even harder. But still, he said stiffly, "Its name is Lily, right?" The man heard Jobai's question and instantly looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" He hadn't spoken since he got into the car. There was no way the other party would know the cat's name. "Would you believe me if I said that we entered the loop? It was during the last cycle that I heard you call it Lily." The man was not as surprised as he looked like after hearing what Jobai said, but he still looked at Jobai with great vigilance. "The one locked inside that door is the vendor of this train. During the first cycle, she sold something to you. You refused her, and then she cut off your head. At that time, your cat was frightened and hid in the shelves above to hide." When the man heard Jobai say this, it was as if he had already been in that scene, and he hugged his cat a little tighter in fear. Jobai continued, "On the second and third cycles, I let you change positions, so you escaped. Thanks." Although what Jobai said would sound very marginal to a normal person. However, the man in front of him still said a thank you to Jobai very seriously. Jobai froze, but quickly continued. "This train will pass through 4 stations. Each station does not have a name, and you need to choose where you get off according to the rules. If you choose the right station to get off, you won't have to go through the cycle again. You chose station 3 each time, but each time you chose the wrong one, so you're still inside the loop now. So, you came to me because you want to tell me the correct station to get off?" Jobai nodded, but quickly shook his head again. "I came looking for you, actually wanting you and the cat to get off separately." The man's expression became grave when he heard Jobai's words, and the eyes that looked at Jobai even had a few more points of viciousness in them. "I can't separate from it." Jobai sighed. He also knew that it wasn't that easy to convince him of this matter. Still, Jobai could only try his best. "Lily wasn't a cat before, right?" When the man heard Jobai ask this, the expression on his face became even more wary. As soon as Jobai saw this expression on his face, he knew that he had guessed correctly. So, he continued, "Stations 1 and 2 receive contaminated people. Station number 4 receives people who are not contaminated. In other words, if you want to get off the train smoothly, you two can only separate." The man's eyes dimmed when he heard Jobai's words. He gently stroked the cat in his arms and asked in a raspy voice, "Why should I believe your words? I can tell you the rules of each station. We're about to arrive at station number 1, so you can compare the rules above and see if they're the same as what I'm saying." Jobai's words had just fallen, and the train's announcement sounded. "The train is about to arrive at platform number 1. Please prepare in advance for travelers who need to get off." The broadcast did not inform the name of the station. The man instantly looked at Jobai in shock. "There are 2 rules for station number 1. Jobai read out the rules of station 1, word for word. As he finished reading, the train also happened to stop. The man eagerly looked at the bulletin board at the door of the train, only to see that the rules written on it were indeed exactly the same as what Jobai had read out. After he finished reading, he fell back into his seat as if he had lost his strength. Seeing him like this, Jobai was also somewhat unable to bear it, but he still had to continue. "You send it down at station 1. Here, it will be accommodated. Station 2 is a slaughterhouse. If it gets off there, it might not survive." Jobai reached out his hand, wanting to help him send the black cat out, but at this time, the man suddenly stepped back, then used his elbow to separate Jobai. "No way. I must not separate from it." As he said these words, Jobai unexpectedly saw a rueful smile on his face. The 5 minutes of getting off the bus looked to have already passed most of the way. However, Jobai had yet to convince the man to separate from his cat. Could it be that this cycle was going to end in a failed pass again? Just then, Jobai was stunned to hear the man say to him, "I believe you." Then in the next second, he saw the man put his hand and cut through the black cat's teeth. Meow. The black cat was startled by his action and purred, all the fur on its body standing up. The man hurriedly reached over and soothed it. It took a while before the black cat curled back up into his arms. Jobai watched the movements of his hand in surprise, his eyes staring intently at the wound on the man's hand without blinking, only to see that his cut hand was rapidly sprouting tiny particles. Then those particles continued to expand, as if there was something that was about to break out of those particles. The man frowned in pain, but a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. "Now, we'll be able to be together all the time." Jobai looked at his movements incredulously. He hadn't thought that someone would actually be willing to choose such a solution. The man stood up with the black cat in his arms. Bowing slightly, he thanked Jobai before walking towards the car door. As they walked towards the exit on the left side of Station 1, the doors closed. Jobai looked at their departing backs for a long time, not having recovered from the shock he had just experienced. The train slowly moved forward. Jobai leaned himself against the back of the seat, his eyes looking out the window. The original 7 passengers on the train had already arrived at their destinations one by one. If there were no accidents, now he only needed to wait for the arrival of station number 4 to end this cycle. For the rest of the time, he didn't need to do anything but wait quietly for the results to be announced. He looked into the distance to let go. Since entering the world of weird tales, this was one of the few times he had a moment to catch his breath. However, at this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were all in an agitated mood as they waited for the results to be announced. Finally, the train arrived at station number 4. Without any accidents, the woman in the white dress smoothly walked out of the car door, and there was no alarm sounding in the station. Seeing her smoothly walk out of the station, the viewers of the Great Summer Country, finally unable to hold back their excitement, had already celebrated in advance in the live broadcast room. Awesome! Another copy ended. Jobai has had a really beautiful time with this copy. I can't wait to see what the reward is. Jobai is really awesome, clearing the level 1 cycle ahead of schedule. However, compared to the lively scene of pop-ups spread across the live screen, the train at this moment was a lot colder. The doors closed and the train moved forward again. In the entire train, Jobai was then left alone in his seat. Then, the screen slowly darkened. Then, the viewers in the live broadcast room heard that mechanical information broadcasting voice. Cyclic train copy. 4th cycle. Great Summer Kingdom chosen 1 Jobai. Failed to clear the level. Jobai was still leaning on the back of his chair, and when he heard this message, he instantly sat up straight. Pass failed? That's not right. Where did it go wrong? In addition to the players, there are still passengers on this train who have not gotten off. When Jobai heard the next sentence again, he even instantly felt that his entire back was chilling. There are still passengers who haven't gotten off the train, but he was clearly the only passenger left on the train. Who hadn't gotten off the train yet? This message had been broadcast on the previous cycles, but he hadn't thought about it carefully. On the first cycle, he thought that the only passengers who hadn't gotten off the train were the man whose head had been cut off, and his cat. On the second and third cycles, Jobai thought that the only passenger who didn't get off the train was the woman in the white dress who was banished back. Now he realized that it wasn't so. It turned out that every cycle, there were other passengers who did not get off the train. He had never thought that there were actually other passengers inside the train besides the ones he saw. A total of 3 passengers got off the train in this cycle, and 3 passengers arrived correctly. You have already used up 4 chances. Please help all the passengers in the train to find the correct stop within 5 cycles. Luckily, what he received was not all bad news. The good news is that the 3 passengers who got off the train in the 4th cycle all arrived at the correct stop. But the bad news was that there were still passengers in the car who had not gotten off, and he only had 1 chance left. However, he didn't even know where the passengers who didn't get off the train were or how many of them there were. He struggled to adjust his breathing, trying to calm himself down. The more dangerous it was, the more calm he should be. The lights in front of him began to relight up. Then, Jobai saw that in the entire carriage, he was the only passenger left. Jobai's brain spun rapidly, thinking of ways to deal with it. The first thing, he had to know who the passenger who had not gotten off the train was. Right now, he was the only passenger left inside the train, but his identity was defined as a player inside this copy, and the several times that information was broadcast, he was also excluded, so he did not need to get off the train. As for the people who had appeared in this carriage, other than those passengers from before, the only ones left were Xiaolei and the merchant Amma. Although they all looked like train staff, it didn't rule out the possibility that they were also passengers. Therefore, Jobai would have to find a way to verify their identities before he could do so. On top of that, there was another possibility. As soon as Jobai thought of this possibility, he immediately felt coldness rise around his body. Rule A's 6th rule. Xiaolei often complains that there are too many passengers in the train, even if you see that there are actually only a few people in the carriage. As Jobai thought of this, he couldn't help but look at those empty seats. These empty seats, at this moment, looked unusually bizarre in his eyes. Then, he heard a cackling sound coming from the front of the carriage. As soon as Jobai heard this sound, he knew that Xiaolei must be in the corner. Slowly turning his head, Jobai then hurriedly looked up to where he was, looking him up and down, trying to see something from his body. Xiaolei cracked his mouth and turned around before meeting Jobai's probing gaze. He was first stunned, then still, like the previous times, he increased his speed and instantly flashed in front of Jobai. As he got closer, Jobai was able to see the details of his body more clearly. His gaze swept over Xiaolei's uniform, followed the collar, and landed on the obvious line of demarcation on Xiaolei's neck. He frowned, only to feel that the suspicions on Xiaolei's body were really a bit much. Could it be that Xiaolei, in fact, was the passenger who did not get off the bus? But at this time, Xiaolei, however, had already been looked at with Jobai's straight gaze, and looked at some of his heart. What are you? You looking at me for? Xiao Lei took a step back. He felt that this passenger in front of him was simply terrifying. Especially since Zhou Bai was, at this moment, still showing a smile to Xiao Lei. When he saw that Xiao Lei had backed up, he stood up and took a step forward towards the other party. What do you want to do? It's never only Xiao Lei who scares others. I didn't expect that today. He was actually scared by a passenger who backed up one after another. What do I want to do? I certainly want to lift your mask off. Xiao Lei was so scared that he fell to the ground. Zhou Bai, on the other hand, directly stepped forward and placed his hand on his mask. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were in a state of complete shock when they saw the scene. This Zhou Bai, is he crazy? Did he think that he couldn't clear the level and just break the barrier? I seriously doubt that Zhou Bai is avenging Xiao Lei's previous times of scratching and messing with him. Zhou Bai is trying to lift Xiao Lei's mask? Is this simply a death wish? I'll go. This is the first time I've seen a Heaven's Chosen being so arrogant in the world of weird stories. I don't know why, but I actually sympathize with little Ray a bit. And at this moment in the live broadcast screen, the first layer of the mask that Xiao Lei wore on his head had been ripped off by Zhou Bai. Beneath the mask, an ordinary human face was revealed. Zhou Bai casually threw away the cracked mask, then both hands reached for Xiao Lei's neck again. No way. This mask cannot be lifted. How could Zhou Bai care about that much? He directly went up and grabbed the edge of the mask. Then it was a hand, ripping the mask away. Ah! Xiao Lei covered his face, but Zhou Bai was still able to see that it was an even more bloody and violent face than that cracked mask. It was no wonder that Little Thunder had an inferiority complex because of it. Just this? Zhou Bai deliberately made his tone sound full of disdain. Xiao Lei froze for several seconds before he disbelievingly slowly removed the hand blocking his face. Then he saw that Zhou Bai was looking at him, and there wasn't even a hint of fear in his eyes. Are you not afraid? Xiao Lei asked cautiously. Zhou Bai laughed out softly, and then handed his hand, which had grown fluffy, to Xiao Lei. Look at my hand. You are not afraid? Xiao Lei scrutinized Zhou Bai's hand. What's there to be afraid of? Right. Then your face. What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Lei listened and then lowered his head. The audience thought that Xiao Lei had been angered by Zhou Bai. However, they then saw that on Xiao Lei's face, a smile was slowly appearing. Although the smile was tinged with a few scares on his face, Zhou Bai could feel that this time, it was him who felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Then, Zhou Bai heard the system's voice resound in his mind. Perceived Xiao Lei's favoritism towards the host plus 20. Now adding a chance for you to mark the wrong option. The seventh rule of Rule A is wrong. In his mind, Zhou Bai searched for information on this rule. This train has only one carriage. Please stay inside the carriage and do not try to look for other carriages. When he recalled the content of this rule, his entire being was shocked. Not just one carriage? If it wasn't just one carriage, then this mistake, it was somewhat serious. Zhou Bai hurriedly looked towards the back of the carriage. There were no other exits in front of the carriage, so if it was going to lead to the other carriages, it would have to go through here. Zhou Bai thought of this and wanted to walk towards the rear carriage. At that moment, the cart filled with specialties appeared in front of him. Immediately after, the yelling of the vendor's mom also came over. Mice, cockroaches, small ants, earthworms, centipedes, pythons. This grandpa, please put your feet away. As soon as they heard this voice, the viewers in the live broadcast room all broke out into a cold sweat. This big mom was here again. Zhou Bai had just cared about pulling off Xiao Lei's mask and couldn't hurry to lock the carriage door. He then missed the best time to stop her from coming in. Now in the entire carriage, Zhou Bai was the only passenger left, and I'm afraid that changing positions again in this situation would be useless. Zhou Bai also thought of this problem, and the expression on his face immediately became serious. And the vendor Amma also noticed Zhou Bai at this time. She pushed her cart, and she walked directly towards Zhou Bai's side. The audience was so nervous that their palms were sweating. Want to buy some specialties? Look at this bottle of fresh earthworms. They'll look so cute if they crawl on you. This was the first time since so many cycles that the vendor Ama had conversed with Zhou Bai. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Zhou Bai's response, only to see Zhou Bai look at the big trader mom, then point to her rear and say, I'm going to use the restroom. Then, under the stunned gaze of the vendor Amma, he walked into the restroom before closing the door behind him. Seeing this scene, a young expert in the analysis team of the Great Summer Country tapped the table straight in excitement. Ha ha ha, I said in the first cycle that hiding in the toilet could also avoid the vendors. See, I was right, wasn't I? Those older experts looked at him like he was a fool, but even they had to admit that this wave of Zhou Bai's reaction was still fast. But even so, there was only one last cycle left. It was still very difficult for Zhou Bai to get through it. Only seeing Zhou Bai hiding in the toilet, He waited until the sound of the vendor pushing the cart gradually disappeared before he gently opened a crack in the door. He lightly breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sighed, "This big mom. She's really blank." However, just as this thought crossed his mind, instead, he suddenly froze in place in shock, because it was only until this time that he remembered something. The seventh rule of Rule B. Master Lee, who sells specialty products, doesn't have good legs. But this vendor pushing the cart was clearly an older woman. Joe Bai tapped his head in chagrin. When he saw Rule B, he had also noticed this message, but at that time, he was focused on the other passengers, and the vendor was just a danger to him. Whether it was a man, a woman, an older woman, or an older man, all of them had little impact on his ability to complete his mission, so he subconsciously ignored it. It wasn't until now, when he learned that there were still passengers in the train who hadn't gotten off, that he realized how important this rule was. It was almost time to arrive at the station. It was necessary to verify the identity of this big mom as soon as possible. Joe Bai gently opened the toilet door. He then suddenly smelled a foul odor, coming from the back of the carriage. It smelled like a piece of raw meat that had been rotting for many days. Joe Bai frowned, and suddenly his heart snapped, associating it with the rules that he had just remembered. Joe Bai's heart just couldn't help but jolt. He opened the toilet door and walked through the passageway on the left side of the train. Following the direction the stench came from, he did not stop until he reached a locked door. The stench had become unusually strong by the time it arrived here. Joe Bai couldn't help but cover his nose up. He was certain that the stench was coming from this door. However, he did not have a key. Joe Bai approached the doorway and looked inside. Inside were rows and rows of empty seats. Obviously, at the other end of the door was another compartment. In this Weird Tales world, even the structure of the train was not quite the same as the real world. Joe Bai muttered secretly before taking a step back. When he was about to turn around, he realized that his back had hit something. It felt like hitting a mannequin displayed in a shopping mall. There was a creaking sound behind him. Joe Bai turned around violently. Then he saw a cracked face that appeared in front of Joe Bai. "What are you doing?" Xiao Lei's suddenly appearing face looked even more frightening in the gloomy aisle. The audience broke out into a cold sweat when they saw this scene. "This is an abandoned carriage. Normally passengers are not allowed to come in." Xiao Lei finished and suddenly lowered his voice. "However, I won't tell anyone." From his own coat pocket, Little Ray took out a set of keys. "I'll open it for you." After Xiao Lei finished speaking, he flashed a frightening smile at Joe Bai. This smile looked at the viewers in the live broadcast room and almost smashed through the screen. "Ma, it was too oozing." Joe Bai was still somewhat defensively looking at the key in Little Ray's hand. It was indeed hard not to get suspicious when Xiao Lei was suddenly so solicitous. In the world of weird stories, it was better to be cautious. Seeing that Joe Bai still had doubts, Xiao Lei hurriedly put the key into the door lock. There was a click. The door to this carriage was opened so easily. After Xiao Lei opened the door, he also looked at Joe Bai with a smile on his face. He looked like a puppy that had done something good and was waiting for a compliment. The audience were all a bit dumbfounded when they saw this. This door, opening it was too easy, right? Joe Bai froze, but was immediately smoked by the stench that came to his face and hurriedly covered his nose again. As the door opened, the scene inside the carriage also reflected into Joe Bai's eyes, only to see the carriage of each seat all look a little worn out. Xiao Lei was right. This carriage should have been abandoned for a long time, but looking in, under the seats in the front row of the carriage, there was actually a foot exposed in the aisle. Seeing this, Joe Bai immediately jumped inwardly. He wanted to turn around to see Xiao Lei's reaction, but when he looked behind him again, he realized that Xiao Lei had already left long ago. Joe Bai looked at the location where the foot was. After struggling with his thoughts internally, he ended up walking towards the carriage. He took one step at a time to where that foot was. Then, he finally saw that lying underneath the seat was a long dead body, and the stench he had been smelling was emitted by this corpse. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but dry heave at the sight of this old man's death. Joe Bai also forced himself to endure his reaction and carefully scrutinized the corpse. When his gaze landed on the legs of this corpse, it was as if lightning had crossed his mind. Rule B's seventh rule. Master Lee, who sells specialties, doesn't have a good leg. There was indeed a grandpa with bad legs inside the train. In other words, this person lying here was the real vendor in the train, and that big mom is actually a fake vendor. Most likely, she was originally a passenger. After coming to this conclusion, Joe Bai's mind immediately spun rapidly. Since she was a passenger, she had to be let off the bus. But now the problem came. Which station should she actually get off from? In order to know which station she should get off from, he had to at least make sure that she was not contaminated first. Joe Bai recalled the state on that older woman and didn't remember her having any mutations. But to be cautious, one couldn't easily jump to conclusions now. He had to meet her for a while longer. Jobai thought of this and walked out of the carriage. The problem now was to find that Big Mom first. When Jobai hid in the toilet, he listened to the sound and remembered that the old lady was pushing the cart and walking towards the right side of the aisle. So, he followed the right side of the aisle and walked all the way to the end. Unfortunately, he didn't see that Big Mom along the way. Strange. If you go in this direction, it is a dead end. There is no other exit. Then the old lady just now. Did she disappear? Jobai's heart was filled with a sense of coldness. He had no choice but to return to the same carriage he had started from. Just as he stepped into the carriage, he saw the old lady standing in the original carriage, looking at Jobai with a smile. Jobai's footsteps lurched. The viewers in the live broadcast room also followed suit as their hearts raced. Crap! This Big Mom seemed to be waiting in at Jobai. Young man, why does it take so long to go to the restroom? Jobai smiled awkwardly. Probably ate a bad stomach. After saying that, his gaze looked up and down the Big Mom without any trace. However, when his gaze skimmed over the Big Mom's waist, he suddenly jumped inwardly. There were several layers on this waist, but the shape was really a bit strange. It was not at all like the stomach of a middle-aged man who had gotten fat. Instead, it looked like it was bundled with several turns of rope. Jobai's pupils contracted violently, and his heart vaguely already had its own guess. The trader's aunt beckoned towards Jobai. After going to the restroom, isn't it time to come and buy Auntie's specialties? You're the only passenger on the entire bus today, so Auntie hasn't opened yet. Come over and take a look at Auntie's specialties. Jobai walked over to the cart, pretending to pick the specialties on the cart. The corner of his eyes landed from time to time on the place where Auntie hid her knife. How's it? Any pics? How about taking a look at this boa constrictor? Let this python hide in your neck and slowly shrink. Ha ha ha. How cool that looks. The vendor AMA caught the python in the cart in her hands and then handed it to Jobai. The python spat out its tongue and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. It was as if it was about to bite Jobai's neck in the next second. Look, how much this little thing likes you, the big merchant mom said, holding the python a little closer. The python's skin was cold, and it looked like it was about to wrap around Jobai's neck. Jobai's attention was all on the position of the cart's hidden knife. When the vendor's hands, both of which were holding the python, came closer to him, Jobai suddenly sidestepped, and then drew out the knife in an extremely fast movement. The tip of the knife lightly slashed against the Big Mom's waist. Her clothes then broke open. A long tail wrapped around her waist was exposed to the air along with it. Monkey tail. This Big Mom had indeed mutated as well. Realizing that she had been identified, Big Mother angrily grabbed the python in her hand and threw it towards Jobai. Jobai swung his knife over. The sharp tip of the knife cut through the python's head, and it quickly separated from its body. The poor python did not escape the end of its head hitting the ground in this cycle. At this time, the announcement of the train's arrival sounded. Jobai was violently startled. Crap! There was no time to lose. He gripped his knife, pointed the tip at the older woman, and asked in a stern voice, "Where did you originally plan to go when you boarded this train?" The older woman heard the announcement as well and looked towards the door with hurt in her eyes. However, when she looked back at Jobai again, her eyes had become filled with viciousness. Where I originally planned to go, it doesn't even matter anymore. It was that old man who ruined me. It was him. He deserves to die. She uttered these words almost through gritted teeth. Jobai associated it with the state of the old man's clothes when he died in the abandoned carriage, and in his heart, he had his own conjecture about what had happened at that time. Then he could not help but feel a trace of sympathy for this Big Mom. However, this Big Mom's next sentence immediately made all the sympathy that had sprung up in him vanish. I have been ruined. I, then, am going to have the entire car ruined with me. Her eyes were bloodshot from anger as she spoke these words. Then, she grabbed the things in the cart and smashed them in Jobai's direction. You're with me, ah. You don't want to be a normal person either. Jobai kept dodging and dodging, but those bottles and cans smashed and shattered in front of him. Then the ants and earthworms inside the bottles crawled up his body. Ah! Jobai let out a miserable scream. Even though he had quickly shaken these insects away, he was still inevitably bitten by them several times. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Kingdom, seeing this scene, all of their hearts went half cold. It was over. Jobai had been bitten. He was contaminated, and he would soon be mutated. In that case, how could he still pass the level? Only at this moment in the scene, Jobai was frowning tightly in pain, and although both his hands were shaking slightly, he was still holding that knife tightly. He hadn't given up yet. He was still doing his best to make sure that the Great Xia Kingdom could pass the barrier. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the spectators couldn't help but well up with tears. Jobai stepped on the ground with his feet, stepping over the insects that were crawling on the ground, and then took one step towards Big Mom. The Big Mom was instantly scared by Jobai and backed up. You're crazy! You're crazy! You're going to go crazy soon too. Yes, when Jobai was crazy, he was much crazier than this Big Mom. He gripped the knife tightly, endured the intense pain in his body, gritted his teeth, and roared at the Big Mom. Say, which station are you actually getting off from? The Big Mom shook with fear, stumbling backward. She was almost close to the door before her entire body fell out of the train. But, just at that moment, the 5 minutes to get off the train ended just in time. The door leading to station number 1 also closed just as the older woman crashed through it. So when the Big Mom bumped, she hit the car door straight on. Jobai's heart sank when he saw the car door close. He knew that this meant that half of the hope of getting through was gone. But he wasn't ready to give up yet. Since this was the case, it was a gamble. No matter what, he would throw her off of station 2. On Jobai's body, the skin that had been bitten by those ants and insects was already bubbling up. It hurt, itched, and burned. These sensations were constantly eroding Jobai's sanity. Since entering the world of weird tales, this was the first time that Jobai had deeply felt what it was like to be contaminated. He looked at the gate that was curled up next to the car door. Then trembling, he took out the gray pill from his own pocket. Swiftly, he swallowed the pill into his own mouth, only barely easing the pain. That Big Mom leaned against the door and looked up at Jobai's side from time to time. When she saw Jobai taking the pill, she took advantage of the gap and surprisingly lunged over. The knife that Jobai had taken was very close to her, and she only needed to probe a little to touch the knife. But fortunately, Jobai reacted quickly. He immediately took the knife in his hand and then swung it backhandedly. The tail behind the Big Mom fell off. With an ah sound, the Big Mom covered the spot where she had her tail. She fell to the ground in pain, rolling her body from side to side. Jobai looked at her with cold eyes. There was no longer a bit of sympathy for her. Since you won't tell me your destination, there can only be one. Station number 2. When the door opens later, you'll go down by yourself. Don't force my hand. Jobai finished speaking and raised the knife to her face. Against her arm, he made a chopping motion. Immediately, this Big Mom was scared, rolling and crawling as she shrank to the side of the door. It wasn't long before the train's announcement sounded bright again. Station number 2 would be arriving soon. Jobai aimed the tip of his knife at the Big Mom. The Big Mom immediately shuddered and waved her hand. I'll get off. I'll get off. I'll get off from here. After saying that, the train also happened to open its doors. She panicked and ran down the train, stumbling towards the right exit. At this point, Jobai was finally the only passenger left in the train again. It was only at this time that he put the knife down, but the pain and itching that came along with it began to spread throughout his body. He lay on the ground in agony and kept trembling. These pains were almost destroying his sanity. When the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country saw this scene, there were many who had already cried into tears. It's okay, in time the clearance failed. Jobai will always be our hero. I will definitely remember Jobai forever. Isn't it just accepting the Weird Tales advent? What's wrong with that? Jobai has been able to go through 3 copies of Rule Weird Tales, and we're kind of going through it with him. Jobai, don't be afraid. We'll accompany you. And right at this moment, Station 3, 2, slowly appeared in front of the audience. Jobai looked towards the doorway. He only saw 2 rules written on it, which he had long since familiarized himself with. 1. No matter how different you are, we can accept you. 2. Joining us requires a harsh vetting process, so please be fully prepared. Jobai stared at these 2 rules, only to feel that they suddenly had a different feeling in his heart. He laboriously stood up, assisting the back of the chair all the way to the door. With the moment his feet stepped out of the train door, that mechanical announcing voice rang beside his ears. Cyclic train copy. 5th cycle. Great Summer Kingdom chosen 1 Jobai. Passed successfully. Then, he immediately heard another voice. Welcome to the Whitebeard organization. Jobai felt like he was in darkness. There was only a beam of light that lit up from afar. He struggled to open his eyes and looked towards the beam of light. He only saw the figure of a little boy, walking slowly towards him. Only when the little boy got closer did Jobai see that the person coming was none other than Lele. Brother, they told me to come over and look for you. Jobai was in cold sweat from the pain. His brain seemed to be stagnant, and he was no longer able to think too much. Then, he felt Lele take a pill and stuff it into his mouth. Only after the pill was swallowed did the pain in his body gradually dissipate. Then, Lele stuffed a badge into Jobai's hand. This is also what they asked me to give you. Jobai put the badge into the bright light and saw that a pair of Whitebeard symbols were drawn on the badge. Alright, the mission is completed. Then it's time for me to go as well. Bye-bye, brother. After Lele finished speaking, she quickly turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Jobai froze as he gripped the badge in his hand, and that mechanical sound of information broadcasting resounded in his ears once again. Congratulations to Joe Bai for successfully helping all the passengers in the train to find the disembarkation station. The train copy of the cycle was successfully cleared with a rating of SSS. Hearing this news, all of the viewers of the Great Summer Country had tears in their eyes. In the live broadcast room, there was absolutely no joyful atmosphere like before when the level was cleared, but instead, it seemed very depressing. What Joe Bai had just experienced in the darkness, the viewers had not seen. That was why everyone was still hanging on to their hearts, worrying about Joe Bai's safety. Even if it's an SSS level clearance, what can it do? Can we get our Joe Bai back? Why is the screen still black? Let me take a look at Joe Bai. I just want to know how he is now. I suddenly feel like no reward matters anymore. I just hope Joe Bai doesn't die. And right at this moment, the screen of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room suddenly lit up. Joe Bai stood in the center of the screen and blocked the light with his hand until he had adapted to the light before putting his hand down. It wasn't until this time that the viewers dared to believe that what they were seeing was none other than Joe Bai. It's Joe Bai. He's not dead. Look, he hasn't mutated either. Great. Really great. The viewers all cheered in front of the screen, seeing Joe Bai alive. They were even more excited than when they had just heard about the SSS level clearance. The rewards will now begin to be distributed. All weird talks in the Great Summer Country. All cleared. Upon hearing this news, the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, however, suddenly became silent. This world had been invaded by weirdness for many years. Because of the effects of the weirdness, people's lives had been severely affected. The economic development of the entire society had regressed year after year. Everyone was used to a distorted life, and suddenly being able to return to a normal life. Everyone was somewhat overwhelmed by this great happiness, smashing them. At this time, however, the other countries that had learned of this news were not so happy. Now the Great Summer Country was able to eliminate all the strange talk that had descended upon it. In other words, they could develop their economy with peace of mind. Then the future development of the Great Summer Country would surely soon far surpass the other countries. On this very night, every country on the blue planet held a meeting overnight, aiming their gaze at the Great Xia Country, discussing how they could deal with this change. And at this time in the Great Xia Country, the people slowed down and finally began to celebrate. They rushed out of their homes and looked up into the bright night sky. With such a beautiful night, they could finally walk the streets without fear. And at this moment, in the live broadcast screen, Joe Bai stood amidst the light, waiting for the next copy to arrive. However, what he waited for was another message. Next, there will be a 2-day break, and you will return to the real world. Please take a good rest during this time, and prepare yourself to enter the next copy. As soon as this voice finished speaking, Joe Bai felt his eyes go black, and when his eyes turned bright again, he saw that he was already in the bedroom of his home. Outside the house, a silver-white full moon hung silently in the sky. Joe Bai breathed in a mouthful of fresh air from the real world, then took a long sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. The bedroom door was knocked. Joe Bai opened the door just as soon as he opened it and was immediately thrown into a warm embrace. Son, you're really back. Do you know how worried Mom was watching your live broadcast every day? Tears hung in Mom's eyes. Looking Joe Bai up and down several times, she confirmed that he was not injured before she was willing to release him. Then, it was time for Mom's long nagging session. Dad stood behind Mom, unable to interject and talk to Joe Bai, furiously glaring at his wife behind him. Son must not have rested for many days. He just came back, so don't pester him to cry and cry. Let him rest early. When Dad finished speaking, he put his arm around Mom's shoulders and turned around. With his other hand, behind him, he quietly gave a thumbs up at Joe Bai before pulling Mom away. Joe Bai helplessly lowered his head and smiled lightly. In his heart, he was warm. He closed the door to his room and walked to the balcony. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and on the street downstairs, there were still a lot of people who hadn't dispersed after the revelry. It was so nice. It had been a long time since I had seen a night like this. Joe Bai smiled as he went back inside the room and closed the curtains before quickly falling into sleep. This sleep, Joe Bai slept very deeply. It wasn't until around 11:30 p.m. that he was woken up by the sound of rain pattering outside. There was an aroma wafting outside the house. Mom was boiling soup in the kitchen. When she saw Joe Bai get up, she hurriedly greeted him. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. You'll be able to eat soon. Joe Bai responded and then went into the toilet. While brushing his teeth, he looked at the rain outside the window. It's raining so hard. Did Dad bring an umbrella when he went out? Joe Bai rinsed his mouth and wiped the foam off the edge of his mouth, then said to his mom, that old fool, I guess he didn't bring it. He even said last night that he would be back at noon to accompany you for dinner. I'll go out and pick him up then. Joe Bai finished, casually picked up the bread on the table and took a bite before grabbing the 2 umbrellas and walking downstairs. Along the way, despite holding the umbrellas, he was still recognized several times. Joe Bai, oh my god, I actually live in the same city as Joe Bai. Joe Bai, can you give me an autograph? Isn't this our hero? Aha, I'm so excited. Joe Bai had a hard time getting away from these people. Almost in front of the building where his dad's office was located, he hurriedly took out his mask and put it on. Only then did he avoid a lot of trouble. Dad's noon off-duty time was 12 o'clock. Joe Bai arrived 10 minutes early and just stood at the door waiting. He looked in through the glass door, wanting to find Dad's figure inside. Then he saw his dad walk out holding a pile of papers. Joe Bai immediately had a smile on his face and tried to wave for him to see him. Then he saw a man come out after him, holding a folder in his hand and slamming it into Dad's face. The pile of papers held in Dad's hands also fell all over the floor with a crash. Joe Bai's smile froze on his face. Joe Bai recognized the man who chased him out. He was the manager of his father's department, surnamed Lin. He had a bad relationship with his dad in the past. He suspected that Dad was too old and was eyeing his position, always wanting to arrange for a new person to take his place. This time, I'm afraid he's playing on the subject again. When Joe Bai saw Dad's back as he squatted down to pick up the documents, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he immediately pushed the door and walked in. This gentleman, may I ask who you're looking for? This is an office area. It doesn't receive guests. Joe Bai's face showed a fierce aura, and as soon as Manager Lin took a look, he knew that the visitor was not good. I'm looking for you. Oh, but I don't know you. Soon you will recognize. After Joe Bai finished speaking, he picked up the folder on the table and smashed it back into his face as it was. Splat! Manager Lin covered his face with his hand in pain and pointed his finger at Joe Bai. You actually dare to hit me? Come on people. Where's the security guard? Quickly drive this person out. Joe Bai didn't even bother to look at him and squatted down to help his dad pick up the papers on the ground. Papa Joe immediately recognized him. Don't! This is my son. You guys don't move him. Manager Lin had a smile on his face when he heard Papa Joe's words. Old Joe, your son caused trouble in the office. This matter is on you. It looks like you're going to lose your bonus this month. Just as he finished his words, several security guards had already rushed in. Manager Lin pointed at Joe Bai. Come on, take this disgraced son of the old Joe family and throw him out of the office for me. After Manager Lin finished speaking, the several security guards rushed forward, reaching out to grab Joe Bai. Right at this moment, with a clatter, the glass door of the office suddenly shattered onto the ground. Everyone looked over in fear. Then they saw more than 10 soldiers in camouflage uniforms, weapons in hand, rushing in head-on. Those security guards and Manager Lin, where had they seen this kind of situation? They were so scared that their feet were shaking. Who dares to touch the Great Summer Kingdom's chosen one for a moment? Manager Lin trembled. Heaven! Chosen one? Where did the chosen one come from? Then he looked at Joe Bai, and suddenly his eyes snapped wide open. Joe Bai? You are Joe Bai. He looked closely into Joe Bai's eyes, and only then did he feel a few moments of familiarity. Papa Joe had never bragged outside that Joe Bai was his son, so Manager Lin didn't know about this. At this time, Manager Lin couldn't wait to slap himself hard. Just now he had said that Joe Bai was the old Joe family's disgraced son. How did he dare to say that? He still wanted to walk up to Joe Bai and say a few words to him, but was immediately pushed away by a few warriors. Mr. Joe Bai, the highest leader of our Great Xia analysis group wants to see you. Please come with us. Joe Bai nodded at his words. Having become a chosen one himself, he was bound to the fate of the Great Xia Kingdom. It was only natural that the top leader of the Great Xia country's analysis group wanted to see him. He looked towards his father. Those warriors immediately said knowingly, please rest assured that there are people around your parents 24 hours a day who are secretly protecting them. Even if you didn't make a move just now, we'll still have warriors come out to protect your father. When Manager Lin heard this, he immediately felt a chill run down his back. Only then did Joe Bai nod. Dad, this umbrella is for you. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon to have dinner with you guys. Joe Bai finished talking to his dad before he followed the few warriors out. He was soon led inside a conference room. The old man sitting at the top of the conference table hurriedly stood up from his seat when he saw Joe Bai walk in. Mr. Joe Bai, thank you for your efforts on behalf of the Great Xia country. The others in the conference room likewise stood up. There was admiration, gratitude, and sympathy in the eyes that looked at Joe Bai. All of the selected chosen were constantly challenged with replicas and would not end until they failed. There was no one who knew how many copies there were within the Weird Tales world, and how many times they needed to be tuned into the challenges. This was because from the beginning of the Weird Invasion, there hadn't been a single chosen who had survived to the end. Therefore, the young man in front of him was both a hero of the Great Summer Kingdom and someone who had been declared dead in advance. It's nothing. Any person from the Great Summer Country who was selected to go in would work just as hard as I did, Joe Bai said indifferently. Although he was only 22 years old, He had experienced so many life and death crises in the world of weird tales, allowing him to already be able to do honor and disgrace. The old man looked at him and nodded appreciatively. You have now become the object of focus for various foreign forces. However, you don't have to worry. We have already deployed additional manpower to secretly protect your parents. As for their future lives, you can also rest assured that the country will all be responsible to the end. You can let go as much as you want in the world of strange tales. Seeing that they had sought Joe Bai out this time, this was to help him arrange his afterlife in advance, so that he could go on his way with peace of mind. Although it was a bit cruel to think so, Joe Bai had to say that this was already the best arrangement the country could make. Thank you, but I won't let my parents lose their son, and I won't let the great summer nation fail to pass. Of the people in the conference room, when they heard Joe Bai say this, none of them believed that he could do it, but none of them could bear to dampen his confidence either. Good. Young people, they should have this kind of ambition. Joe Bai walked out of the conference room with an 8-digit bank card in his hand. This was what the old man handed to Joe Bai after he walked out of the conference room. Joe Bai didn't push back and accepted it openly. Back at home, the hot meal was just about to be served on the table. I was on this balcony when you saw you walking over. Immediately let your mom go and heat up the food. Am I not very smart? Joe Bai looked at his dad in this mischievous manner and shook his head helplessly. Smart. Really smart. Mom by this time had already multiplied everyone's bowls with a bowl of soup first. What are you father and son still muttering about? Don't come and eat yet? Old man Joe. Talking about you? Don't keep pestering your son to talk. Dad shrugged. Joe Bai laughed. Then they sat together obediently at the dining table. The short 2-day break passed quickly. It was soon time to part ways. Joe Bai took the bank card and shoved it into Mom's hand. Mom turned around and secretly wiped her eyes, then immediately squeezed out a smile. Dad lightly patted Joe Bai's shoulder. Go, I'll take care of your mom. Joe Bai nodded, then closed the door to his room. He lay on the bed and closed his eyes. It didn't take long before that mechanical voice, once again, sounded. Welcome to the world of weird tales. The name of this copy you've entered is the Terror Tavern. Please prepare yourself and stay awake at all times. A copy of the Tavern of Terror has opened. Please prepare yourself. All chosen. The way to pass this copy. SSS, get a blue pistol and make the tavern survive. S-grade pass, obtain a blue pistol. A grade pass, enter the terror. Grade A pass, enter the Tavern of Horrors 7 times and survive. Grade A pass, enter the Tavern of Horrors 7 times and survive. After the information was broadcasted, the live rooms of the other countries on the blue planet lit up at the same time. Hundreds of reselected chosen were all standing on a street just like Joe Bai. A full moon hung in the sky, and in front of them was a 2-story, dilapidated tavern. We, Agua, will definitely be victorious this time. Pretty country is a blue star power. There's no difficulty we can't break through. Oh, it's a tavern copy this time. Won't there be a pretty sister inside? We, the chosen of the Iron Tower Kingdom, are blessed this time. These chosen stood in front of the tavern while noticing the rules posted on the tavern's entrance. Code for patrons of the Terror Tavern. 1. The tavern's business hours is 23 to 4:44. Remember not to arrive early and leave late. 2. This tavern promotes gentleman etiquette. 2 to 3 o'clock this time period. Must take the initiative to invite a lady to dance. 3. The prettier the woman, the more irritable she is. Please don't ever piss them off, or you may be thrown out at any time. 4. If you see some empty seats with a glass of wine on top, remember not to choose that seat. 5. The control inside the tavern is very strict, and patrolmen with red hats often appear. No matter what they do inside the tavern, there is no need to be afraid. However, if they are seen pulling out black clubs, then please leave the tavern immediately. 6. This tavern provides free meals with alcohol, but remember not to waste it. 7. If a bartender with a crooked head hands you a drink, please do not refuse it. 8. Do not ask the bartender any questions. After Joe Bai read all the rules, the system's voice rang in his head, noticing that the host has acquired a new rule. It is now marking an incorrect option for you. The 8th rule of the Horror Tavern's customer code is wrong. Joe Bai looked towards the rule that was labeled wrong. So, it was to be able to ask the bartender any question? Joe Bai felt that things might not be that simple. This system would only label the wrong rules. However, if you took it for granted that the entire rule was wrong, most likely, you would fall into the wrong zone. Joe Bai decided that the first time he entered the tavern it would be better to focus on observation, do less and watch more. After organizing his thoughts, he took out his phone and looked at the time on it, only to see that on the screen of the cell phone, it showed that the time at this moment was 1:55 in the morning. It was the time allowed to enter the tavern, so he put his phone away and stepped into the tavern. Welcome! Joe Bai had just pushed open the tavern's wooden door when he heard a beckoning cat squatting at the door. shaking its arm at him while saying the greeting words. Jobai looked at the cat and only felt that its fur was a bit overly realistic. Frowning slightly, he then looked away. Inside the live rooms of the other countries, their respective chosen had also entered the tavern after reading the rules. Only Og was chosen one. D-Jin stood in front of the tavern's door, staring at the rules for a long time before entering. The viewers of On Sanguine, in response to this behavior of D-Jin, all expressed their approval on the pop-up screen. Our chosen one seems to be a very cautious person. I'm very optimistic about D-Jin. You guys? He's still studying the rules. It looks like our A-tribe will, this time, surely amaze the world. On the live feed, D-Jin finally finished reading the rules and then stepped into the tavern. Welcome. The beckoning cat at the doorway greeted him with the same warmth. Unexpectedly, D-Jin had just walked into the tavern and immediately turned around and walked out again. Then, he immediately walked back in. Welcome, welcome, welcome to. There were some viewers in Atragon, who at this point finally saw what D-Jin was doing. Ha ha ha. D-Jin is trying to directly enter the tavern 7 times in one day. Then he'll be able to A-rank pass. An A-rank clearance is entering the Tavern of Horrors 7 times and surviving. That's what D-Jin originally hit on. If you want to say it's smart, it's us. Atsumi. Who's smart? The viewers of Asia Manga, across the screen, helped D-Jin count. 5, 6, 7. 7 arrived. D-Jin stood triumphantly in front of the tavern. The viewers of A-Tribe happily waited for the pass message to be broadcast. Then, only the beckoning cat at the door finally exploded its fur as he walked out for the 7th time. Stupid human. Playing with a cat? Its sharp claws reached out and slashed at D-Jin's back. In an instant, blood stained the live room of the A-Team. The Terror Tavern Strange Tales descended on Asia Manga. Those undercover agents who had lurked in the live broadcast room of Ugwa saw this scene and all laughed as they slipped back to their own countries. Jobai was also standing next to that fortune cat at this moment, but he looked inside before heading towards the bar. Although the outside of this tavern looked shabby, there were many customers inside. Jobai managed to see that there were 2 empty seats. Walked over. However, he saw a cup of red wine on the table of one of the seats. He remembered the 4th entry on the rules. If you see a cup of wine placed on top of some empty seats, remember not to choose that seat. So, he chose to sit on the empty seat next to him. Hey, buddy, this tavern is full of beautiful women, but it's very much so. A furry hand reached out in front of Jobai, shaking the wineglass filled with green liquid in his hand. He then tilted his head and took a sip. Jobai looked towards him. On this man's face, there were 6 long whiskers growing horizontally, and his 2 pairs of hands were hairy, like cat claws. Jobai looked at it and his expression stagnated. Mutant. Then he looked towards the other patrons in the tavern. It was then that he realized the abnormality of this tavern. The tavern was in an uproar, and everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. However, if you were to carefully identify them, you would find that gentlemen in suits, bearded strong men with bare shoulders, beautiful women with cat ears, and empty seats with glasses interspersed among them, all appeared harmoniously inside the same space. In his mind, Jobai silently categorized these customers. Mutants, normal people, and all of them appeared in this tavern at the same time. At this moment, the bartender with a crooked head in front of the bar rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. It is now gentlemen's time in this tavern. Will the gentleman present please rise and invite a lady to dance with you? Jobai looked down at his cell phone screen. It just happened to be 2 o'clock in the morning. The viewers in front of the screen, at this time, similarly realized the abnormality in the tavern. Inviting a stranger to dance with you in the world of weird tales wasn't any kind of ravishing fortune. The slightest carelessness could get you killed. Jobai also realized this, so the expression on his face became serious. Just after the bartender's words, all the men in the tavern stood up. Jobai remained seated in his seat, not rushing into action, but observing the behavior of the others. Inside the tavern, the men soon spread out in a swarm, looking for their dance partners. Sitting next to the tavern's window, a girl with a fish head and a body that occupied 2 seats immediately became the most sought-after invitee. Without a moment's effort, she was surrounded by 5 or 6 boys, and next to Jobai, a girl with a greenish face, as thin as a skeleton, was similarly surrounded by 2 or 3 boys. These boys were pushing and shoving each other, and there was a war going on in their midst. The prettier the woman, the more violent she is. Please don't ever piss them off, or you'll have the possibility of being thrown out at any time. In the eyes of the viewers of the live broadcast, neither of these 2 girls were considered pretty, even in the entire tavern. They could be considered to be on the low side of face value. However, it seemed that in this place, the lower the face value of the girl, the more popular she was. The audience speculated that their behavior was influenced by this rule. Joe-bai's gaze skimmed over these girls who were surrounded by inviters, and instead landed directly on a shadowy corner that no one cared about. The audience then finally saw Joe-bai stand up from his seat and walk towards that corner. The girl sitting in the corner had a pair of rabbit ears growing on top of her head. With her head lowered, her ears hung down behind her head. Joe-bai walked next to her and extended his hand in front of her. "Excuse me, can I ask you to dance?" The moment the girl heard these words, her ears immediately perked up. Then she turned her head to look at Joe-bai, and at that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country finally got a good look at her. "I'll go, this is too good looking. It's not too much to call her a fairy sister." Crap, is Joe-bai getting horny? Has he forgotten the rules? Oh my, could it be that Joe-bai, in the end, actually fell for the word color? Joe-bai, you're confused. The spectators of the Great Xia Country all beat their chests and felt deep regret for Joe-bai's choice. On the contrary, the choices made by the chosen ones from the other countries looked much more normal. Alec, the chosen one from the pretty country, just heard what the bartender said and walked straight towards the fish-headed girl sitting by the window. He relied on his large-looking block. As soon as he did, he pushed aside the other invitees and directly put his hand in front of the girl. "This young lady, may I have the honor of a dance with me?" Before Alec could wait for the girl's reply, he was pulled away again by the other invitees. At once, 6 or 7 boys twisted and fought, and the scene became very chaotic for a while. When the fish-headed girl saw the chaos around her, she opened her mouth wide and became so angry that she kept bubbling. Finally she couldn't stand it anymore and let out a roar that shook the whole place. "Shut up!" Then she stood up from her seat, walking towards the boys who were wrestling together. Due to her large size, with every step she took, she could feel the floor shaking. Then, she was seen picking up one of the boys with one hand and casually throwing them out. Alec, being part of the writhing group, was, without a doubt, thrown out as well. The viewers in the pretty country's live broadcast room, seeing this scene, all drew in a cold breath. Oh, isn't it said that only pretty-looking women are grumpy? Why is such an ugly woman also grumpy? The ugliest woman is so fierce. Then the prettiest one, how fierce must she be? Suddenly, I have some sympathy for Joe-bai of the Great Summer Country. Inside the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, the inviters surrounding the fish-headed girl were similarly thrown out with a handful of her. The bartender with a crooked head kept shaking his head as he saw the men who were thrown out. To die under a peony flower, one is willing to be a ghost. These people who want to covet the most beautiful woman in the tavern have to be prepared to be thrown out. After saying that, he looked at the fish-headed girl with a smirk. The fish-headed girl puked at him and angrily scolded. "You also want to be thrown out with them?" After saying that, she stopped looking at him and sat straight back to her seat. The bartender was scolded by the fish-headed girl, but it was as if he had received a great gift from heaven, and even the movement of wiping the wine glass became cheerful. It was at this time that the audience of the Great Summer Country was shocked to find out. It turned out that this fish-head girl, in their eyes, was the prettiest in the room. Thus, at this point, when the audience saw Joe-bai leading the rabbit-eared girl towards the dance floor, they all hated to furiously slap themselves a few times. Damn it, how could one question our brother Bai's decision? At this time, Joe-bai was holding the rabbit-eared girl's waist and was completely unaware of the series of mental activities of the audience. His idea of choosing this girl was simple. Instead of competing with others, it would be easier to pick someone who hadn't been chosen to save him the trouble. As for the point of being short-tempered, without a fuse, it naturally wouldn't explode. He thought to himself that he wouldn't easily make a girl angry. On the dance floor, light music rang out. Joe-bai led the rabbit-eared girl, taking simple dance steps around the stage. The rabbit-eared girl kept her head down the entire time, not daring to look at Joe-bai at all. After one song, Joe-bai put her hand down. The girl stood in place, her head lowered, with no intention of leaving at all. Joe-bai was also a bit puzzled, but he didn't dare to leave rashly, and could only stand in place and wait. Then, he heard the girl's low voice ask, "Why did you choose to invite me? I'm clearly the ugliest girl in this tavern." Clam? Joe-bai couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You are clearly the prettiest girl in this tavern." Joe-bai's shock was real, and he was sincere when he said that. He hadn't realized right now that the people in this copy didn't have quite the same aesthetic. That girl buried her head even lower when she heard Joe-bai's words. Then, Joe-bai heard the system's beep ringing out in his head. Perceived horror tavern boss lady's favoritism towards the host +20. Now adds one more chance for the host to mark an error. The first rule of the horror tavern's customer code is wrong. Joe-bai was bombarded with this sudden message to the point where his mind was a bit foggy. What? This rabbit-eared girl was the owner's wife of the terror tavern? What? The first rule was wrong? That would be troublesome, as the first rule stipulated the time to enter the tavern. If there was a mistake in this rule, then every second of standing in the tavern right now could mean danger. The tavern owner's wife buried her head even lower after hearing Joe Bai's words before she turned around and quickly ran away. Joe Bai stood alone in the middle of the dance floor and picked up his cell phone to check the time. It was 2:15 in the morning. Horror Tavern Customer Code Number 1. Tavern Business Hours, 23 to 4:44. Remember not to arrive early and leave late. He couldn't help but frown. This rule was wrong, meaning that the Terror Tavern's business hours were most likely not 23 to 4:44. Then what exactly were the correct business hours? As Joe Bai thought of this, he suddenly felt that the air of the entire tavern was permeated with a dangerous odor. He hurriedly calmed himself down and recollected the customers' rules posted at the tavern's entrance. Above the rules, it was written that the tavern's gentlemen's hours were 2 to 3 o'clock. If the second rule was not incorrect, then it was at least certain that it was safe to enter the tavern during this time period. It was only when Joe Bai thought of this that he finally regained some sense of security. He put his cell phone away, left the dance floor, and then sat down in his original position. Across the bar, the bartender, who had a crooked head, shook the mixing glass in his hand rapidly while staring at Joe Bai without a word. The green liquid in the mixing glass, under the light, shimmered with a bizarre light. Then, Joe Bai saw the bartender pour out the green liquor and push it in front of him. This cup is for you. Article 7 of the Horror Tavern's Customer Code. If the bartender with the crooked head hands you a drink, please never refuse it. Although he felt his heart grow fuzzy, Joe Bai still had to abide by the rules, so he reached out and took the glass of wine he handed over. He took the glass in his hand and shook it twice, looking at the green liquid inside. Out of caution, he did not rush to put it to his mouth. Instead, he turned his head to look around. Next to him, the wine glass on the empty seat just now, the red liquid inside, at some point, was already half missing. Joe Bai swept a glance before looking elsewhere. At this time, the cat's paw man sitting on Joe Bai's other side, touched Joe Bai twice with his elbow, then approached his ear. Hey, buddy, I just saw you dancing, but this dance partner of yours, I have to say, this taste of yours, it's really heavy. The cat's paw man finished with a couple head chuckles before finishing off the green liquid in his own glass in one gulp. Still, you're better than me. You at least had a dance partner, while I, on the other hand, lost to the kid in the suit. Joe Bai's gaze landed on his glass, then followed his gaze and looked across the room, only to see that in front of them, a man in a suit, holding a glass of orange wine, was talking enthusiastically with the lady next to him who had a bird's beak. The cat's claw man snorted coldly and asked the bartender for another green drink. Joe Bai, however, violently shrunk his pupils. Orange-colored wine? He hurriedly took advantage of the gap between the cat's claw man's request for a drink and scanned through the patrons in the tavern, as well as the wine glasses in their hands. After looking at them, his face instantly became grave. The wine in this tavern really wasn't that simple. People who were not contaminated held orange-colored wine in their hands. Those who were contaminated held green-colored wine in their hands. The invisible it was holding red wine. As for why he got a glass of green wine, when Joe Bai thought of this, he was a little more wary of the crooked-headed bartender, only to see that he still had his head tilted. His hands were busy supplying drinks to other customers, but he still looked over to Joe Bai's side from time to time. By the looks of it, if Joe Bai did not drink the glass of wine in front of him, he would keep his attention on him. Article 6 of the Terror Tavern's Customer Code. This tavern provides free meals with alcohol, but remember not to waste it. In other words, if Joe Bai did not drink this cup of wine, he was violating the sixth rule. Joe Bai immediately felt that the cup of wine in his hand was becoming hot. What should be done? The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia country could also see Joe Bai's difficulty. Some of the sharp-eyed viewers had likewise seen the pattern of the wine, so they all became worried for Joe Bai. Holding this green wine in his hands, it was neither a good idea to drink it nor not to drink it. All the spectators nervously waited for Joe Bai's response, only to see this time, Joe Bai next to the cat's claw man, clearing the field of disappointment. They will be their own resentment, all vented in the alcohol above. He just got the wine in his hand and tilted his head back to drink another glass. Then, he waved his hand at the bartender, intending to ask for another glass. Joe Bai hurriedly stopped him. Buddy, you're all drunk. You can't drink anymore. The cat's claw man pushed his hand away. No, I'm still going to drink. I've lost my love, and you actually won't let me drink. Pissed me off. Are you not treating me as a brother? Joe Bai didn't know how he got a brother for no reason, but when he saw that the time was right, he obediently pushed the wine glass in his own hand, in front of the cat's claw man. Good, good, good. Drink. I'll have a drink with you. Bartender, give me a drink. Make it orange. The cat's claw man heard this, and only then did he satisfactorily take the glass of wine in Joe Bai's hand. That's only right. Good brother. The bartender took a glass of orange wine and looked at Jobai with a complex expression. Jobai took the glass and clinked it with the cat's paw man before tilting his head back and drinking it. The pungent flavor immediately went straight to his head. Cat's claw man downed another glass of wine, grabbed the cockroach that had crawled across the table, and swallowed it in one gulp. Jobai cringed in disgust. Skimming his head, he picked up his cell phone and confirmed the time again. The cell phone screen showed the current time, which was 2:35 in the morning. He didn't dare to stay in the tavern for too long. Intending to be safe, he still had to leave the tavern before 3 a.m. There wasn't much time left, and he had to get more useful information as soon as possible to do so. The cat's claw man drunkenly lay on the table and cried. Jobai looked at him and helplessly stood up from his seat, walking towards the inside of the tavern. Along the way, the waiter, who had a tray in his hand, passed between the seats. From the looks of it, he was considered to be one of the most normal employees inside the tavern. Jobai stopped him and asked, "May I ask where the restroom is?" The waiter stopped and looked at Jobai. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide. Jobai only saw a black hole with no tongue inside. The spectators who saw this scene had their pupils quake. This scene wasn't scary, but it was a little scary when you were so sudden. The waiter gestured and pointed a direction to Jobai. Jobai walked inside according to the direction he pointed out. However, when he reached the end, he only saw a staircase. The restroom was on the second floor? Thinking so, Jobai raised his head and looked ahead, only to see that next to the staircase, there was a signboard posted that pointed upwards. The arrows on that were outlined in lines with a black pen. Jobai looked at the sign, and while looking at it, he realized that the black color on it was slowly turning red, and was slowly flowing out red liquid. Jobai looked at the liquid that was flowing down, and instantly his cold hairs stood straight up. "This customer, how did you walk here?" A voice came from behind Jobai. Jobai turned around in shock, seeing the crooked-necked bartender, expressionlessly holding a plate of greasy elbows. He stood behind himself. "I came to look for the restroom. The waiter told me that the restroom is here," Jobai said to the bartender. The bartender had a flat expression, and didn't show any semblance of surprise at the red liquid running down the sign. "The toilet is broken. You'd better not go up there." The bartender dropped the sentence coldly before walking away with his elbow. Jobai glanced back at the stairs. The atmosphere inside the tavern was warm, and the second floor of this tavern was like a completely different world even though the lights were also on. Jobai did not take another step forward. He felt that now was not the time to take risks. He took out his cell phone again to confirm the time. At this moment, it was 2:42 in the morning. He looked around the tavern and saw that there was really no other useful information. Then he decided to go out of the tavern first. Jobai thought so and walked back towards the bar. The crooked-necked bartender, holding the plate of elbows, curtly placed it in front of the fish-headed girl. The fish-headed girl said something to the crooked-necked bartender, and then angrily banged on the table. At once, all the patrons looked over towards them. Jobai was far away and could not hear what they said. He only saw that after the fish-head girl knocked on the table, she didn't relieve her hatred and threw the plate of elbows on the ground. The plate was instantly thrown to pieces. The girl's hand, by the shards that popped out of the plate, made a bloody cut. The gazes of the customers around them, looking at them, then suddenly became a bit more scorching. Drops of blood were slowly dripping down from the wound in the fish-head girl's hand. Jobai looked towards her wound, and suddenly his brain buzzed. He shook his head, trying to clear his head, but as he looked at the drops of blood, he couldn't help but feel that his mouth was dry. The bartender, who was craning his neck, panicked and took out a handkerchief to help the girl cover the wound. It was only then that Jobai felt that his symptoms had subsided. There was a problem. Jobai quickly recalled what he had done after entering the tavern. Liquor, or business hours? For a moment, he couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. One could only hasten to increase his speed and head towards the door. Next to the bar, the cat-clawed man was still lying on the table. When Jobai passed by him, he saw him cry for a while, laugh for a while, and then pick up the plate on the table and gnaw on it. Jobai looked across to his position, only to see the girl with the bird's beak, and the man in the suit still chatting. The girl with the bird's beak was under the table, holding the suit guy's hand. As she talked, she took his hand, put it on the edge of her mouth, and took a bite out of it. Jobai saw blood running down the side of the girl's mouth. The man in the suit, on the other hand, still had a look of enjoyment on his face. Jobai instantly winced, accelerating his pace towards the door. At this moment, a few sharp whistles came from outside the door. Then, Jobai saw a man wearing a red hat rushing in with a stick. Article 5 of the Terror Tavern's Customer Code. The control within the tavern is very strict, and patrolmen with red hats often appear. There is no need to be afraid of whatever they do inside the tavern. However, if you see them take out their black clubs, Then please leave the tavern immediately. Joe Bai hurriedly looked towards the stick in his hand. Fortunately, the stick held in that man's hand was red in color. Joe Bai stopped in his tracks, wanting to see what exactly he had come in for. So he turned around and looked towards him. And the next second, the entire tavern resounded with the sound of porcelain breaking one after another, only to see that he was holding a red stick, and directly smashed into the wine cups on top of the tables. After smashing one table, he smashed towards another table. Soon, all the wine cups in the tavern were smashed to pieces by him. The scene that had just been a scene of drinking had already become a mess at this time. In such a scene, this person wearing a red hat didn't look like a patrolman, but rather like a gangster who came to the tavern to cause trouble. Those clanging sounds rang out one after another. Joe Bai only felt that his head had been hit by these sounds, and he was a little bit more awake. The tavern owner's wife, who had rabbit ears, curled up in a corner, not daring to venture her head at all, and the bartender with the crooked head, kept bending over and apologizing to the patrolman. It looked, rather, more like the owner of this tavern. It was with great difficulty that the crooked-necked bartender sent the patrolman out the door. Joe Bai looked at the time in his hand. It happened to be exactly 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Then he also followed behind the patrolman and walked out of the tavern. Behind him, the beckoning cat waved its arms and said to him, "Welcome to your next visit." Joe Bai looked up to the sky. The full moon was still hanging brightly in the sky. Across from the tavern, there was an inn. This inn was this replica, a rest area specially prepared for the chosen. As long as the chosen ones didn't choose the time to enter the tavern, they could stay in the rest area. The street outside the tavern was unusually quiet. It was completely different from the lively scene in the tavern. After Joe Bai walked out of the tavern, he walked into the rest area and found his own room there. The window of his room was just opposite the door of the tavern. Thus, he sat down by the window and looked at the tavern across the street from afar. After Joe Bai left, the customers in the tavern also left one after another. Joe Bai took out his cell phone and looked at the time on top of the screen. Until 5 o'clock, the bright lights in the tavern had not gone out. Later on, Joe Bai couldn't stay up any longer before he lay down on the windowsill and went into sleep. The viewers within the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were a little heartbroken when they saw Joe Bai working so hard. Joe Bai is confirming the tavern's opening hours? Is he thinking that there's a possibility that this rule is wrong? I heard that the chosen one of the Iron Tower Kingdom, like Joe Bai, chose the rabbit-eared beauty, so he wasn't thrown out, but he just inexplicably died. I don't know which rule was broken. Aha, that's scary. It's always good to be cautious. Many viewers couldn't stay up all night and went to bed first as well. In the live broadcast room, only a few rare viewers were left staring at the screen. However, the longer these viewers watched, the more puzzled they felt. This was because the sky in the real world was starting to lighten, but the moon outside Joe Bai's window was still hanging high in the sky. There was no daytime copy? This speculation surfaced into the minds of the viewers. And at that moment, Joe Bai stretched his hand and awoke from his sleep. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the moon in the sky. Then he felt out the cell phone on his body. When he looked clearly at the time on top of the screen, his eyes widened. The screen on Joe Bai's cell phone showed that the current time was 10 o'clock in the morning. But right now, outside the window, there was still a full moon hanging high above. Joe Bai looked at his cell phone again in disbelief. That's right, it was indeed 10 o'clock in the morning. Is there no daylight in this copy? Is the cell phone broken? Or is there a problem with his spirit? Joe Bai's first reaction was to first list all the possibilities. The experts of the analysis group of the Great Summer Country, on the other hand, were urgently needing to discuss this issue at this time. There are no daytime copies, and our Weird Tales archives have recorded them. This kind of copy usually comes along with time chaos. The most important thing for the chosen at this time is to figure out the correct time. Let's do it this way. Let's use up a hint opportunity first. Tell Joe Bai the time in the real world so that he can have one more piece of reference information. The other experts all agreed to this proposal. Thus, soon Joe Bai was in his mind, receiving the information from the analysis team. After Joe Bai received the message, he picked up his cell phone and checked the time again. The time displayed on the cell phone, and the time sent by the expert group, were completely consistent. Thus, it was then possible to rule out the latter two hypotheses. However, whether the time in this copy was consistent with the time in the real world, there was still a need to find a way to seek confirmation. Joe Bai once again looked out the window, only to see that the current street was even quieter than when he saw it last night. There were almost no pedestrians on the road. There was only a crippled old man, who kept wandering back and forth around the tavern. Joe Bai had eaten his lunch in the recreation area, then still sat by the window of his room, looking towards the tavern. During this process, there were no other pedestrians on the street. It wasn't until the time on his cell phone, which showed 2:30 p.m., that he saw a garbage truck parked at the back of the tavern. From afar, Jobai saw someone carry several bags of garbage out of the tavern and throw them onto the car. The garbage truck then turned around again and returned from the original route. It was then that Jobai realized that this tavern had a back door. When the garbage truck drove away, Jobai walked out from the rest area. He arrived at the tavern's back door. Then, he saw that on the back door, there was a rule posted. Rules for the back door of the horror tavern. 1. Tavern employees working hours, 22 to 5 o'clock. Please try to arrive as early as possible and leave as late as possible. 2. The garbage truck can come over at any time to collect the garbage, and the tavern owner's wife will take the garbage out herself. If the garbage truck has been waiting at the door for 5 minutes and the owner's wife hasn't come out yet, it means there is no garbage to be thrown out today. Just leave straight away. 3. Ingredients supplied to the tavern must be delivered to the tavern before 2300 hours. Every time you send ingredients over, the delivery person needs to check the time with the chef. If the times don't match, please get out of the way immediately, or the tavern can't promise to be non-violent. 4. Tavern employees must enter the tavern through the back door. Everyone needs to identify how many fingers the owner's wife has shown you before they go to work each day. If you answer incorrectly, you must take the day off. 5. Outside the tavern, there is an old man who keeps wandering around. No matter what he says, don't believe him. He's just a madman. 6. No one is allowed to leave the tavern when the patrolman with the red hat comes in, especially if he's holding a black club. 7. Invitations to the second floor are uniformly placed with the bartender. He has the right to distribute the invitations. 8. Remember, the moon is always full. The sun only exists in myths. You can't possibly see it. After Jobai read all the rules, the system's voice rang in his head, noticing that the host has acquired new rules, now marking an incorrect rule for the host. Rule number 8 of the horror tavern backdoor rule is wrong. After listening to the information provided by the system, Jobai looked up at the sky. It only felt that this moon, so full that it was somewhat less than real. He shrunk his neck and wrapped himself up tightly, then repeated the rules a few times, confirming that he had memorized all the rules in his head. He left the back door. On the way back to the rest area, the crippled old man who kept wandering around just happened to pass by Jobai, only to hear him keep muttering under his breath. It's 5 in the afternoon. It's time for the wife to lay the rice and cook. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock. Jobai instantly tightened up inside. 5 o'clock? He hurriedly picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. The time displayed on it was clearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he turned his head to look again, the crippled old man had already walked away in the opposite direction. Jobai felt that the scene was really weird, so he accelerated a few steps and walked back towards the leisure area. When Jobai's cell phone screen showed the time to 11 p.m., it was this neighborhood that slowly became lively. The chosen from the other countries pinpointed the time and stepped through the door of the Terror Tavern right on time. Jobai, on the other hand, was staring out the door of the tavern, frowning bitterly as he watched the drinkers come and go. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were all a bit puzzled when they saw Jobai in this state. All the other chosen have entered the tavern. What is Jobai still dawdling about? Why do I feel that Jobai is being a bit overly cautious with this copy? He wouldn't have no fighting spirit after a trip back to the real world, would he? The audience was puzzled, and Jobai was equally puzzled. When his cell phone showed 2300 hours, the tavern put up the open sign right on time. This was consistent with the opening time stipulated in the first article of the Horror Tavern's customer code. Could it be that the closing time was wrong? Although Jobai had been staring at the terrorist tavern across the street since he returned last night, however, he had been unable to determine the tavern's closing time so far. Jobai sighed as he thought of this, lamenting that he had indeed become a little wary after learning that the first rule was wrong. This time, the clearance task required finding a blue pistol. Jobai had looked at many places in the hall on the first floor of the tavern yesterday. There was almost no place suitable for hiding anything, so this time when he went in, he put his target on the second floor of the tavern. Just how would one obtain an invitation in the hands of the crooked-headed bartender? Jobai hadn't thought of a good way for the time being. Therefore, he decided to enter the tavern first. Thus, Jobai stood up from the chair by the window and then walked towards the tavern. Welcome! The fortune cat crouching outside the door still warmly welcomed every customer. Jobai walked towards the bar, still sitting in the same seat as last night. The crooked-headed bartender swept a glance at Jobai, then quickly shook his own mixing glass. Then, pouring out a glass of orange-colored liquor, he handed it to Jobai. Jobai took the glass and placed it in front of himself. Right now, even this cup of orange wine, Jobai did not dare to drink it easily. He looked around. Jobai came early today, so there weren't many customers in the tavern. That fish head girl had come quite early, and was still sitting alone in the seat next to the window. From time to time, there were boys who went over with glasses of wine, wanting to sit next to her, but all of them were annoyingly yelled away by her. The crooked-headed bartender lowered his head and silently wiped the glass in his hand, but his gaze, from time to time, sneaked over to the fish-headed girl's body. Jobai took this scene in and smiled as he approached the bartender and asked, "Like her?" The bartender instantly panicked and almost broke the wine glass in his hand. She looks so pretty. Isn't it normal to like her?" Jobai instantly broke out into a cold sweat. So people in this world had such heavy tastes? He turned his head and sized up the fish-headed girl. Smiling, he thought to himself that this gave him a chance to attack the crooked-headed bartender. The crooked-headed bartender saw Jobai looking at the fish-headed girl and warned him, "Pretty girl, not so easy to chase. Be careful of being thrown out of the tavern by her." Jobai secretly felt funny. Ignoring him as well, he continued to look in the direction where the girl was, only to see the fish-head girl sitting sideways to the bar. A cup of green wine was placed in front of her, and then no other food was placed. Jobai stared at her for a long time, but the more he looked, the more wrong he felt. The position she was sitting in, the crooked-headed bartender could see her almost immediately when he raised his eyes. Moreover, although the fish-headed girl was facing the bar sideways, Jobai felt that her gaze, as if she was always looking towards her side. To be more specific, it should be looking towards the crooked-headed bartender standing across from Jobai. After Jobai discovered the secret, he couldn't help but lower his head and laugh out loud. The crooked-headed bartender glared angrily at Jobai. "Are you trying to hit on her too? How could Jobai dare to hit on this idea?" And he quickly waved his hand at him. No, I wouldn't dare to hit this idea." Jobai sat in his seat, tapping the wine glass in front of him with his fingers from time to time, pondering in his head how he was going to pull on this red thread. Just at this moment, a furry paw suddenly rested on Jobai's shoulder. He turned his head to look, and saw a face with 6 whiskers approaching in front of him. "Hey, brother, why did you come so early today?" The cat's claw man finished speaking and sat down next to Jobai. Then, he shouted at the bartender, "Serve the drinks." The crooked-headed bartender answered and quickly handed over a glass of green liquor and placed it in front of him. The cat's claw man grabbed the glass and boldly touched the glass in front of Jobai. "Come on, brother, have a drink with me." After saying that, he finished off the glass of wine in his hand in one gulp. Then he turned his head ground to look at Jobai. "What's wrong, brother? Why don't you drink?" At this time, Jobai really didn't want to recognize this cheap brother. However, that crooked-headed bartender, suddenly stopped the movement in his hands and looked at Jobai in the same way. Jobai immediately felt a chill on his back. Picking up the wine cup, he put it to his mouth and took a sip before they both simultaneously withdrew their gazes. Outside the door of the tavern, the bird's beak girl snuggled on the suit man's shoulder, and the two of them walked in together. The cat's paw guy grunted in exasperation before glancing away. "Quick, serve an extra glass of wine." The two of them passed behind Jobai, and out of the corner of his eye, Jobai could clearly see that the suit man's wound from last night's bite had been covered with a layer of feathers. Soon enough, it was gentleman's hour at the tavern again. The crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. "Ding, ding, ding. It is now gentleman's hour in this tavern. Will the gentleman present please rise and invite a lady to dance with you?" Jobai hurriedly lowered his head and looked at his cell phone screen, and the time displayed on it happened to be 2 o'clock in the morning as well. In other words, the time inside the tavern was also the same as the time in the real world. Then, what was the matter with the time that the crippled old man was talking about? Could it be that it was really a madman? Jobai looked over to the fish head girl's side, only to see that the bartender had just announced this piece of news, and her side was immediately swarming with boys. The cat's paw man got up drunk and went to find another target. Seeing him walk away, Jobai approached next to the bartender. "Aren't you going to invite her?" The bartender immediately lowered his eyes in embarrassment. "Can't. She won't accept me. She has so many options." Jobai looked around the mess, moved closer to the bartender's ear, and whispered a few words. The bartender stared wide-eyed at first. Then he turned towards Jobai and nodded solemnly. Seeing that the bartender agreed to his proposal, Jobai turned around and walked over in the direction of the fish head girl. In the corner of the tavern owner's wife sat in the corner with her ears drooping. Every time a sound passed by, her ears would follow and cock slightly, but in the end, they still drooped in disappointment. On the other side, Jobai rolled up his own sleeves as he peeled away the men surrounding the fish head girl. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country all stared at their own eyes when they saw the scene. Is Jobai crazy? He chose the fish head girl as his dance partner tonight? Why did he leave the beautiful and gentle rabbit-eared lady alone and choose this cranky fish-headed lady? The other countries have moved on cue this time. Except for Jobai, all the other chosen have gone to choose that MS. Rabbit ears. It's over. Jobai is afraid that he'll be thrown out of the tavern later, only to see in the live broadcast screen, Jobai, with his brute strength that had been boosted by 200%, pushed away all the men surrounding the fish-headed girl. Jobai's courageous strength scared off many men. However, there were still some that did not die and continued to pounce forward and back. Jobai managed to shake off these men and arrived in front of the fish-headed girl in wretched clothes. The fish-headed girl gave Jobai an annoyed look. Yelling, she said, "It's noisy, I'm not going to dance with you." After saying that, she was about to grab Jobai with one hand. The viewers of Dasha's live broadcast room all shook their heads inside. It's over. Going to be thrown out. Then, they saw Jobai blocking the fish-head girl's hand. Then he shouted, "No, no, it's not me who's going to ask you to dance. It's him. He hired me to help fight off the invitees around you." After Jobai finished speaking, he hurriedly pointed his finger towards the crooked-headed bartender in front of the bar. As a result, the gazes of the entire tavern almost all looked towards him. The fish-headed girl froze for a moment, then shook off Jobai's hand and walked in the direction of the bar. With every step, the entire tavern shook with it, and the crooked-head tavern's heart followed suit, pausing for half a beat. "It was you who wanted to invite me?" The fish-headed girl walked up to the crooked-head bartender. The crooked-head bartender gripped the glass in his hand tightly and nodded nervously. But, if you..." Before the crooked-headed bartender could finish his sentence, he was picked up by the fish-headed girl, with one hand, from behind the bar. Go dance." "Oh, ha!" Before the crooked-headed bartender could react, he was directly dragged away by the fish-headed girl. He panicked and didn't know how to settle the glass he was holding. The next thing he heard was a clunk, and the glass fell behind them. In the center of the dance floor, the fish-headed girl hugged the crooked bartender and spun. The crooked bartender was in a daze, as if he was in a dream. The other males around them were all casting envious glances at the crooked-headed bartender. Jobai stood beside the dance floor, looking at their dancing steps, and pondered in his heart when it would be more appropriate for him to go to the crooked bartender to collect his payment. At that moment, he looked at the time and realized with a shock that it was already 2:45 in the middle of the night. That meant that he had to initiate a dance partner within 15 minutes in order not to break the rules. He turned his head and looked around, realizing that all the girls on the floor already had their own dance partners. This was a bit difficult to do. Go straight up and cut across? Or rather, walk away? Just as Jobai was struggling with what he should do, the tavern owner's wife, who had rabbit ears, walked out from the corner. She drooped her head and silently moved away from the crowd. Jobai instantly brightened up and hurriedly chased after her, only to see the boss's wife walk through the crowd to the back of the tavern and then disappear. Jobai followed behind her and walked to the end, finding himself at the location where the stairs appeared yesterday. Only, the staircase that was supposed to lead to the second floor had now disappeared. In its place, there was a staircase that extended downwards. The sign was still hanging in its original position. However, it was a black sign, and it had now turned into an arrow going down. Jobai stood at the edge of the staircase and looked down. The camera of Dasha's live broadcast also gave a blacked out image along with Jobai's perspective. High energy warning ahead. Families, I have a premonition that our brother Bai is going down. No need for a premonition. From what I know of brother Bai, it looks so safe that he'll definitely go down to check it out. Wait, let me wrap my little quilt tightly first. On the live broadcast screen, Jobai did not disappoint the vast audience. After only hesitating on the stairs for 2 seconds, he headed down towards the bottom, where the boss's wife went down. There must be key information. The mission for this clearance was the need to find a blue pistol. Therefore, Jobai had to find a way to search every corner of the tavern in order to do so. So, he walked down the stairs. The further down he went, the light that could be seen in front of him became less and less. By the time he was nearing the bottom of the stairway, he realized that on the wall next to him, there was a piece of paper attached to it. Borrowing the little light that remained, Jobai approached the paper and carefully recognized the content on it. Earth, underground, wine, cellar, another new rule. Jobai hastily raised his spirits and carefully read the contents above. Underground wine cellar rules. 1. Only the tavern owner's wife can open the wine cellar. 2. Waiters need to wait at the exit of the wine cellar before they leave work every day. Help the owner's wife carry the wine to the bar. 3. The humans in this town need to be happy. Let them drink more wine and they will reap the benefits of happiness. So, don't skimp on the wine stash in the cellar. 4. Remember, when taking orange wine, you need to close your left eye. When you take green wine, you need to close your right eye. When you take red wine, you need to close both eyes. Inside the cellar, there is only one candle to light the way. It will never go out. If you see it go out, please notify all the people immediately and leave the tavern at once. 6. Inside the wine cellar, The sharp objects are the most feared. If someone holds it in his hand, please stop him immediately. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. 7. If, after entering the wine cellar, you see a floating black shadow, or a balloon suspended in mid-air, don't be afraid. These are all illusions. As soon as you get out of the wine cellar, it will return to normal. 8. Please remember that this wine cellar is very important. Please protect it well. After Jobai finished reading all the information, a system beep sounded in his head, noticing that the host has acquired new rules, now marking an incorrect rule for the host. The third rule of the underground wine cellar rules is wrong. Jobai heard the system's beep and looked at the erroneous rule. The humans here need to be happy. Let them drink more wine and they will reap the benefits of happiness. So, don't skimp on the wine cellar's collection. People can't drink more? You can't harvest happiness by drinking? Or is there a certain amount of wine that needs to be kept in the cellar? The information was really imprecise. Jobai secretly spat in his mind, recalling the way those customers had gone crazy last night. At least one thing was certain, the wine in the tavern was definitely very problematic. He briefly summarized the situation and then read the rules posted on the wall carefully several times, making sure to keep them firmly in his mind before continuing down the stairs. As he stepped down the last step, the bright light from the first floor behind him, too, all but disappeared. Only a single candle in the wine cellar was left to provide him with a little light. Other than that, there was not a single bit of illumination. He slowly walked inside. He saw that the wine cellar was airtight, but the candle kept shaking, causing Jobai's eyes to flicker. He looked around. First, there was a need to first determine where the tavern owner's wife was. Thus, he continued to walk towards the inside. The area of the wine cellar was not small, almost as big as the first floor of the tavern. He walked along the rows and rows of wine cabinets. Then he saw a figure at the end of the arranged wine cabinets, facing the wall. A slender figure, and long ears that hung down behind her. Sure enough, there was no mistake that it was the boss's wife. Jobai took a few quick steps and came behind her. The boss's wife sensed someone approaching behind her, and her voice said faintly, "What are you doing in here?" At this time, the time on the cell phone had shown that it was 2:58 in the middle of the night. Jobai did not forget his purpose of catching up at the very beginning. So he said, "To invite you to dance with me." Jobai's words had just fallen. There was a clang sound. Something scratched down from the boss lady's hands. Jobai looked towards the ground, only to see that a sharp pair of scissors had clearly appeared on the ground at this moment. Underground wine cellar rule number 6. Inside the wine cellar, sharp objects are the most feared. If someone is holding them in their hands, please stop them immediately. Otherwise, there will be something very scary that will happen. Jobai's pupils contracted violently. What exactly did she want just now? The boss lady slowly turned her head. What appeared in the eyes of the audience was still that beautiful face. It's a pity. Such a face. Why did it appear in the world of aesthetic deformities? I think she's getting depressed. Oh, she just looked like she was going to hurt herself with that look. Good grief. Such a pretty face. Why is there no one in her world to appreciate it? I'm already sympathizing with her. Face value is justice. All the pop-ups sympathizing with the boss lady floated all over the live broadcasting room in the great summer country. I wonder if she would still have gotten sympathy from the viewers if she didn't have this face. In the live broadcast screen, the boss lady turned back to Jobai and smiled faintly. Thanks, but if we go back now, we should already be too late for the last dance. Jobai also nodded by default. Anyway, he just wanted to come and complete a task, not really wanting to dance. The surroundings once again fell into silence. Jobai was pondering how he should search the wine cellar without moving. The candle behind him suddenly shook for a moment before it became a little brighter. The candlelight flickered. It instantly illuminated the face of the boss's wife, as well as above her head, a floating balloon. Jobai could not help but raise his eyes to look. That balloon was not quite the same as the balloons he usually saw. Jobai felt that it might be more apt to describe it as a phantom bubble floating in the air. He remembered the scissors that the boss's wife had just held in her hands. Could it be that she just wanted to poke this bubble? But what did this bubble represent? The boss's wife saw Jobai's probing gaze and landed on top of her head. Her expression instantly became unnatural. Then I'll go out. You go out as well. The wine cellar of the tavern is usually not for guests. The boss's wife finished squatting down, picking up the scissors on the ground. She carefully stowed them in her own pocket. Then she gestured for Jobai to go up with her. The undercover agents from other countries who had lurked in the live broadcast room saw that Jobai had unlocked a new place, so they hurried back to report the news. As a result, most of the chosen ones from most countries knew that through the boss's wife, they could enter the underground wine cellar. There were even some chosen ones that jumped at the chance and just planned to find a way to enter the wine cellar as soon as possible. The scene returned to Jobai. Jobai turned back and glanced fondly at the wine cellar. and in the end, he still did not refuse the boss lady's offer. He could only follow her and arrived at the first floor hall. At this time, the time had already come to 3.5 minutes past midnight. Jobai looked around at the drinkers sitting on the first floor. He only saw that the cat claw man had changed his position, and next to him sat a girl with 2 wings. The girl fluttered her wings and couldn't reach the wine glass placed on the table. He then used his own claw, grabbed the glass on the table and handed it to the girl's mouth. And with his other claw, he grabbed a worm that had crawled across the table and happily put it into his mouth. Jobai couldn't help but frown and shake his head, then looked to the other side of the room. The man in the suit and the girl with the bird's beak from last night were still sitting in their original positions. The two were holding hands and chatting happily, but not long after, the suit man's hand was again put to his mouth by the bird beak girl, biting down heavily, a deeper and bigger wound than yesterday. As for the bar side, the fish head girl sat down on Jobai's original seat, resting her cheeks. She and the crooked-headed bartender had a sweet eye contact from time to time. Only 1 second they were smiling sweetly, and the next, they grumpily slammed the plate in front of them to the ground. Jobai took a look at the state of these people and confirmed that the tavern had entered the crazy time again, so he couldn't help but wrap his clothes tightly, intending to quickly leave this place. At this time, the sharp whistling outside the tavern sounded once again. The patrolmen wearing red hats, holding red clubs, rushed in once again. The red clubs slammed hard on the tabletop. The tabletop then splattered with various pieces of porcelain. The drinkers all stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the patrolman. The boss's wife covered her ears tightly in fear. It's happening again. Why is he here again? Why does he keep coming over lately? Jobai sensed the point of information in the boss's wife's words and hurriedly asked, "He's been coming over all the time lately?" The boss's wife crouched down in fear. "Yes, for more than half a month. He didn't used to be like this, but now he comes every day." More than half a month? In other words, this tavern should have had some kind of change more than half a month ago. Jobai wanted to ask more, but the boss's wife had already curled up in the corner in fear. That crooked-necked bartender, likewise, kept bending over and apologizing to the patrolman. Only then did the patrolman walk out the door. Seeing that it was about time, Jobai also walked out from inside the tavern. Welcome again. Behind him was still the farewell sound of the beckoning cat. Jobai glanced at the moon in the sky before burying his head and walking into the rest area opposite the tavern. He plopped down by the window. At the tavern's main entrance, customers walked out one after another. After 5:20, there were also employees at the tavern's back door who began to leave work. Tongueless waitresses, crooked-headed bartenders, beckoning cats, and a fat chef he hadn't seen before, all came out of the back door at different times. Aside from the owner's wife, all the employees in the tavern were off duty. Jobai saw this time before he collapsed onto his own bed and fell into sleep. This sleep, Jobai slept for a full 10 hours. Only when it was close to 4 in the afternoon did he sit up from his bed. First, he picked up his cell phone to confirm the time. Then he went out to eat outside. After eating, he looked out the window again, in the direction of the tavern. Near the tavern, that crippled old man was still hovering outside non-stop. Jobai thought about it and decided to go out and take a look. It's 6 in the afternoon. The old woman should have made dinner. It's 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. Jobai picked up his cell phone. The time displayed on it was clearly 4:45 in the afternoon. Yesterday, when he said it was 5 o'clock, the time on Jobai's cell phone showed 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, when he said it was 6 o'clock, the time shown on his cell phone was 4:45 p.m. This can't be seen as a pattern. Jobai saw that the crippled old man was demented and wanted to talk to him, but he would only say that every time. Jobai couldn't ask anything. So he turned around and walked back to his room. Intending to come back at the same time tomorrow, he came back to take a look. Jobai in the rest area waited until 11 p.m. Saw the tavern put up the open sign. Only then did he slowly cross the street and enter the tavern. This time, the fish head girl sat down early at the bar, the seat Jobai had been sitting in the previous times. Jobai glanced over and smiled helplessly before taking the seat by the window. Jobai sat by the window and turned his head to look at the bar. The crooked-headed bartender and the fish-headed girl were chatting happily, so Jobai couldn't find an opportunity to go over and demand his payment for a while. So he looked towards the interior of the tavern, intending to find out where the boss's wife was, so that he could find an opportunity to gather some more information about the underground wine cellar. Just as Jobai probed his head to look inside, the waiter without a tongue, carrying a plate, appeared next to Jobai. From the plate he was holding, he took a cup of orange wine and placed it in front of Jobai. Jobai frowned at the glass of wine and was about to find a reason to refuse. However, he saw the waiter waving his hand towards himself. Jobai looked toward him suspiciously, only to see him move furtively and look around. confirming that no one had noticed him before quietly placing a note in front of Joe Bai. After placing the note, he pretended to continue delivering drinks to other customers as if nothing had happened. With this series of actions, Joe Bai was dumbfounded. Secretly handing himself a note? What did he want? Joe Bai picked up the note in confusion, only to see a line written on it in a crooked font. Drinking more than 3 drinks will cause you to have cognitive errors. Although the content was minimal, the message was explosive. The experts from the analysis group of the Great Summer Country, seeing the content on top of the note, all stared in disbelief as well. It was rare for an NPC in the world of Weird Tales to actively pass information to a player. Was it Joe Bai who had inadvertently triggered something? Or did this waiter have some point of interest that hooked up with Joe Bai? The experts recalled that 2 days ago, whenever it was late at night, the customers in the tavern would start to become a little less normal. The fact that the patrons appeared in such a state made it impossible to help but believe 9 out of 10 in the contents of the note. Today was Joe Bai's 3rd time entering the Terror Tavern. For this clearance, a total of 7 entries into the tavern were required. In other words, the process of this copy was nearly halfway through. The chosen from other countries had also been eliminated 50% of the way through the first 2 entries into the tavern. With Joe Bai's bright performance in his first few copies, he had rightfully become the object of other countries' focused attention, especially now that he had inexplicably gotten a note from a waiter. It had made the other countries so jealous that they were about to spit fire. Of the remaining half of the survivors, Joe Bai was the only one who had obtained the waiter's note. The countries that still had hints of opportunity left on hand, of course, quickly notified their respective chosen of this news. Thus, most of the countries consumed another hint opportunity. On the live broadcast screen, Joe Bai put the note away after reading the contents. He wasn't sure if the note counted as a rule. There was only one, and there was no system beep ringing in his head. Therefore, the idea that surfaced in his mind was to first seek confirmation of the correctness of the contents of the note. That way, he could at least first determine whether this waiter who couldn't speak was a friend or foe. At the front door of the tavern came the warm welcome of the fortune cat. Joe Bai turned his head to look and saw the cat-clawed man walk in from the doorway. Then he waved at him and shouted, "Hey, brother, come sit here." Cat's Claw Man revealed a puzzled expression when he saw that Joe Bai had changed his seat today. However, when he looked at the bar, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The fish head girl had taken up 2 seats by herself, taking up both Cat's Claw Man's and Joe Bai's original positions. He then smiled and walked towards Joe Bai's side. When he passed by the bar, he didn't forget to smile at the crooked-headed bartender. The crooked-headed bartender glared at him, but he didn't mind. He smiled broadly and sat down across from Joe Bai. "Bro, why didn't I see you dancing last night? Did you not get a date with a girl? Ha ha ha, I tell you, last night that was." As soon as the Cat's Claw Man sat down, he excitedly told Joe Bai about his last night's performance. Joe Bai listened while looking at the window from time to time, and casually grabbed a cockroach that had crawled by the window and handed it to the Cat Claw Man. "Ha, you're so disgusting. Throw it away. It's disgusting." Joe Bai released the cockroach, and the cockroach immediately fluttered its wings and flew past Cat Claw Man's eyes. The Cat's Claw Man couldn't help but win a Cold War. Joe Bai looked at him and asked with a smile, "Don't you like eating this? The flavor is quite good." The Cat's Claw Man immediately revealed an expression of disgust. "Disgusting. I didn't realize that not only do you like girls with heavy tastes, you even have such heavy tastes in food." Joe Bai picked up a paper towel from the table, wiped his hands, and smiled as he no longer continued to discuss this issue with him. The waiter who couldn't speak walked past them and put down a plate of peanuts as well as a plate of melon seeds towards the table. Next, a glass of green wine was placed in front of the Cat's Paw Man. Cat's Paw Man grabbed the glass and drained it in one gulp. Holding up the empty glass, he waved it at the waiter, signaling him to refill it, then grabbed a handful of melon seeds and knocked them down. "Bro, I'm talking about you, actually picking up such a big beauty for the bartender. You even gave up your seat to them. What's the point? That bartender, he's very bad. Be careful of getting screwed over by him without even realizing it." The viewers of the Dasha live streaming room all nodded their heads frantically when they heard Cat's Claw Man say this. That's right. This crooked-headed bartender. He's bad at first glance. It's good that Brother Bai doesn't get screwed over by this bartender. This Cat's Paw Man looks like he's a regular at the tavern. Maybe he knows some inside information? Joe Bai said yesterday that he had made a deal with the bartender to do him a favor, but now that it was late to see that he hadn't gotten an invitation, the audience was a bit worried. After verbally stepping on the crooked-headed bartender, the Cat's Paw Man approached next to Joe Bai. "Next time there's a good thing like this, leave it to me. He. Joe Bai couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. "Thinking about you what? Didn't you already find a female companion yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Cat's Claw Man was immediately in a good mood. Ha ha ha, since we're talking about this, I'll have to talk to you about. As Cat's Claw Man spoke, he had already downed another glass of wine. The peanuts and melon seeds on the table were also eaten by him. The waiter saw that his glass was empty and quickly brought him a third glass of wine. Jobai stared at the wine on his table. His ears were no longer quite listening to his rambling words. The Cat's Paw Man didn't notice the abnormality in Jobai's expression. Picking up the wine glass, he took another sip and dried it. The third glass of wine, Jobai read in his heart. Then he looked towards the table. There were not many melon seeds and peanuts left. The cat-clawed man put his paw on the remaining peanut, deflated his mouth, and threw the peanut to the ground again. Jobai looked to the window and reached out to grab an unfortunate passing cockroach, handing it to Catspaw Man. Catspaw Man reached out and took it. Thanks. Then threw it into his mouth and chewed it with gusto. When Jobai saw this scene, he only felt a vicious chill that filled his entire body. The Cat's Claw Man's actions were all seen by the audience. The audience could also see that Jobai had just intentionally verified the correctness of the contents of the note. Seeing this result, the entire live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country became excited. Verified. Verified. The content of the waiter's note is correct. It seems that this waiter is here to help Jobai. Awesome. Gaining a teammate. Jobai has taken another step forward towards clearing the level. Jobai watched the Cat's Paw Man eat the cockroach, confirming that after drinking 3 glasses of wine, he would indeed produce a cognitive error. This symptom should be manifested as seeing food as something that cannot be eaten, and something that cannot be eaten as food. Jobai recalled how every time he entered the dead of night, those drinkers went a little crazy, and felt a little creeped out. If they were allowed to continue getting drunk, what would become inside the tavern? Jobai simply couldn't believe it. However, there were still doubts in Jobai's mind as to why the waiter chose to tell himself this news. At the tavern's front door, the sound of customers entering came again. Hearing the sound, the Cat's Claw Man hurriedly probed and looked. Tonight, ever since he had sat down in his seat, he had already lost count of how many times he had looked towards the door. Unfortunately, every time, he only reaped disappointment. Fortunately, this time, he finally saw the person he wanted to see at the door. As soon as the girl with wings showed up, he immediately shook off Jobai and ran towards her. Jobai shook his head helplessly, shaking the orange liquid in his hand. He took a shallow sip, then he raised his head and looked ahead. The drinker at the table in front of Jobai was receiving a wineglass from the waiter. When the waiter finished serving it, he walked towards Jobai. As he passed by Jobai, he quietly threw another note on his table. Another note? What did this waiter want? Jobai suspiciously picked up the note, and then saw a few short words written crookedly on it. Don't go to the second floor. Second floor? Jobai remembered the invitation he was about to receive. And when the viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the crooked-headed bartender again, they instantly felt that he had become repulsive to look at. Horror Tavern Backdoor Rule Number 7. The invitations leading to the second floor are uniformly placed with the bartender. He has the right to distribute the invitations. From this rule, it could be seen that the crooked-headed bartender was tightly bound to the second floor, and the tongueless bartender says not to go to the second floor. Is the second floor dangerous? Then, did the bartender who held the power to distribute invitations to the second floor also mean that he could not be trusted? The waiter was preventing Jobai from going to the second floor. There was clearly a conflict between these two people. Jobai hesitated, not knowing who to trust exactly. After thinking about it, he decided to get up from his seat and proceeded to walk in the direction of the stairs. This time, the staircase appeared where the staircase was located, leading to the second floor. Next to the stairs, the sign that pointed upwards was, as usual, slowly oozing red liquid. The image didn't look like a normal place at all. In horror movies, cannon fodder that dared to go to such a place usually received their box lunch very quickly. Jobai turned around. The waiter, who was actually silent, was standing right behind him. The frightened audience almost smashed through the screen again. I say, can we not switch Jobai's perspective next time? We can't be compared to Jobai. Please consider the audience's heart capacity. However, the viewers didn't realize that Jobai was actually scared out of his wits. It was a good thing that he looked, on the surface, calm enough. What are you following me for? There were no other people beside him. The waiter opened his mouth and gesticulated. Ah! Jobai looked confused. It was good that the waiter quickly reacted over as well. Pulling out a slip of paper, he wrote another line in a crooked manner and handed it to Jobai. Jobai took a look. The thing you want to find is placed in the underground wine cellar. A sudden shock jolted through his heart. This waiter knew that he was looking for something and had told him where it was placed. Directly fed into the mouth of the S-rank pass? This level, passing through was a bit too easy, wasn't it? The viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room couldn't help but start to get excited when they saw the contents of the note. As for the other undercover agents squatting in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, they quickly went back to report the news. On the live broadcast screen, the waiter saw that Jobai had seen the contents of the note, and only then did he feel relieved to return to his workstation again. Jobai walked back to his own seat with a belly full of questions. Time passed quickly, and it was gentleman's hour at the tavern again. The crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. It is now gentleman's hour in this tavern. Will the gentleman present please rise and invite a lady to dance with you? As soon as the crooked-headed bartender's words fell, the fish-headed girl's body was again immediately surrounded by boys. It was a good thing that the fish-headed girl was strong enough to be tough. With a wave of both hands, the boys beside her were knocked down by her. She looked to the crooked-headed bartender. The crooked-headed bartender implicitly made an inviting gesture to her. Then it was immediately picked up by her from inside the bar. The two appeared together in the center of the dance floor. Jobai did not get up to invite his dance partner, but instead looked out onto the dance floor. The crooked-headed bartender was snuggled up on the shoulders of the fish-headed girl. The cat's paw guy had his arm around the winged girl's waist. Suit guy, on the other hand, had more feathers growing out of his hands, but was still dancing with bird beak girl with an enraptured look on his face. Jobai looked over at the couples on the dance floor, caught up in his own thoughts, and didn't bother inviting his dance partner first. The tavern owner's wife with rabbit ears, as usual, hid in the corner. There wasn't a single boy in the entire room that was willing to go over and invite her to dance with him. On the dance floor, one song finished. The couples inside then walked out of the dance floor to take a short break, waiting for the second piece of music to start. At this time, Jobai walked towards the corner where the boss's wife was, intending to go over and invite her to dance to the second song. If possible, he would also try to get her to take him to the underground wine cellar to look for that blue pistol. And on the other side, the crooked-headed bartender who had finished dancing, after sending the fish-headed girl back to her seat, also walked towards Jobai's side. Jobai was stopped in advance by the crooked-headed bartender when he was about to walk in front of the boss's wife. Jobai looked back at him suspiciously. I'm here to honor my promise. The crooked-headed bartender, from his own pocket, pulled out an invitation and handed it to Jobai. Thank you for letting me know that she actually likes me as well. This is the deal we made last time. I brought it to you. Jobai looked at the invitation that was handed to him. That was stamped with a golden edge. He only felt the golden light on it, which looked extraordinarily eye-catching at this time. Jobai hesitated for a moment, and finally took the invitation handed to him by the crooked-headed bartender. Invitation to the second floor. Admission time, 10:30 every night. Please arrive on time. No later than then. Jobai looked at the time marked on it. 10:30? But the tavern didn't open until 11 o'clock at night. This entrance time was not within the tavern's business hours. Could it be that the first rule of the terrorist tavern's customer code was wrong in this place? The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Kingdom didn't know that there was a mistake in the first rule of the customer code, so when they saw the entrance time of the second floor, they all exploded. This is in conflict with the first article of the customer code. False. Fake. This crooked-headed bartender. He sure is bad. It's against the rules to come in after hours. It's a death sentence. The waiter said the blue pistol is in the underground cellar. Just go to the underground wine cellar and look for it. There's no need to risk it at all. Jobai didn't know about the worries in the pop-up screen at this moment. Instead, he silently placed the invitation in his hand and put it into his pocket. After the crooked-headed bartender finished giving the invitation, he returned to the bar. At this time on the dance floor, the prelude to the second piece of music just happened to ring out. Jobai walked to the corner and found the rabbit-eared boss lady hiding in the corner. He passed his hand in front of the boss lady. The rabbit-ears boss lady looked up at Jobai, but her gaze fell to her pocket, revealing a corner above the invitation. Are you going to the second floor? Jobai nodded. That might be a bit dangerous. The boss's wife lowered her head once again and said calmly. Jobai jumped inwardly when he heard her words. The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, became even more worried. Even the boss's wife said that the second floor would be dangerous. Then the second floor is definitely in danger. This crooked-headed bartender. He's really bad. Humph. Fire and burglary against crooked-headed bartenders. Jobai paused and continued to pursue. What danger would there be? The boss's wife shook her head, not intending to continue answering Jobai's question. Jobai sighed lightly. Not telling you the answer easily. This was the basic operation of a game NPC. It seemed like the answer still had to be found by himself. The music gradually started. Jobai didn't continue with this topic, but held the boss's wife's hand and came to the edge of the dance floor. The dance floor was filled with couples snuggling together. Their pair of rusty dance partners then looked a little out of place. The boss's wife kept her head down and all her movements were scowling, daring only to be at the edge of the dance floor. not even a little bit of the center of the stage. She didn't dare to approach. Don't be afraid of other people's gazes. See, even though I'm a vegetable dancer, I'm all about holding my head high. After Jobai finished speaking, he purposely raised his head high. This caused the boss's wife to pft and laugh. Then Jobai suddenly yanked hard and dragged her to the center of the stage. The boss lady looked up at Jobai in shock. Right, that's it. Let's raise our heads together. Jobai deliberately spoke in a very exaggerated tone. The boss's wife also finally loosened up at her words, and a smile could not help but appear on her face. That's right, you obviously danced very well. The boss's wife's eyes had a slight glint in them as she heard Jobai's praise. The music gradually entered the chorus section. The boss lady also gradually forgot about the gazes of others. She took fine steps in the center of the dance floor, swinging her arms with such confidence that even those who were usually familiar with her shook their eyes a little. The cat's paw man was beside the dance floor, watching the boss's wife's dancing figure, and actually looked a little dazed. The girl beside him was so angry that she swung a wing at the back of his head. It hurt so much that the cat's paw man's tears were on the verge of flowing down. He could only take back his gaze pitifully. After the song was finished, the lights on the dance floor turned from dark to bright. The rabbit ear's boss lady seemed to be having a beautiful dream during this one song. When the lights came on, the dream woke up, and still subconsciously, she covered her face. At this time, outside the tavern, another sharp whistle sounded. Jobai frowned and looked toward the door. A patrolman's whistle? Subconsciously, Jobai looked at the time displayed on his cell phone screen. It was 15 minutes past 2. It had arrived more than 40 minutes earlier than yesterday. Vaguely, Jobai felt that something was wrong. As the whistle came, the music as well as the conversations in the tavern stopped instantly. The tavern became very quiet. However, the sound of chewing coming from a certain corner became very obvious. Within the tavern, not a single person cared about the sound. Only Jobai looked towards the direction of the sound. In a corner within the dance floor, the man in the suit was leaning against the wall, snuggling with the girl with the beak. The girl with the bird's beak had her head lowered, and it looked like she was holding something in her hand. Jobai only glanced at it, and his entire heart was almost in his throat. Then, the sound of various porcelain breaking came again. The patrolman wearing a red hat, holding a red stick in his hand, swung and smashed the wine cup on the table. The clang sound came again and again. The patrolman's hat was pressed low. Jobai couldn't see the expression on his face. He only saw that after smashing all the wine glasses in the tavern's hall, he walked onto the dance floor and headed over to the corner. The bird-beaked girl turned her head when she heard footsteps behind her. Then, Jobai saw her mouth full of blood, and it was the hand of the man in the suit that she was holding. The patrolman raised the red club up and then swung it down heavily. The one that was smashed was none other than the suit man's head. It was only after the man in the suit was smashed that his eyes slowly regained a bit of clarity. However, Jobai saw that the red stick in the patrolman's hand, after smashing the man in the suit, flashed red for a moment. It was like a fluorescent stick, the kind of flickering before its power was about to run out. Article 5 of the Terror Tavern's Customer Code. The control inside the tavern is very strict, and patrolmen with red hats often appear. There is no need to be afraid of whatever they are doing inside the tavern. However, if they are seen taking out their black clubs, then please leave the tavern immediately. Jobai's insides tightened. If the red sticks turned black, what kind of scene would develop inside this tavern? Jobai believed that he would not want to see it. The girl with the bird's beak froze in place, and at the corner of her mouth, there was still a shred of meat. The man in the suit couldn't feel the pain at all, and stood there equally dumbfounded. The crooked-headed bartender followed the process and still came over to bow and apologize. The rabbit-eared boss's wife didn't know when, but had already hid in the corner. And the waitress who couldn't speak, with a tray in her hand, the expression on her face couldn't be seen to change emotionally. Jobai waited until the patrolman was gone, and he also stepped out of the tavern. The beckoning cat at the door, when it saw Jobai come out, its eyes were looking at his pockets. Welcome again. Jobai stepped out of the doorway and the door closed behind him. The beckoning cat looked at his back and revealed a smile for the first time. Jobai walked out of the tavern and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was still as round as ever, still hanging in its original position. It looked like a painting that would never change. Jobai felt that the scenery in front of him was unreal in this instant. He shook his head to keep himself awake, then quickly walked back to the rest area. Lying by the window, he watched the people coming in and out of the tavern across the street. It wasn't until all the employees of the tavern had left work through the back door that he laid down on his bed and went to sleep. Another full 10 hours of sleep. It was only when it was close to 4 in the afternoon that Jobai woke up to the sound of his alarm clock. He pressed the alarm clock off and sat up from his bed before going out to eat outside. After eating, he looked out the window again, in the direction of the tavern. Near the tavern, The crippled old man was still the same as the previous 2 days, and had been wandering outside non-stop. Jobai picked up his cell phone and looked at the time before walking next to him. It's 7 in the afternoon. It's time for my wife to accompany me out for a walk. It's 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. On Jobai's cell phone, it showed the current time, which was 4:45 in the afternoon. It was the same time as when Jobai came over yesterday. Jobai had deliberately picked this time in order to verify his time pattern. However, he was his time and Jobai was Jobai's time, as if there was no connection at all. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. In his mind, Jobai silently recited all the times that the crippled old man had spoken of. Suddenly, a strange feeling emerged. How was it that this old man didn't look like he was telling the time, but rather, it was very much like he was keeping time? For every day Jobai passed, he added an hour. But this time, what did it mean? Jobai was unable to come up with an answer right now. He could only walk back inside the rest area with his questions. By the time it was 25 minutes past 10 in the evening, Jobai took the invitation and stood at the entrance of the Terror Tavern in advance. The viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast immediately pulled up alarms in their heads when they saw that Jobai had appeared at the tavern's entrance at this time of day. He's going to the second floor. Jobai is actually going to the second floor. No, brother Bai. Can we not be so brave? Honestly, Bai. I'm the one who's a bit scared. I'm the one who's scared. Why don't we come back later? I also think it's good to come back later. For example, come back half an hour later? The viewers of the Great Summer Country had experienced life and death so many times with Jobai, so now when they disagreed with his decision, it was no longer a brainless spray. More than anything, it was worry and nervousness. Jobai knew that coming over this time was a bit risky, but it wasn't an all-or-nothing brainless bravery. The boss's wife only said that the second floor was a bit dangerous, but she didn't say that the second floor couldn't go. In this weird world, doesn't a little bit of danger mean it's still safe? The waiter coming over to provide information of his own accord would have been suspicious. It wasn't like Jobai had brushed up his favorability, so why was he being attentive for no reason? Moreover, his pointing was still clear, giving Jobai a correct information that was easy to verify, then gave 2 more information that was hard to verify. If Jobai wanted to verify it, he would likely be led by the nose by him. It would be better, then, to simply follow his original rhythm. And his very first plan was to get the invitation with the crooked-headed bartender and then enter the second floor of the tavern. In front of Jobai, the door of the tavern was closed. The open for business sign had not yet been put up. The viewers were all waiting for Jobai's next move with their hearts in their mouths. At 10:30 p.m., Jobai punctually pushed open the door of the tavern. The viewers all covered their eyes, fearing that the next second, Jobai would be colored blood red. Fortunately, after Jobai stepped into the tavern, what appeared on the screen was the smiling face of the beckoning cat. The expected black screen did not appear. The audience then let out a long breath. This customer, you seem to have arrived a bit early? The beckoning cat looked to be in a good mood, smiling so much that his eyes were almost invisible. Jobai handed over the invitation he was holding. When that beckoning cat saw it, it immediately smiled even more happily. So it's my honored customer. Come on, follow me out this way. The beckoning cat's rounded body precariously jumped down from the counter. The small short legs did not hinder his agile movements. Pleasantly waving his tail, he then walked in front of Jobai. It led Jobai all the way through the tavern to the side of the stairs. Next to the stairs, there were already bottles of wine all over the place. That waiter had picked up several bottles of wine from the ground and was about to carry them to the bar. When he lifted his head, he happened to see Jobai and the fortune cat walking head-on, and his face instantly became gloomy. Jobai only glanced at him before averting his eyes. Setting his gaze, he landed on the staircase in front of him, only to see that this staircase had now turned into a direction leading to the second floor, and the signage hanging on the wall. There was no red liquid flowing out, only black lines, outlining a pattern pointing upwards. The fortune cat stretched out its little short legs and stepped on the old wooden stairs. Jobai followed closely behind it and also stepped onto the stairs. Jobai originally thought that the second floor of the tavern would be another meeting place. Unexpectedly, the place he came to wanted to be a storage room. It was filled with cabinets, and on each cabinet, there were various boxes of different sizes. Jobai looked at these full boxes and knew that he should have come to the right place. It was just that with so many boxes, it would take some effort to find the blue pistol from inside. Jobai was caught up in his own thoughts, and momentarily forgot that there was a fortune cat beside him. Seeing that he had been ignored, the fortune cat said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It let out an irritated meow. Then it jumped on top of a box and stretched out its sharp claws. This wave of demonstrations from the cat didn't scare Jobai, but made the audience in the live broadcast room tense up again. Jobai had never seen the divine power of this fortune cat. but the viewers had seen it before. Many of the viewers still remembered the way this cat had destroyed the chosen one of the three kingdoms. They didn't think that this fortune cat was any kind of good, only to see the beckoning cat use its sharp claws and scratch the wooden cabinet next to it a few times. Then asked Jobai, "Do you know what the second floor is for?" Jobai honestly shook his head. The gaze, however, still did not leave the room full of boxes. The beckoning cat snorted coldly and jumped in front of Jobai again. "On the second floor, it's a place to play games with Meow. That stinky bartender, finally willing to send another person up here to play with Meow." After the beckoning cat finished speaking, it opened a box and pushed it in front of Jobai. Inside the box, it was full of toys. "Ha ha ha. Accompany Meow to play the game. If you lose, but you have to give me a paw paddle." Jobai lowered his head and looked at the box full of toys on the floor. Laser pointer, cat teaser, electric mouse, rolling ball. The variety of toys was quite large. The short-legged beckoning cat, stretching out its paw, took out the laser pointer from the box. "Play with this. If I can catch that little red dot, you lose. It's going to be a claw scratch from me." "Yo." Jobai smiled helplessly. From the box, he took that laser pointer into his hands. "What kind of game is this? Have you ever seen a cat that can catch the little red dots shot out by a laser pointer? Isn't this a game of sure win?" Jobai smiled and was about to agree. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. When will the game end? It felt like there was a pit. He looked at the fortune cat, only to see it put on a fierce look, but it was still caught by Jobai, who couldn't hide the anticipation in its eyes. "I have to think about it." After Jobai finished speaking, he lowered his head and fiddled with the laser pointer, pretending to be thinking about the beckoning cat's proposal. Then his eyes once again looked around. At this time, he realized that above the wall behind his side, there was also a rule posted. Second floor rules. 1. The cat also has a job, so don't play with it for too long. Please leave the second floor before 11 p.m. 2. The cat doesn't have a good temper. Don't reject it, don't make your demands, and don't bargain with it. 3. If the cat is in a good mood, anything is negotiable. Jobai read the 3 rules on the wall before he came to a realization. It turned out that this fortune cat's pit was buried here. This game looked like a sure win for himself, but the fortune cat hadn't been able to catch the little red dot, and the game had always had to continue. Winning or losing was not the point at all. The point is, if the game doesn't end, it will violate the rules. Moreover, this cat was not very temperamental. Jobai had no way to question its rules of the game. There was also no way to reject it. Within Jobai's mind, there was no system beep ringing out. It seemed that all 3 rules were correct. There was only half an hour. One had to make this cat, in a good mood, end the game voluntarily within half an hour. Jobai was still thinking, but the cat was waiting a little impatiently. "Are we going to start the game?" Jobai pressed the switch of the laser pointer and said start to the fortune-telling cat. Then, the small red dot appeared on the ground. The beckoning cat excitedly raised its tail. With 2 meaty paws, it pounced on the little red dot. Jobai immediately turned around, causing the little red dot to appear on the wall. The beckoning cat plopped onto the wall, its hind legs fluttering as it tried to jump up. Instead, it fell to the ground on its butt. When the audience of the great summer country saw this, their faces were instantly covered in black lines. Why does this cat have the feeling of not being too brainy? Not very smart indeed. Will Jobai just take the initiative to end the game if he gets tired of tossing it around? Jobai, this time, was on the same page as the audience. Thinking of one thing, he accelerated the speed at which the laser pointer changed direction. The beckoning cat followed the moving little red dot and also sped up. One moment it ran east, one moment it ran west, one moment it jumped up, one moment it jumped down. Even Jobai's hands were getting sore, and the cat still had no intention of ending it at all. The cat's tail was high, and its eyes were glowing with excitement. It had been 20 minutes. Wasn't it tired? Of course the beckoning cat wasn't tired, and it even smiled and said, "Meow. Fun, fun." Jobai looked at the cat's happy appearance and hated to go over and punch it in the head, but he couldn't. He told himself to be rational. There were less than 10 minutes left, so he had to end this game as soon as possible. Jobai used a laser pointer and teased the cat to change its position. On the other hand, he moved his feet and looked around at the items on the second floor. At this time, he saw a kneaded plastic bag underneath a cabinet. Jobai instantly had a flash of light. Taking advantage of the gap between the fortune cats fluttering towards the little red dot, he hurriedly squatted down and picked up the plastic bag on the ground. The viewers of the great summer country, seeing Jobai's behavior, were all a bit puzzled. Then, they saw Jobai open the plastic bag, hold it in his hand, and squat down to put the plastic bag in front of the lucky cat. Seeing Jobai's actions, Those viewers who had cats at home finally understood. Ha ha ha. Jobai understands cats. You guys just tell me. Has he ever kept a cat? I guess this fortune cat must not be able to resist the charm of the plastic bag. But it's a cat from the world of weird talk. Maybe it doesn't like it? Only the image was seen. The beckoning cat stopped catching the little red dots and looked at the plastic bag in Jobai's hand. Then, it climbed into the bag, laying itself curled up inside the bag. Seeing that the time was ripe, Jobai hurriedly picked up the bag and headed downstairs. The lucky cat did not notice the abnormality, still intoxicated in the plastic bag issued by the sound of the sizzling. Sure enough, it's not too smart. Jobai carried the plastic bag and put it on the counter on the first floor. The cat had just been in its own playground, but once the bag was opened, it realized that it had returned to its workstation. Angry, it was about to stretch out its claws. It's on the first floor now. Jobai laughed and put its paw down. The beckoning cat skimmed its eyes to the side. Seeing the crooked-headed bartender and the rabbit-eared boss lady, both looked at it at the same time. It could only hang its head and obediently put its claws away. Jobai looked at the beckoning cat's lost appearance. Approaching its side, he said, I can come back tomorrow to play with you. Hearing that, the beckoning cat immediately looked at Jobai with excitement. Jobai then said, however, you have to let me pick any gift to take away from the box on the second floor. When the beckoning cat heard this, its fur stood on end. Damn it! He couldn't make a request on the second floor, and when he came to the first floor, he made up for it like crazy. The beckoning cat was so angry that he wanted to slash at Jobai with his claws. However, the crooked-headed bartender and the rabbit-eared boss lady were all looking at it, so it did not dare to act rashly at all. It let out an exasperated humph, but remembering that it would have someone to play with tomorrow, it gritted its teeth. Still, it gritted its teeth. Fine, but the boxes can't be opened, so you pick by luck. Jobai remembered the boxes placed all over the second floor and had another headache. Opening them one by one wouldn't even be enough to find the blue pistol in half an hour. This cat actually wanted him to open blind boxes? The difficulty of this plummeted. Can't open the picks? Jobai asked tentatively. The beckoning cat immediately extended its claws. A cat's patience has its limits. Jobai could only take what he could get and obediently shut his mouth. The evening time reached 11 o'clock. The waiter came over and coldly glanced at Jobai. Then he put up the open for business sign. Jobai sat by the window. Inside the tavern, customers began to walk in one after another. The tavern soon became lively again. Jobai sat in the seat by the window. The waiter, who did not have a tongue, came over with a tray and wanted to put down a glass of orange wine. Jobai, however, waved his hand and refused him. The waiter's face, at once, became more somber. Jobai turned his head not to look at him and sat in his seat by himself. At this time, in his mind, he received the information that the Great Summer Country's analysis team sent to him. There's no need to go in the tavern's back kitchen. There are no blue pistols inside. This should be the most useful information that happened from the Great Summer Country's analysis group. It turned out that just 10 minutes ago, Monkey Country's chosen one, taking advantage of the gap between the chef's toilet breaks, sneaked into the kitchen, turned the back kitchen upside down, and by the way, was sent on his way with a knife from the chef. He buried his life, but benefited the rest of the country. As a result, the other chosen ones who survived all received tips from their own countries, just like Jobai. Jobai was originally still agonizing over how he was going to enter the back kitchen and search it. Now that it could be excluded, the difficulty naturally decreased a lot. The construction of the entire tavern was simple. The first floor was an empty hall with a dozen tables. An area was also divided out as a dance floor. The tavern's back kitchen, also located on the first floor, was right next to the back door. The rest of the place was the underground wine cellar. There was also the second floor, the play space that belonged exclusively to the fortune cat. Although Jobai had listed the second floor as a key target, but the other places could not give up looking. The hall on the first floor, Jobai had checked almost every corner. There was almost only the crooked-headed bartender's liquor cabinet left here to hide things. Jobai just happened to be going to ask him for an invitation for tomorrow, so he decided to go over and have a chat with him now. Jobai walked over to the crooked-headed bartender and sat down in the seat he had been sitting in. The crooked-headed bartender took one look and glared. The fish-headed girl hadn't come yet, so this seat was empty. The crooked-headed bartender had now long defaulted that she would sit in this seat. Therefore, when Jobai sat in this seat, he was instantly a bit anxious. Didn't you just sit properly by the window? Jobai said to him with a smile. I specifically came over to ask you for an invitation. The crooked-headed bartender rolled his eyes and pulled open his liquor cabinet. Jobai peered in. It was piled high with bottles of wine, and in the gaps between the bottles of wine, there were a few invitations casually wedged in. It seemed that the crooked-headed bartender had not been very attentive to the matter of finding a playmate for the fortune cat. Had he known that invitations were so unpopular with him, Jobai should have asked him directly. He probably would have thrown a stack of them at him. It's a loss, giving away a daughter-in-law for nothing. The crooked-headed bartender threw an invitation in front of Jobai. Take it and go. Jobai smiled and picked up the invitation. Then continued. What other goodies do you have hidden in a few other cabinets, aside from wine or liquor? What good things can there be? The crooked-headed bartender said without any good humor. Jobai didn't give up and remained playful. Ever since helping the crooked-headed bartender chase after the fish-headed girl, Jobai's temper had been pulled up a lot in front of him. I don't believe it. Unless you open it for me. The crooked-headed bartender impatiently tried to drive him away. Don't believe me. At that moment, however, the welcoming sound of a beckoning cat came from outside the door. The crooked-headed bartender turned his head over. Then, he saw the fish-headed girl walk into the tavern. At that moment, he was a bit flustered. He was in such a hurry to rush Jobai away that even the tone of his voice was a bit exasperated. Isn't it true that if you look, you will leave? Jobai nodded calmly. The crooked-headed bartender then became so angry that he clattered and opened the entire row of cabinets. Jobai quickly swept through them, confirming that there was nothing he was looking for inside before standing up from his seat. The crooked-headed bartender was relieved to see Jobai gone. At this time, the fish-headed girl also happened to walk up to him. She sat across from the crooked-headed bartender. The next thing he knew, the two were talking and laughing, and even the air was bubbling with pink bubbles. Jobai sat back in his original seat, putting the invitation away. He then looked around in boredom. The entrance to the tavern. The cat claw man walked in with his arm around the winged girl. They found a seat and sat down, not even looking over to Jobai's side. As for the man in the suit, his relationship with the bird beak girl was still stable. The hand he was bitten on was already completely covered in feathers. Jobai looked to the corner again, only to see that a cup of green wine had unprecedentedly appeared there where the rabbit-eared boss lady often stayed. Jobai felt a little strange. He had entered the tavern so many times, and had never seen the boss lady drink. Today, the boss's wife. Why did she suddenly drink? At this time, it was time for the tavern's gentleman's hour again. The crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. It is now gentleman's hour in this tavern. Will the gentleman present please rise and invite a lady to dance with you? Jobai stood up from his seat and walked towards where the boss's wife was. The cup of green wine in front of the boss's wife had already been drunk by her. The appearance looked not too sober. Jobai stretched out his 5 fingers and waved them in front of her eyes. How are you? Is everything alright? The boss's wife smiled and asked back. Why are you stretching out 3 fingers to me? Jobai was instantly dumbfounded. Terror Tavern Back Door Rule Number 4. Tavern employees must enter the tavern through the back door. Everyone needs to recognize how many fingers the boss's wife has compared to you before going to work every day. If you answer incorrectly, you must take a day off. Employees who answer incorrectly must take a day off. But the rules didn't say what the boss's wife should do if she answered incorrectly. Jobai reached out his hand to help pull her up. It's fine. I came over to invite you to dance. However, you seem to be a bit drunk. The boss's wife smiled and waved her hand. It won't. I'm sober. After she finished speaking, she picked up the wine glass on the table and waved it in front of Jobai. Do you think that the green wine, the orange wine, and the red wine can be placed in a wine cabinet at the same time? Jobai was a bit puzzled. It can be. Isn't that how you put it in your wine cabinet? The boss's wife shook her head sadly. But they all think I'm doing it wrong. Red wine, green wine, orange wine. How can you put them together? I've recently started to feel as if it's not allowed. 2. The boss's wife sadly spoke her drunken words, while Jobai listened in confusion. At this time, the patrolman's whistle sounded again outside the tavern's door. He waved his red stick and rushed in once again. The sound of various porcelain breaking resounded within the tavern. The boss's wife was a little drunk, so she forgot to keep her head down in fear. That patrolman smashed all the wine glasses. Taking a club, this time it came to the boss's wife. He swung the stick and struck down. The red stick hit the boss's wife's head. The club flashed several times before it returned to its normal red color. The boss's wife's body swayed. Jobai was beside her and wanted to reach out to help. The crooked-headed bartender was the one who jumped ahead and came next to the boss's wife. It's fine. It'll be fine in a while. Like an elder, he helped the boss's wife to sit on a chair. Then he bowed and apologized to the patrolman over and over again. The patrolman took the red stick and walked out of the tavern. The crooked-headed bartender sighed and looked out the window at the moon. Alas! I don't know how long this tavern can still operate. The SSS level clearance was required to find the blue pistol and help keep the tavern in business. It seemed that the potential existential crisis of this tavern was slowly being exposed. Jobai looked up and saw the waiter standing in the shadows by the wall, looking their way. Immediately, his heart sank. The wine in this tavern was definitely problematic. However, the owner's wife had also drank today, which meant that she probably didn't realize that there was a problem with the wine. Most likely, it was the wine in the tavern that was originally not problematic before it became problematic. The wine cellar could only be opened by the boss's wife, and the wine in the tavern, from the wine cellar to the customer's hands, passed through a total of 2 people, the crooked-headed bartender, and the waitress who couldn't speak. Jobai thought of this and looked at the crooked-headed bartender, only to see him pour a cup of white water over and hand it to the boss's wife with concern. Jobai thought for a moment and asked the crooked-headed bartender in a low voice, "This waiter, he shouldn't have been here long, right?" The crooked-headed bartender heard Jobai's question and frowned as he carefully recalled. "Yeah, came here about half a month ago." "Half a month ago?" The boss's wife had said before that the frequent entry of patrolmen into the tavern had also started half a month ago. It seemed that this waiter was quite suspicious. Jobai felt that he needed to remind him. The wine in the tavern is quite important. It might not be good to let a new employee carry it by himself. The crooked-head tavern looked at Jobai with a serious expression. His eyes landed on the back of Jobai's hand. On the back of Jobai's hand, the fluff that had grown out earlier was still there, and although it wasn't obvious, it could still be seen if one looked closely. Jobai followed his gaze and looked at the back of his hand. It turned out that the green wine he had handed Jobai earlier was for this reason. "Are you from that organization?" the crooked-headed bartender asked. Jobai looked at him suspiciously. When the crooked-headed bartender saw this reaction from Jobai, he did not continue the topic. Instead, he nodded to Jobai. "I'll pay attention." Then he lowered his head and continued to take care of the boss's wife. Jobai froze for a moment, and suddenly remembered that the white beard badge that Lele had given him earlier was still in his pocket. Could it be that the crooked-headed bartender was asking about this? Jobai didn't know what this badge meant, but he didn't intend to seek clarification from the crooked bartender. It was almost time for him to leave the tavern. Inside the tavern, those patrons began to regain their sobriety. One after another, they walked out of the tavern. The boss's wife held her head with her hand and looked as if she had sobered up a bit. Jobai said goodbye to them and walked out of the tavern as well. At the entrance of the tavern, the beckoning cat, seeing the invitation revealed in Jobai's pocket, smiled so much that its eyes narrowed. It waved its arms up and down. The sound of welcome to the next visit was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Jobai walked out of the tavern and returned to the rest area across the street. After entering the room, he followed the same procedure as the other day, lying by the window, looking towards the opposite side of the tavern. Over at the tavern, there was still nothing unusual happening as usual. After 5 o'clock, all the employees in the tavern whisked off from the back door. Jobai yawned and lifted his spirits. Moving over to the window, he focused on the waiter's every move. This time, Jobai finally discovered a suspicion. The crippled old man who wandered around the tavern every day would disappear in one direction when it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. The direction the waiter went back to was exactly the same as the direction the crippled old man disappeared. Jobai's heart was pounding. He felt as if something dangerous was getting closer and closer to him. With this uneasy feeling, he tried very hard to lie down on his bed and go to sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, Jobai woke up to the sound of his alarm clock. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, he hurried to the window. Near the tavern, that crippled old man was indeed still wandering around outside nonstop just like the other day. He quickly went out to eat outside. Then picking up his cell phone, the time displayed on it was 4:20 in the afternoon. Jobai quickened his pace and came next to the crippled old man, only to see that old man, likewise, mumbling non-stop. "It's 8 in the afternoon. I should go take a shower. It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Another hour had been added. His time, indeed, was not at all connected to the time on Jobai's cell phone. Rather, for every day Jobai spent, he added an hour. Jobai jumped straight inside. He slowly walked back to the rest area while calming himself down. Then, organizing his thoughts in his head. Today was the 5th day that Jobai had entered this copy. The time quoted by the crippled old man was 8 o'clock. Then, the 6th day, 9 o'clock. The 7th day, 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Jobai frowned. Every night at 10 o'clock. What time was it? Jobai recalled the rules, which were related to time. The opening time of the second floor. The opening time of the tavern. The gentleman's time. The time of the backdoor delivery of food, as well as the staff working hours. Jobai's eyes suddenly widened out of horror as he thought of this. Every night at 10 o'clock, it was the time for the tavern's employees to start working. But what would happen when it really reached the 7th day? Jobai didn't know the answer yet. But it must not be something good. Gotta find that blue pistol as soon as possible. Jobai returned to the rest area. After eating dinner and staying in his room until close to 10:30 p.m., he took the invitation and walked to the door of the tavern. He stood in front of the door and took out his cell phone to look at the time on it. When 10:30 arrived, he pushed open the tavern's door right on time. As soon as the tavern's door opened, the big smiling face of the fortune cat appeared in front of Joe Bai. "Welcome, my most honored customer." The beckoning cat grinned and held out its hand. Joe Bai put the invitation into its hand, and it smiled so much that it couldn't see out of its eyes. "Go with meow, honorable customer." The beckoning cat jumped down from the counter and led Joe Bai through the tavern. The stairway entrance was similarly filled with bottles of wine. The waiter looked at Joe Bai with a gloomy face, and the Crooked Head Tavern stood right next to him, staring at every movement he made in carrying the bottles. Chapter 74, The Boxes of Lucky Cats. Joe Bai and the Crooked Head bartender nodded in greeting, then ignored the waitress, who looked as if she wanted to kill herself. The fortune cat happily stepped onto the stairs, but turned her head to see that Joe Bai was not following. It then urged, "Meow, why aren't you following? Hurry up and come up." Joe Bai stood at the bottom of the stairs, leisurely wrapping his arms around his chest and looking up at the beckoning cat. That beckoning cat, at once, felt that things were not good. Sure enough, Joe Bai then asked him, "What you promised me yesterday, does it still count?" When the beckoning cat heard that, it instantly wanted to blow up. This bastard, bad as hell. It actually wanted to bargain now. It wanted to give Joe Bai a claw immediately. However, the crooked-headed bartender was still standing at the bottom of the stairs, so the fortune cat could only obediently retract the claw it was about to extend. It reluctantly gave Joe Bai a smile. "You come up first, we'll talk when we come up." How could Joe Bai trust this cat so easily? "Nah, we'll discuss it down here first." The beckoning cat sat deflatedly at the top of the stairs, its cat paws clasping the stair pillar and poking its head out, exasperatedly yelling at Joe Bai, "Count, count." Only then did Joe Bai smile in satisfaction. "If words don't count, I won't come tomorrow." The beckoning cat's fur stood up when it heard this. "No, not coming." After saying that, he turned around and heavily stomped up the stairs. Joe Bai wanted to laugh so badly, but tried very hard to hold it back. Then following behind the fortune cat, he walked up the stairs. The fortune cat went up the stairs and finally came to its own territory. The roles of the two were then switched. It plopped down on top of its toy box, lazily flicking its tail. It said to Joe Bai, "5 minutes. Hurry up and pick." Joe Bai didn't waste any time to bother with this cat more, and immediately walked to the front of those cabinets and started picking. However, the boxes on this second floor were just too many. As soon as Joe Bai stood in the middle of the cabinets, he was a bit blinded. There were boxes of all sizes, styles, materials, and patterns. How in the world could he know if there was a blue pistol inside these boxes? Joe Bai glanced at the fortune cat, only to see that it was already lying on top of the box. Joe Bai sighed. Still deciding to take his chances on himself first, he surveyed the boxes on top of the cabinet. Normally, a pistol should be 15 to 25 centimeters. Joe Bai didn't know much about this and could only guess with the only impression he had. He then targeted the cases that were of a standard size, but even then, there were still very many options. Joe Bai then agonizingly compared the various boxes, constantly shuttling between the cabinets. The fortune cat, on the other hand, was lying on its side on the box, holding its head in one hand and wagging its tail. It said in a bitchy manner, "Only 1 minute left." Oh. Joe Bai turned around and sent the beckoning cat an eyeblade. The beckoning cat helplessly spread its hands. Joe Bai continued to turn back and hurriedly pick the box. Time was running out, and he could only take his chances. Thus, he picked out a metal texture box that looked more stylistically unified with the pistol within the crowd of boxes. "This is it." Joe Bai held the case and came to the side of the beckoning cat. "Ha ha, I'll help you unlock it then." The beckoning cat took out a large bunch of heavy keys. Then with precision, it fumbled a key out of so many keys. The key was put into the lock and turned, and then the box opened smoothly. "Open it yourself." The beckoning cat looked at Joe Bai with a smile. Joe Bai ignored him and took a deep breath before opening the chest. Then, the fortune cat let out a loud laugh. "How's that? This insulated cup is pretty good, isn't it? It's for you." Disappointed, Joe Bai put the lid of the box back on. That beckoning cat saw this reaction from Joe Bai, but it laughed even more happily. Joe Bai looked at its gloating appearance and felt that something was wrong. Just now, it seemed like it had started laughing when the box hadn't even been fully opened. It knew what was put inside all the boxes? Joe Bai suspiciously looked at the fortune cat. When the fortune cat saw Joe Bai's eyes, it swished and jumped down from the box. "What are you looking at? Quickly! I'm going to play the game. If you lose, but you have to be scratched by me with a claw." It stretched out its claws and put on a fierce look. Joe Bai took out his laser pointer and played the game with the beckoning cat for 20 minutes. Then, He went in his pocket and took out a plastic bag. When the beckoning cat took a look at it, its eyes widened. Meow. It had clearly thrown away all the plastic bags on the second floor. This one actually brought it along with itself. It resisted not wanting to look at Jobai. However, when Jobai put the plastic bag in front of it, it still drilled into it quite heartily. Jobai carried this beckoning cat and put it back to its own workstation. The beckoning cat was furious to no end, but there was absolutely nothing it could do to him. So the tavern came back to its business hours, and the beckoning cat could only begin its own work. The crooked-headed bartender stood at the bar. Jobai smiled as he walked over and spread out his hand. Nah, an invitation. The crooked-headed bartender slapped an invitation into his hand. Then, Jobai had the good sense to walk over to the window seat. The waiter, who could not speak, had a horribly dark face. He carried a wineglass and came in front of Jobai. Jobai then smiled and waved his hand at him, politely rejecting him. The waiter gave Jobai a hard look and turned around to take the wine to the other customers. Inside the tavern, the lively scene began to return. The fish-head girl, without any surprise, was again sitting across from the crooked-headed bartender. Cat's Claw Man came in with his arm around Winged Girl. Ever since Cat's Claw Man had a female companion, he hadn't glanced at Jobai. Jobai just thought it was funny, and didn't take the matter to heart. Then there was the man in the suit and the girl with the beak. On both of his hands, the man in the suit had grown feathers. Fascinated, he looked at the beak girl, and the two sat sweetly in the corner. Jobai sat by the window in boredom. Resting his head on one hand, he looked at the lively look in the tavern. If there wasn't the look of going crazy later on, this look of the tavern was not bad. Normal people, mutated people, and it all appeared harmoniously in the same place. However, every night, late into the night, the look of madness in the tavern was still deeply imprinted in Jobai's mind. He hastily shook his head, shaking off the strange thought that he had just actually felt that the tavern was nice. The time displayed on his cell phone came to 2 o'clock in the evening again. At this time, it was the tavern's gentleman's hour. The crooked-headed bartender rang the bell placed in front of him according to the usual practice. Ding, ding, ding. It is now gentleman's hour in this tavern. Will the gentleman present please rise and invite a lady to dance with you? The men who were originally sitting on their chairs, hearing what the crooked-headed bartender said, all stood up and each went to invite their own dance partner. Beside the rabbit-eared boss lady, there was still not a single invitee. Jobai walked over and put his hand in front of her. The haze on the rabbit-eared boss lady's face was blown away when these hands appeared. At this time in the tavern, a melodious slow song rang out. Jobai and the rabbit-ears boss lady, in the sound of this music, walked inside the dance floor. The warm and calm sound of the piano first entered people's ears. As a result, the people on the dance floor followed the rhythm of the music and gently swayed. In the corner of the dance floor, the man in the suit used his hands, which were already full of feathers, to hold the girl with the bird's beak. The two of them danced to the music in tacit understanding. The man in the suit looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Then, in the dimly lit, unnoticed corner, he gently dropped a kiss on her face, the center of the dance floor. The crooked-headed bartender was held by the fish-headed girl, spinning without rhythm. The crooked-headed bartender was dizzy from the spinning, but still laughed very hard. He wrapped his arms around Fish-head girl and came up to her ear, whispering something. Then, he saw Fish-head girl laugh and slap him on the body, almost sending him to the ground. Fortunately, the fish-headed girl's other hand quickly held him up. The crooked-headed bartender was saved from falling to the floor. Then, the music on the dance floor turned from soothing to light. After the rabbit-ears boss lady finished one dance, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. Instead, a bright smile appeared on her face. She took the initiative to hold Jobai's hand and ran to the center of the stage. In the cheerful music, she seemed to have forgotten her timidity. Tilting her head up, her feet landed on the floor of the dance floor, following the music, making a rhythmic snap sound. The sound was energizing and enthusiastic. Even the other people on the dance floor seemed to be infected by this atmosphere. So, they all came over to the side of the rabbit-eared boss lady, following the rhythm of the music. Their feet landed on the floor, making a neat clacking sound. Jobai was shocked by this scene. Since he entered this copy, he had never seen such a joyful atmosphere in a tavern. Perhaps, this was what this tavern was supposed to be like. On the tables within the tavern, those wine glasses filled with red liquid also floated into the air, as if they were swinging to the music. Outside the window, the wind blew up the petals that fell to the ground. The petals then swirled and jumped, spilling onto the dance floor. The people on the dance floor, in a sea of flowers, cheered and ended the gentleman's time in this tavern. They returned to their seats with smiles on their faces. Only, in the corner away from the crowd, that waiter stood in the shadows, coldly looking at these people. Jobai turned his head to meet his eyes squarely as he walked back to his seat. His eyes were filled with viciousness. It made even Jobai feel a little unnerved. That uneasy feeling in Jobai's heart surfaced again. He sat back in his seat. Then, once again, he observed those patrons within the tavern. The cat's paw man was eating the normal food on his plate. The man in the suit's hand, too, was not injured again. Tonight, there were no strange things happening within the tavern. Jobai waited for a long time, but did not wait for the whistling outside the tavern. 4:40. At this hour, the patrons were all walking out one after another. The patrolman still hadn't come in. Seeing that it was nearing the tavern's closing time, Jobai also got up and walked out of the tavern. The beckoning cat said to Jobai, "Welcome to your next visit." With a smile on his face, he stared at the invitation in Jobai's pocket until he walked out the door before withdrawing his gaze. Jobai walked towards the rest area across the street. The moon in the sky was still as full as ever. It was the 5th day and it still hadn't changed a bit. Jobai returned to his room, laid down by the window, and just like the previous days, looked towards the tavern on the opposite street. Jobai hadn't been out for long, and the employees in the tavern had started to get off work. The waiter who couldn't speak still walked back in the same direction as yesterday, the same direction as the crippled old man. 10 o'clock at night on the 7th day. Jobai was again in his mind, repeatedly telling himself this time. He felt that when he waited until this time, something would definitely happen. Jobai adjusted his emotions. Then he laid down on the bed and let himself fall into sleep. Fortunately, he didn't have insomnia like last night. After lying down on the bed, he quickly fell into sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, Jobai woke up to the sound of his alarm clock. The first thing he did when he got up was to look at the window. Outside the window, the crippled old man was still lingering outside the tavern. On top of that, Jobai also saw a garbage truck parked at the tavern's back door. The garbage truck waited for about 5 minutes, and when the owner's wife didn't come out to throw out the garbage, it drove off on its own. The second rule of the tavern's back door. 2. The garbage truck can come by at any time to pick up the garbage, and the tavern owner's wife will take the garbage out herself. If the garbage truck has been waiting at the door for 5 minutes and the boss's wife hasn't come out, it means that there is no garbage to be thrown out today. Just leave directly. Jobai thought back to what happened yesterday. It was possible that when nothing unusual happened in the tavern, the boss's wife wouldn't have to come out to throw out the garbage. Jobai saw the garbage truck drive away, and he also walked out of the room to look for food. After eating, he picked up his cell phone. At this moment, it was 4:50 in the afternoon. In Jobai's mind, although he had guessed what the crippled old man would say, but still, he had to go and verify it. He walked out of the rest area and came next to the crippled old man, only to see that old man, likewise, mumbling non-stop. "It's 9 in the afternoon. I can start heading out. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Sure enough, another hour had been added. Today was already the 6th day. There were only 2 chances left to enter the tavern. Jobai knew that he had to work harder before he could do so. He returned to the rest area. After eating dinner in the rest area, he returned inside his room to rest. He had a vague premonition within him. This one night would not be so easy to get through. Jobai had been sitting on his own bed with his eyes closed. It wasn't until the time approached that he took out his invitation, walked out of the resting area, and walked to the entrance of the tavern. He stood in front of the door like the previous times and took out his cell phone, waiting for the time displayed on it to change to 10:30 p.m. He then pushed open the door of the tavern right on time. The fortune cat, still sitting on the counter, seemed to have been waiting for Jobai for a long time. Seeing Jobai appear at the door of the tavern, it immediately wagged its tail happily. "Welcome, my most honored customer." Its smile, however, quickly froze on its face. That beckoning cat's wonderful mood was suddenly shattered. It was because Jobai opened the door, then stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets. The eyes that looked at the beckoning cat were clearly unkind. The beckoning cat glanced at him and couldn't help but draw the corners of its mouth. "Customer, aren't you coming in?" Jobai handed the invitation to it. "Enter. Why don't you enter?" The beckoning cat sighed in relief. "Then you put on this expression and scare me out." It took the invitation and happily put it away. Then smiling, it prepared to jump down from the cabinet. Then, it realized that Jobai suddenly used his hand and lifted its neck at the back. The beckoning cat was instantly unable to move. "Meow, you bad person, don't touch the back of Meow's erect neck." Jobai ignored its objections and continued to carry the fur at the back of its neck. "How could I be a bad person? I merely wanted to discuss something with you." The beckoning cat glared at Jobai in exasperation. "Is this how someone discusses things?" Jobai laughed. "There is, aren't I?" The beckoning cat was unable to retort and said angrily, "To discuss what? Speak quickly." It was then that Jobai said with a smile, "I want you to help me find something." The beckoning cat snorted coldly. How do you know meow? It suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. Find what thing? There are so many boxes. Can't find it. Can't find it. Jobai lifted his hand upwards, causing the beckoning cat to hang in mid-air. The beckoning cat, instantly frightened, stretched out its own four paws. Meow. Being pinched by someone's lifeblood, it was actually powerless to put up resistance. The beckoning cat was furious to no end. It felt that this was the most suffocating day it had ever had since entering the tavern. Stop. 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 What is it looking for? You tell me. Only then did Jobai let its paw fall back onto the cabinet, looking for a blue pistol. The beckoning cat froze for a few seconds, looking at Jobai with complicated eyes. Seeing that the beckoning cat hesitated, Jobai thought that it would not agree, so he tried to carry it up again. The beckoning cat hurriedly said, Stop, stop, stop. I'll help you find it. I'll help you find it. You put me down first. Jobai smiled. Good, it's a deal. Jobai saw that the beckoning cat had finally agreed before he slowly loosened his hand from its rear erect neck. That beckoning cat regained control of its body. Immediately, it revealed its claws. In the next second, it was about to grab Jobai. Are you kidding me? This fortune cat has never suffered this kind of aggravation in this tavern. But in the next second, its claws stopped in midair. Meow, dried small fish? Jobai actually brought over a handful of dried small fish there in the rest area. Brought it for Meow? The beckoning cat looked at Jobai in disbelief before asking in a small voice. Jobai smiled and nodded. That beckoning cat took a look and hurriedly took the small dried fish in Jobai's hand, revealing an expression that was about to cry. Finally, someone gave me dried small fish. Cats just love fish. Don't they know that? What do they give me to eat every day? Woo woo. Jobai looked at it that way, laughed, and from his other pocket, carried out a live mouse. That fortune cat immediately screamed. Ah, quickly give it to Meow. Meow likes it so much. Jobai grabbed the mouse's tail and carried it to the beckoning cat. Then, with the mouse in its mouth, the beckoning cat jumped off the counter and eagerly ran straight to the second floor. Jobai smiled helplessly. Following behind it, he walked slowly to the side of the stairs. The waiter was still carrying bottles of wine. The crooked-headed bartender was still standing next to him as well. The waiter saw Jobai walk over. On that face, the eyes that wanted to knife someone away could not be hidden. Jobai ignored him and instead walked straight up the stairs. On the second floor, the beckoning cat was with the mouse, playing a chasing game. The beckoning cat put the mouse in place and let it run around for a bit. Then the beckoning cat ran up to catch it again. Then it puts the mouse in a place and lets it run. And then it goes up and catches it again. It kept on repeating itself over and over again, as if it would never get tired of this game at all. With that mouse, Jobai had saved himself a lot of trouble, and he didn't have to accompany the fortune cat to play with the laser pointer. So, he was on the second floor, and found a seat, watching that beckoning cat, and its mouse, constantly running around in front of himself. Jobai sat there, looking at the time on his cell phone from time to time. When the time was approaching 11 o'clock at night, he pondered how to remind the fortune cat to stop. However, to his surprise, Jobai hadn't even called it yet, but it stopped on its own, only to see the fortune cat holding that mouse in its mouth. Then finding an empty box, it carefully placed it inside. The mouse shivered and hid in the corner. The cat then happily grabbed a piece of cloth and helped the mouse, patting the bottom of the box. It seemed that the cat took the mouse as its playmate. With this mouse, I guess the cat will not be lonely. It's just that the mouse's future behind may be a bit miserable. After the beckoning cat settled its playmate, it came to Jobai. I'm a cat that keeps its promises. After saying that, it laid down on its side again. Resting his head on his hand, he lazily said, third row of cabinets on the right, second level, fourth box from the left. That's it. Jobai followed its tips and came to the front of that cabinet, only to see an ordinary wooden box of about 20 centimeters sitting on top of the position it was talking about. Dust was piled up on top of that box. It looked like it had been forgotten for a long time. Jobai took the box and brought it to the front of the fortune cat. Then, the fortune cat took out the large, heavy-looking string of keys. Then with precision, it pulled a key out of it. It put the key into the lock of the chest, turned the key, and then put it back. There, open it yourself. The beckoning cat was lazy, lying back on the ground again. Jobai looked at the ordinary box in front of him and took a deep breath, trying hard to press down the mood in his heart, which was a little excited because of the proximity to victory. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were also just as nervous as Jobai. They were all staring intently at the screen, at the box that was placed in front of Jobai. Then, they saw Jobai, putting his hand on top of the lid of the box. He slowly opened the lid. The contents of the box slowly appeared in front of the viewers' eyes as well. What was seen lying inside the box was none other than a blue pistol that was roughly 15 centimeters in size. Seeing the appearance of this pistol, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country all became excited. Found it! The blue pistol! Jobai is the first chosen one to find the blue pistol. Steady! Steady! That's at least an S-rank clearance. It's still Jobai. Jobai took the blue pistol out of the box. It was also at this moment that those mechanical news broadcasting sounds also rang out. Congratulations to the Great Summer Country's chosen one for obtaining the blue pistol. The viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room, hearing this news, collectively cheered. Jobai could also finally put his heart down. The message continued to be broadcast. The chosen one now faces two choices. 1. End this copy directly. Then, you will be able to leave the Terror Tavern immediately and receive an S-rank clearance. 2. Continue this copy and find a way for the tavern to survive. You will have the possibility of obtaining an SSS rank clearance, but at the same time, you may also face danger. Please ask the chosen one to make a choice. Jobai stood in place, his mind fiercely struggling with his thoughts. If it was just about himself, then he would have chosen to continue without hesitation. However, the fact that this game was about the fate of the entire Great Xia Kingdom caused him to think more carefully. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Xia Kingdom were discussing it just as intensely. An S-rank clearance isn't bad. Continuing to stay, there might be some danger. I don't think it's necessary to take a life to fight for an SSS rank clearance. Jobai's safety is the most important thing. The extra reward is nothing. However, listening to this newscast, if Jobai chooses to leave, there should be no way for this tavern to continue surviving. Just as everyone was all discussing heatedly, in the live broadcast screen, there was another mechanical urging sound. Please ask the chosen one to make a decision as soon as possible. Jobai frowned tangledly. His heart wanted to choose the second option. However, if he didn't want the strange talk to descend on the Daxia Kingdom, then he had to be fully certain about the SSS level clearance before he could choose. In his heart, he struggled to make an assessment of the difficulty of the SSS rank clearance. Just then, a commotion came from downstairs of the tavern. What do you want? The crooked-headed bartender's voice carried surprise and anger. Then, the sound of various porcelain breaking came. The beckoning cat, originally lying on its side on the ground, hearing the sound, it immediately stood up. With its ears perked up, it carefully recognized the sounds from downstairs. Then with a swish, it quickly ran down the stairs. Ah! The rabbit ears boss lady's scream came up. Then came the low roar after low roar from the beckoning cat. Jobai's hand holding the blue pistol had all its veins protruding from excessive force. That mechanical voice was urging him again. Please, chosen one, make your choice immediately. Slot. Jobai cursed angrily. I choose the second option. As for the rest, he would have to fight for his life and go for an SSS rank clearance. You have made your choice and cannot change it. Next, you need to help the tavern survive in order to pass the level. Jobai did not have the time to wait for these verbose messages to finish. He had the blue pistol in his hand before he quickly rushed down the stairs. Inside the tavern's first floor hall, the crooked-headed bartender was gripping a stool, but his hand had been cut by the glass. A long gash. The beckoning cat assumed an attacking stance, and its teeth and claws were already covered in blood. They all held the pose, not daring to move again, because across from them, the waiter was choking the boss's wife from behind. In his other hand, he was holding an open bottle of colorless liquid. When he saw Jobai rushing down, a provocative smile immediately appeared on his face. Jobai's eyes tightly stared at the bottle of colorless liquid in his hand. In his hand, he raised that blue pistol and aimed it at him. That waiter immediately grabbed the boss's wife to block himself and faced Jobai. Jobai's blue pistol shook for a moment, so he didn't dare to continue pressing the wrench. The waiter then laughed even more wildly. With his hand, he pinched the boss's wife's jaw, trying to force her to open her mouth. Then with his other hand, he tried to pour the bottle of colorless liquid into her mouth. Jobai saw the waiter about to pour the colorless liquid into the boss's wife's mouth. He hurriedly grabbed an ashtray by the table and smashed it over. The ashtray smashed straight into the waiter's hand that was holding the colorless liquid. The waiter was unable to hold the bottle steady in his hand, so the bottle was thrown into the air, and then the liquid inside spilled onto the ground. The boss's wife fought to keep her face away, but a large amount of liquid spilled down, and there were still a few drops that inevitably landed in her mouth. The waitress shook her hand in pain. The beckoning cat, on the other hand, aimed for the right moment and jumped up at this time. It extended its claws and slashed directly at the waitress's arm. The waiter let out a cry of pain, and the boss's wife took this opportunity to break away from his hand. Thus, the waiter's side was then finally left with him alone. Jobai hurriedly picked up the blue pistol, aiming that pistol at the waiter. He then pressed the trigger. Only the moment Jobai pressed the trigger, a blue phantom bubble flew out. It quickly moved and grew larger. Then, it wrapped the waiter in its entirety. That bubble went from a dark blue color, slowly becoming lighter. Then, along with the waiter, it disappeared into the tavern. Jobai froze as he looked towards the location where the waiter had disappeared, and then lowered his head, looking towards the blue pistol in his hand. In the end, what kind of pistol was this? Inside the tavern, it was a chaotic scene at this moment. Smashed bottles, broken chairs, and blood dripping on the floor. Some customers started to come in through the door. Seeing the look inside the tavern, they were all a bit dumbfounded. The beckoning cat remembered its job. Waving its bloody paw up and down, it said welcome to them from afar. Then, an ear-piercing whistle sounded outside the tavern. The patrolman, armed with a red club, stormed into the tavern. He ignored the others and rushed straight to the owner's wife. The red club was raised upwards, then it smashed into the boss's wife's head. The red color on the club kept flashing as it smashed down, and just as it smashed down on the boss's wife, the red color completely went out. The club in the patrolman's hand completely turned black. Article 5 of the Terror Tavern's Customer Code. The control inside the tavern is very strict, and patrolmen with red hats often appear. No matter what they do inside the tavern, there is no need to be afraid. However, if you see them take out their black clubs, then please leave the tavern immediately. A pained expression appeared on the owner's face. She said to the crooked-headed bartender, "Quickly, close the business." Then she looked at Jobai again. "You get out quickly." Jobai felt that the crisis of this tavern was worsening step by step. He looked at the boss's wife with concern before looking at the crooked-headed bartender. The crooked-headed bartender nodded at Jobai, signaling that he didn't need to worry. Only then did Jobai turn around and walk out of the tavern. In the sky outside the tavern, the full moon was still hanging. Jobai glanced at it before burying his head and walking into the rest area across the street. Tomorrow, it would be the last day. Jobai didn't know what kind of challenges would greet him. Jobai returned to the rest area, walked into the room, and then plopped down in front of the window, looking at the tavern across the street. Right now, there were less than 10 chosen who had survived, and the countries that these chosen were from had almost all used up all of their hints. Only the camel country still had one chance left. So, the camel country told their chosen one the way Jobai obtained the blue pistol, and as a result, the camel country was awarded an S-rank clearance, and they were rewarded for eliminating the circular train myth that had befallen their country. Although they didn't receive any more rewards, it was already excellent news for them. Inside the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, the viewers were looking at Jobai's back by the window and were worried about what else would happen tomorrow. However, they realized that in the live broadcast room, a lot of Camel Country's viewers suddenly appeared, sneaking over to thank them with pop-ups. "Thank you, my dear brother. We all wish young Master Jobai well, and hope he passes the barrier smoothly. Camel Country and Great Xia Country, long live friendship." The audience of the Great Xia Country froze. Then they cried and laughed a little. But fortunately, because of this little episode, the atmosphere in the Great Xia Country's live broadcast room was not so gloomy. The time came to 5 in the morning. The employees inside the tavern walked out of the tavern's back door one after another. Jobai saw all the employees get off work before he left the window and laid down on the bed. Tomorrow would be the last day, and it might not be that easy to get through. All the same, Jobai had to make sure that he got enough sleep to do so. He worked hard to empty his mind of thoughts before he slowly drifted into sleep. At 4 in the afternoon, the alarm clock rang on time. Jobai woke up from his sleep only when he heard the sound of the alarm clock. He pressed the alarm clock off and then got up and came to the window. Outside the window, the crippled old man was still hovering around the neighborhood of the tavern. Jobai confirmed once more that there were no abnormalities before walking out to eat. After eating, he walked out of the rest area and came next to the crippled old man. The viewers of the Great Summer Country, counting on the time that Jobai got up, had long been waiting in front of the screen right on time. The viewers all knew that this copy was about to have its grand finale. That was why tonight's ratings were much higher than before. Only to see the crippled old man walking with his head down and limping in the live broadcast screen. Just as Jobai approached him, he suddenly turned his head, looking towards Jobai. Then he revealed a smile to him. "It's 10 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time to go to work." Jobai's entire body froze in place. This old man, in the past, had always wandered around dully, but today's state was completely different from before. Jobai instantly felt that a coldness rose behind him. He stiffly looked at the crippled old man. Then, he saw that old man, walking forward while turning back from time to time, looking at Jobai with a smile. Jobai's inner cordon suddenly pulled violently tight. He tried to calm himself, then turned around and quickly returned to the rest area. No matter what this old man wanted to do, Jobai had to be vigilant tonight. He returned to his room, then still looked towards the window. That old man didn't leave and still kept hovering in front of the tavern door. Then after a little while, Jobai saw a garbage truck that drove to the tavern's back door. The garbage truck didn't stop at the back door for long before the boss's wife came out carrying a small bag of garbage. Jobai was only slightly relieved when he saw the boss's wife come out, still able to come out and throw away garbage. It seemed that the bottle of colorless liquid didn't have much of an impact. Jobai sat back on his bed and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. Only when it was close to 10 o'clock did he stand up from the bed. He looked towards the window. That crippled old man was long gone from the streets. Thus, that uneasy feeling Jobai had appeared in his heart again. He grabbed the blue pistol. Then he walked out of the rest area and walked towards the back door of the tavern. Assuming that the crippled old man was waiting for the employee's shift, then he would definitely enter the tavern to do something. And if Jobai wanted to ensure the tavern's safety, he couldn't wait until the tavern's business hours to go in. Therefore, he decided to come to the tavern's back door and take a chance. He stood at the entrance of the back door, only to see that the boss's wife was already waiting there. However, the expression on her face was a bit strange. Strange in that it was excessively calm, especially when she saw Jobai coming over. She didn't even show a little bit of surprise. It was as if Jobai was really an ordinary employee inside the tavern. Jobai looked towards her. Then she froze and stretched out 3 fingers to Jobai. "How many is this?" Jobai answered her. 3. Then the boss's wife let him in without saying anything. Jobai was really puzzled inside, but he was more anxious to check if the crippled old man had come in. He walked into the tavern. The Crooked Head Tavern and the Fortune Cat froze when they saw him, but immediately acted as if nothing had happened. The crooked-headed bartender pointed to the bottles piled up on the floor, then said, "Move it." It seemed that he was truly being used as a waiter. Jobai looked around the tavern and didn't even see the figure of the crippled old man, so he went over to help move the wine bottles. The time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Jobai put all the bottles into the liquor cabinet. The open for business sign was also turned over. He looked to the corner and saw that the boss's wife was still sitting there, so he put his heart down. Then, one after another, customers began to enter the tavern. Jobai played the role of a waiter, holding a tray and placing cups of wine onto the tables of the customers. However, he still looked around. Suddenly, Jobai realized that in the corner, there was actually no figure of the boss's wife. He was startled. He hurriedly put down the tray and headed inside the tavern to look for her. Then, from afar, he saw the boss's wife, walking down the stairs, down the underground wine cellar, and beside her, she was being followed by a figure walking with a limp. Jobai was jolted inwardly. It's over. It's the lame old man who came in, and he managed to get the boss's wife to help him open the underground wine cellar. Thinking of this, Jobai hurriedly accelerated his pace and rushed over. At the end of the dimly lit stairs, the candle flame swayed twice from time to time. Jobai's entire heart then followed and lifted up. He walked to the wine cellar. With the faint candlelight, he recognized the path beneath his feet. Then following the rows of wine cabinets, he walked to the end of the wine cellar, only to see there were 2 figures, facing the wall, and above their heads, a balloon like a phantom bubble, floating in the air. In the hands of the boss's wife, there was a pair of scissors. Underground wine cellar rule number 6. Inside the wine cellar, sharp objects are the most feared. If someone is holding them in their hands, please stop them immediately. Otherwise, there will be something very terrible that will happen. Jobai remembered this rule and hurriedly darted, going over to stop her, but it was already too late, because the boss lady had already thrown the scissors at that balloon. Immediately afterward, the balloon burst apart like a bubble. At the very moment when the balloon broke, the full moon outside the tavern violently changed into a lower string moon. The originally quiet street suddenly became a bubble. In its place was a bustling street, and on the clock tower of this lively town, it showed that the current time was 10:03 p.m. A drastic change was happening outside the tavern, and the people in the tavern, too, were waking up as if in a dream. The cat's paw man was helping the winged girl pass her glass of wine. Suddenly, he threw his glass to the ground with an "Ah, where did that ugly bastard come from?" A hurt look appeared on the winged girl's face. "Humph, you think you're just good looking?" And in the corner, the man in the suit shrieked and cowered at the sight of his feathered hand. The beak girl looked at him in dismay, stood frozen in place, looking a bit overwhelmed. At the bar, the crooked-headed bartender and the fish-headed girl. "You look at me, I look at you," for a moment not knowing what to say. In the underground wine cellar, just as the balloon broke, the black shadow floating in midair also let out a hiss. When the crippled old man saw this scene, he laughed, "Haha, the phantom has broken. Welcome to the real world." Jobai's heart was jolted. The real world? What the hell was he talking about? The real time right now is 10:03 p.m. As for those patrons inside your tavern, All of them are doomed. The first rule of the Horror Tavern's customer code, tavern business hours, 23 to 4:44, remember not to arrive early and leave late. Jobai certainly remembered this rule. As for you, it's quite fortunate that you happen to play a waiter. The crippled old man said something Jobai couldn't understand. However, when the boss's wife heard his words, the expression on her face finally changed. The black shadow above that wine cellar continued to hiss as if it was becoming more and more violent. It's been 22 days. I've been wandering outside the tavern for 22 days, just to enter here and see this scene with my own eyes. I'm going to show the group what kind of group of people you really are. Before the crippled old man could finish his words, the black shadow finally lost control and hissed as it swooped down to the ground. Then, it was about to rush towards the outside of the wine cellar. The rabbit-eared boss lady violently rushed in front of the black shadow, her hands spread out, trying to block the black shadow with her own body. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the intense pain that was about to come. However, at her rabbit ears, there was no other sensation other than just a little sizzling pain. She opened her eyes in confusion. Then, she saw that black shadow, which had been enveloped by a blue bubble, and that blue pistol, which appeared on the side of her face, was being held tightly in the hands of Jobai, who was standing behind her. The blue bubble enveloped the black shadow. It changed from dark blue to light blue, and finally, along with the black shadow, disappeared. The crippled old man, seeing this scene, had sneaked out from inside the wine cellar. The boss's wife turned her head towards Jobai in surprise. However, she heard Jobai ask her, "Are you alright?" Inside the wine cellar, the candle flame flickered on and off. However, the black smoke rising from the boss's wife's ears still fell into Jobai's eyes. When Jobai saw it, he was violently shocked inwardly. Is this pollution? Inside the wine cellar, the temperature slowly became lower. The candle flame flickered and dripped blue liquid. The flame was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed that immediately, it would go out. Underground wine cellar rule number 5. Inside the wine cellar, there is only one candle lighting. It will never go out. If you see it go out, please notify all the people immediately and leave the tavern at once. Jobai felt that the entire tavern, as if it was falling apart. He looked at the black smoke on the boss's wife's ears, then at the candle, and suddenly a sense of powerlessness rose within him. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he could not stop everything from going in a bad direction. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, seeing this scene, also had fear rising within them. It's over. The tavern might be destroyed. Is Jobai going to die? I really can't think of any other way to save this tavern. Jobai gripped the blue pistol in his own hand. The strange material of that blue pistol, under Jobai's hard and tight grip, a slight handprint actually appeared. Of course, Jobai did not notice this detail at this moment. He took a deep breath. In the next second, the struggle had been rekindled. Since it was a choice he had made, he could only fight to fulfill it. Until the last second. Who knew how it would end? Go out first. Jobai grabbed the boss lady's wrist and pulled her towards the stairs. Although the boss's wife had just reacted with her instincts, but looking at the state, she was still not fully awake. Jobai knew that from her. There was no way to know how to deal with the current situation. There was a need to go upstairs to find the crooked-headed bartender and the beckoning cat. See if there was still a way to learn more information before doing so. The first floor of the tavern. The patrons, long ago, were already in a mess. The crippled old man came up from the wine cellar, and seeing this sight, he laughed loudly and rushed out the door of the tavern. Wonderful, to have this effect. He opened the entire tavern door, completely, then he rushed outside and stormed into the crowd. And at this moment, a large number of people had already gathered outside the tavern's door. These people, each and every one of their bodies, had mutilations. Some had broken hands, some were missing feet, some had no eyes, and some were missing an ear. These people, all of them were holding torches in their hands. And standing at the front of the crowd was an old woman with one leg. She was leaning on a walking stick. Just standing there, she looked imposing. The crippled old man ran to her side, nodded his head to greet her, and then retreated into the crowd. The one-legged old woman, on her crutches, took a few steps forward, then shouted inside the tavern. People inside, listen to me. I'll give you all 10 seconds to think. If you are willing to cut off the mutated parts of yourselves, we will disregard the mistakes you have made and can still accept you. If you insist on staying with this tavern, you will disappear in the fire along with the tavern in 10 seconds. After she finished speaking, a rough-looking man came out with a large knife. That knife was incredibly sharp. Under the moonlight, it flashed with a frighteningly cold light. The customers inside the tavern all looked towards the door in panic. The crooked-headed bartender looked deeply at the fish-headed girl, then lifted a stick and walked out. The fortune cat standing on the counter. also jumped down. It stood side by side with the crooked-headed bartender, blocking the doorway of the tavern. It took a stance that it could join the fight at any time. The one-legged old lady let out a burst of laughter when she saw that in the tavern. Only 2 people stood out. You're a monster mutated from a cat, so we won't be able to receive it. As for this crooked-headed one, there's no mutation, so you can join us any time. After the old lady finished speaking, the rough, big man then put his knife towards the beckoning cat. The beckoning cat extended its claws and a low growl occurred. The crooked-headed bartender picked up his stick and blocked the beckoning cat. Within the Blue Star, the live rooms of the other chosen were similarly in chaos, since none of these chosen ones possessed a blue pistol. Therefore, when the Black Shadow pounced on the boss's wife, none of them were able to stop it. Thus, in their live feeds, the boss lady's eyes were so black that they had no whites, and none of the chosen who appeared next to her were torn to shreds. Aside from Joe Bai, the remaining 8 live streams, all of them went black. The viewers were on the verge of falling into psychological shadow after witnessing the boss lady's hand tearing down chosen over and over again on the same night. Especially the viewers of the Great Summer Country's live broadcast room. A knife hanging from the neck was the most frightening time. On the live broadcast screen, Joe Bai was pulling the wrist of the boss's wife, while on her rabbit ears, black smoke was rising and the whites of her eyes were turning black bit by bit. When the viewers saw this image, their entire hearts lifted up. OMG. So is it going to tear Joe Bai by the hand? And on the screen, Joe Bai pulled the rabbit ears boss lady and went to the first floor. Going to the liquor cabinet, he took a cup of green wine and handed it to her. Drink it. The boss lady was not quite sober, but still obediently took the glass of wine and tilted her head back to drink. On the other side, at the door of the tavern, the fish head girl also rushed out. Without uttering a word, she stood next to the crooked-headed bartender and used her massive body to block the front of the tavern. The crooked-headed bartender turned his head to look at her. A few touched tears glistened in his eyes, but he quickly looked away pretending to be fine. The one-legged old woman looked the fish-headed girl up and down, then shook her head and sighed uncontrollably. Another one has come out. Unfortunately, with your head chopped off, you probably won't survive. The crooked-headed bartender gave the old woman a viciously angry look. On the other hand, the fish-headed girl's face was all determination and not a bit of fear at all. Inside the tavern, the dilation of the black eyeballs only became slower after the rabbit-eared boss lady finished her green drink. It was only then that he pulled the rabbit-ears boss's wife through the tavern's panicked crowd and arrived at the door. What he then saw was the image of the 3 of them protecting the tavern and confronting hundreds of people. Immediately after that, his gaze swept around. Outside the tavern, a completely different scene from before caused Joe Bai to shake his eyes a little. Welcome to the real world. Only then did Joe Bai realize that the words that the crippled old man had just said originally meant this. In the crowd, the crippled old man's face appeared in front of Joe Bai's eyes. It seemed that these hundreds of people standing across the street were, I'm afraid, the last level that Joe Bai would have to deal with in this copy. As he thought of this, the hand holding the blue pistol was gripped tighter. The one-legged old lady looked at Joe Bai. Not bad, another normal person, and holding a rabbit-eared beauty. Bring that beauty here and cut off the ears. You'll be able to be together. Joe Bai pulled the rabbit-eared boss lady behind himself. His eyes swept over the torches in those people's hands, and his face couldn't help but chill a few points. Why do I feel that you guys don't have good intentions? The old lady smiled. We treat normal people with kindness, even if it's a mutant. We're very tolerant. Cut out the mutated parts and we can still coexist harmoniously, Joe Bai said in a cold voice. Chopping off the mutated parts is just to suppress the contamination. If there is no sign of further mutation, why do we need to cut it down? Ever since Joe Bai had entered the tavern, he had realized that the mutants in this tavern did not continue to mutate like several other copies. Other than when the wine was drugged, the state of these mutants was, basically, stable. Joe Bai guessed that they were able to stabilize their state because of the 3 types of wine provided by the tavern. Only, the efficacy of these 3 kinds of wine should not be stable enough. Otherwise, in this tavern, there wouldn't be a need for patrollers. The old lady heard Joe Bai's words, but she instantly became angry. How do you know that they won't continue to mutate? Keeping these mutated parts is what will sustain the mutation. So many of us have verified it. Pain is the best way to suppress contamination. Joe Bai turned sideways and pointed at the patrons in the tavern. I've been in this tavern for so many days, so many people, and none of them have continued to mutate. The one-legged old lady followed Joe Bai's pointing and looked inside the tavern's door. There, every single person who was either mutated or normal had fear in their eyes. The one-legged old lady felt like she was a messenger of justice. But at this moment, she felt as if in the eyes of these people, she was the source of their fear. The one-legged old lady refused to believe it and carefully recognized them. but still did not find a single sign of tainted madness in their eyes. She was almost about to be convinced by Zhou Bai. The crippled old man, at this time, saw that the one-legged old lady had loosened up a bit, and hurriedly stood out from the crowd. Don't be fooled by their momentary appearance. Mutants, how can they be with normal people? Look at that person with feathers on his hands. Mute Lin saw with his own eyes that he was contaminated like that because he was with a mutated girl. The man in the suit hid his hands in fear when he heard himself mentioned. Zhou Bai glared angrily at the crippled old man. Why did he become like this? Wasn't it because of the medicine given by Mute Lin? The one-legged old woman immediately glared at the crippled old man. What he said? What's going on? The crippled old man nervously took a step back. No, it isn't. You should trust me, not them people. We are at war with the mutants. It took pain for us to draw a line in the sand with them. On what grounds? Do they want normal people and mutants to live in harmony? The one-legged old woman was stumped by his question. Standing in place, she was momentarily unsure of which choice she should make. At this time, however, the crippled old man suddenly pointed happily at the rabbit-eared boss lady hiding behind Zhou Bai. Quickly look, she's mutating. Thus, the gazes of hundreds of people all looked at her in unison, only to see a pained wonder on her face. The black smoke on her ear was spreading out unceasingly. The entire ear was almost dyed black. That black shadow's contamination was simply too strong. The cup of green wine just now was unable to completely suppress her mutation. Thus, the rabbit-eared boss lady painfully revealed a hideous expression. Look, when a mutant goes mad, it's just so terrifying. The crippled old man excitedly continued. My thoughts are not wrong. This tavern, it simply cannot be kept. With that, someone in the crowd shouted, burn down the tavern. Then, the hundreds of people behind the one-legged old lady all raised their torches high. In unison, they shouted, burn down the tavern, burn down the tavern. When the beckoning cat heard these shouts, the fur on its entire body stood up. The cat's paws were outstretched, its back arched, and its eyes glared angrily at those in the crowd. The crooked-headed bartender gripped his stick tightly. The fish-headed girl raised her fist, and Zhou Bai's blue pistol, too, aimed its muzzle at the one-legged old lady standing in the front row. The situation was touch and go. It was only then that the one-legged old lady noticed the blue pistol in Zhou Bai's hand. You're actually holding a pistol that creates illusions? It seems that you still intend to remain obsessed. Behind Zhou Bai, the black contamination on the rabbit-eared boss lady's ears was on the verge of spreading to the roots. The whites of her eyes were getting fewer and fewer, and were almost about to turn all black. The crippled old man pointed at the boss lady and shouted, she's going crazy, she's going crazy, she'll attack us soon. Once Zhou Bai heard this, he directly turned his gun towards the crippled old man. He shut his mouth at once and lowered his head to try to hide into the crowd. You can only shoot one person at a time with this gun. And there are hundreds of us. It's better to surrender before it's too late. Except for the one with the fish head. And the cat. The rest, we can accommodate. The crooked-headed bartender silently reached over and took the fish-headed girl's hand. Turning to the one-legged old lady, he snarled back. Both of them, there's no way I'm abandoning anyone. The old lady's face, at once, turned iron blue. At this time, the expression on the rabbit-eared boss lady's face became more and more agonized. Seeing her like this, the one-legged old lady sighed and said, don't protect her. It's useless. Anyone who has mutated will not be sane. Immediately, she will attack you all. Just as she finished her words, boss lady rabbit ears hissed and crouched on the ground in pain. Seeing her like this, Zhou Bai knew that inside her body, she must be struggling strongly against the contamination, only to see her painfully use her hands, grabbing at her ears. Her eyes, which were almost about to be dyed black, suddenly looked up at the crowd across the street. In her hands were scissors. The sharp scissors were bubbling with cold light. The people on the opposite side who were looked at by her then immediately felt a little shiver down their spine. The crippled old man was pointed at by Zhou Bai with a snatch and cowered into the crowd, but still did not die. Taking advantage of the gap between Zhou Bai's concern for the boss's wife, he probed out again and shouted, crazy, she must be going crazy. Immediately afterward, the boss's wife's scissors. She raised them. The people on the opposite side of the street then all gripped the torches in their hands tightly. If the boss lady really started to go crazy, they were afraid that they would immediately throw their torches at the tavern. However, they didn't wait for the boss lady to attack the people. Her scissors were not aimed at anyone else. Instead, it was turned around and aimed at herself. Red liquid dripped down on top of her head. The scissors cut at the base of her ears, one at a time. With each cut, the expression on her face, almost convulsed in pain. Cold sweat, at her forehead, kept flowing down. 10 hole cuts were made. It was only after the ears that had turned black on her head that they fell off. The people on the entire street looked at this scene in shock. Not a single person dared to make a sound. These people, all of them, had experienced pain. Therefore, were more able to feel the pain that the boss's wife was experiencing right now. The only sound that could be heard in the entire room was that of the boss's wife drawing cold air in pain. The rabbit ears fell to the ground. The boss's wife trembled her hands and struggled to stand up from the ground. Jobai hurriedly reached out to help her. Her eyes, at this point, had turned black and white in a normal fashion. It was only then that the one-legged old lady came back to her senses from the intense shock. Very well. You cut off the rabbit ears yourself. It means that you are willing to choose our camp. Come over here. We can admit you. The crowd on the opposite side of the street also felt that the boss lady was about to defect, and the tense atmosphere, at last, loosened up. The only remaining ear of the boss lady hung behind her head. Weakly, she took a step forward with Jobai's assistance, although her face was a little pale due to the excessive bleeding, but in her eyes, a determined light still shone through. Just because I cut off my ears doesn't mean that I'm going to give up my tavern. I agree that pain can inhibit pollution, but do not agree that pain is the only way to suppress pollution. The dumb Lin who chooses to use pain to suppress contamination, I am willing to accept him as a tavern waiter. Those who choose to use other methods, I am also willing to accept them into this tavern. The owner's wife stood directly across from the one-legged old woman. The small figure spoke words that weren't loud, but what was said slammed into her heart. She looked inside the tavern. The people inside still showed fear to her. She couldn't help but lower her head. It was a long time before she sighed deeply. I can let this tavern go for today. However, mutants will be discriminated against in this town. It's impossible for the tavern to survive. After she finished speaking, she turned to the crowd. Bring your weapons and leave 10 people to guard the tavern. The rest, go back. After she finished speaking, she commanded the crowd to disperse. The crippled old man was unwilling to have his efforts fizzle out, so he came up to her. Just let them go? If these people go berserk, our entire town will be in danger. The one-legged old lady coldly glanced at him, dropping a sentence, I have my own measures, before no longer paying attention to him. The crippled old man didn't dare to say anything more, and could only follow behind her, walking away silently. However, he still turned his head from time to time and looked fiercely at the people in the tavern. The crisis finally came to an end. Jobai helped the boss's wife into the tavern. The crooked-headed bartender silently held the fish-headed girl's hand and also walked in behind them. Inside the tavern, the fear in the eyes of those patrons hadn't receded yet. The crooked-headed bartender went over to get some gauze and came over to help the rabbit-eared boss lady bandage her head. Jobai looked at the frothing crowd, then at the tavern that was in a mess. Lowering his head, he sighed. Today was the last night. What was it going to take for this tavern to survive? His hand unconsciously tapped the blue pistol. Then, the gaze fell on the pistol. Only the part of the pistol that he was holding was already slightly dented. He furrowed his brows violently. A pistol that could create illusions? The words of the one-legged old lady surfaced in Jobai's mind. He suddenly jolted awake. If the tavern was allowed to return to its original state, would it be possible to survive? After this idea surfaced, he became excited. Right, that was it. But how on earth could the tavern be restored to its original condition? He brought the blue pistol close to his heel and scrutinized its material. Then, using his own fingernail, he gently scratched across the top of the pistol. He looked at the scratches on the pistol in surprise. A candle? Unexpectedly, it even used an illusion to hide its material. In the wine cellar at the bottom, the candle was dripping blue liquid, and as time passed, its candle flame was already getting dimmer and dimmer. Jobai felt that he had to immediately find someone to verify this idea before he could do so. So, he walked over to the side of the boss's wife. Her head had already been wrapped with thick gauze by the crooked-headed bartender. In an awkward maneuver, Jobai put the blue pistol, held it up to them, and then asked, the illusion before the tavern, was it created by this pistol? The two of them stared blankly at the pistol, both shaking their heads in confusion. Jobai was instantly a bit dumbfounded. Could it be a wrong guess? The boss's wife said to Jobai, actually, I don't know. This tavern's illusion was created by a former customer of the tavern, who helped me create it. The blue pistol in your hand was also given to Sweetie by that person. The beckoning cat let out a meow and looked away. It seemed to be reluctant to admit to its less than awesome name. The crooked-headed bartender's eyes landed on the back of Jobai's hand. At first, thought that you and that customer were from the same organization. Jobai froze, then looked thoughtfully at the blue pistol in his hand. Inside the wine cellar, the candle was about to go out, but inside Jobai's heart, he was still doing a fierce battle of thoughts. Underground wine cellar rule number 5. Inside the wine cellar, there is only one candle lighting. It will never go out. If you see it go out, please notify all the people immediately and leave the tavern at once. that idea in Jobai's mind. If he wanted to implement it, he would have to move to that candle in the wine cellar. However, if the candle was accidentally allowed to go out, then the entire tavern could be in danger. The boss's wife could see Jobai's inner tangle and asked, "You want to try to restore the illusion?" Jobai nodded. "But inside the tavern, there might be danger." The boss's wife smiled. "It's fine, just go ahead and try. However, you have to wait for me for a little while." After saying that, she turned her head to look at the crooked-headed bartender. He was about to speak, but was stopped by him. "Stop, no need to ask. I know what you're going to say, and I know there's danger. But I'm staying." The fish-headed girl stood next to him and took his hand. "I'm staying too." The beckoning cat threw its paw up. "Meow too." The boss lady looked at the three of them, then nodded. "Good, we're not splitting up." She then smiled and lifted her head up towards the center of the tavern crowd. "Greetings, patrons. I am the owner of this tavern. I apologize for making your stay in the tavern a bad experience. Next, we will try to restore the tavern to its original state. However, this may run the risk of jeopardizing your lives. Therefore, I must inform you all in advance. If you guys don't want to stay in the tavern, you can freely choose whether or not to leave now." As soon as she finished her words, the crowd chattered and discussed. The cat's paw man was the first to step forward. "I'm not going out. Besides, I'm afraid of pain. I'd rather stay with the tavern." The winged girl rolled her eyes at him before saying, "I'm not afraid of pain, but I'm not going out either. I'm having a pretty good time at the tavern." The patrons, then, all stepped forward to take a stand. The man in the suit curled up and crouched in the corner. Hearing their conversation, he stumbled to his feet. "No, I don't want to die. I don't want to stay here." With that, he stumbled out of the tavern. The people guarding the tavern at the door, seeing the man in the suit rushing out, immediately surrounded him and escorted him away. The bird-beaked girl looked at his back with a hurt face, but still couldn't muster the courage to go after him. Those customers in the tavern, except for the man in the suit, all chose to stay. The boss's wife finished explaining to the customers before walking next to Jobai. "It's okay. Just go ahead and let go and try." Jobai gripped his blue pistol tightly before he was led by the boss's wife to the underground wine cellar. Inside the wine cellar, the candle, almost only a faint light remained. Jobai took the blue pistol and came to the side of the candle. Then he took a deep breath and brought the pistol above the candle. The pistol suddenly melted quickly when it touched the candle. Jobai let go of his hand in pain. Then the blue pistol, which had already melted, turned into liquid, and the whole thing poured down towards the candle. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, all gripped their hearts. With so much liquid poured on top of the candle, wouldn't it douse it? However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that the flame on the candle, when it touched these liquids, suddenly burned more vigorously. The candle flame burned, emitting blue smoke. These smokes gathered in mid-air, and slowly, they manifested into a balloon again, in the sky outside the tavern. As this balloon formed, the lower string moon slowly became full. Those who were guarding the outside of the tavern, watched as the tavern, once again, disappeared in front of their eyes. Then, the sound of a mechanical message broadcast appeared in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Kingdom. "Congratulations to the Great Summer Kingdom's chosen one, who successfully helped the tavern survive. Passing grade, SSS grade." The viewers in the Grand Xia Nation's live broadcast room all cheered at once. Jobai knew that he had finally cleared the level, and a smile appeared on his face. He followed the boss's wife back to the first floor. The fat chef in the kitchen, wearing headphones, held out a large pile of prepared food. He placed the food on the table and then realized that everyone was looking at him. He took his headphones off and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" The crooked-headed bartender smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Nothing happened." With that, the fat chef took it at face value, put his headphones back on, and returned to the kitchen humming. Everyone laughed and went over, dividing up the food on the table. Inside the tavern, it was back to its previous bustling scene. Jobai looked towards these people within the tavern. He knew that it would soon come to the time of separation. At this time, that mechanical broadcasting voice, indeed, sounded once again. "The distribution of rewards will now begin. The grain production of the Great Summer Kingdom increased by 10%. Please prepare the chosen one for the upcoming trip to the next copy." Jobai looked towards the boss lady. She only saw the thick gauze on her head, hiding her other ear, as well. Jobai suddenly, to that mechanical announcing voice, said, "Wait a minute." Then, those who were celebrating with joyful voices, all turned their heads to Jobai in confusion. However, Jobai knew that there was not much time left for him, so he did not explain too much to them. He hurriedly turned around, rushed out of the tavern, and rushed towards the rest area across the street. He desperately rummaged quickly through the cabinets in the rest area. He remembered that he had seen that item here. Finally, he found what he was looking for in the bottom drawer of the cabinet. So, he took that thing and returned to the boss's wife. The boss's wife stared blankly at Jobai. Then, Jobai took the rabbit ear hair band in his hand and put it on her head. Jobai looked at her, then smiled. It's so pretty. The boss's wife's eyes sparkled. But in the next second, Jobai had disappeared in front of her. In the live broadcast room of the great summer country, that mechanical broadcasting voice rang out. Next, enter the copy of Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. The Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company duplicate is now open. Please prepare yourself. In this copy, the chosen one will play the role of a private detective in D City. The detective agency has received a commission from a mother. Her daughter works at Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. However, since her daughter left for work a month ago, she hasn't contacted her family. The mother was so worried that she commissioned a detective agency to help her find her daughter. The condition of this pass is to enter the Good Effect Pharmaceutical Company and help the mother to find her daughter and bring her back to her mother's side. After the message was broadcast, the live broadcast rooms of the other countries on the Blue Planet were reopened. Hundreds of reselected chosen ones once again entered the world of weird tales. Good Effective Pharmaceuticals? Isn't that the company where the wife was in the family of 4 copy? Hiss, that copy of the Sakura Nation chosen, who could have been in the pharmaceutical factory at that time, was captured and experimented on. I still remember the image of that time vividly even now. The danger factor in the pharmaceutical company is high. This client's daughter. I think it's a tough one. Difficult. Too difficult. I even feel hard for these chosen. When Jobai opened his eyes, he had already left the Terror Tavern and arrived inside a detective agency. In front of him, a note was placed. The note was crumpled, and there were a few scratches hidden on it. Jobai looked at the note, and then in his mind, a large amount of memories related to this copy flooded in. A week ago, the detective agency received this mother's commission, and immediately sent a detective into the Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. However, this detective a few days ago passed this note out, and then lost contact with the detective agency. The detective agency has no choice but to send another detective to investigate, and Jobai now want to play. Is this resent to the detective? After Jobai finished understanding all the information, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. This copy difficulty, also too big point, right? The previous detective, how to say, is also a professional. Even the detective went in and had an accident. Then the others, I'm afraid it's even harder. Moreover, there was only one way to pass this time. Jobai thought of this and couldn't help but sigh. Closing his eyes, he secretly gave himself a pep talk. Only then did he look at the note in his hand. Detective's note. 1. This company is very hierarchical, with employees being divided into 5 classes. When a new employee joins the company, they need to start from the lowest level, level 5. 2. In this company, all employees need to wear uniforms. Level 5 and level 4 need to wear orange uniforms. Level 3 is required to wear a white uniform. Level 2 and level 1 are required to wear green uniforms. The tableware in the sterilizer in the cafeteria can only be used by employees wearing the green uniform. Don't take the wrong ones. For don't be friends with colleagues who work very hard. During working hours, try to touch the fish if you can. 5. R&D department. In the company's easternmost building. 6. The company will provide dormitories for employees. If your dorm mate makes chewing noises in the middle of the night, don't be afraid and don't open your eyes. He's probably just hungry. 7. When you leave the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Don't let the ordinary citizens of D City know that you are from Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. No matter how attractive the conditions are, do not submit the volunteer application form. After Jobai finished reading all the rules, the system's voice sounded in his head. Noticing that the host has acquired a new rule, it is now marking a wrong option for you. The 5th rule of the detective's note is wrong. Jobai looked towards that rule. Research and Development Department. In the building at the easternmost part of the company, Jobai couldn't help but frown after reading it. There was no R&D department inside the company? Or was it that the R&D department was not in the easternmost building? Jobai recalled the information he knew. When the first copy was made, his wife had said that the Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company in City A did not have an R&D department. But this copy, it was in City D. It was also possible that the situation was not the same. City D was not receiving mutants in the circular train copy. If D City had mutated in this copy, then the extent to which this world was contaminated should be expanding. When Jobai thought of this, his face couldn't help but become gloomy. He took the detective's note and put it away. Then he set off and traveled to the Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company was located in the outskirts of D City. There was only one bus in the city that could route there. Today was Jobai's first day on the job. Jobai grabbed his simple luggage that he had already prepared, and then took the bus to Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. This city, indeed, seemed to be a lot more lively and prosperous than other cities. Even a bus going to the suburbs was filled with people. Jobai was used to seeing mutants in the world of weird tales. Now that the bus was full of normal people, he instead still felt a bit uncomfortable. The vehicle traveled in the direction of the pharmaceutical company, and the more it traveled, the fewer and fewer pedestrians there were on the road. When the bus stopped in front of the gate of Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company, Jobai carried his luggage and got off from the back door. At this time, he realized that the entire bus was looking at him with strange eyes. Detective's Note Rule Number 7. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Don't let the ordinary citizens of D-City know that you're from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. Jobai felt his back stiffen. It wasn't until the bus drove away that this feeling finally disappeared. He took his simple luggage and walked through the door of the company. After briefly verifying his identity information with the receptionist, the person from the administration department then came to lead Jobai over to apply for induction. After the formalities were completed, he received 2 sets of orange uniforms that he could change into. Then he carried his luggage and entered the dormitory under the leadership of the administrative staff. The staff dormitory that the company had arranged for him was a double room. Jobai received the key and found the dormitory that belonged to him according to the door number on it. He opened the dormitory door and then realized that in the room, there was actually a person already lying down. His back was facing Jobai. Jobai could not see his current state. Jobai felt a little strange and looked at his cell phone in confusion. It showed that the time now was 10:30 in the morning. At this time, one should have gone to work long ago. Why was he still lying in bed? With doubts, Jobai pulled his luggage, pulling it in front of another empty bed. Considering that the other party might still be sleeping, he tried to minimize the sound he made. Gently pulling open his suitcase, he set out the things inside. By the time Jobai had finished packing up all of his own bed, his roommate, still lying on the bed, maintained his original position. It hadn't changed at all. Chapter 84, Sales Team 4. Jobai felt that his roommate was just too strange. However, there was no rush to explore the cause. Having just entered the copy, he didn't want to act rashly, and the most important thing right now was to gather as much information as possible. So, Jobai went to the restroom and changed into his orange uniform. Going out gently, he closed the door to his room, then walked out of the dormitory building. Next, he had to report to the department he had joined. What Jobai applied for was the position of salesman. Thus, he was placed in the company's sales group 4. He followed the receptionist's instructions and arrived at the office belonging to the sales 4 group. The leader of the sales team, surnamed Chen, was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He looked like he had a straight face. It was the kind of look that when he appeared in the office, the employees would definitely not dare to touch the fish. When Jobai entered the office, he really saw the employees inside, all working feverishly. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel an ominous premonition rise. Team leader Chen was wearing an orange uniform. At his shoulder was the word 4, proof that he is a level 4 employee. Inside the office of Sales Team 4, besides team leader Chen, the others were also wearing orange uniforms and had the word 5 hanging on their shoulders. Jobai stood at the door and looked inside. He saw that team leader Chen was standing behind an ordinary employee. With one hand crossed, the other hand was pointing at the computer screen in front of him. Jobai sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Those dead memories from when he used to go to work suddenly attacked him. Ah, it's so hard to be a social animal again. He knocked on the office door. Seeing that everyone was engaged in their work, no one responded to him, so he walked in by himself. Team leader Chen sensed that someone had walked next to him, and only then did he look up at Jobai. Jobai hurriedly smiled at him somewhat awkwardly. Hello, Team leader Chen. I'm a new salesman reporting for duty in Sales Team 4. It's nice to meet you. When Jobai finished speaking, Team leader Chen did not reply. Instead, he just looked at Jobai coldly. This look made Jobai feel as if he had just done something wrong. He stiffened and revealed an awkward smile. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room also noticed that something wasn't quite right with Team leader Chen. This Team leader Chen, why is he weird? The rules say that one cannot work seriously. This Team leader Chen, something's not right. There must be something wrong with him urging his employees to work so seriously. Jobai was still awkwardly there, trying hard to recall what exactly he had just done wrong. At the same time, however, the chosen one of Sakura Nation was very quickly gaining the appreciation of Team leader Chen. One could only see him standing straight, and as soon as he saw Team leader Chen, he respectfully bent 90 degrees and bowed. Group leader Chen then smiled at him with satisfaction. The experts of the analysis group of the Great Summer Country had a wall full of screens in front of them. At this time, there were also experts who noticed the screen on the Sakura countryside. No, this attitude of Team Leader Chin is not right. You guys, look at the Sakura Nation's screen. Rule number 1 has said that this company is highly ranked. When a low rank meets a high rank, perhaps this respectful bowing attitude of Sakura Nation is the right one. No, we have to remind Jobai about this. The group of experts realized that something was wrong with the situation and were about to move to use a reminder opportunity. Jobai, however, suddenly felt that someone had pulled on the corner of his coat. Using the corner of his own eye, Jobai looked down, discovering that the one who pulled on his shirt was sitting in front of the computer. A boy with a flat head. Bow, quick, in an airy voice, the flat-headed boy whispered a reminder to Jobai. The familiar NPC-initiated reminder had appeared again. Jobai looked at the flat-headed boy, then at Team Leader Chan's icy expression. After thinking about it, he still bent down slightly and gave him a symbolic bow. It was only after Jobai did this action that the icy expression on Team Leader Chan's face melted. The group of experts saw this scene and breathed a light sigh of relief. Not bad, a reminder opportunity was saved. Team Leader Chin pointed to an empty seat behind himself and said to Jobai, "Sit down and open the computer. There's a lot of work to do today. There's no time for you to adapt. You need to get into work immediately." Jobai could only do as he said and sat down on the empty seat before opening his computer. Team Leader Chin turned around and took 2 steps, coming behind Jobai. Jobai just happened to open his computer, and when he saw Team Leader Chin staring at his computer screen, he suddenly felt that sense of oppression that came over him. Team Leader Chin. So what is my job description? Team Leader Chin placed a can of white medicine bottle in front of Jobai. When Jobai saw that medicine bottle, he violently seized his heart. Wasn't this the same kind of pill that his wife had taken in the first copy? Only to see Team Leader Chin put the pill on Jobai's table and then said, "The customers that you follow up with are the ones that have purchased this pill from us. The job you have to do every day is to contact these customers and ask them if they still need to continue purchasing." Team Leader Chin pointed his finger at Jobai's computer screen, then continued, "Open this form. Inside are all the customers you need to contact." Jobai opened his computer, then saw that there were hundreds of lists inside. The address where each one was located was D City. It seemed that the contamination was really expanding. Jobai was in no hurry to make a call. Didn't the rules say so? During working hours, try to touch the fish if you can. Regarding this matter, he was still very good at it, so he pretended to be serious as he flipped through the forms. While looking at it, he took out a notebook and pretended to make notes. It was with great difficulty that he finally made it until Team Leader Chin left him behind. He lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he saw Team Leader Chen walk to the very front of the office. Clapping his hands, he signaled all the group members to stop the work at hand. "Alright, it's time for our pep talk again. Everyone stand up." With that, nearly 10 group members of the Sales 4 group all stood up from their seats. Then, Team Leader Chen used his own booming voice and shouted, "Good morning, everyone in Sales Group 4. As soon as his words fell throughout the office, a neat response rang out. "Good, very good, very good. Sales Group 4 will be better." Team Leader Chen was very satisfied with their response. Next, each person will motivate themselves with a sentence. Lu Mei. Team Leader Chen put her hand, pointing at the girl in the first row. She then shouted, "Work harder today as well." Lu Dong. Team Leader Chen again put his hand, pointing to the boy sitting in the second row. That boy also immediately shouted, "Do it and be done with it." Then, every single person was pointed to by Team Leader Chen, and the person who was pointed to would immediately shout out a slogan. Group Leader Chen, finally, pointed his finger at Jobai. Jobai also reacted very quickly by shouting, "Ali gives." Instantly, everyone turned their heads to look at Jobai. Jobai awkwardly clenched his hands into fists and made a pumping motion. Shouting loudly, he said, "Cheer up." As a result, intense applause resounded in the Sales Team 4's office. "Cheer up, cheer up, cheer up." Jobai could only follow and clap his hands mechanically in this group's impassioned atmosphere. It was only after a long time that the applause stopped. Jobai was finally able to sit back in his seat. He helplessly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this time, Team Leader Chen started from the first row and supervised the progress of each person's work one by one. The entire office then immediately resounded with all sorts of keyboard tapping, as well as the sounds of phone calls. Jobai boredly slid the mouse, pretending to be working seriously. In the rest of his eyes, he was observing Team Leader Chen's location from time to time. After a long time, he squatted until Team Leader Chen went to the restroom, and only then did Jobai relax. He casually rummaged through the things on the table, seeing that it was full of information that instructed how to work. Then he pulled open the drawer, and inside the drawer, he found a new sheet of rules. Employee Work Rules. 1. In outward behavior, you should respect your superiors and obey their commands. 2. Take your work seriously. Don't be lazy and slack off. Finish the work on time as assigned by your superiors. 3. When you see level 2 and level 1 employees, you should lower your head and look at your toes. This is to express your utmost respect for them. 4. Different levels of employees have different office, food and lodging conditions. Please keep in mind your level and do not engage in behavior that exceeds your level. Every month, the company will have a chance to regrade. To upgrade to level 3, you must submit a volunteer application form. The company's voltage is not very good, and sometimes the power goes out. This will not put you in danger. Don't be nervous, just wait a little longer and the power will come back on. 7. If there is a coworker beside you, and he suddenly disappears, don't be nervous, and don't ask where he went. 8. The company's management is very strict. Do not come out to walk around freely at night. Beware of being caught by security guards wearing black clothes. After Jobai read all the rules, in his head, the system's voice rang out, noticing that the host has acquired a new rule. We are now marking an incorrect option for you. The 6th rule of the employee work rules is wrong. Jobai looked towards that rule. He guessed that it should be true that this company often had power outages, but the reason for the blackouts shouldn't be because of bad voltage. Most importantly, in this rule, it said, this will not put you in danger. Then it was very likely that there would be danger when the power went out. When Jobai thought of this, he realized the gravity of the situation even more. But what exactly should be done during a blackout to avoid danger? Jobai did not have an answer in mind for the time being, and could only suppress his doubts for the time being, and then look at the other rules. He set his gaze and landed on the 2nd rule of the employee work code. Take work seriously. Do not be lazy or slack off. Finish the work content assigned by your superiors on time. This rule clearly conflicted with the 4th rule of the detective's note. Don't be friends with coworkers who take their work very seriously. During working hours, try to touch the fish if you can. Jobai was, at once, in a dilemma. Should one work seriously, or should one not work seriously? When Jobai thought of this, he suddenly felt that touching fish didn't even smell good anymore. Outside the office door, team leader Chen had already returned from the restroom. Jobai had to pick up his pen again and pretend to record something in his book. He looked over at the others, discovering that every single one of them was very engaged in their work, and they all looked normal, without the slightest sign of contamination. Jobai then felt even more puzzled. Could it be that one had to work seriously to a certain extent, or for a certain length of time, before there would be an effect? And at this time, team leader Chen had already walked behind Jobai. Do you understand all the contents of the work clearly? Are there any questions you don't understand? Jobai closed his blank notebook. Then he turned his head and smiled at team leader Chen. Almost there. Almost there. Then team leader Chen said with a cold face, almost done. Then start making calls. After he finished speaking, he stood behind Jobai, with no intention of leaving at all. Jobai had no choice but to pick up the phone on top of the table, ready to dial the first phone number on top of the form. However, at this time, team leader Chen reminded Jobai, if you encounter a customer who complains about the effectiveness of our medicines, you can just hand the customer over to Little Wang. Little Wang was the flat-headed boy who sat in front of Jobai and had just reminded him to bow. On his table, on the other hand, was a jar of gray pills. Jobai nodded to team leader Chen and gave him an okay back. Then he started dialing the first phone number. On top of Jobai's form, he had written down each customer's name, home address, phone number, and the time of each purchase. For the customer Jobai dialed, the form recorded that he had purchased a total of 2 cans of white pills since 2 months ago. The cycle of each canister of medicine was half a month. In other words, this customer had not taken the drug again for a month. The phone in Jobai's hand rang twice, and the other party quickly picked it up. Jobai quickly said, hello, this is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. May I ask? However, before he could finish his words, the other party immediately hung up the phone. Jobai instantly felt that his young mind had received a violent attack, the kind of shock that was even worse than facing it directly. Team leader Chen was still standing behind Jobai. Jobai had no choice but to make a second call. The result is still the same, and was rejected again. Throughout the morning, Jobai had made 30 calls under the supervision of team leader Chen. Without a doubt, every single one of them rejected him. Moreover, all of them immediately hung up when they heard the name of Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. Until the announcement of the noon break, he had already been rejected to the point of numbness. Lying on the table, he couldn't lift a bit of spirit. Xiao Wang, who was sitting in front of him, turned his head and cared for him. What's wrong? Jobai sighed. Ugh, it's so hard to go to work. Little Wang comforted him. It's fine. It's all like this in the beginning. It will get better after a long time. Look at me now. In the morning calls, 90% of the customers have repurchased. Joe Bai lay on the table, suddenly feeling that there was something wrong with Xiao Wang's sentence. 90% of the customers repurchased? But the phone call that Joe Bai made obviously just heard the name of the company and hung up on him. This is not a problem that can be solved by just having more or less work experience. Joe Bai immediately sat up straight and came close to Little Wang to ask for advice in vain. What's the secret? Little Wang held his chin, thinking carefully. There's actually no secret. You just need to inform the other party right away when you call that we are from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. Because of our company's reputation, it has always been very good. So, as long as you say the company's name, they'll immediately want to buy it back. When Little Wang said that, Joe Bai felt even more confused. Obviously, as soon as he said the name of the company, the other party would immediately hang up the phone. Why did Little Wang say that as long as he told the name of the company, the other party would buy it back? There was a contradiction. Assuming that Little King wasn't lying, then there must be some conditions that were different that caused this result. What exactly was different? Joe Bai carefully searched through all the possibilities. His gaze, then, landed on the gray medicine jar on Little King's desk. Joe Bai's eyes instantly deepened. He turned to Little King and asked, "Have you been selling gray pills since you joined?" Little Wang smiled. "Of course not. When I first joined the company, I was also like you, selling white pills first, but I was inexperienced at that time, and my results were poor." When Joe Bai heard Xiao Wang say this, he felt even more that something was fishy. When selling white pills, was it really because of inexperience that the results were poor? Looking at the information in Little Wang's words alone, Joe Bai felt that it wasn't the case. When he still wanted to ask Little Wang something more, Team Leader Chen, who led the entire Sales 4 group, was already standing outside the office door watching the two of them. "What are you still muttering about? Don't go yet?" Team Leader Chen impatiently urged them. Xiao Wang hurriedly stood up from his seat, pulled Joe Bai, and headed for the door. "Hurry, Team Leader Chen is waiting for us to go to the cafeteria to eat together." Joe Bai's eyes widened at once. What? Eating would also require the entire group to eat together. This is really unity. Joe Bai felt that it must be super stressful to eat with Team Leader Chen, but there was still no way but to reluctantly be pulled into the Sales 4 group's team. Thus, under the leadership of Team Leader Chen, nearly 10 people, together, advanced towards the cafeteria. From the office to the elevator entrance, one needed to pass through a long aisle. On the way to the cafeteria, Joe Bai saw that in the next few offices, there were also groups of people, one after another, walking out. The people at the front of the crowd were all wearing the word 4 on their shoulders. It seemed that the other sales groups were the same and needed to eat together. When Joe Bai saw this, he felt a little more balanced in his heart. Xiao Wang seemed to be a very gossipy person. He walked next to Joe Bai. From time to time, he turned his head to look at the other teams, then secretly pointed to a group of 4 people among them and whispered to Joe Bai, "Look, they're from the sales group. Wow, they must have gotten a lot of bonuses this time." Joe Bai looked in the direction that Xiao Wan was pointing. He only saw a group of 4 people over there, all wearing orange uniforms. The man walking at the front had a greasy hair comb and the word 4 hanging on his shoulder. Although everyone was wearing the same clothes, the large golden watch on the greasy-headed man's hand still made him stand out in the crowd. Xiao Wang's gaze, too, fell on the oil-headed man's big watch. "Che, look at that waving look of theirs. It's so annoying." But after saying that, Xiao Wang sighed again. Alas, it can't be helped. Who told them to have good grades? The combined performance of the 10 of us is still less than half of the 4 of them. When Joe Bai heard Little Wang say this, he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Team Leader Chen had worked so hard, and his performance was still not half of theirs? There were only 4 of them in their group. How bullish does that have to be? Joe Bai and Xiao Wan were gossiping about them when they also looked this way, especially the greasy-headed man at the front. He had a smug look on his face. Looking towards the people in the Sales 4 group, he let out a mocking laugh. Then strutting a few quick steps, he spread his hands wide and blocked in front of Team Leader Chen. Xiao Wang immediately approached Joe Bai's side again in a very gossipy manner. "This one is the leader of a group that has always been at odds with our Team Leader Chen. I heard that he used to be Team Leader Chen's subordinate." The oil-headed man shook his left hand, which was wearing a golden watch, in front of Team Leader Chen. Then he said, "Team Leader Chen, how is your performance today? I'm guessing that it's still not great. Luckily, I applied for a transfer. Otherwise, I'd have to take that small amount of salary like those team members under you." As soon as he finished his words, the faces of those group members following behind Team Leader Chen all turned a little odd. Joe Bai looked at the team of Sales Group 4, and then looked at the crowds of people who had come out to eat in groups of 3 or 5. 4 people, 6 people, 7 people. The number of people in the other sales groups were all much much less than that of the sales 4 group. Jobai suspiciously looked at team leader Chen. It was equally hard-working, but having the largest number of people and the least performance was a bit strange. Team leader Chen looked at the oil-headed man, but in his eyes, he actually carried a bit of sympathy. I've told you many times from before, don't. Before team leader Chen could finish his words, suddenly, the entire company went dark. There was a power outage. Jobai was inwardly shocked. At this moment, the surroundings were very quiet. None of the employees were screaming because of the power outage. Jobai remembered the system's reminder, so the entire person stood tautly in place. There would be danger in the darkness. This was the answer Jobai guessed. But where exactly was the danger? At this moment, the aisle with no windows at all suddenly had a cool breeze that brushed past Jobai's face. He instantly felt that his entire back was stiff. He was in the darkness, and without being able to help it, he turned his face to where this gust of wind was blowing. Then, the light above Jobai's head suddenly flickered. A pair of glaring eyes appeared right in front of Jobai. Jobai's insides tightened violently. These were the eyes of the oil-headed man, and the lights of the aisle, after this flicker, finally lit up. Jobai looked again in the direction where the oil-headed man had just been. Then he realized that he had long since disappeared. In the darkness, there will be danger. Jobai silently recited these words. Again, in his mind, he only felt that there was coldness all around him. Team leader Chen stood in front of Jobai and slightly lowered his head. Little Wang, on the other hand, looked like he hadn't been affected by this matter at all. Still laughing heartlessly, the people in the entire aisle, including the members of the sales team, did not show any surprise at this matter. There were even smiles on the faces of the people in the sales group. Team leader Chen let out a soft sigh. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. After saying that, he led the sales group 4 and continued to the cafeteria. Jobai stared at the location where the oil-headed man had disappeared, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Little Wang walked inside the group and called out to Jobai before he came back to his senses. Taking a few quick steps, he followed the group. Then he took the elevator and came to the second floor. The cafeteria of this company was located on the second floor of the office building. Jobai followed the team into the cafeteria, only to see that it was already packed with people. There were those wearing orange uniforms and white uniforms, only there were no people wearing green uniforms. Inside the cafeteria, long tables of uniform style were neatly placed. On each table, the name of each department was labeled. It seemed that it was even the seats for eating that were divided up by department. Jobai followed the team and went to get the tableware. Then the people in the sales 4 groups spread out, each going over to pick up their meals. At the food port, there was a long line of orange uniforms and white uniforms. Jobai came to a new environment and habitually looked around first. There was nothing unusual elsewhere. On the contrary, above the food port, the sign labeled with the window number was actually of different colors, orange and white. The sign was small and didn't look conspicuous. If one wasn't attentive enough, it would easily be overlooked. When Jobai saw this, he recalled the content above the rules. Article 4 of the Employee Work Rules. Employees of different levels will have different office, food, and accommodation conditions. Please keep your rank in mind and do not engage in behavior that exceeds your own rank. In other words, there are rules about where to pick up food. The scene came to the live room of the Kimchi Kingdom. The chosen one, Park Jiren, followed his colleagues in the department and went to the cafeteria. He took his plate, and seeing that the line to pick up his food was long, he went around to the front and went to check out the dishes at each pickup port first. However, he was the one who kept spitting as he looked. ACI bar. These dishes are so greasy. And the viewers of the Kimchi Nation's live broadcast room couldn't stop shaking their heads when they saw those dishes. Not even kimchi. This company's food is really bad. The cooks in this company, they can't cook at all. Our Park Ji-in is so pathetic. Eating such awful food must affect his performance. It was only seen on the screen that Park Ji-in disliked every dish at every pickup port. Then, it finally came to the last pickup port. There were very few people lined up at this food pickup, only 2 or 3 people. Park Ji-in thought that the food inside must be very difficult to eat. However, when he walked over and took a look, he was the one who immediately revealed an expression of ecstasy. Whoa, this window actually served watermelon. He immediately excitedly took his plate and got behind the line. However, he might have overlooked one thing because he was too excited. That is, the 2 or 3 people in front of him were all wearing white uniforms. When he took a whole plate of watermelon and walked out from the line, inside the cafeteria, sharp whistles immediately rang out. 2 security guards, wearing black uniforms, rushed out and immediately pinned Park Ji-in to the ground. His plate full of watermelon was fed to the floor without even a bite. While one security guard pressed down on Park Ji-in, the other took a megaphone out and announced to everyone, "There is an employee here who has violated the company code. According to the rules, He needs to be arrested and sentenced to beheading immediately. After that security guard made his announcement, he pressured Park Jiran out. The live broadcast room of Kimchi Nation immediately turned dark. The viewers of Kimchi Nation were only halfway through typing their words about the dish color before they could no longer send them out. The information that Park Jiran had failed the pass quickly spread throughout the countries. As a result, some analysis groups began to use their right to alert, while others began to nervously discuss ways to respond. The analysis group from the Great Summer Country saw that Joe Bai had clearly noticed the color markings on the pickup ports. Therefore, it was not that worried, only to see Joe Bai finally select a window after picking around. The number plate above that window was orange in color. In front of him in line was an employee wearing a white uniform. He saw Joe Bai standing behind him and turned to look at him. Joe Bai then bowed slightly, superficially, showing him respect. Only then did the other party turn his head away in satisfaction. Joe Bai looked at this line he was in. In the long line, there were employees of rank 5, rank 4, and rank 3. The further inside the line went, the fewer categories of employees there were. Until the last line, there were only level 3 employees wearing white uniforms. That is to say, high-grade employees can go to the window of low-grade employees to get food. The low-grade employees could not go to the window of the high-grade employees to get their meals. Joe Bai then looked at the employees who were already sitting in their seats to eat. The rank 5 employees only had 1 meat and 1 vegetarian dish on their plates. Employees at level 4 had 2 meat and 1 vegetarian dish on their plates. In the level 3, there is no limit to how many dishes you can eat, and there are also fruits. In his mind, Joe Bai was quietly organizing these rules. However, just from the perspective of the cafeteria's treatment, when level 5 was promoted to level 4, the treatment didn't get much of a boost. But when it came to level 3, it was almost a qualitative leap. Joe Bai organized his thoughts in his mind, and at this time, there were no more people in front of him in the queue, and it was finally his turn to get his meal. He stuck his plate into the window, looking at the wide array of delicacies inside. He gulped, then very restrainedly ordered a meat and a vegetarian dish. Then taking his plate, he sat down in the seat belonging to the sales 4 group. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, throughout the entire process, there were no accidents whatsoever, because just the small process of picking up the food had already caused the screens of several countries to turn black. Joe Bai had just sat down in his seat when Xiao Wang also brought his meal over and sat next to Joe Bai. Ugh, when will I get promoted? There are only 2 dishes every day. It's not enough to eat at all. After little Wang finished speaking, he took the only few pieces of meat on his plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he looked enviously at the next table, where the meat was piled up like a small mountain on his plate. Ugh, if I could get into that room to eat, how good would that be? Little Wang said as he looked in the direction behind Joe Bai. Joe Bai followed his gaze and turned his head to look as well, only to see that at the innermost part of the cafeteria hall, there was another small door. A small green sign was affixed to the door, and next to that small door, there was also a window and a sterilized dishwasher was placed. There was an employee wearing a cafeteria uniform, who was standing at the window, handing cutlery to the people inside. The people in the room stretched out their green sleeves, and one by one, they came over to receive the cutlery. However, Joe Bai realized that in this not-so-cold weather, there were several people inside, already wearing gloves. Joe Bai silently withdrew his gaze. Xiao Wang, however, was still looking at the place, his eyes filled with longing. In 3 or 2 tries, Joe Bai ate the small amount of rice on his plate cleanly. The portion of this meal was indeed pitifully small for a grown man, and in this company, as long as one was promoted, one would be able to directly receive material fulfillment. It was no wonder that Xiao Wan was so eager for promotion. Little Wang also finished his meal very quickly. Then, just like Joe Bai, he sat on his seat and waited. The entire department needed to all finish their meals before they could leave together. Team leader Chen received the most meals and was also the one who ate the slowest. Thus, the entire group was quiet and waited for him to finish his meal. No one dared to make the slightest comment. However, Joe Bai suddenly noticed that Xiao Wang actually had a bit of ruthlessness hidden in his eyes when he looked at team leader Chen. This expression flickered. Little Wang quickly returned to his original gossipy and enthusiastic appearance. Joe Bai felt that little Wang wasn't quite right, but didn't ask anything more, only silently keeping this doubt in his heart. After waiting for team leader Chen to finish his meal, the entire group then walked back to the office together. After returning to the office, it was already close to 12:30 at noon. There was still an hour and a half left before the lunch break ended. Team leader Chen did not exploit everyone's lunch break, so Joe Bai finally had a bit of free time. Most of the people in the office chose to rest on their desks. Joe Bai leaned on the back of his chair, just in time to take advantage of this break and prepare to briefly summarize his thoughts. According to the commission information Joe Bai had received, the daughter of the commissioner called Zhao Ku, was 28 years old. It was a clerk in the company's administration department. Before she disappeared, she had already become a rank 3 employee. The treatment was very high, and every month, she was able to get a lot of money back to her family. Jobai thinks that this is another point of suspicion. This company's positions and levels seems to be confusing. An ordinary administrative clerk can also become a level 3. I just don't know what this company's promotion standards are. Jobai thought for a moment, and then focused his thoughts on the matter of finding Zhao Ku. Jobai thought that the first and foremost problem right now was to first confirm whether Zhao Ku was still in the company or not. The first possibility was that Zhao Ku had disappeared during the power outage, just like the oil-headed man. The second possibility was that Zhao Ku was still at the company, but for some reason, there was no way to get in touch with his family. The third possibility is that Zhao Ku simply left the company without his family realizing it. Of course, there were other worse possibilities, but Jobai didn't want to include them in his thoughts for the time being. Article 7 of the Employee Code of Conduct. If you have a coworker beside you and he suddenly disappears, don't be nervous and don't ask where he went. This rule restricted Jobai, preventing him from directly asking others for information about Zhao Ku. Therefore, he could only find an opportunity to go to the administration department where Zhao Ku worked to take a look before he could proceed with his next plan. However, there were many dangers in the world of weird tales, so without a reasonable reason, Jobai wouldn't dare to head to the administration department rashly. There was still a need to think of another way. Jobai sighed as he thought of this. After confirming his next goal, Jobai followed the example of his other colleagues and laid down on his desk, taking a brief rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Team Leader Chen appeared at the front of the office right on time and began to supervise everyone's work. Jobai could only raise his spirits, open the list of clients on the computer desktop, and then continue to dial the phone number on it. And the result was still the same as in the morning. Just after saying the name of the company, the phone was hung up. Jobai hung his head tiredly. It felt like he, himself, was no longer the positive teenager he was at the beginning. He slowly dialed the next phone number, and then spoke, without hope, his own long-ago rotten words. Hello, is this MS? Son, this is Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. However, this time, the other party actually listened to the name of the company and had not hung up yet. In Jobai's heart, hope was suddenly rekindled. Yes, I am. You guys called. Is it? On the other side of the phone, was a somewhat timid woman's voice. Jobai hurriedly continued. You have previously purchased our company's products, and I would like to inquire about your experience. The other party was silent for a long time, so silent that Jobai was about to think that the other party had gone away. It was only then that the woman's voice on the other end of the phone rang again. I would like to ask, this product of yours, how do you want to buy back? A huge surprise suddenly smashed into Jobai's face. What? It was actually going to be a buyback. On the first day of employment, you're going to open a bill? Hello MS. Son, the purchase is very simple. You only need to. Jobai's words hadn't finished, but the other party suddenly interrupted him again. No. I've thought about it for a while, so I'd rather not purchase it first. I'm really sorry. After MS. Son finished speaking, she immediately hung up the phone. Just like this, Jobai was rejected once again. This mood of his was like a roller coaster. Having rushed to the top, he didn't expect to immediately fall down again. He slumped helplessly onto the table. Cough. The voice of Team Leader Chen clearing his throat came from behind Jobai. Frightened, he hurriedly sat up straight again. This company, it really couldn't swing a bit of shit. Team Leader Chen looked at Jobai before walking to the very front of the office again. He still clapped his hands as he did in the morning, signaling all the group members to stop the work at hand. Alright, it's time for our pep talk again. Everyone stand up. As a result, the nearly 10 group members of Sales Team 4 then had to put down the work at hand again, and then stood up from their seats. Then, Team Leader Chen used his own loud voice and shouted, Good afternoon, everyone in Sales Group 4. As soon as his words fell, throughout the office, a neat response rang out. Good, very good, very good. Sales Group 4 will be better. Jobai followed the others, shouting slogans with great devotion. This was because compared to making phone calls, this kind of cheering time was simply a good time to be lazy. He was different from the morning this time. Completely happy, he was shouting slogans, even wishing that this pumping time could be extended a little bit more. However, Team Leader Chen did not let Jobai down. In the short 4 hours of working time in the afternoon, Team Leader Chen actually called up these group members and pumped them up 4 times. Now, Jobai finally understood the reason for the poor performance of the Sales Group 4. It was because Team Leader Chen had spent a lot of time just on the matter of pumping. At this time, Jobai remembered the doubts he had earlier. After seeing the rules, The second rule of the employee's work code. Take work seriously. Do not be lazy or slack off. Finish the content of the work assigned by your superiors on time. The fourth rule of the detective's note. Don't be friends with coworkers who take their work very seriously. During working hours, try to touch fish when you can. Jobai had, before, felt that there was a contradiction between these two rules. However, this practice of team leader Chan, surprisingly coincidentally, was in line with both rules. Could this be a coincidence? Jobai felt that it shouldn't be that simple. It was also possible that team leader Chan knew something. As Jobai thought this, he raised his eyes from time to time, secretly observing team leader Chan. However, team leader Chan looked very much like a good and loyal employee. There was no way to tell if there was anything wrong with him at all. The time finally came to 6 in the afternoon, and it was time for the happy end of the day. Jobai followed the team of sales group 4 to the cafeteria on the second floor. He hadn't eaten much at noon, and by now, he was already starving with his chest on his belly. He took a plate, picked a line with an orange sign, but not too many people, and hurried over to line up. Every meal only has one meat and one veggie, and the portion is so small. If this continues, will not starve? Jobai felt that if this problem wasn't solved, the days ahead would be really hard. But how exactly should it be solved? Jobai thought about this problem while following the team forward, his eyes not looking at the plates in the hands of other employees. How many dishes could be eaten was fixed. However, it seemed that there was no uniform standard for how many servings of this dish should be given. It seemed that there was still some room for maneuver. Jobai thought of ways to deal with this as he walked, and soon, the line reached him. He looked inside the window, only to see a middle-aged ant standing there. So, Jobai stuck the plate in his hand and pointed to one of the plates of kung pao chicken. Then he said to that ant, "Sister, I would like to order this dish." That ant immediately smiled like a flower when she heard Jobai address her. A spoonful went down and without even shaking, it was poured directly onto Jobai's plate. "Thank you, sister. You must be the kindest person in the entire cafeteria. I can't even get enough to eat when I'm fighting for food at other windows." Alas, it's better not to say it, lest. The viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw this operation by Jobai. Unexpectedly, Jobai would also have some tea words, but Auntie looked like she was eating this. As soon as Jobai's pitiful words were finished, she immediately added another spoonful of kung pao chicken to Jobai. "Come to sister's place for food in the future, and you'll be guaranteed a full meal." With that, Jobai took a big plate full of food and sat down on the seat of the sales 4 group. Little Wang looked at his plate, the pitiful few pieces of meat and a few vegetables, and then looked at Jobai's plate full of food. How could he think about it? He couldn't understand. Why was it the same to get the dishes? How could the treatment be so different? This dinner, Jobai was finally able to eat his fill. Xiao Wang ate his pitifully small amount of food, his eyes looking towards the room with the green sign from time to time. After dinner, Jobai then followed the team and walked back to the dormitory area. Different levels of employees lived in different dormitory buildings. Team leader Chen was a level 4. So he didn't live in the same dormitory as Jobai and the others. Therefore, the team of sales group 4 spread out when they arrived at the dormitory area. There were several dormitory buildings that belonged to rank 5. In the entire sales team 4, only Xiao Wang and Jobai happened to live in the same dormitory building. Xiao Wang and Jobai walked back together, chatting from time to time. "I heard that level 4 lives in a single room. If you are upgraded to level 3, you can also live in a suite. It's really enviable." Little Wang looked as if he was very concerned about leveling up. What he said the entire way was all things related to rank treatment. Jobai felt that this was also a channel to gather information, so he took the opportunity to ask him for some news. "Then where do rank 2 and rank 1 live? Do you know?" Little Wang said. "Of course, rank 2 and rank 1 have a separate villa area. That place, we're not qualified to go over there yet." Jobai continued to ask. "Then how come I've been in the company for a day and haven't seen these level 2 and level 1 people?" Little Wang immediately laughed out when he heard Jobai say that. "These big shots, how can we just see them when we want to? You'd better work hard and seriously. Sooner or later, one day, you'll be able to have their kind of treatment as well." The two of them chatted all the way to the dormitory floor. Little Wang turned to Jobai and asked, "Which dormitory do you live in?" Jobai thought for a moment and answered him, "Room 404. Upon hearing this, Little Wang immediately revealed a meaningful expression. Jobai could see that something was wrong with his expression and asked, "Is there a problem?" Little Wang looked at Jobai and was a bit anxious to speak. "It's probably not much of a problem. It's just that this dormitory, it changes people a little too often." Jobai hurriedly pursued the question, "Do you know the reason?" Little Wang shook his head, but still afraid that Jobai was worried. He hurriedly added, "It's not a big deal. It might happen that the roommates don't get along too well. These days, there are a lot of strange people." He, don't you worry. But hearing him say that, Jobai felt even more worried, especially after hearing him mention his roommate. Immediately, Jobai recalled that this morning, his roommate was motionless and sleeping on the bed. He immediately felt a slight chill rise up his back. Next, Jobai didn't really listen to what Xiao Wang had to say anymore. The two of them walked into the dormitory building together, and when they reached the fourth floor stairway, they waved goodbye. Xiao Wang continued to walk up the stairs, while Jobai walked along the aisle, slowly walking to the door of his dormitory. Oddball roommate? Frequently changing people? In Jobai's mind, he recalled what Xiao Wang had just said, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it wasn't too safe inside the dormitory. However, the dormitory still had to go in. Staying outside at night might even be more dangerous. So, he took a deep breath, turned the door handle, and slowly opened the door to the room. Surprisingly, the roommate was no longer in the room. Jobai breathed a sigh of relief and closed the room door with his backhand. Then he sat down on his bed and surveyed the room he was in. In the room, there were two single beds placed side by side. Beside each bed, it was equipped with a closet. On the right-hand side of the entrance, there was a toilet, while outside the room, there was a balcony. Jobai surveyed the room, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt something strange, because this room was just too clean. Everything was neatly arranged and wiped without a single layer of stain, especially the bed that the roommate next door was sleeping on. The quilt on the bed was laid out flat and neat, as if no one had ever slept on it. Jobai looked towards the balcony outside the room. Only the sun in the sky was already starting to go down. In other words, in about 20 to 40 minutes, it would be completely dark. Article 8 of the Employee Work Rules. The company's management is very strict. Don't come out and walk around freely at night. Beware of being caught by security guards dressed in black. In other words, walking around casually during the day should be able to be allowed. After this thought surfaced, Jobai walked to the balcony and looked into the distance. The setting sun spilled over the buildings that stood in the distance. However, at the easternmost part of the entire company, there was an area that looked like a factory. Above the factory, smoke rose from the top from time to time. That factory area, under the shroud of the setting sun, was covered in an illusory light. A pharmaceutical factory? Jobai looked at the time on his cell phone and then visually estimated the distance from the dormitory building. It should not be too late. Jobai thought about it and finally decided to personally go over to verify it before it gets dark. After making the decision, Jobai immediately opened the dormitory door, and after walking out of the dormitory building, he walked towards the easternmost location. Detective's Note Rule Number 5. Research and Development Department. In the easternmost building of the company. And the system had already decided that this rule was wrong. But what exactly was wrong with this rule? Jobai hadn't figured out until now. Jobai now saw that the easternmost part of the company was a factory area, and there wasn't a building. If this rule, the point of error, was in this place, then it meant that the Research and Development Department could still be at the easternmost part of the company. This point of error was really easy to overlook. Jobai had to return to the dormitory before dark, so he sped up and headed east. Along the way, all the employees in uniform were heading in the direction of the dormitory area. Only Jobai was going against the direction of the crowd flow. He lowered his head and quickened his pace. Only, the further east he went, the people on the road became less and less, until he saw a sign that read Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Factory in front of him. There were no other passers-by around him. The sun in the sky was about to hide in the distant mountains. The sky became darker and darker. Jobai did not continue to walk forward, but instead frowned before stopping in front of the sign. Behind the sign, two paths that snaked into the distance appeared. The scenery on both sides of the paths was identical. It looked as if it had been copied and pasted. As for the end of the paths, at this time, it was covered in a layer of mist. Jobai stood in front of the sign, feeling that these two paths were really a bit strange. He did not know what the two paths, in the end, represented, nor did he know where these two paths actually led to. At this time, behind Jobai, there was a security guard dressed in black who was running over in the direction he was in. The viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing this scene, all seized a heart. If they violated the rules, they would be arrested by the security guard. Previously, the chosen one of Kimchi Country was the one who violated the rules and then was taken away by the security guards. Now the security guards had appeared again. Could it be that they were going to take Jobai away? The audience all tensed up. Jobai was immersed in his own thoughts, and he didn't turn his head until the footsteps behind him came closer. At this moment, there was still a little bit of light left in the setting sun above Jobai's head. The sky hadn't completely darkened yet. Thus, he looked extremely calm when he saw the security guard appear, only to see the security guard run up to Jobai, waving his stick and loudly scolding. "You, what are you doing standing here? This place, you low-level people are not allowed to pass through. Jobai noticed the important information in the security guard's words. People of lower ranks were not allowed to go in. So did that mean that people of higher ranks would be allowed? Jobai pretended to be nervous and waved his hand repeatedly at hold on. No, no, no. I'm not trying to go inside. It's my first day at work today, and I originally wanted to walk back to the dormitory building, but for some reason, I walked here. This company is really too big. I might have gotten lost. After that security guard heard what Jobai said, he didn't give him too much of a hard time. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the dormitory area. The dormitory is in that direction. You can just keep walking back towards this road. Go back quickly. It's not allowed to come out at night. Jobai thanked the security guard. Then, he walked back in the direction he pointed. On the way, Jobai turned back from time to time and looked in the direction where the pharmaceutical factory was, only to see that piece of plant. It was like it was shrouded in a layer of mist, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was somewhat illusory. Finally, Jobai rushed to walk back into his dormitory before it got dark. When he opened the door to the dormitory, he found that Jobai's roommate had not yet returned. So Jobai locked the dormitory door and then went to the toilet to take a shower. By the time he came out of the shower, it was already completely dark. Jobai walked to the balcony and looked into the distance. He only saw that the surrounding area was plunged into darkness. The easternmost pharmaceutical factory was also hidden in the darkness, and there was no way to see its outline clearly anymore. Jobai felt that even the scenery outside the balcony was a bit eerie. Looking at it, he couldn't help but shiver. So he wrapped himself tightly and walked back inside. Inside the dormitory, there were still no entertainment facilities. Jobai could only sit in the room very bored and stayed until 10 o'clock in the evening. Until this time, that strange roommate still hadn't returned. Jobai had nothing to do and was really too bored. Then he decided to go to bed early. So, he changed into his pajamas, turned off the lights in the room, and then lay down on the bed. Jobai's sleep quality, as usual, was good. It wasn't long before he gradually entered dreamland. He didn't know how long he had slept for, but only knew that between sleeps, the door to the dormitory turned twice. Then, there was the sound of iron keys colliding with each other. Then, squeak, the dormitory door was opened. A cool breeze blew from outside the door. Jobai could not help but tighten his cup. The dormitory door closed again. The sound of footsteps on the floor came into Jobai's ears with a thud. In a daze, he tried to open his eyes, but the next second, he suddenly heard a chewing sound, coming from where the opposite bed was located. Then, there was also a thick smell of blood that drifted into Jobai's nose. At that moment, Jobai felt the cold hairs on his entire body. All stood up. The sixth rule of the detective's note. The company will provide dormitories for its employees. If your dormitory mate makes chewing noises in the middle of the night, don't be afraid and don't open your eyes. He's probably just hungry. Jobai was like this, lying stiffly in his own bed. Curiosity made him want to open his eyes. However, reason kept telling him, never open your eyes. The curtains inside the dormitory had already been pulled up by Jobai before he went to bed. Therefore, inside the room now, it was almost all darkness. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country couldn't see clearly what was going on. Inside the room, they could only vaguely recognize that there was a figure that was slowly approaching Jobai. Jobai closed his eyes tightly, trying to pretend that he was still sleeping. He could hear that chewing sound, slowly stopping, but the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. If anything, the gaze lingered on Jobai's face. This caused Jobai's back, which had gradually begun to break out in a cold sweat. His fists, silently clenched inside the quilt. If the other party had a next maneuver, he probably wouldn't be able to control himself and directly swing his fist over. Luckily, the other party was just so quiet, looking at Jobai for a long time. Then he opened the door to the room once again. It was only with that person's departure that the smell of blood finally diminished. Jobai quietly lay on the bed. His ears discerned the sounds around him until he confirmed that there was really no one else in the room before he opened his eyes. What was reflected in Jobai's eyes was still darkness. Only a little bit of light remained, allowing him to barely confirm that there was really no one else in the room. Only then did Jobai's taut nerves relax a little. However, he still did not get up, nor did he change any of the arrangements inside the room. He just laid on the bed, intending to wait for the sun to slowly rise. However, after the tense nerves suddenly loosened up, it was also easier for his body to feel fatigued. Jobai's eyes kept fighting. In the end, he couldn't support himself and went back to sleep once again. Perhaps he was too sleepy. So this time, he slept very deeply. He slept until 7 in the morning. Jobai was in his sleep when he was suddenly woken up by a scream. He violently opened his eyes. Then he saw an enlarged face, almost right in front of his eyes. Joe Bai's heartbeat, all of it, almost stopped in shock. Then that face, tugged at the corner of its mouth, revealing above its teeth, the remnants of blood. Joe Bai's spirit, once again, received a strong blast. The screams from the next dormitory hadn't stopped. Outside the door of the dormitory, there were chaotic footsteps that were running towards the next dormitory. Joe Bai fixed his mind, and only then did he see the other party's appearance clearly, only to see that the other party was probably around 30 years old. His hair was neatly combed on the side. Even the orange uniform worn on his body had barely a wrinkle visible. It was only that under such a meticulous image, the remnants of blood on his teeth appeared to be somewhat out of place with his entire person. Somewhat out of place. He saw Joe Bai's horrified expression and put away his smile in satisfaction. Joe Bai froze and was silent for a long time before he sat up from the bed. That person was still standing by Joe Bai's bedside. The two of them then looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Joe Bai guessed that the person in front of him should be his strange roommate. The other person and Joe Bai looked at each other for a while, and finally couldn't stand this awkward atmosphere, and turned around and walked into the restroom to brush his teeth. Joe Bai came back to his senses, and by this time had completely lost his sleepiness. He stood up from the bed, opening the door to his room. He wanted to see what was going on next door, only to see that outside the door of the dormitory next door had already been surrounded. Joe Bai probed and could only see a few chicken feathers falling from the doorway. A few of the people standing beside Joe Bai, on the other hand, were gathered in a circle, talking and discussing. Who is it? Such a pervert. Actually threw a dead rooster at someone's door. Did you see that? On that rooster's neck, there are still bite marks. This pervert, it can't be right next to us, right? That's really too scary. Joe Bai stood next to them, and hearing what they were discussing, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch a little, combined with last night's experience. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the pervert in these people's mouths could be none other than his own roommate. When Joe Bai thought of this, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Putting a dead chicken at someone's door. What exactly did he want? Could it be that it was really just a pure pervert? Joe Bai didn't know what his roommate was thinking, but the emotion of fear between these people's words, Joe Bai was still able to easily feel it. With a head full of doubts, he returned to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Joe Bai's strange roommate had finished brushing his teeth and just happened to walk out of the restroom. There was no more blood on his teeth, and he really looked a lot smoother than just now. Joe Bai thought about it and still took the initiative to greet him. Hello, my name is Joe Bai. I'm your new roommate. Joe Bai finished, smiled at him, and then extended his hand. The other party's face remained expressionless. However, in the face of Joe Bai's polite greeting, still unconsciously, he extended his hand over. The expression on his face at once collapsed somewhat. One could only reluctantly return. Hello, Lee Hee. Joe Bai shook hands with him briefly, and the two of them were considered officially acquainted. Only then did he walk into the toilet to wash his face and brush his teeth. In the toilet, Lee Hee's toiletries were all neatly arranged in order from small to large, and light to dark in color. Even the things Joe Bai got on the washstand were also neatly arranged by him. Joe Bai glanced at it, then quickly brushed his teeth and rinsed his mouth. After brushing, he casually threw the toothbrush back onto the cup. He originally wanted to walk out of the restroom like this, but after thinking about it, he still walked back. Then as soon as he did, he messed up all of his things. Only after doing this did he walk out of the toilet with satisfaction. Inside the room, the curtains had already been pulled open. The warm sunlight shone inside the room. Lee Hee ignored Joe Bai and organized his bed by himself. He was only seen bending over, very focused on tucking every corner on the bedspread, underneath the mattress. Every single line, pressed down flat. The most excessive, is that Joe Bai actually also saw him take out the iron? The uneven places on the bedsheet, but also ironing again. Joe Bai silently watched these actions of his, then got up and walked to the front of his closet, took out his orange uniform, then went into the restroom to change out of his pajamas. When he came out of the restroom, Lee Hee's bed was already neat as if no one had slept in it. Joe Bai casually had to wear his own wrinkled uniform out. Picking up the socks he had just taken out, put the black one on his left foot, and then put the white one on his right foot. Lee Hee watched Joe Bai's whole set of operations, and the expression on his face immediately became very wonderful. Then, Joe Bai casually had to pull the quilt twice, even after making the bed. Then, leaving behind Lee Hee who had a difficult face, he opened the dormitory door and walked out. Joe Bai closed the dormitory door and stood outside the dormitory door, and in his heart, he had already cursed that oddball roommate hundreds of times. Have you ever seen an obsessive-compulsive disorder that can tolerate blood on the teeth? And from the middle of the night until the morning? Who are you kidding? That guy, He obviously wanted to scare Joe-bai on purpose. Didn't you see him rush to brush his teeth after scaring Joe-bai? Cut. He's full of flaws. Joe-bai thought that his roommate was not very smart. But when he thought about it so carefully, he felt even more that these behaviors of Chen He were really very strange. Joe-bai could not help but frown. Assuming that Chen He wasn't a pure pervert, then why did he purposely act in a way that scared people? What exactly was his purpose in doing so? Joe-bai felt that the information he had obtained was still limited, and for the time being, he was unable to piece together a suitable answer. He looked towards the doorway of the next dormitory. He only saw that the dead chicken just now had already been cleaned up, but the smell of blood that permeated the hallway still drifted into Joe-bai's nose. If at all. Joe-bai walked down the hallway of the dormitory. On both sides of the building, there were many groups of people gathered together. Joe-bai casually found a group of people and approached them. Then he heard that they were all talking about the dead chicken just now. You guys? Who likes to eat live chickens? How could he be so perverted? It's also possible that he just likes to drink blood. Don't scare me. Then is he drinking chicken blood because he can't drink human blood? I'll go. Is this the legendary vampire? Joe-bai shook his head helplessly, then listened in a circle. It was found that there were speculations and everything, and there was even a tendency for the rumors to get more and more outrageous. After listening in a short circle, in their conversations, there were already vampires, grievous souls demanding their lives, chainsaw murderers, zombies, and werewolves. Joe-bai felt that if he listened further, he might be able to have an entire book of folklore, all of which were able to appear. Seeing that there was no valid information, he stopped listening and walked out of the dormitory building towards the cafeteria. This pharmaceutical company. The morning uniform is 9 o'clock to work. Joe-bai got up early today, and when he came to the cafeteria, the time was 8:15. There were still very few people coming over to eat, so there weren't a lot of people in line. Joe-bai still found the same line from yesterday. Stretching out his plate, he said to the aunt inside the window, "Sister, help me get an egg." Without saying a word, Auntie directly grabbed 3 and put them on Joe-bai's plate. Joe-bai took the plate that had been filled with food by the aunt and sat down on the seat belonging to the sales 4 group. The other group members hadn't come over to eat yet. Joe-bai then sat on his seat and ate his breakfast quietly. Finishing all the food on his plate, he burped and then walked out of the cafeteria. There was still more than half an hour to go before reaching work time. Joe-bai felt that this time couldn't be wasted, so he decided that it would be better to go to the easternmost area near the pharmaceutical factory to take a stroll. With this in mind, he immediately started moving. He took the elevator and came downstairs. Since he was going past the office building today, he needed to take a different route than yesterday. Along the way, there were 1 or 2 people in white uniforms who were also walking in the same direction. Joe-bai thought, if they were going to the pharmaceutical factory, then this was a good opportunity. If he followed them, he might not be able to get into the pharmaceutical factory, but at least he would know which path they were going to take behind the sign. So, Joe-bai followed behind them, trying to maintain a distance that wasn't too far or too close. Just when they came to a turning intersection, Joe-bai saw a security guard dressed in black standing at that intersection. Joe-bai's heart immediately drummed. It was over. The plan had gone down the drain. And what happened next was just as he expected. When Joe-bai walked to the intersection, the security guard reached out and blocked him. This is not the place for you to come. Go back quickly. Joe-bai had no choice but to turn around and walk back in disappointment. He looked at the time on his cell phone. 8:45. Walking back to the office building now would just enable him to arrive before 9 o'clock. So, he followed the same path and returned to the office building. Joe-bai stepped into the office of Sales Team 4 with a minute left. Team Leader Chin stood in front of the office with an iron face, as if he was waiting for Joe-bai. Joe-bai bowed to him, and the expression on his face still did not soften. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of other countries on the Blue Planet, there were already several chosen, who had ended the game because they were late for work. The viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country, upon learning of this news, all pinched a cold sweat for Joe-bai. The experts in the analysis group similarly felt a bit alarmed. It's fortunate that Joe-bai wasn't late. It was really close. But why isn't this matter reflected in the rules? Doesn't this mean that there are other rules that haven't been discovered? Joe-bai was really a bit dangerous just now. No, we have to remind him of that. The experts in the analysis group unanimously agreed with this decision. Thus, Joe-bai had just sat down in his seat when he received a message alert from the analysis group in his mind. He received all the information and then couldn't help but frown. Not being able to be late for work was something he had actually guessed. However, now that he heard with his own ears that a chosen had been erased for being late, he still felt a bit shocked. A company that required its employees to work conscientiously did not require them to be on time for work. This in itself was a bit strange. As soon as Joe-bai thought that there were other rules that hadn't been found, He suddenly felt that everything he did had become less safe. He took a deep breath, then told himself that he must find the other rules as soon as possible before he could do so. Joe Bai had been thinking about these issues ever since he sat down in his seat. It looked like an employee who was feeling his way around. Team leader Chen made his rounds, and from afar, he saw Joe Bai sitting in his chair, fidgeting. So, he walked towards Joe Bai's side. Joe Bai hurriedly pressed the on button, pretending that he had been waiting for the computer to turn on since just now. Team leader Chen stood behind Joe Bai. That computer screen loading image lasted for a long time before the computer desktop was displayed. Team leader Chen stood behind Joe Bai until he opened the client form, and only then did he continue to walk forward. Inside the office, various dialing sounds were already ringing out. Joe Bai sighed, pulling the form with his mouse. He found the last call he made yesterday, then followed suit and started making calls. After making nearly 10 calls, all of them were viciously rejected by the client. Joe Bai instantly became a bit frustrated. Instead of continuing to make the next call, he slid the mouse aimlessly. Suddenly, his eyes landed on MS Sun's line of information. Joe Bai didn't carefully go through MS Sun's purchase record yesterday. When he took a look today, he was almost startled, because the column of MS Su's purchase record said that last month, she had actually purchased 20 bottles of white pills. One bottle of medicine could be taken for half a month. 20 bottles of pills, that's at least 10 months worth. What was she doing buying so many pills? Moreover, when Joe Bai called her yesterday, she seemed to have the will to repurchase. This didn't feel normal. Thinking of this, Joe Bai hastily slid the mouse and quickly looked over the purchase records in the form. Then, he realized that everyone else had only purchased 1 or 2 bottles of pills. Indeed, there was only the special case of MS Sun. Joe Bai pulled the form back to its original position. His eyes then rested on MS Sun's phone number. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, he dialed over again. Hello, is this MS Sun? This is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. The other party heard Joe Bai's voice and paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, right. Hello. I remember you called me yesterday. Joe Bai then said, yes, I did contact you yesterday. The main reason for calling today is to do a customer return visit. We want to find out how effective your usage is. This call from Joe Bai did not have the intention of marketing her repurchase. It just wanted to cut in from the side, and in the meantime, see if he could get some more inside information. But what he didn't expect was that the other party didn't follow common sense at all. I still want to ask, your pills, how do you have to buy back? Joe Bai could only say, you can place an order directly inside the phone. We deliver to your door and pay on delivery. After Joe Bai finished speaking, the other party was silent again for a while. Only then did she hear her whisper, Then I'll order another 20 bottles. Joe Bai immediately froze a little. Out of the single? What a big single. But, with such a large order, would it violate the rules? If she was not allowed to buy it, would it also violate the rules? Joe Bai didn't expect that his phone call would put him in a dilemma. He thought for a while and decided to use delaying tactics first. So, he said into the phone, MS Sun, you are our big customer. Regarding your order, I need to consult the leaders first. After consulting the leaders over here, I will call you back. MS Sun didn't have any problem with Joe Bai's delaying rhetoric, so Joe Bai hung up the phone smoothly. Joe Bai lightly breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't completely relax. Although he had bought himself a little buffer time, this matter was not over. He still couldn't leave this order unattended. Thus, he looked towards where team leader Chen was, intending to take this dilemma and throw it to him to think about. Joe Bai picked up his book and pen from his own desk. Then he walked over to the side of team leader Chen and put on an appearance of vainly seeking advice. Team leader Chen, I just contacted a customer who said she wanted to buy back 20 bottles of white pills. I haven't come into contact with such a large order, so I wanted to ask you for advice on how I should handle it. When team leader Chen heard Joe Bai's words, the look on his face, too, became serious. Which customer? I'll take a look at his information. Joe Bai led team leader Chen to the computer table, and then pointed to MS Sun's line of information. Team leader Chen took a look at her purchase record, then frowned. It took a while before he said to Joe Bai, call her back and tell her that our inventory is limited. We can only deliver 5 bottles a day. You personally go and deliver them to her. Deliver every other day. After Joe Bai heard these words from team leader Chen, he couldn't help but just applaud him madly. In his heart, to say that Ginger was still old and hot, when it came to drilling loopholes in the rules, it was still team leader Chen who was good at it. Joe Bai guessed that the detective's note reminding him to touch the fish should be related to performance. If you reach a certain standard, you will violate the interests of it. And team leader Chen should have some inside knowledge. He asked Jobai to personally deliver the goods, and could only deliver 5 bottles at a time, in order to prevent Jobai's performance from reaching that standard. Thinking of this, Jobai gratefully looked at team leader Chen. However, he met his icy gaze. Understood? Then why don't you hurry up and make the call? Jobai could only let out a no before obediently picking up the phone on the table. He dialed MS. Sun's number once again. As soon as the phone was connected, Jobai entered the role of a salesman. After spending a lot of time in the world of weird talks, Jobai had even grown in his acting skills. Hello MS. Sun, this is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. I just asked our leaders for instructions based on your request. Because this pill that you want to purchase is just too hot. All I can only give you the quota to purchase 5 bottles. When MS. Sun heard Jobai say this, she sighed long and hard on the other end of the phone. Jobai hurriedly added, but you don't need to be in a hurry. I've just helped you and applied to the leaders. You can be given more extra credit. It's only that it will be more difficult to apply for it, and you'll have to apply for it every other day. The 20 bottles of pills you purchased, I'll divide them into 4 deliveries for you. Do you think that's okay? Jobai felt that it was too far-fetched for team leader Chen to use the reason of no stock to convince consumers. He then casually played it out on his own. MS. Sun on the other end of the phone, hearing Jobai's rhetoric, didn't say much and immediately agreed. Then, Jobai inquired about her receiving address. Excuse me, is the receiving address still the same as last time? Yes, just send it to Nova Home. Jobai heard the name and thought it was a neighborhood. There was no specific door number written above the address, so Jobai took it for granted that the other party wanted to protect his privacy, so he didn't pursue the matter. Anyway, tomorrow to the phone contact, and then in front of the neighborhood to take goods, is also possible. So, the two agreed to pick up the goods time. Jobai hung up the phone. When the phone hung up, Jobai realized that team leader Chen had been standing behind himself since just now and had not moved away. Jobai could only turn his head awkwardly and smiled at him. Team leader Chen still maintained his serious expression. To go out in the field, you need to apply at the administration department. Jobai let out another "oh." Inwardly, however, he couldn't help but feel a little gleeful. Now, there was even a reason to go to the administration department. Then I'll go to the administration department to submit my application now? Team leader Chen nodded. Thus, Jobai stood up from his seat and prepared to walk towards the administration department. However, before Jobai could walk out of the office door of Sales Team 4, he was called back by team leader Chen. Don't write delivery as the reason for the application. It should be written as an important customer with a very large purchasing need that needs to be communicated in person. Jobai nodded obediently. Inwardly, he was giving team leader Chen a crazy thumbs up. The company's administration department was located on the 3rd floor of this office building. Jobai took the elevator down, followed the aisle, and found the office where the administration department was located. Inside the office, there were about 15 employees sitting. All of these employees, all of them looked towards the computer screen, and then focused on tapping the computer keyboard. It was true that every department in this company looked like they were working very seriously. Jobai's gaze quietly swept past their faces. Jobai had seen Zhaoku's picture. Therefore, he was trying to look for Zhaoku among these people. Although Jobai knew that it was extremely unlikely that Zhaoku would appear here, he still had to personally rule out this option. After confirming that Zhaoku really wasn't amongst these people, only then did Jobai think about how he was going to apply for field service. He looked at these people, and then set his gaze on a girl wearing glasses. When Jobai joined the company yesterday, it was this girl who went to the front desk and helped him with the entry procedures. There was always nothing wrong with looking for an acquaintance first. So, Jobai walked towards the girl's location. The girl was busy playing the keyboard, and when she realized that someone was approaching, she looked up and then continued to look at the computer screen. As she tapped on the keyboard, she asked Jobai, "Is it after joining the company? Are there any questions you don't understand?" Jobai's gaze landed on her desktop. Seeing a sign placed on it, it read, Administrative Clerk Chi Fei. Thinking to himself, this should be her position and name. Then Jobai averted his gaze and said to her, "I was wanting to ask, how do I need to apply to go out in the field?" Chi Fei stopped her hand movements and looked at Jobai seriously. Jobai hurriedly added, "I contacted a customer today, and she has a great intention to purchase. It might be possible to come out with a large order, but there's a problem, and that's that she doesn't trust us enough. I was afraid that this big order would run away, so I made an appointment with her to go for an interview tomorrow." Chi Fei listened to Jobai's additions before she turned her gaze again back to her computer desktop. For the sales department to go out and interview a customer is a normal field application. Take a look at my right-hand side. There's a folder with field trip application forms in there. Take it over there and fill it out yourself. After you fill it out, Have your leader sign it and bring it to me. Jobai followed where she said and picked up that folder. Then in the folder, he took out an application form. While preparing to put the folder back in its original position, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper on the desktop. That piece of paper was pressed down by Chi-Fei's book, revealing only a corner. However, Jobai noticed that the word code was clearly written on the exposed part of the paper. New rules? Jobai was a little excited inwardly. His mind was rapidly thinking about how to obtain this rule. Seeing that Jobai was still standing still, Chi-Fei urged him, "You hurry up and fill out the form. Then look for the leader to sign it. The application form needs to go through the process again after it comes to me. It's too late. I'm afraid that it will delay you from going out into the field tomorrow." Jobai could only shift his gaze, with difficulty, away from the slip of paper. A promise was made. Then taking the application form, he returned to sales team for the same way. Along the way, as Jobai walked, he scrutinized the contents of the application form. He only saw that in the column of the approver, it was written with the superior leader, the department head, and the administrative director. The process was really complicated. Jobai took the application form and returned to the office. The others were all focused on making phone calls. Jobai sat back in his seat, picking up a pen. He filled out the application on top of the form, and then signed his big name. Then, taking this completed form, he went over to find Team Leader Chen to sign it. Without saying anything more, Team Leader Chen quickly signed. Thus, Jobai took the application form again and returned to the administration department. He handed the application form to Chi-Fei and then stood still. Chi-Fei tapped on the keyboard and looked at Jobai suspiciously. "Something else?" Jobai nodded. "I'm afraid of delaying tomorrow's field trip. Can you help me with the process now? I'll just stand here and wait for you. This way you can handle it and you won't have to waste time looking for me in the sales department." Jobai spoke with a sincere face. Chi-Fei felt that something was wrong, and then felt that everything was right. In the end, she sighed, picked up the application form, and stood up from her seat. Jobai watched her walk away before he immediately reached out and pulled out the piece of paper on her table. Thus, he saw a new sheet of rules. Administrative Department Code of Conduct. 1. To pay strict attention to the attendance of employees. Never allow late arrival and early departure to happen. 2. The person who contributes the most to the company should get the best pay package. 3. Unity and friendly departmental atmosphere, conducive to the orderly development of the work. Never allow the behavior of destroying the atmosphere of the department to appear. 4. If not necessary, it is forbidden for departments to visit each other. 5. Please always pay attention to the emotional state of the employees. Stable emotions are conducive to better work. It is strictly prohibited for employees to be in a fearful mood. 6. After a power outage, if any employees are missing, please destroy their files. 7. No access to the file room without the permission of the administrative director. 8. If in the company, there are security guards in white clothes, please organize all the employees and evacuate the company immediately. After Jobai finished reading all the rules, the system's voice rang in his head, noticing that the host has acquired new rules. We are now marking an incorrect option for the host. The 5th rule of the administrative department's work rules is wrong. Jobai landed his gaze on this erroneous rule. Employees are strictly prohibited from showing fear? This rule was wrong. In other words, the emotion of fear could appear. It was fortunate that this rule was wrong, because Jobai had appeared in the emotion of fear several times since he had entered this copy. But this also reminded Jobai, in the world of weird tales, he still had to make his emotions more stable. Jobai summarized this wrong rule like this, but in his heart, he always felt that there were still some things about this rule that he hadn't figured out. With the questions in his heart, he looked at the other rules again. The first few rules, in fact, had been more or less reflected in the work of these 2 days. Although Jobai hadn't known about these rules in advance, he was considered lucky and hadn't done anything to violate them. But inside this rule, the most important information should still be those 3 rules at the back. The archive room? If Jobai wanted to find Zhaoka's whereabouts, this archive room should be the key. Normally, the archive room where employee information was stored should be in the vicinity of the administration department's office. However, Jobai had just walked all the way from the elevator entrance without seeing the file room. So this file room, where could it be? Jobai looked towards the administration department's office. Inside, besides the desks of the employees, there was only a cabinet for office supplies, and Jobai had just walked along the aisle and saw that further down, there would only be an administrative director's office. The file room needed the permission of the administrative director before it could be opened. It seemed that there was still a need to think of another way to do this on the executive director's part. Jobai was pondering over the top of the rules when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Chi-Fei had already walked over this way. So, quickly, He put that rule back in its original position. Chi-Fei walked over to Zhou Bai and pushed his thick glasses before handing Zhou Bai a card. This one is a pass. During non-vacation hours, you need a pass to go out from the company. After Zhou Bai received that pass, Chi-Fei sat back in her seat and started tapping on the keyboard again. There wasn't any abnormality found on his desk whatsoever. Thus, Zhou Bai took the pass and smoothly walked back to the office of Sales Team 4. Team Leader Chen was still dutifully supervising the work of the group members. Occasionally, he bent down, next to the group members' seats, to answer their queries. In the morning, from 9 to 12, 3 hours of working time, Team Leader Chen led the group members and shouted slogans twice more. At noon, Zhou Bai followed the team of Sales Group 4 and went to the cafeteria to eat together. The auntie who was playing the meal at the window still filled Zhou Bai's dinner plate to the brim. Xiao Wang sat opposite to Zhou Bai and felt very puzzled when he saw Zhou Bai's dinner plate. So, he wanted to get a lesson from Zhou Bai. Auntie in the cafeteria, why did she give you so many dishes? Zhou Bai answered honestly, maybe because of the sweet mouth. Little Wang listened, pondered, then nodded at Zhou Bai. Got it. Zhou Bai, however, was puzzled. Are you sure you really got it? Little King felt that he had grasped the secret, so he stopped asking more questions. Happily, he finished his food. After lunch, everyone returned to the office to rest. Zhou Bai leaned back in his chair, recalling the 3 rules he had obtained and thinking about his next response. When Team Leader Chen took his lunch break, he went to the office that belonged to the team leader, so Zhou Bai did not see him. In the past 2 days, Zhou Bai had also seen other sales group leaders. To be honest, Team Leader Chen was the oldest in there. Moreover, it was still the type that was many years older. Through the past 2 days, Zhou Bai knew that Team Leader Chen was not someone with poor abilities, but such a person had been hanging out at the same level for so many years, and was still slow to be promoted. This could not help but make people feel a little strange. Zhou Bai guessed that most likely, it was because he didn't want to be promoted at all. Employee Code of Conduct, Article 5. Every month, the company will have a chance to regrade. The necessary condition for promotion to level 3 is the submission of a volunteer application form. From this rule, it could be seen that if Team Leader Chen did not submit the volunteer application form, then he would never be able to be upgraded to level 3. Until now, Zhou Bai hadn't been able to figure out what the volunteer application form was. He didn't know if he could ask someone directly about this matter. Zhou Bai thought for a while and decided to ask him about it in the afternoon when he returned to the dormitory alone with Xiao Wang. Only after clearing his thoughts did Zhou Bai plop down on the table and start his lunch break. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Team Leader Chen appeared at the office door on time. Zhou Bai stretched his back before continuing to open the sheet on his computer desktop. He procrastinated and slowly dialed a few phone numbers. The results were unsurprising, and all of them were hung up on again. By the time it was roughly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Team Leader Chen then began to organize everyone to shout slogans together again. Zhou Bai was very cooperative, raising his hands and enthusiastically shouting, "Go for it, cheer up, go for it." Then right in the middle of their slogans, the lights around them dimmed again. Everyone fell silent at once. The surroundings were plunged into darkness again. Zhou Bai's raised hands were violently withdrawn. Accidentally, it hit the table. There was a loud bang. It hurt so much that his eyes were about to tear up, but then, he immediately felt a wave of coldness rising up from the bottom of his feet. This was the fear he felt from the bottom of his heart, because it wasn't until this time that Zhou Bai realized that something was wrong. Why did the blackout turn black before his eyes? It was clearly daytime now. Inside the office, there were clearly many windows, and the last time the oil-headed man disappeared, it was also during the day. Zhou Bai hadn't noticed anything wrong at that time. It wasn't until he had just struck his hand that he came to his senses with pain. Contamination. He had actually been contaminated without even realizing it. I'm afraid that the people inside this pharmaceutical company hadn't even realized that they had been contaminated. Luckily, it was only a mild contamination. Zhou Bai clenched his hands, letting his nails sink into his palms to remind himself to stay awake at all times. Then, the lights in front of him flickered for a moment before returning to brightness. Zhou Bai looked out the window. The sunlight outside the window was shining inside the room. Team Leader Chen stood at the very front of the office, his gaze sweeping over the faces of every group member. Only after confirming that all the group members had not disappeared did he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to lead the group in chanting slogans. In the afternoon, from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, a total of 4 hours of work time, Team Leader Chen led the group and shouted slogans 3 times. Zhou Bai was a bit distracted from his afternoon's work because of that discovery. He kept reminding himself that danger was all around him. If he slacked off just a little, he would be completely caught up in it. When it was dinner time, he followed the team and arrived at the cafeteria. The auntie at the window who was serving the meal seeing Joe Bai in a low mood. Even specially filled 2 more spoons of meat for him. Little handsome, if you're in a bad mood, eat more meat and you'll be fine. Joe Bai gratefully gave her a smile and said thank you. Then returned to his seat with his dinner plate. Little Wang went to fetch the meal this time and didn't return after a long time. Joe Bai was halfway through her meal before she saw him appear in front of her with a bruised eye. What's wrong with you? Xiao Wang hung his head and sat down across from Joe Bai. I don't think you're right. Being sweet-tongued doesn't work at all. Joe Bai asked suspiciously. What did you say to Auntie? Xiao Wang gave a humph. I just complimented her on her good looks. Joe Bai was even more puzzled. That's not enough to hit you, right? Little Wang angrily stuffed a spoonful of rice into his mouth, chewing and slurring. How was I to know that the security guard next to me was her husband? Is our company still allowed to develop office romances? Joe Bai knew it was very wrong, but he still couldn't help but laugh out loud. After Joe Bai finished laughing, the haze that had enveloped his heart finally dispersed a bit. Since pollution was already around him, he could only think of ways to resist it. As for what was the pollution? Where? One can only rely on oneself to find the answer. As Joe Bai thought of this, he scooped up a large spoonful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing hard, he re-cheered in his mind, cheering himself up. After eating, Joe Bai followed the team back to the dormitory area. Then the sales 4 groups of people spread out, each walking back to their own dormitory buildings. Thus, only Joe Bai and Xiao Wang were left walking together. Pretending to be casual, Joe Bai opened a topic he wanted to know about. There's going to be a regrading in a few days, so I don't have a chance as a newcomer. You should be able to fight for it. Joe Bai saw that Xiao Wang used to care about levels. Originally, he thought that he would be keen to discuss this. Unexpectedly, when he heard Joe Bai's words, he went cold. If I stay in sales team 4, I'm afraid I'll never have a chance to be promoted. Joe Bai comforted him. How could that be? Although our group's performance is poor, promotion is not entirely based on performance. Little Wang's face darkened even more after hearing this. Ha, that's right, but only if someone is willing to submit an application form for me. Seeing that the topic finally came to the place he wanted to know the most, Joe Bai hurriedly pursued the question. How could they not help you submit your application form? Little Wang sneered, probably because he's afraid. By submitting the application form, there is a possibility that I will directly jump to level 3. What exactly is this application form about? Why is it that if you submit the application form, you can jump levels? Joe Bai finally asked what he wanted to know the most. Little Wang turned his head to look at Joe Bai, looking at him with a little bit of heartburn. You also want to apply to become a volunteer? Joe Bai hastily shook his head. I'm only new here for a few days, so I don't dare to think that much. Only then did Little Wang look back. Actually, becoming a volunteer is just a promise. A promise to be willing to dedicate everything for the sake of the company. But what can we dedicate for the company? Look at those level 3s. Every one of them is living a good life. They don't need to do anything at all. The company is only doing this because they want you to show your loyalty. Joe Bai was silent after listening to Xiao Wang's words. The point of view that Little Wang had said should be the understanding that the vast majority of people in the company had for that application form. However, just listening to those contents in his words alone, it was something that already made Joe Bai feel his heart skip a beat. Volunteer? Giving everything? This is to directly tie yourself up and hand a knife to this company. From now on, your life and death will be in the hands of others. Is this company like this? Using all kinds of high treatment to lure employees to write down such applications? Joe Bai then looked at the environment he was in, and immediately felt that he was like a captive prey. The two did not continue this topic. After walking to the 4th floor stairway, they each walked back to the dormitory. Joe Bai took out his key and opened the dormitory door. The inside of the dormitory was empty. It seemed that Li He hadn't returned yet. Joe Bai looked at the beds and saw that the messy quilts had actually been laid out neatly now. Joe Bai couldn't help but feel somewhat amused. Then walked into the toilet. Those things that he had messed up in the morning had indeed been rearranged in order again. He finished confirming his suspicions and then walked back to his room. It seemed that the condition of this roommate of his was really not a normal one. Joe Bai checked around the dormitory. Seeing that there was nothing else strange, he walked to the balcony and looked towards the easternmost part of the company. There, the pharmaceutical factory was still hazy, like it was shrouded in mist. Joe Bai watched for a while, then clenched his fist and punched the wall. At once, it hurt so much that he was about to burst into tears again. He brought his fist to his mouth and blew on it. Then once again, he looked in the direction of the pharmaceutical factory, only to see the scenery there, which hadn't changed in any way. It seemed to be true. Joe Bai held his red and swollen fist and walked back to his room. He sat inside the room for a while and felt really bored, so he walked into the toilet, took a shower and then changed into his pajamas. The supplies on the washstand were messed up by Joe Bai. After Joe Bai finished his shower, he was about to walk out of the toilet and looked at those things. Then he reached over and put them all in their original places, arranging them neatly. Joe Bai returned to his room, and then laid down on his bed. Looking at the ceiling, he once again combed through his thoughts. As he lay there, his eyes began to fight. Without realizing it, he went back to sleep. In the middle of the night, outside the dormitory door, the sound of keys colliding came again. Joe Bai had already entered dreamland, but the lights in the house, however, were not turned off. Thus, the viewers in the live broadcast room saw Lee Hee carrying a dead chicken, showing a stunned expression, and then appearing at the door of the dormitory. There was a pop sound. Lee Hee extinguished the lights, so in the live broadcast room, only darkness could be seen. The familiar chewing sound came out again. The viewers were creeped out by the sound. Joe Bai woke up in his sleep from the chewing sound. That feeling of being gazed at reappeared. Joe Bai knew it must be Lee Hee returning. So annoyed, he pulled up the quilt and covered his head, then turned around and slept facing the wall. That chewing sound obviously paused for a moment. It took a long time before it resounded again. Then came the sound of the dormitory door opening. The smell of blood followed Lee Hee and drifted out of the dormitory along with him. Joe Bai didn't bother with him and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. The next morning, Joe Bai was woken up by another scream. Lee Hee, with blood hanging from his teeth, was again in front of Joe Bai. Joe Bai couldn't help it, so he inwardly rolled his eyes. He covered his mouth and turned his head. Then he turned back again and rushed at Lee Hee, grinning a big smile. Then, Lee Hee saw a vegetable leaf appear on Joe Bai's teeth. Lee Hee's face immediately turned green. With a swish, he stood up. Then he went into the restroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Joe Bai opened the door of the dormitory and saw that a dead chicken had also appeared at the door of the dormitory diagonally across from him. It seems that he has changed dormitories today, only to see that the dead chicken's surroundings has gathered full of all kinds of people discussing. Only this time, Joe Bai could clearly feel that the fear that enveloped these crowds seemed to be a little more than yesterday. Again, Article 5 of the Administrative Department's Code of Conduct. Please always pay attention to the emotional state of the employees. Stable emotions are conducive to better work. It is strictly forbidden for employees to be in a fearful mood. Joe Bai remembered this rule. Then he looked towards Lee Hee, who was inside the dormitory and was standing in front of the washstand brushing his teeth. He was purposely creating an emotion of fear? The crowd in the building was discussing what happened last night. Joe Bai listened for a while before walking into the dormitory. Lee Hee had just come out after brushing his teeth and was still staring at Joe Bai with an iron face. Deadpan. Joe Bai smiled and revealed his teeth to him. Lee Hee saw that the vegetable leaves on it had been removed before he withdrew his gaze. Joe Bai went into the toilet to wash his face and brush his teeth, then put his things back properly before walking out. Lee Hee was concentrating on making his bed again. Joe Bai took out an orange uniform before walking into the toilet to change into it. He was going to be out in the field today, but before he left the house, he still had to go to the cafeteria to eat and go to the warehouse to collect 5 bottles of white pills. So Joe Bai wore his orange uniform and walked out of the restroom. Inside the room, Lee Hee made his bed while looking at Joe Bai. Joe Bai took out a pair of black socks and slowly put them on his feet. Lee Hee was greatly relieved. Joe Bai felt that he should stop in moderation. So, it learned to make the bed properly as well. 2 minutes later, Joe Bai looked at his neatly made bed and walked out of the dormitory with satisfaction. He went to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, and then walked to the warehouse, ready to receive the 5 bottles of white pills that he would be using today. The drug warehouse was located near the pharmaceutical factory. When Joe Bai walked over, he saw 2 rows of security guards in black uniforms standing at the intersection leading to the warehouse. Joe Bai just walked up to them and was stopped. He hurriedly handed out a cargo claim slip and handed it to the lead security guard. The security guard checked the slip before letting him pass. Joe Bai walked in and looked back at the guards. Judging by this amount, the warehouse should be the place with the tightest security in the entire company. He glanced at it before turning his head and walking quickly towards the warehouse. Because it wasn't the usual time to enter and exit the goods, there was only one old man, sitting at the entrance of the warehouse. Joe Bai walked over, then handed the goods claim form to the grandpa. The man told Joe Bai to wait at the door. Then he opened the warehouse door and walked in. Joe Bai looked through the hidden doorway and looked in. What met his eyes was first a whole row of gray pills. Further inside, there were white pills and black pills. However, when Joe Bai saw the innermost part of the warehouse, instead, he saw a small cabinet with all sorts of colorful pills he hadn't seen before. Worried that he hadn't seen it clearly, Joe Bai stretched his neck and looked inside. That old man came out with 5 bottles of white pills, just in time to see Joe Bai this way. With a snap, he closed the door of the warehouse with a heavy thud. Joe Bai could only smile awkwardly. Then reaching out, he took the 5 bottles of medicine. Thanks, ha. I'll leave first then. After saying that, he hugged the medicine and quickly slipped back to the dormitory. By the time Joe-bai returned to the dormitory building, it was just in time for the others to leave for work. He walked against the crowd and headed towards his dormitory. When he opened the door to his dormitory, he saw Lee squatting beside Joe-bai's bed. He was holding an iron, ironing the creases on it. For a moment, Joe-bai felt as if he shouldn't have appeared at this time. Lee also awkwardly stood up from the floor, putting away the iron, dropping a sentence, "I'm going to work." Then he immediately fled the dormitory. Joe-bai looked at his neatly made bed and suddenly felt a bit amused. He shook his head helplessly, then closed the door to his room. Then, from the closet, he took out a set of his own clothes. Detective's note rule number 7. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Don't let the ordinary citizens of D-City know that you're from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. Joe-bai did feel the public's rejection of the pharmaceutical company when he made phone calls over the past few days. Therefore, he did not dare to be sloppy about this rule at all. After changing his own clothes, he took the pills and walked towards the company's entrance. Joe-bai inquired about the route to Nova Home in advance. Knowing that he only needed to take the bus at the entrance and then transfer to another bus, he would be able to arrive. He calculated the distance, and it would probably take him about an hour. Joe-bai and M.S. Sun had arranged to meet at 10:30 in the morning. It was not yet 9 o'clock, so there was still plenty of time. So, Joe-bai walked to the door without any haste and took the pass to the doorman to check. After reading it, the doorman handed the pass back to Joe-bai and reminded him, "Don't be too late. Be back by 6. Joe-bai nodded, then headed for the bus stop. He took a black plastic bag and put the 5 bottles of medicine in it. Carrying the bag, he stood at the bus stop opposite the company and waited for the bus. It wasn't long before a bus filled with passengers drove over. Joe-bai walked up, because there were no seats, and he only had 2 stops before he had to change buses. So Joe-bai walked all the way to the back door and found a spot to stand. And those people on the bus, from the moment Joe-bai got on the bus, had been using their eyes, sizing up Joe-bai. Joe-bai always felt that not only were they looking at themselves, but they also looked at the bag in their hands from time to time. So, unconsciously, he gripped the bag a little tighter. Luckily, the 2 stops arrived very quickly. Joe-bai stepped off the bus, and then changed to another bus to go up. This time, the people on the bus did not look at him anymore, just treating him as a normal passenger. Joe-bai, according to the route he had found out, walked off the bus when it reached the 100 Flowers Road stop. This station, too, was somewhat far from the center of D-City. There were small, self-built buildings everywhere. Looking around, there were no neighborhoods around that Joe-bai had imagined would appear. He walked forward along the route he had looked up. Then it stopped in front of a small courtyard. According to the address Joe-bai had looked up, Nova Home should be here. Joe-bai looked at the small courtyard in front of him, then dialed M.S. Sun's number. "Hello, I'm a salesman from Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. It's an appointment to come over and make a delivery." When M.S. Sun heard Joe-bai's voice, she quickly said, "Oh, right. We made an appointment to come and make a delivery today. Where are you now?" Joe-bai looked at that yard and then said, "I have a room here. A small courtyard with walls full of moonflowers. May I ask where I have to go next?" On the other end of the phone, a small child's cry was heard. Joe-bai heard the same cry coming from inside the courtyard. He couldn't help but look at the doorway of the courtyard. M.S. Sun comforted the crying child, then said to Joe-bai, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll go out right away." Thus, Joe-bai stood next to the courtyard and waited. The sound of a small child crying just now slowly stopped. Then, there were the sounds of various small children laughing and playing, which also reached Joe-bai's ears. Joe-bai suspiciously walked over to the door. Only to the doorway, there was a sign that was blocked by the leaves of the moonflower. Joe-bai reached out his hand and plucked away the leaves. Joe-bai reached out his hand and plucked away the leaves, and saw that on the top of the sign, the words New Star Home were written in 4 big letters. M.S. Sun opened the door. Joe-bai then saw her hair tied casually behind her head, looking a bit tired as she appeared in front of him. "Hello, you're the one who came to make the delivery, right?" Joe-bai opened the plastic bag he was carrying in his hand, revealing the 5 bottles of pills packed inside the bag. "Right, take a look." M.S. Sun reached out and took them. Then, the sound of crying inside the house sounded again. M.S. Sun immediately revealed an anxious look, lifted the bag, and immediately ran inside. Joe-bai froze. He looked at the unclosed gate, then looked at the goods he had already taken. So he followed suit. Within the courtyard, there were several children who were playing. When they saw a stranger come in, they all stopped what they were doing and then looked at Joe-bai somewhat warily. Joe-bai pointed to M.S. Sun inside the house and hurriedly explained to these children, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I'm looking for you, Ms. Son. Jobai wasn't sure if this place was a kindergarten. If, say, this was a kindergarten, then the inside looked, again, too much like an ordinary home. If this was not a kindergarten, then the children inside were just a bit too many. There were 7 or 8 children playing in the yard alone. Only after hearing Jobai's explanation did those few children relax their guard a little. At this time, a little girl sitting on the swing, with 2 small grips on her head, said to Jobai in a milky voice, "That's not our teacher." Jobai smiled and walked next to her, asking, "Then what is she, your ah?" Then, the 7 or 8 children in the yard all grabbed their answers. "Mom, that's our mommy. That's our favorite mom." When the children mentioned Ms. Son, the atmosphere immediately became very heated. In an uproar, they all grabbed to talk to Jobai. Jobai smiled and looked at their faces. However, on all of their faces, he could not see a single resemblance in their looks. It was only at this time that the crying within the house finally stopped. Ms. Son walked out with a tired face. Then, somewhat dismayed, she saw Jobai standing inside the courtyard. "Is there anything else?" Jobai looked at her helplessly. "Ms. Son, it seems like you haven't paid just now." Ms. Son then remembered and hurriedly kept apologizing to Jobai. Sorry. I just heard the child crying and got a little anxious." "You wait a little longer. I'll go in and get the money." Jobai nodded. "It's fine. There's no rush." After Ms. Son finished speaking, she ran inside the house again. Jobai looked towards her back, and in his heart, guessed what was happening in this place. 20 bottles of pills. So many children in the house. I'm afraid that the pills were bought for these children. Jobai looked at the place where Ms. Son left and fell into deep thought. At this time, the little girl on the swing pulled on Jobai's coat. "Uncle, our mom is still single. If you like her, I can help." When Jobai heard this, 3 black lines immediately popped up on his forehead. First of all, Jobai was not an uncle. Secondly, Jobai was just thinking about the problem. Lastly, little kids should not be messing around. Jobai had just finished, in his heart, spitting out unintelligent children when he saw Ms. Son walk out. She handed Jobai the money. Jobai got it in his hands, counted it, and then put it in his pocket. Then, Ms. Son walked Jobai out the door. Jobai stopped and looked inside the courtyard, and after some thought, he still opened his mouth to ask, "Can I take the liberty of asking? What is this place?" Ms. Son did the same, looking towards the small children who were playing in the courtyard. "It's fine. It's not a secret that can't be told. The children in here were actually all abandoned by their parents. That's why I brought them all back. I thought that although my ability is limited, but, at least letting them have a roof over their heads is still something I can do." After Ms. Son finished speaking, but she sighed deeply. Jobai guessed that this sigh of hers might not only be due to the pressure of having to feed so many children. There was also the possibility that it was because of those 20 bottles of white pills inside such a dense space. If there was one infected child, most likely, it would be difficult for the other children to be spared as well. Jobai looked at her expression, then weighed his words. "Can you describe to me the patient's condition? Although I'm a salesman, I also have professional training. Knowing some of the principles of medication, I might be able to help you." Ms. Son turned back and looked at the street, seeing that the street was empty, before she whispered, "The experts in D-City said that this disease is a mental illness. When these little kids had the attack, they had almost the same symptoms as the experts described. Irritable, aggressive, and sometimes talking nonsense. So, I followed the expert's recommendation and purchased your company's pills. The tablets were really effective. The children soon returned to normal." She finished, and glanced cautiously down the street. "I'm sorry, because everyone is very discriminatory against people who have had this disease. So, I have to be careful. I don't want the children's lives in the future to be affected." Jobai nodded in understanding. At this time, he also began to understand a little bit why every time he called, he was hung up on just after saying the company's name. Jobai guessed that those people should only be slightly contaminated. After taking the white pill, there was no recurrence, and they were afraid of being known that they had gotten sick. That was why they didn't want to have any more contact with the pharmaceutical company anymore. However, if this theory held true, then the child inside might be contaminated more than imagined. A little more seriously again, Jobai looked seriously at Ms. Son. "The patients relapse this time, and the previous symptoms, are they still the same?" Ms. Son recalled carefully before saying, "The same as before." Jobai was relieved. "That's good. If there are any differences, remember to always contact us in time." Ms. Son nodded. Thanks. I will. Joe Bai said goodbye to her and then headed back. The company didn't specify a time to go back. According to the doorman, it was probably only necessary to go back by 6 o'clock. So, Joe Bai walked down the street unhurriedly. Along the way, Joe Bai carefully surveyed the city. The pedestrians on the road came and went. All of them were people who were trying to live their lives. If he hadn't purposely remembered it, he might have thought that this was a normal world. However, Joe Bai was profoundly aware that underneath the seemingly calm waters, there was actually a surging crisis hidden. Joe Bai wandered around the streets for a while, looking at the time on top of his cell phone. Then he stood at the bus stop, ready to depart back to the company. When noon was close to 12 o'clock, Joe Bai returned to the company. It was just in time for lunch. He went back to the dormitory, changed back into his orange uniform, and then walked to the cafeteria. The sales group 4, at this time, also happened to walk in. Team leader Chen walked at the front of the line. Joe Bai bent and bowed to him, then went to get the cutlery. Little Wang looked like he wasn't in a good mood. With a dark and sullen face, he didn't greet Joe Bai warmly like before. Instead, he picked up the dinner plates and, to himself, walked off into the distance. Joe Bai felt a little strange, so he paid more attention to Little Wang's behavior. He saw that Xiao Wang was holding an empty plate in his hand, and then he went to the window with the green sign. Joe Bai immediately raised his guard, his eyes unblinking, staring at his next action. The window labeled with a green sign. There was a cafeteria employee, who was handing out cutlery to the people inside. Xiao Wang walked up to the window, pretended to be careless, and bumped into the cafeteria employee. The other party was startled and turned to look at Xiao Wang in confusion. Xiao Wang was very sincere and kept apologizing to him in a hurry. However, Joe Bai saw that Xiao Wang's hand, hidden behind his back, had very quickly smoothed away a pair of chopsticks. Joe Bai was instantly shocked. The third rule of the detective's note. The tableware in the cafeteria sterilizer can only be used by employees wearing green uniforms. Don't take the wrong one. However, Xiao Wang secretly went to take the cutlery there. What does he want? Joe Bai felt that it must be nothing good. After Little Wang sneakily shunned the cutlery, he found the shortest line and went over to line up. Joe Bai took one look and went to the line next to his. Little Wang was in front of Joe Bai in line, holding his chopsticks tightly in his hands. He kept his head down and did not realize that Joe Bai was following him. Joe Bai looked at the chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hands. He only saw that the chopsticks were almost the same as the chopsticks normally used in the cafeteria. If Joe Bai hadn't just witnessed the whole process, he probably wouldn't have known that there was something wrong with the chopsticks in his hands. Xiao Wang took the meal before Joe Bai. Joe Bai followed closely behind, took the meal, quickened his pace, and followed suit. At this time, team leader Chen was also carrying a plate with food on it and walked over towards them. Joe Bai saw Xiao Wang looking towards team leader Chen. He instantly knew that the situation was not good. It turned out that his target was team leader Chen. In his mind, Joe Bai was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. To save, or not to save, how should it be saved? Only to see Little Wang heading in the direction where team leader Chen was, he then walked over. Joe Bai hurriedly took 2 pairs of chopsticks out of the cabinet next to him. Then he quickened his pace and walked over to Little Wang. Team leader Chen, I took the cutlery for you. Joe Bai and Xiao Wang, at the same time, uttered these words to team leader Chen. Group leader Chen used to pick up the cutlery after picking up the food. Sometimes, there would also be group members, who were courteous enough to help him bring the cutlery over. Therefore, this behavior of Joe Bai and Xiao Wang was quite reasonable. Other people would even think that the two of them were competing for favor. When Little Wang saw that Joe Bai had also taken the cutlery, he immediately turned his head and glared at Joe Bai. Joe Bai ignored him. Instead, he showed team leader Chen the 2 pairs of chopsticks in his hands. Little Wang only took 1 pair, so team leader Chen might as well use mine. Team leader Chen looked at Xiao Wang's hands, the only pair of chopsticks. Then he took the chopsticks that Joe Bai held out to him. The expression on Xiao Wang's face immediately darkened. He sat down opposite Joe Bai. The chopsticks in his hand hung in mid-air, hesitant to fall towards the food on the plate. Joe Bai looked towards the chopsticks in Xiao Wang's hands. It was only when he got closer that he could see them clearly. In fact, this pair of chopsticks, and the ones he used, were still able to see the difference. The pattern on one of the sides alone was completely different from the ones he used. At the exit of the cafeteria, the place used to multiply the used utensils, stood a security guard dressed in black. Joe Bai could imagine that if Xiao Wang went over with this pair of chopsticks, most likely, he would be arrested by the security guard. Joe Bai thought to himself that the detective's note, reminding not to reach for the cutlery in the sterilized dishwasher, should be the reason for this. Xiao Wang also looked at the security guard at the door. Then, he clipped a green vegetable and put it in his mouth. His eyes rolled as if he was thinking of a countermeasure. Jobai thought that since he was able to pass along these chopsticks, he probably also had a way that he could muddle through the security guard at the door. Thinking of this, Jobai stopped looking at him and instead lowered his head to concentrate on eating. There were no people chatting beside him, only various chewing sounds, which reached Jobai's ears. Suddenly, Jobai however heard that there was a discordant sound that mixed in. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The cold hairs on Jobai's entire body instantly stood up. The sound was right above Jobai's head. The meat that Jobai was holding stopped in mid-air, then violently raised his head, only to see Xiao Wang's reddened eyes gazing dully at Jobai. The side of his mouth was not open, but in his throat, there was this strange sound that kept coming out. Jobai jerked back, letting his body as far away from him as possible. The girl sitting next door to Xiao Wang also similarly noticed Xiao Wang's abnormality. At once, they screamed in terror. As a result, the security guards scattered around the cafeteria immediately rushed over towards the girls. The girls screamed and pointed at these security guards, constantly pointing at little Wang. Then the security guards, too, noticed little Wang's abnormality. A few security guards came forward and immediately pressed little Wang onto the table. Xiao Wang kept struggling, but was quickly escorted out of the cafeteria by two security guards. The employees who were eating in the cafeteria all looked towards them, and then all of them whispered and discussed. Then, a security guard came in with a megaphone and said to everyone present, "Everyone, don't be alarmed. This employee is just having a physical problem. We will send him to the hospital immediately. Everyone continue eating, and any further discussion of this matter is strictly forbidden." After the security guard finished speaking, the people in the cafeteria who were originally discussing it quieted down. Jobai looked in the direction where Xiao Wan was pressed away, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. Pollution. Being worn by an employee wearing a green uniform, the utensils used would also cause contamination. Originally, this was the third rule of the detective's note, the real principle behind it. Perhaps Xiao Wang didn't even know about this even when he was doing this. Team leader Chen walked over and gently patted Jobai's shoulder. With his head lowered, he placed the used cutlery at the door before walking out of the cafeteria without a word. Jobai followed the team and walked back in the same low mood. Inside the office of Sales Team 4, a volunteer application form was placed on each person's desk. Jobai looked ahead of himself. On Xiao Wang's desktop was the application form, which had been crumpled into a paper ball by him. Jobai looked at that paper ball and secretly sighed. But only if someone is willing to submit the application form for me. The words that Xiao Wang had said to Jobai yesterday seemed to still echo in Jobai's ears. It turned out that this was the reason why this incident had happened. Jobai sat down on the chair and looked at the volunteer application form in front of him, then fell into deep thought. The way Xiao Wang had just been escorted away surfaced in front of Jobai's eyes again. He took a deep breath and readjusted his mind. Then he put his attention to thinking about the clearance task. This time, the copy was to find Zhao Ko and free her before being able to pass the level. However, with Jobai's current level, there were many parts of the company that he simply couldn't touch. If he continued to stay at level 5, he might never be able to find her. Jobai couldn't help but frown as he thought about this. However, the higher the rank, the closer the danger would be. After what had just happened, Jobai was basically certain that the person wearing the green uniform had been contaminated. Employees who wore green uniforms were almost never seen, whereas people wearing white uniforms could be seen everywhere. Jobai guessed that the people in white uniforms were like being marked, and if a hunter's gun was picked up, the first one would be aimed at them. Jobai picked up the application form on the table. If you filled out this form, it meant that you were willing to dedicate everything to the company. It also meant that you would be in danger anytime the company needed you. Jobai looked at the application form in his hands and was unable to make a decision for a moment. Should I fill out this application form or not? Jobai hesitated. And then, another question came to mind. Little Wang had submitted application forms before, but said that someone was unwilling to do it for him. He had turned his spearhead against team leader Chen today. Obviously, that person who was unwilling to help him submit his application form was team leader Chen. Jobai guessed that team leader Chen knew some inside information about the company, which was why he was unwilling to help Xiao Wang submit his application form. If Jobai really decided to submit the application form as well, then it was also possible that he would be obstructed by team leader Chen, the chosen ones from the other countries on the blue planet. At this time, we're also facing the same dilemma as Jobai. Fortunately, this dilemma was not in a hurry to give an answer now. The employees of the company had 2 days to think about it. It was only after 2 days that they needed to make a decision. Jobai stared at the top of the application form for a while, then plopped down on the table and went into his lunch break. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, team leader Chen appeared at the door of the office on time. Jobai sat up from his desk, then stretched, When he saw Team Leader Chen pass by him, Joe Bai handed over the payment he had received for the goods in the morning. To him, Team Leader Chen nodded, then took the money and put it away. Joe Bai opened the form on his desktop and slowly dialed the phone number on it. After Joe Bai made 2 calls, Team Leader Chen walked over. He took the jar of gray pills on Xiao Wang's desk and placed it in front of Joe Bai. Joe Bai saw the jar of gray pills and then looked at him suspiciously. Team Leader Chen then copied another form and placed it on Joe Bai's computer desktop, then said to him, "Little Wang may need to be hospitalized, so his work will be temporarily transferred to you." Joe Bai was surprised to hear Team Leader Chen say this, and slightly opened his mouth. This was forced to increase his workload? Team Leader Chen ignored Joe Bai's surprise and continued to explain his work to him. There isn't much difference in the work content. However, this customer list of Xiao Wang's will be more important. So, you must spend more time and read their information very carefully before you call. Joe Bai opened the form and saw that inside each client had only 1 line of profile information. All of the words added up to no more than 100. So how long did it take to read those 100 words? Team Leader Chen looked at Joe Bai, leaving a look that said, "You can experience it yourself," and then walked away. Joe Bai could only take out his notebook, scribble on it, and write out a bunch of analyses with great care. Only then did he dial the first customer's number. "Hello, is this Mr. Wu? This is Good Effective Pharmaceutical Company. You have previously purchased our company's products, and I would like to inquire about how your experience was." On the other end of the phone, a somewhat agitated voice came out. "Right, I bought it for my mom. It works very well and I need it very much. Please place an order for me. I need to buy 2 more bottles." Joe Bai was used to being rejected, and suddenly hearing such a quick order, he was still a bit uncomfortable. "Okay, then is it still delivered to the same address you originally had?" The other party replied anxiously. Yes, 105 Changshan Road. "Aha, okay," Joe Bai said as he took the information that the other party had ordered and registered it. "Our delivery man will deliver it to you tomorrow. Payment on delivery." Good. Okay, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow. Be sure to deliver the goods tomorrow," Joe Bai promised the other party before he was able to hang up the phone. He took out his book again and pretended to record the contents of the call on it. Then, Joe Bai made 2 more calls. Every person who answered the phone looked very eager, and all of them were very quick to place orders. Joe Bai tried his best to drag out the time, but in less than 20 minutes, he had already sold 7 bottles of gray pills. No wonder Team Leader Chen reminded Joe Bai that he must spend more time reading the information. If the calls were made uninterruptedly, then, at this success rate, I'm afraid that in one afternoon, Joe Bai's performance would directly explode. Fortunately, Team Leader Chen, at this time, stood up to the front of the office and began to organize a cheer for all the team members. After Joe Bai followed Team Leader Chen's pep talk, he adjusted his strategy. Take those customers who bought white pills and intermingle them, mixing up the dialing. Thus, Joe Bai only barely managed to pull down the success rate of his calls. Team Leader Chen made his rounds and walked behind Joe Bai. Seeing that he was mixing different clients to dial, he froze and gave a rare smile. Soon, however, he collected his expression. Then with his hands behind his back, he continued to patrol the work of the other group members. With great difficulty, Joe Bai managed to make it to 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, he could end his day's work. He followed the team of Sales Group 4 and walked towards the elevator together. Within the team, without Xiao Wang to mobilize the atmosphere, it seemed a lot duller. Team Leader Chen probably also felt the difference in the atmosphere. Pulling a long face, he walked in front of the team, and then quickly walked to the front of the elevator. At this time, the numbers on the elevator showed that it had stopped at the 13th floor. When Team Leader Chen saw this number, he instantly froze a little. Joe Bai also recalled that Xiao Wang had told him that the 13th floor was the office floor for level 2 employees. Usually, high-level employees would use another elevator. There is almost no chance of bumping into high-level employees. However, today's elevator, why would it come down from the 13th floor? Chapter 101, The Smell of Sterilizing Solution in the Elevator. Joe Bai looked at the button on the elevator in front of him, only to see that the downward button, which had already lit up a long time ago. In other words, the elevator would stop and open its doors when it passed their floor. Once Joe Bai realized this, his entire body tensed up. This was the first time since Joe Bai had entered this copy that he had to face employees wearing green uniforms. Team Leader Chen stood at the front of the crowd. Even if one could only see his back, one could feel how tense he was at this moment. At the diagonal above them, the numbers on the elevator display were slowly jumping. 9th floor, 8th floor, 7th floor. Just when the elevator was about to reach their floor, Team Leader Chen clenched his hands and suddenly shouted, "Head down!" As a result, All those who were waiting for the elevator then all lowered their heads. Employee work code number 3. When you see rank 2 and rank 1 employees, you should lower your head and look at your toes. This is to show your utmost respect for them. So, Jobai followed the other employees and lowered his head together. The elevator doors opened in front of them. Jobai could smell a faint smell of disinfectant water that wafted out from inside the elevator. No sound came from inside the elevator. The people outside the elevator also didn't dare to look inside the elevator. The viewers in the live broadcast room, at this time, could only see the same viewpoint as Jobai. Not a single person knew that inside the elevator. What exactly was the situation now? Everyone stood still, and no one moved their feet to walk into the elevator. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed again that the crowd outside the elevator visibly relaxed. Scared the hell out of me. The one in the elevator just now might, perhaps, be a big leader of rank 2. I wouldn't dare to take the same elevator as a big leader. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't discuss senior level employees indiscriminately. The co-workers next to Jobai discussed it in whispers. Team leader Chen did not say a word. Jobai also stood there quietly, waiting for the next elevator to arrive. Not long after, the elevator doors in front of them reopened. This time, they did not lower their heads again. They then saw that the inside of the elevator was empty. Team leader Chen led everyone into the elevator. Jobai stood in the elevator and smelled the smell of the disinfectant solution, which became clearer. He frowned. It was because when he had taken the elevator before, he had never smelled this kind of smell before. He followed the group to the cafeteria and simply ate his dinner. Then after following everyone, they returned to the dormitory area together. After parting with everyone, by himself, he walked back to the dormitory. He still had not returned. In accordance with his usual practice, Jobai first walked to the balcony and looked in the direction of the pharmaceutical plant. The pharmaceutical plant is still shrouded in a layer of fog. Jobai put his hand on the parapet of the balcony, and his fingertips unconsciously gently tapped on the parapet. In his mind, he began to organize his thoughts on the past again. Yesterday morning, on his way from the office building to the pharmaceutical factory, Jobai encountered several employees wearing white uniforms. Although Jobai hadn't seen them walk into the pharmaceutical factory with his own eyes, that road, if he turned around again, would only lead to the pharmaceutical factory. Other than that, there were no other company buildings, so Jobai reasonably presumed that they were heading to the pharmaceutical factory yesterday. In other words, by becoming a level 3 employee, there was a chance that they would be able to travel to the pharmaceutical factory. However, Jobai's mission was to find Zhao Ku, not to travel to the pharmaceutical factory. The pharmaceutical factory could only be considered one of the suspicious places. Jobai thought of this, but his brows could not help but wrinkle deeper. Although the pharmaceutical factory was not a place that he had to go to, if Jobai wanted to go to the pharmaceutical factory, filling out that volunteer form was by far the most direct way. However, the time left for him to consider whether or not to fill out the application form was only 2 days. If he missed this opportunity to apply, if he wanted to apply again, he would have to wait until next month. And if it was delayed until next month, the possibility of Zhao Ke surviving would become even more remote. Therefore, Jobai had to confirm whether Zhao Ke was at the pharmaceutical factory within 2 days before he could do so. At this time, Jobai also realized the urgency of time. He guessed that Zhao Ke's whereabouts would probably have to start with the administration department. As soon as Jobai thought of this, he began to have a bit of a headache. It was because the file room of this administrative department was not that easy a place to get into. There was a dilemma in front of Jobai. With his hand, he rubbed his temples. For a moment, he couldn't think of a way to deal with it, so he could only stop his train of thought first, and turned around to walk into the restroom to take a shower. When taking a shower, the shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush, and razor on the washstand were, again, habitually, thrown about by Jobai. After he finished his shower, he originally wanted to walk out of the restroom directly, but in his mind, Li's frantic expression surfaced. Jobai couldn't help but stopped in his tracks. Sighing, he finally decided that it was better to be human. So, he patiently placed the things on the washstand, one by one, back into their original position. Before walking out, the clothes he changed out of after taking a shower were thrown inside the washing machine by Jobai. When the clothes were finished, they were hung out to dry on the balcony. After doing all these things, Jobai then laid down on the bed as soon as he could. Then he turned off the lights early, and then quickly entered dreamland. In the middle of the night, the sound of keys outside the door came in again. The dormitory door was gently opened. Then, a smell of blood came in. The audience saw, in the darkness, a figure walking around the dormitory. The footsteps were light. Even the chewing sounds that ensued were much more whispered than the previous days. Jobai was still asleep and hadn't been woken up. Even the gazes that would have fallen on his face before did not appear tonight. He had a good night's sleep. The next morning, however, he was woken up the same way. To a scream, he jerked his eyes open. Lee's face did not appear in front of Jobai's eyes. Jobai looked around. Then he saw Lee, standing inside the toilet, brushing his teeth. He sensed Jobai looking at him and paused in his movements for a moment before pretending that nothing was wrong and continuing to brush his teeth. Jobai secretly felt amused. He didn't scare him anymore today. Could it be that yesterday morning, that piece of vegetable leaf worked? Jobai didn't think more about this question, but lifted the covers, then walked towards the door. The dormitory that suffered today has changed to another one. Only, this time, the victim of the dormitory. The door was written in blood, a large death word. Even Jobai, a bystander, felt a little creeped out by such a scene, not to mention the people living in that dormitory, only to see that at the entrance of that dormitory, there was a man sitting on the ground paralyzed with fear. With one hand, he tremblingly pointed at the words on the door, and in his mouth, he kept muttering, "No way, I have to get out of here. Someone is trying to kill me. Someone wants me dead. Resign, resign. I'm going to resign right now." Lee stood inside the toilet and couldn't help but reveal a smile when he heard the voice coming from outside the door. Chapter 102, The Green Uniform in the Closet. Jobai stood on the aisle of the dormitory building and saw the man who was sitting paralyzed on the ground stumble and climb up. Then he ran out the door of the dormitory building while talking nonsense. The others in the building, too, all gathered together. Their faces were equally filled with fear and dread. Between the conversations, it could be seen that they were all beginning to worry about their safety as well. Jobai remembered the administrative department's code of conduct. Please always pay attention to the emotional state of the employees. Stable emotions are conducive to better work. It is strictly forbidden for employees to be in a fearful mood. In other words, when such a situation arose, someone would definitely step in to stop it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Jobai saw that there were security guards in black uniforms, rushing in. The person who had just run out came back after them. Jobai then saw them dispersing the crowd and carrying away the dead chicken that was placed in front of the dormitory. One of the security guards took out a megaphone and came out, shouting to the people inside the building, "Everyone be quiet. From now on, be quiet before discussing this issue." Seeing that a security guard had appeared, Jobai walked back to the dormitory and backhandedly locked the dormitory door. The smile on Lee's face had disappeared. He finished brushing his teeth and came out of the restroom, then sat on his bed. The security guard's appearance should have hindered his plans. That was why he looked like he was in a very bad mood right now. In his heart, Jobai shook his head and sighed at him. Secretly, he was still too young. Then after glancing at him, he walked to the balcony. Jobai looked down towards the dormitory building, only to see that outside the dormitory building, there were many more security guards than before. They surrounded the entire dormitory building and were patrolling back and forth. Looking at this situation, it should be that this dormitory building had been given heightened security measures. Jobai shook his head again. It seemed that tomorrow morning, Jobai probably wouldn't be woken up by screams anymore. He stood on the balcony, looking at it for a while before turning around, wanting to go back inside his room. However, when Jobai turned his head, he saw that he was opening his closet, and in the innermost part of the closet, there was actually a green uniform hanging. Jobai was jolted inwardly. All sorts of thoughts and speculations immediately swarmed over him. For a moment, he actually felt as if his head had been blown to mush, unable to find a single thread that could connect all of this information. Jobai panicked and averted his eyes, worried that he was about to turn his head. He hurriedly picked up the clothes fork on the side and pretended to be putting away his clothes. Waiting out of the corner of his eye, he confirmed that he had already closed the closet door. Only then did he take the collected clothes and walked into the room. By this time, he had already taken out an orange uniform in his hands. Jobai carefully glanced at him, but still couldn't see a single sign of mutation on his body. Jobai also changed into the orange uniform, and after finishing making his bed, he walked out of the dormitory. Outside the door of the dormitory, there were now many more security guards. For every person who went out, they would use their gaze on them to scan up and down. Jobai walked to the cafeteria, but in his mind, the green uniform in Lee's locker still came to mind. Why did he have a green uniform? Stolen? However, with such a tight security situation in this company, it should be difficult to do so. Then, was it because he knew a high-level employee and then the other party gave it to him? This possibility is also not high, because the employees of this company, once they were promoted to rank 2 or above, they were almost cut off from the other employees. Jobai kept ruling out various possibilities in his own mind. In the end, Bai realized that there was only one biggest possibility left. That was, it was possible that Lee He was a high-level employee. Or, Lee He used to be a high-level employee, but because of some special reason, he was demoted to a lower level. Bai combined this with the time he spent with him and reinforced his guess. First of all, he was able to skillfully avoid the security guards' inspections every night. It showed that he knew enough about this company, knowing the ways to avoid it. Then, the things he did every night would only scare people but not cause harm to others. Most likely, it was because he knew the inner workings of the company, so he wanted to create fear to scare off the others. Bai thought about this before finally clearing his mind. He walked to the cafeteria and ate breakfast before arriving punctually inside the sales team 4's office. Bai remembered that every other day, he needed to go deliver pills to Ms. Sun. Thus, he was the first to dial her when he got to work. Hello Ms. Sun, this is Good Effective Pharmaceuticals. May I ask the patient's condition today? Is it still stable? Ms. Sun picked up Bai's phone, but the voice that spoke felt a bit breathless. The children who have taken the medicine are much better, but it may be that I didn't take good care of them. Recently, there are a lot more children who are sick. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I was a bit long-winded. The other kids have other illnesses that have nothing to do with you. I will take them to the doctor later. Bai comforted Ms. Sun with a few words and made an appointment to go over tomorrow afternoon before hanging up, since the passes for field trips had to be returned every time they were used. Therefore, Bai had to fill out the field trip application again. Bai walked to the side of team leader Chen and spoke to him. After getting the approval, he walked to the administration department. Inside the office of the administration department, Chi Fei buried her head in the keyboard. When Bai walked up to her, she looked up at him before looking back at the computer screen. Why are you here again? It's bad for you to be out in the field all the time like this. Bai smiled at her. That customer last time bought 5 bottles of white pills from me. It's still out in the field to get the performance up. When Chi Fei heard Bai say this, she could only helplessly hand Bai an application form. Bai took the application form, but did not leave. After thinking about it, he continued to ask, Sister Chi, can I ask you a question? Chi Fei glanced at Bai. Ask, you say, is it the executive director's position that's higher? Or is it the rank 2 employee's position that's higher? Chi Fei's eyes widened at once. Nonsense. The administrative director is only rank 3. Bai made an expression of sudden realization after hearing this. Oh, then when an employee of rank 2 makes a request to the administrative director, does he have to agree to it? Chi Fei nodded, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. If it's not a request that violates the company's rules, the administrative director generally has to agree. Hearing this, Bai nodded thoughtfully. He just didn't know. Asking the administrative director to open the file room for him. This kind of request, was it considered a violation of company regulations? Chapter 103, Lee He's Experience. Bai followed the process and filled out the application form. Then he smoothly received his pass for tomorrow. Then, he returned to the office of Sales Team 4. Sitting on his seat, his mind, on the other hand, was still calculating how much time he had left. The deadline for submitting the application form was tomorrow at 6 p.m. In other words, Bai needed to decide whether or not he wanted to submit the application form within this time in order to do so. He knew that there was still a certain amount of risk involved in the plan to enter the archive room. However, within such a short period of time, he really couldn't think of any other more thorough methods, so he could only take a risk. In his mind, Bai went through some weighing before making his choice. Only after making a decision in his mind did he begin his work. The work in the morning and afternoon did not show any waves. Bai was very smooth and made it to 6 in the afternoon. At dinner time, Bai followed the team and came to the cafeteria to eat together. The auntie who was playing dinner at the window enthusiastically filled Bai's plate with 3 large chicken thighs. Bai finished his dinner and then walked back to the dormitory. When he opened the door of the dormitory, it was rare to see Lee He, at this time of the day, appear inside the dormitory. He was only seen sitting on the bed with a depressed face. Seeing Bai come in, he slightly nodded, even if it was a greeting. When Bai saw this, he couldn't help but want to laugh out loud a little. He guessed that it was those additional security guards outside the dormitory building that had affected Lee He's play. So much so that at this time, he could only sit inside the dormitory. Bai struggled to hold in his laughter. Then he walked inside and placed the things he was carrying in his hand, next to his bed. Bai then came to the balcony. First, he looked at the security guards downstairs before looking up at the pharmaceutical factory in the distance. He propped his hand on the fence, and where he was looking, a whole section of bungalows was still shrouded in a layer of mist. He stared there for a while, then turned his head and called out to Lee He who was in the house. Lee He, the scenery outside is nice. Do you want to come over and take a look? Lee He was still immersed in his depressed mood. Sullenly, he returned, not looking. Jobai smiled and walked to the balcony door, continuing to persuade. Didn't lie to you, don't believe me, come take a look. Lee He glanced at him, and seeing that he couldn't refuse, he could only stand up in exasperation, then reluctantly walked out. While walking, he also said in a bad mood, every day is the same scenery, what's there to see? Jobai ignored his complaints and pointed to where the pharmaceutical factory was. Look, where is that? Lee He immediately sank his face when he saw the direction Jobai was pointing. What do you want to know from me? No need to waste your efforts. I don't know what's in that building either. Lee He finished speaking, but he saw a smile slowly appear on Jobai's face. Is that building? There was a loud bang. Jobai's fist then landed straight onto Lee He's face. Lee He's entire body was blinded, covering the place where he was hit with his hand. He looked at Jobai with disbelief. The viewers in front of the television were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. None of them knew why Jobai was doing this. Only the live broadcast screen was visible. Jobai's fists were not about to stop. Instead, just as one punch landed, another rose. With each punch, it landed heavily on Lee He's body. Lee He was beaten to the point where he had no ability to fight. At first, he tried to fight back, but the strength of Jobai's arm was simply too astonishing. Later, he could only keep using his hands to block Jobai's attacks. Before long, Lee He was beaten by Jobai until his entire body was covered in bruises. Only then did Jobai stop. Lee He was both aggrieved and angry, covering the wounds on his face. He looked fiercely at Jobai. Are you out of your mind? Where did I offend you? Jobai heard Lee He's questioning and raised his hand up. Frightened, Lee He hastily covered his face again. Want to know the reason? You'll know if you look there again. Although Lee He reflexively dodged, he still didn't give up, angrily staring at Jobai. He gave Jobai a hard look before turning his gaze in the direction Jobai was pointing. But after only one look, Lee He froze in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, looking again, but in the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. It was clear that the building was no longer there. What's going on? Why is this happening? When Jobai saw his reaction, he knew that he was halfway to his green uniform. Because you've been contaminated. Pain can help you suppress the contamination. Lee He looked at Jobai in shock. Pollution? What is contamination? This time, it was Jobai who was the one to show a surprised expression. You don't know? Lee He honestly shook his head. Then why do you go out every night to scare people? Lee He looked at Jobai. How do you know? Jobai looked at him like a fool. Isn't it obvious? Lee He couldn't help but walk back to his room in a deflated manner before sitting on his bed. Frankly, he explained to Jobai what he knew. I wanted to get everyone else to leave this company, but I really couldn't think of any other way. It's just that I can only go and scare them every day. Jobai followed him into the room, then across from him, sat down. Why do you want everyone else to leave this company? Lee He fell into a recollection. Then on his face, a look of fear gradually appeared. Because this company wants us dead. Jobai hurriedly continued to ask, what did you see? Lee He's eyes were filled with fear. It was as if what he had experienced before had resurfaced in his eyes. They brought me to a place. Inside there were small cages one by one. I was locked in the cage, and then a man came over, took a syringe, and tried to inject me. Jobai continued to ask, what happened afterward? How did you escape? Lee He's eyes, unfocused, looked into the distance. Because I happened to be sick at that time. That person with the syringe. Every time he said I wasn't fit for injections. My whole body was sick and confused. Then it seemed like the cage wasn't enough. When I woke up one day, I realized that I had been sent back to the dormitory. Jobai couldn't help but sigh at Lee He's luck after hearing what he said. But there were more people that weren't as lucky as him. Jobai stopped asking questions. Lee He also stopped talking. He covered the wound on his face and showed his teeth from time to time in pain. In the dormitory, it suddenly became very quiet. It wasn't long before this quiet atmosphere was broken by a gurgling sound. Lee He covered his stomach and turned his head away in embarrassment. Jobai took out the bag he had just brought back from the side of his bed, and said to Lee He. Then he said to Lee He, nah, it's for you. Next, Lee He, with his hands in a frenzy, took the bag that Jobai threw over. What is it? He opened it suspiciously. Unexpectedly in the bag, there were actually 2 fragrant chicken legs. Chapter 104, entering the file room. Lee He saw the chicken legs in the bag. Slightly surprised, he looked at Jobai. The bag of chicken legs was grasped in his hands, but he was hesitant and did not make the next move. Jobai looked at him in this awkward manner, so he turned his head and stopped looking at him. Instead, he got up, took out his pajamas, and then walked into the toilet to take a shower. Jobai was in the toilet and purposely slowed down his bathing speed. Only when it was really unwashable did he put on his pajamas and walked out from inside the toilet. When Jobai came out, he saw Lee still sitting in his original position. There was no bag of chicken legs in his hand. However, there were 2 chicken bones that appeared in the trash can. Jobai stifled his laughter. Then again, he sat across from Lee. This time, he went straight to the point. I want to borrow your green uniform. Lee was startled by Jobai's words and immediately widened his eyes. What do you want to borrow it for? Jobai did not intend to hide it either. I have a friend who works in this company but hasn't contacted her family for a long time. I actually came in specifically to look for her. When Lee heard Jobai say this, the expression on his face instantly became serious. Entering the place I'm talking about, one needs to be selected. You won't be able to enter even if you wear a green uniform. Jobai nodded. I know. I want to enter the other place. That's also dangerous. Jobai still nodded firmly. I know. Lee looked at Jobai for a long time before sighing. Getting up from the closet, he took out the green uniform. Lend it to you, but when you return it, remember to wash it for me. He handed the clothes to Jobai before sitting back on his bed. Okay. After Jobai promised him, he put away his green uniform and put it in his own closet. In the next few hours, Lee didn't stay idle either. Rather, undeterred, he walked to the balcony from time to time and looked downstairs. But every time he saw the security guards patrolling back and forth downstairs, he could only walk back to his room again. At night, Jobai laid down early to sleep, but Lee cannot sleep, can only be in the room, constantly pacing back and forth. Jobai lay down on the bed, turned around in annoyance, and glared at him. Only then did Lee stop pacing. Going over, he turned off the lights, and then lay down on his own bed as well. The next day, Jobai finally didn't have to be woken up by screams. He slept until 8 in the morning, then sat up from his bed to the sound of the alarm clock. Lee had left the house early in the morning. His bed had long been neatly made. Jobai went inside the toilet to wash his face and brush his teeth, and changed into his orange uniform. Then he put away the green uniform and put it inside a bag. Then, he carried that bag and went to the cafeteria to eat. Jobai and Ms. Son made an appointment to go over for a delivery this afternoon. However, what Jobai had applied for was a full day of field work. Therefore, he had ample time to implement his plan. Jobai finished his breakfast and then went to the warehouse to collect the medicine. When filling out the application form yesterday, Jobai remembered what Ms. Son said on the phone. In his heart, he always felt that there was something wrong. So, he added another bottle of grey pills to the application form. Jobai just felt that it was better to be prepared. And in his heart, he still hoped that this bottle of medicine could be not used. Only after he had done all these things, did he carry the things in his hands, take the elevator, and arrive at the 3rd floor where the administration department was located. It was already past 9 in the morning, and the majority of people were working in their respective offices. Therefore, in the aisles of the 3rd floor, there were very few people walking around. Jobai walked down the aisle, and when no one saw him, he turned around and walked into the restroom, quickly taking off his orange uniform and replacing it with the green one in the bag. He then walked out. After all, he was trying to assume someone else's identity, so Jobai inevitably felt a bit vain. But the more vain he was, the more accidents would occur, only to see that as soon as Jobai stepped out of the doorway of the toilet, he ran head-on into an employee wearing an orange uniform. At once, Jobai clenched the bag in his hand in a vain manner. The viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were startled. Everyone stared at the employee's reaction. At this time, Jobai was nervous. The audience was nervous. But this unlucky employee was actually the most nervous. Or, one could not use nervous to describe his current situation. Rather, one should say, shocked. At this moment, he had quickly lowered his head. Words didn't even dare to be said, only daring to stare at his toes. So much so that he did not see Jobai's looks at all. Thus, Jobai went all the way, strutting, towards the executive director's office. Along the way, all those who saw Jobai only dared to lower their heads and look at their own toes. Jobai arrived at the door of the executive director's office so smoothly. He stood at the door and saw that the office door was not closed tightly. It was half covered, leaving a gap. Jobai raised his hand and, subconsciously, was about to knock on the door. But after thinking about it, he felt that it didn't quite fit the persona. So, he turned his hand back and pushed the door open. Boom sound. The executive director, who was sitting inside the office, was so scared that he almost bounced out of his chair. An angry expression appeared on his face. He was about to raise his head to start disliking someone. However, when he looked up and saw the green uniform on Jobai, he hurriedly lowered his head again. Jobai looked inside the office. Then he saw that at the innermost part of the room, there was actually a door. Joe-bai secretly guessed that it looked like there. It should be the archive room. Joe-bai identified his target. Then without slowing down, he walked over towards the location of the executive director. With every step Joe-bai took, the administrative director trembled slightly out of fear. Open the door to the archive room. I need to check some information. The administrative director felt Joe-bai's proximity and hastily bowed, not daring to open his mouth to speak. He could only quickly pick up the key and then open the door behind himself. Joe-bai did not expect that things would go so smoothly. However, he still didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that the door was opened, he quickly walked in. The administrative director, on the other hand, stood outside and did not dare to go in together. Joe-bai walked into the file room, only to see that in front of him, a dozen cabinets appeared at this time. On top of the cabinets, they were filled with file bags. Joe-bai slightly estimated that the file bags in front of him, at least there were thousands of them. Joe-bai could not help but have some headaches. These bags of documents alone to find up, I'm afraid also need to spend some effort. But time is limited. Joe-bai is using a fake identity after all, so he probably won't last long. In case the executive director came back to his senses, his life might still be in danger. Thinking of this, Joe-bai could only speed up, harden his head, and bury his head in the dirt to rummage through those document bags. Chapter 105, The Attitude of the People. It was a good thing that this file room was planned in a fairly organized manner. On the outside of each file bag, it was labeled with the employee's name and department. The files of each employee were placed together according to department. Therefore, Joe-bai didn't have to put in much effort to find the place where the files of the employees of the administration department were placed. Joe-bai looked at the entire row of files in front of him and took a deep breath before he started rummaging through them. Article 6 of the Administrative Department's Employee Code. After the blackout, if any employees go missing, please destroy their files. In other words, if Joe-bai could not find Zhaoku's file inside this row, then, she would have to have disappeared after the blackout. However, this was the outcome that Joe-bai was most unwilling to face. Because, if this is the case, then Joe-bai needs to face, maybe the unknown it. Joe-bai turned over the rows of files in front of him, one by one. The more he flipped to the back, the tighter his heart was gripped. Fortunately, when Joe-bai was about to flip to the last one, he finally saw Zhaoku's name appear on the file. He hurriedly took that file out, and then poured out the information inside. Inside the file bag, there was some basic information about Zhaoku. Joe-bai quickly flipped through it, taking away most of the useless information, only stopping when he saw a table that recorded changes in positions. Joe-bai's gaze followed the table all the way down. Then his gaze stopped at the last line there. That line, it read, October 16, 2022. Due to work needs, with the consent of the parties involved, the company decided to transfer Zhaoku, an employee belonging to the administration department, to work at Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. When Joe-bai saw this line of information, he already had an answer in his mind. The time of Zhaoku's transfer was almost the same as the time of her disappearance. Then Joe-bai could only enter the pharmaceutical factory next, to look for her. He put the form back inside the file bag and then put the file bag back in its original position. Then he walked out of the file room. The executive director was still standing at the door. Hearing footsteps coming from the file room, he hurriedly lowered his head. Joe-bai walked past him without saying anything more and directly walked out of the doorway. Along the way, Joe-bai observed the surroundings and saw that there was no one else before quickly walking into the restroom. Changing into his orange uniform, he walked back to the dormitory. Then again, in the dormitory, he changed into his own clothes. Only after everything was done did he strut out the front door. He got on the bus. This time, there were a little less people on the bus, so Joe-bai found a seat and sat down. The people on the bus, seeing Joe-bai get on the bus, still kept looking at Joe-bai just like the previous times, especially a middle-aged man sitting next to Joe-bai. He had been looking at the bag in Joe-bai's hand since he sat down. Joe-bai lifted the bag and put it on his lap. That middle-aged man's gaze, too, changed position with Joe-bai's movements. Joe-bai turned his head and directly asked, "Big brother, what are you looking at my bag for?" That middle-aged man's mind, being directly poked and prodded, hastily averted his gaze, then somewhat awkwardly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I don't mean anything else." He looked at Joe-bai and wanted to ask something else. However, at this time, inside the car, there was an older woman who suddenly shouted, "Quickly look, people from the pharmaceutical company." As a result, everyone inside the car looked out the window. Where they were looking, there was a person in an orange uniform, standing at the entrance of the company. And so, everyone in the car turned towards that person and waved enthusiastically. The car slowly drove away, but the people inside the car still probed and looked in that direction. They clapped and cheered in that direction. The expression on everyone's face was somewhat red with excitement. Seeing this scene, Jobai was simply stunned. It could be imagined that if they now knew that Jobai was an employee of the pharmaceutical company, then he would, presumably, have a hard time getting down from inside this bus. Detectives note rule number 7. When leaving the pharmaceutical company, please take off your uniform. Don't let the ordinary citizens of D City know that you're from the good effective pharmaceutical company. This rule written by the detective was meant to be. The general public of this city has complicated feelings towards the pharmaceutical company. The general public is grateful and worshipful to the pharmaceutical company. The populace that had been cured, however, wanted to get rid of their relationship with this company. Desperately, Jobai silently stepped off the bus after sitting for 2 stops. Then he transferred to another bus and headed to 100 Flowers Road. He followed the same road as last time and came back to the courtyard filled with moonflowers. As he approached that courtyard, Jobai realized that it was much quieter than last time. In particular, there were no more sounds of children laughing and playing. Jobai walked over and knocked on the door. After a long time, Ms. Sun came out with her head puffed up. Jobai was startled when he saw her pale face and the 2 deep dark circles under her eyes. What happened? Ms. Sun coughed before greeting Jobai as he entered. I'm sorry, Mr. Joe. The children are both sick and I'm a bit busy. Jobai examined Ms. Sun's state. He was startled when he saw that on Ms. Sun's right hand, a tiny particle was actually emerging. The contamination on her body was slowly spreading. Jobai hurriedly took out a bottle of grey pills from his own bag, then handed one over to her. You're sick. Quickly swallow this pill. Ms. Sun hesitantly glanced at Jobai before swallowing the grey pill. Ms. Sun obviously felt in a much better state after swallowing the pill. It's really effective. My hand doesn't hurt anymore. Jobai heard Ms. Sun say this, but still didn't let go of his heart. There were so many children, all living densely in this place. If the contamination on Ms. Sun's body was spreading, then the other children, I'm sure the situation wouldn't be optimistic either. Jobai thought of this and hurriedly said to Ms. Sun, how sick are the children? Take me over to take a look. Ms. Sun nodded and then walked ahead, leading Jobai into the house. Once inside, Jobai was shocked by the image in front of him, because in the house, it was almost as if it had just been robbed. Pieces of clothes scattered on the floor, broken cutlery, papers thrown everywhere. Ms. Sun sensed Jobai's surprise and somewhat embarrassedly explained, it was just too busy. I didn't have time to clean up. Jobai, however, still had a serious face. These were all destroyed by the children? Ms. Sun could only nod. Right, but they won't be like this after they take the medicine. Jobai looked inside the house. The children had probably taken their medicine, and were now all lying very quietly inside their rooms to rest. However, a faint voice suddenly came from the innermost room. Mom, it hurts. Ms. Sun hurriedly ran towards the direction of the voice. Jobai, on the other hand, followed behind her and walked into the room. Chapter 106, Pollution is increasing. Inside the room, there was a little girl with 2 pigtails tied on her head, who was lying on the bed. The little girl, who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old, had a round face, but at this moment, this adorable face had a pained expression on it. Jobai only took one look at her, and then his whole heart was pulled up. This little girl lying on the bed, isn't it the one who sat on the swing the day before yesterday? Jobai walked over, before seeing her condition, only to see that at the neck of the little girl, there were some fine little bumps emerging, and at the position of her throat, it was actually covered with a few pieces of fish scales. Jobai's cold sweat, all bubbled up. He looked down again, and when he saw the back of her hand, his entire body couldn't help but tremble a little, because on the back of her hand, there was some fine fluff growing out. Jobai's pupils contracted violently. Pollution. Moreover, it was still mixed pollution. After Jobai realized this, it felt like his heart had been stabbed hard twice. The little girl was lying on the bed, in pain, and kept having to use her hands to scratch her neck and the back of her hands. Ms. Sun was also startled when she saw the change in her. What's going on? When I took her to the dermatologist yesterday, she was obviously fine. Ms. Sun walked over and held the little girl's hand, softly comforting her. Yao, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy will definitely find a way. Jobai hurriedly took out another grey pill and handed it to Ms. Sun. Quickly, feed her to eat it. Ms. Sun hurriedly took it, poured a cup of water over, helped Yao get up, and then fed her the grey pill. It didn't take long for the grey pill to be swallowed, and the expression on Yao's face was much more conciliatory. Jobai came close to her side and carefully examined her neck and the backs of her hands. Seeing those bumps that had originally sprung up, they had all subsided. It seemed that the mutated parts had shown signs of stopping growing. Jobai breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said that the efficacy of this gray pill seemed to have improved compared to before. He took the bottle containing the gray pill and held it in his hands, watching it repeatedly. The packaging of the bottle was almost the same as the one Jobai had obtained in the first copy. However, the changes in some of the small details on it still allowed one to see that the pill had already gone through an update. Jobai glanced at Yao Yao, who was lying back on the bed, and then walked out of the room. He was in the house, pacing back and forth, thinking what more he could do to help them. Based on his experience from the previous times, Jobai knew being bitten or scratched by a mutant would be contagious. Through that incident with Little Wang, Jobai also knew that it was possible that the mutation had reached a certain level, and saliva could also be contagious. On top of that, there might be many unknown ways of contagion, and with so many children gathered together, it would be hard to avoid infecting each other. That's why, after everyone else took the white pill, they didn't buy it back. MS. Son, on the other hand, still needs to buy them. These children have to be spread out to live together in order to be cured. But, I just wonder if MS. Son has the means to do that? Jobai decided that no matter what, he still had to mention his opinion to MS. Son before doing so. Inside the room, after Yao Yao took the pills, it wasn't as uncomfortable, so she slowly started to fall asleep. MS. Son helped Yao Yao to cover up the quilt before she walked out of the room. Jobai found himself a seat and sat down. MS. Son watched and also sat on the chair next to him. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Would you like something to drink? I'll pour you a glass of water. After MS. Son finished speaking, she wanted to get up. Jobai, however, hurriedly stopped her. No need. I don't drink water. Regarding the child's condition, I would like to have a chat with you. When MS. Son heard Jobai say this, she sat back down again. The children's illnesses are contagious to each other. The usual cutlery, or the small wounds they scratch when playing around, can cause their condition to worsen. If it continues to stay like this, it's possible that all the kids will develop into Yao Yao's condition, or even worse. Jobai deliberately made the situation a little worse. Once MS. Son heard this, she was really shocked as well. She didn't realize that her one act of kindness could potentially hurt these children. Jobai looked at her expression, then continued. The main problem now is that the children are living together. You have to find a way to make them live separately. I know that this may be a great test for your financial situation. If it's really not possible, you can think of a way to seek help from the community. Jobai finished speaking and looked at MS. Son, only to see her go into deep thought after hearing those words. Jobai thought that she was worried about her financial situation. Unexpectedly, what MS. Son said next made Jobai's eyes widen. Well, I still have several houses. It's not impossible to let the children spread out and live elsewhere. I might be a bit tired, but that's fine. The children being able to heal is the most important thing. Jobai withdrew his shocked gaze. After thinking about it, it felt reasonable again. If MS. Son didn't have some financial strength, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to support so many children a long time ago. Jobai repeated with MS. Son, emphasizing some precautions. He collected the payment for the 6 bottles of medicine before saying goodbye to her. Jobai looked at the time. It was now close to 3 in the afternoon. Jobai should still be able to catch up with the final deadline for submitting the application form if he rushed back to the company now. Thus, with a heavy heart, he set off on his journey back to the company. Nearly 4:30 p.m., Jobai arrived at the entrance of the company. He took his pass to the security guard at the door for inspection, and then walked in without any problems. He watched the time all the way and dashed to the dormitory to change into his orange uniform. Only then did he wear the orange uniform and walk to the office building. A surprised expression flashed across team leader Chen's face when he saw Jobai appear at the office door. Jobai bowed to him before walking back to his seat. He picked up the blank application form on his desk, and with one stroke, he filled in his information. One by one, the viewers in the live broadcast room, seeing Jobai's actions, were all startled. This is clearly going to be dangerous. Must we fill out this application form? There should be more than this way to enter the pharmaceutical factory, right? Can't you just put on a green uniform? Why must we take this risk? Besides, team leader Chen won't necessarily be willing to help with the submission. But the last issue that the audience was worried about was really what Jobai was most worried about right now. He finished filling out the application form and looked at it for a long time before heading in the direction where team leader Chen was. Team leader Chen was standing behind one of the group members, guiding the other. When he saw Jobai walking over, he stopped and then looked at him. Jobai handed over the application form. As soon as group leader Chen saw what was on the paper, he immediately sank his face. Chapter 107, Becoming Rank 3. Team leader Chen picked up that application form, then walked to the side. Joe Bai followed over, only to see team leader Chen walk to the door of the office, away from the rest of the group, before asking Joe Bai, "Do you know what it means to submit this application form?" Joe Bai looked at team leader Chen before nodding. "I know. It means that I am willing to dedicate everything to the company." Team leader Chen almost exploded with anger when he heard Joe Bai say that. Then again, "Do you know what dedicating everything means?" Joe Bai still nodded. "I know. It means that my life might be in danger." When Joe Bai said that, team leader Chen was even more confused. "If you know that, why do you still want to apply?" When team leader Chen finished saying so, he saw the expression on Joe Bai's face, which became unusually serious. "Because I need to become rank 3. Team leader Chen, please help me." Team leader Chen instantly fell silent. He looked at the application form in his hands for a long time before saying to Joe Bai, "Good." Before Joe Bai could say his words of gratitude, he saw that team leader Chen waved his hand at him, without looking at him again. He just took the application form, lowered his head, and walked out. Joe Bai immediately felt that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. He could only remain silent. Sitting back in his seat, he opened the form on his computer and randomly picked 2 customers who were buying white pills. He was smoothly hung up on by the customers. Then it was time to go off work. Team leader Chen also happened to return from outside at this time. Thus, Joe Bai followed the team and came to the cafeteria to eat. The auntie at the food window took 3 chicken wings for Joe Bai this time. When Joe Bai finished eating and opened the door to the dormitory, he saw that Lee He had already returned to the dormitory first. He sat on his bed, looking, still in a bad mood. Joe Bai didn't need to think about it to know that it must be the security guards outside the dormitory that had affected his mood. Joe Bai threw the 2 chicken wings that were in the bag towards him. "Nah, for you." Lee He reached out and caught it, then squirmed and said, "I am not hungry." Joe Bai smiled and said, "Put it away. Maybe you'll be hungry at night." Lee He then stopped saying anything, opened the drawer, and took out an iron box from inside. Then he took the 2 chicken wings and neatly arranged them inside. Joe Bai watched his movements and smiled, then walked to the balcony once again. The pharmaceutical factory in the distance still looked like it was shrouded in mist. Joe Bai had submitted his application form today, which meant that he was one step closer to his goal of traveling to the pharmaceutical factory. As for whether or not Joe Bai would be able to successfully become a rank 3 employee, it was now up to team leader Chen's operation. Joe Bai thought of this and collected his thoughts before walking back to his room. Lee He stayed in the dormitory and took out the clothes in his closet, one by one, and ironed them again. Joe Bai walked into the room, sat on his own bed, and then got bored and watched Lee He ironing his clothes non-stop. Joe Bai took the pillow up and leaned his body back on it before casually chatting with Lee He. "What do I have to do to enter the pharmaceutical factory after I've risen to rank 3? Joe Bai struck such a casual pose, yet asked such a powerful question. Scared Lee He almost burned the clothes in his hands. Fortunately, he stabilized himself in time, and the clothes in his hands were saved from suffering. He took the iron and asked Joe Bai with forced composure, "Sure your friend is in the pharmaceutical factory?" Joe Bai nodded. "How did you enter the pharmaceutical factory after you became rank 3 at that time?" Joe Bai asked again. Lee He could only put away the iron and sat down, thinking back carefully. The day after becoming rank 3, the company would organize a physical test. Those who specifically meet the requirements will be able to enter the pharmaceutical factory on the same day. And the ordinary ones like us can only go back and wait for notification at any time. A physical test? This practice was rather like screening experimental subjects. Then the physical test. What are the contents? Leon struggled to recall. Blood draws, height and weight measurements, and some physical ability tests. Then do you know what kind of people they usually prefer to pick? Lee He shook his head. There's no pattern. A year ago, there was a very fat person who was selected. 6 months ago, there was a girl with very fair skin that got picked. 2 months ago, there was a person with very long fingers that was chosen. Joe Bai frowned similarly when he heard Lee He say this. There was indeed no pattern. If there was anything that these 3 people had in common, it was that when Lee He described these people, he added the word very in front of them. Joe Bai carefully pondered over these 2 words, and then in his mind, he had a guess. After clearing his mind, Joe Bai stood up, stretched, then picked up his pajamas and walked into the toilet to take a shower. After taking a shower, Joe Bai took Lee He's green uniform and washed it together. Only after dealing with these things did Joe Bai lie back on the bed again. Lee He was very sensible this time. Seeing that Joe Bai had gone to sleep, he turned off the lights and lay down to sleep himself. The next morning, Joe Bai was woken up on time by the alarm clock. Lee He still left the house early. Joe Bai washed up and then went out to the cafeteria to eat. After eating breakfast, when he returned to the office of Sales Team 4, he saw Team Leader Chen, still waiting at the door. Joe Bai walked up to him and bowed to him. Team leader Chen only nodded slightly. Joe Bai then sat down in his seat. At about 9:15 in the morning, Shi Fei, from the administration department, walked into the office of Sales Team 4. She took a notice and stood at the front of the office, then said to all the people inside, "Notice, Sales Group 4, Salesman Joe Bai. Starting today, from rank 5, he will be upgraded to rank 3. Please, Joe Bai, follow me to the administration department and go through the formalities." As soon as Chi Fei's words fell, the gazes of the entire office looked towards Joe Bai in unison. If one's performance was very superior, rank 5 could directly jump a grade and become rank 3. Joe Bai needed to be upgraded to become rank 3 though. However, he knew the difficulty involved and thought that he would need to put in some more effort. However, he didn't expect that he would become rank 3 so easily. Moreover, it was also so quick to become rank 3. It turned out that if team leader Chen wanted to upgrade, it was possible to do so quickly. As Joe Bai thought of this, he hurriedly turned back and looked towards team leader Chen who was standing alone in the corner. When team leader Chen saw Joe Bai looking at him, he gave him a rare smile. Joe Bai similarly smiled at him before turning back to Chi Fei's side. The formalities for Joe Bai's promotion hadn't been completed yet though, but when Chi Fei saw Joe Bai walking towards her, she still stood up straight all the same, then turned towards Joe Bai and bowed respectfully. Chapter 108 Treatment of Rank 3. Joe Bai followed Chi Fei and came inside the administration department together. Chi Fei, this time, helped Joe Bai carry a stool over. Thus, Joe Bai sat on the chair and watched Chi Fei, respectfully helping his Joe Bai with the formalities. Inside the office of the administration department, one after another, there were other administrative clerks, bringing in employees who were able to upgrade their grades to go through the formalities. Joe Bai sat in his seat, waiting for Chi Fei to fill out the form. Then with his gaze, he looked towards the other employees who were about to become rank 3. He silently counted the number of people. Including himself, there were only 10 people in total, but there must be more than 10 people who submitted application forms. It seemed that team leader Chen, indeed, had some tricks up his sleeve. Joe Bai looked at the people, only to see that on each of their faces, there was a look of spring in their step. After Joe Bai finished looking at them, he silently shook his head. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued to look at Chi Fei who was filling out the form. Chi Fei helped Joe Bai and filled out all the forms. Joe Bai only needed to check the content on it, and then at the end, just sign his name. It didn't take long for the promotion procedures to be completed. Chi Fei organized all the forms and put them into the file bag belonging to Joe Bai. Then she handed Joe Bai several sets of white uniforms that she had prepared in advance. Mr. Joe Bai, this is your new uniform. Starting today, you can live in the new dormitory. Tomorrow, the company will arrange a physical test for the upgraded employees. For the upgraded employees, you can take a rest today and properly prepare for tomorrow's physical test. Joe Bai received the white uniform. Then, Chi Fei handed him a new key. After Chi Fei informed Joe Bai of the location and number of the new dormitory, her work was considered done. Joe Bai stood up from the chair, took the new uniform and key, and walked back to the dormitory building. It was now working hours, and inside the dormitory building, there was almost no one there, and Li He, of course, would not appear inside the dormitory. Joe Bai didn't have much luggage, so he wasn't in a hurry to pack his things. Inside the dormitory, he changed into his white uniform and then walked out. Chi Fei had just told Joe Bai that he could take a day off today. Joe Bai had rarely gained free time, so of course he couldn't waste it. So, wearing his white uniform, he walked towards the easternmost location of the company. Again, along the way, all the employees wearing orange uniforms, seeing what Joe Bai was wearing, were far away and bowed respectfully to him. Joe Bai arrived in front of the sign that read Good and Effective Pharmaceutical Factory. As he stood there, he saw that behind the sign, two paths, which seemed to have been copied, appeared in front of him. Joe Bai stood in place, then silently took out a knife and gently scratched a wound on his hand. He endured the pain, then took out the hemostatic tape that he had prepared in advance, and pasted it onto his hand. When he looked ahead again, he saw that the road on the right had already disappeared. Joe Bai raised his head to look at the mist that still shrouded above. It only felt like pollution. It really was everywhere. He pressed his hand on the wound that had been taped and felt the pain, then kept reminding himself in his mind. Left, remember to take the left. Joe Bai stared at that path for a while. It was only until the security guard wearing a black uniform noticed Joe Bai that he turned around and prepared to go back. The security guard walked up to Joe Bai. The attitude was much more respectful than before. This gentleman, do you want to go inside? You can only go in if you hold a transfer letter. Can I trouble you to show it? Although the security guard's attitude was much more respectful, the process that should be in place was still not missing. Jobai knew that he couldn't fish in troubled waters and had no intention of doing so. So, he waved his hand at him. No, I was just able to take a break today and casually came out for a stroll. After hearing this, the security guard said to Jobai, "Alright, sir, but you can't go in here without a transfer book." Jobai nodded before turning around and leaving the place. He looked at the time. At this time, it was already close to 12 noon. Thus, Jobai walked towards the cafeteria. When he arrived at the cafeteria, the other employees had just started to get off work. There weren't many people lined up in the cafeteria. However, Jobai still chose the same line he had been in before. The auntie at the window who was serving the food saw Jobai coming over in his white uniform and clearly froze for a moment. But soon, a bright smile appeared. "Little handsome boy, congratulations, you've been promoted so quickly." Jobai also smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." The auntie who was serving dinner showed Jobai today's dishes. "Pick whatever you want to eat." Jobai picked a few things he loved to eat, but still didn't forget and asked for 2 extra chicken legs. Jobai held the plates piled up like a small mountain and walked towards the seats belonging to the Sales 4 group. At this time, the people from Sales Group 4 just happened to come down from upstairs to eat. Team leader Chen walked at the front of the line and came towards Jobai head-on. Jobai was holding a plate in his hand, and when he saw Team leader Chen, he habitually wanted to greet him respectfully. However, Team leader Chen quickly raised his hand to stop Jobai. Then he took a step back and bowed to Jobai. Immediately after that, the group members standing behind Team leader Chen also bowed to Jobai. Jobai stood in place, only feeling that at this moment, his heart was suffering a strong shock. No wonder little Juan was so desperate, trying to move up the ladder. Just by changing into different colored clothes, it completely distinguished everyone's identity. Jobai sighed silently. Towards these people, he nodded slightly before sitting in his seat. After finishing his meal, Jobai walked back to his dormitory. The other co-workers, on the other hand, went back to their offices to take a lunch break as usual. In the dormitory building at noon, there were still just as few people. Jobai laid down on the bed. He closed his eyes and napped for a while before getting up and starting to pack his things. He didn't have a lot of things. A duffel bag would be able to hold it all. He took his clothes and some daily necessities and casually stuffed them inside the bag. Even if it was finished packing, the whole process, it didn't take more than 15 minutes yet. After the things were sorted out, he went to the balcony and collected the green uniform that he had washed last night. He looked at the clothes in front of him that he had washed and crumpled, thinking that he would definitely freak out if he returned the clothes to Li He like this. So, in order to prevent Li He from scolding himself behind his back, after thinking about it, he still picked up the iron on the table and followed Li He's example, ironing the clothes neatly. After waiting until there were no creases on the clothes, Jobai then took the clothes and hung them on Li He's closet. After all this was done, it was time to part ways. Jobai put the chicken legs he brought on the table, then carried his luggage and walked out of the dormitory. Chapter 109, Successfully Entering the Pharmaceutical Factory. The dormitory for level 3 was on the other side of the dormitory area. Jobai carried his duffel bag and found the room that belonged to him according to the address Chi Fei had said. What level 3 was staying in was a small suite. The decorations and equipment inside were much more luxurious than the dormitory Jobai had lived in before. However, Jobai was now no longer in the mood to care about these things. The physical test would take place tomorrow. If it went well, he would be able to enter the pharmaceutical factory tomorrow. This place, he might only stay for one night. As soon as Jobai thought of the challenges he would face tomorrow, he felt that his entire state of being was taut. He threw his luggage, casually, onto the floor. Then he fell headfirst onto the bed. With a serious challenge in front of him, Jobai knew that he had to properly adjust his mindset before he could do so. On the other side, apart from Jobai, there were still 8 chosen ones left who had survived on the Blue Star. And these 8 chosen ones, some of them had obtained reminders from the expert group, and some of them had done so through their own efforts. Anyway, these 8 chosen ones all knew that the person they were looking for was inside the pharmaceutical factory at this moment. And so, all of them had already submitted their application forms. Therefore, they were all now level 3, just like Jobai, and were all nervously preparing for tomorrow's physical test. In the next few moments, Jobai was in his room, recalling all the rules that he had obtained, and then reorganizing his thoughts. It was obvious that there was danger in the pharmaceutical factory. A closer look at the rules he had previously acquired revealed that there were 2 forces that were pulling against each other because of different interests. The detective's note tells Chubei that work cannot be taken too seriously. The work code given by the company, on the other hand, has been asking the employees to go for serious work. As for what will happen if you work seriously, that is, it will disappear after the blackout. All of this was telling Jobai what this company is doing is a conflict of interest with it. Moreover, it is gradually eroding this company in its own way. Jobai believes that when it comes to the pharmaceutical factory, the scope of influence of it will only be even greater. Therefore, the danger that Jobai has to face this time is not only the threat of experiments from the pharmaceutical plant, but also the gaze from it. Thinking of this, Jobai pressed his hand on the wound that had not completely healed. He was reminding himself to stay awake at all times. When it was 6 o'clock, Jobai walked to the cafeteria to eat on time. Jobai knew that he would have to physically test tomorrow and might not be able to go deliver to MS. Son. So during lunch, he purposely asked team leader Chen to handle this matter. During the evening meal, Jobai once again encountered team leader Chen and asked him about this matter. Unexpectedly, team leader Chen, however, sighed Jobai and shook his head. That little girl, her condition might be a bit serious. When Jobai heard this, he immediately seized his heart. It's not very clear over the phone. Tomorrow I'll have Lu Mei go over and send her medicine. I'll have to see it to know the specifics. After hearing this, Jobai could only nod his head. After eating, Jobai returned to the dormitory. The next morning, Jobai came on time to the place where the physical test was conducted. Together with him, there were also 9 other employees who had just been upgraded to rank 3. At the same time, the other 8 chosen on the Blue Star had similarly begun their physical tests. After a few other regular physical tests, they finally came to the strength test. Jobai saw a boxing strength measuring machine placed in front of his queue. The people in front of Jobai, one by one, put on their gloves and then went over to hit the soft pads on the strength testing machine. When Jobai saw that machine, he knew that his chance had come. To say that there was something different about it, then Jobai was left with only strength, a counterintuitive option. So, he rubbed his fists early on. When it was his turn, he put on the coupon strike gloves, and then his fist slammed directly onto the force measuring machine. Boom sound. The entire machine shook strongly. The employee beside Jobai, who was recording the values, was so scared that he almost couldn't hold his pen steady. He looked at the values that kept falling on the machine, then looked at Jobai, and then put a check mark on the form belonging to Jobai. When all the tests were over, Jobai, as expected, had his name read out. The other employees, on the other hand, were informed that they could go back first, and then wait for the company's call at any time. On the Blue Star, a few other chosen, on the other hand, were either joyful or superior. Ilya of the Alpine Kingdom was lucky enough to be chosen because of the very large amount of hair on his entire body. And in this copy, Nakamura Momoki, the chosen one from the Sakura country, with his excellent spirit of social animal, also survived very well until now. And, in the physical test just now, he also stood out because of his amazing flexibility. The other 6 chosen who were not selected had to go back and find new opportunities again. Although some were selected and some weren't, the viewers of the live broadcast knew that entering the pharmaceutical factory meant danger. Therefore, those countries whose chosen were chosen weren't prematurely happy. Instead, they all raised their spirits and closely watched their every move. In the live broadcast screen of the Great Summer Country, when Jobai heard his name being read out, he took a step forward and came to the front of the crowd. One of the employees in charge of the physical test brought Jobai inside the office of the administration department. In just 2 days, Jobai's position was going to change twice. Chifei obviously froze for a moment as well when she saw Jobai being brought over. However, she was still very professional. Quickly collecting her surprised expression, she followed the requirements and went through the transfer procedures for Jobai. Then, Jobai was given a transfer letter. From now on, you are an employee of the pharmaceutical factory. Please follow me. I'll take you to the pharmaceutical factory. The employee led Jobai to the easternmost part of the pharmaceutical company. The sign Good Effective Pharmaceutical Factory stood in front of Jobai. Behind the sign, 2 more paths appeared. After entering the pharmaceutical factory, first report to the factory manager's office. The employee stood on the other side of the sign, looking at Jobai. By the looks of it, there was no intention of going in with him. Jobai held the transfer book in his hand and stepped into the path on the left. Then turning his head, he waved goodbye to the employee who had sent him over. However, when he turned his head, he saw several lines written on the back of that sign. Jobai hurriedly looked at it carefully, discovering that what was written on it was actually the new rules. Pharmaceutical Factory Employee Work Rules. 1. The rules of a pharmaceutical company, in a pharmaceutical factory, are not universal. There were 8 rules in total, and Jobai's pupils contracted violently when he only saw the first one. The rules of a pharmaceutical company were not common in a pharmaceutical factory. In other words, the laws of survival that Jobai had summarized before, here, had to be broken and reorganized again. Jobai felt that the challenge he was facing seemed to be a little harder again. He took a deep breath before continuing to read the following rules. 2. The production workshop is in room 1. The the R&D department is in room 2, the factory manager's room is in room 3, and the staff lounge is in room 4. Please never enter the wrong room. 3 humans can have many forms. Please don't be alarmed if they look different from what you perceive. 4 Try not to talk to other people, because it's hard to tell if the person you're talking to really exists or not. 5 Employees here can only work for 2 hours a day. Remember, no more than that. 6 In the aisle of the pharmaceutical factory, there is a row of pills. Please remember to take your pills before you go to work every day. 7 Don't pay too much attention to the factory manager. Dr. Chen is the most important person in this pharmaceutical factory. 8 Don't pay attention to any cries for help coming from any room. Jobai finished reading all the rules, and the system's voice rang in his head. Noticing that the host has acquired new rules, we are now marking an incorrect option for the host. The second rule of the pharmaceutical factory's employee work code is wrong. 2 The production plant is in room 1, the R&D department is in room 2, the factory manager's office is in room 3, and the staff lounge is in room 4. Please never enter the wrong room. Jobai looked at this wrong rule, and then recalled that the employee who had just brought himself here had requested that he had to report to the factory manager's room first. When he thought of this, in Jobai's heart, there were millions of grass mud horses that immediately rushed out. Slot, the moment it came up. It was the hell mode. Jobai stood still and calmed himself for a while before turning around and walking along the path on the left, the chosen of the Alpine Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom, because they didn't know that the second rule was wrong. Didn't have such a big reaction as Jobai after reading the rules. They calmly finished reading the rules, then coincidentally turned around and took out a small knife from their own pockets. They aimed the pocket knife at their hands, and then proceeded to slash down hard. It was no secret to the nations on the blue planet that pain could inhibit pollution. So, with blood still on their hands, they casually bandaged them and then similarly walked towards the path on the left. Jobai followed the path, and after walking for a short while, the gate of the pharmaceutical factory appeared in front of him. The door of the pharmaceutical factory was open, and at the doorway, there stood a woman, wearing a professional dress. She turned to Jobai and revealed a bright smile. As soon as Jobai saw her, the expression on his face, he could barely hold it together. Hubby, why are you here? Quickly, I'll show you around this pharmaceutical factory. Jobai was greatly shocked inwardly, because the woman in front of him looked almost exactly the same as his wife inside his first copy. The woman moved closer to Jobai. With a soft voice, she guided Jobai in the direction. Husband, come with me, I'll take you in. After she finished speaking, she walked ahead, leading Jobai into the gate of the pharmaceutical factory. Inside the gate, there was a long aisle, and on both sides of the aisle, there were 4 rooms marked with numbers. Hubby, what are you waiting for? Come quickly. The factory manager's room. It's here. That woman directly ignored the whole row of pills beside the aisle and directly walked to the front of room number 1. The second rule of the pharmaceutical factory employees' work rules, which stated room number 1, was the production floor. However, this rule was wrong. That is to say, room number 1 could indeed be the factory manager's room. But, this woman in front of her, was she really here to help Jobai? Jobai looked at the row of pills by the side of the aisle and always felt that there was no way things could go so smoothly. In the conference room of the analysis team of the Great Summer Country, at this time, those experts, too, were similarly startled by this woman who had suddenly appeared. You Lily, the wife of the first copy, she didn't die? With the fall of City A and the transfer of the pharmaceutical company, it is indeed possible that she followed the company to City D. But, she doesn't look like she's in the right state. And, why isn't she wearing a uniform? The experts stared at the screen, nervously waiting for Jobai's choice. However, at this time, there was an expert who suddenly exclaimed, quickly look, this woman didn't appear in the live feeds of the Alpine Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom. When the other experts heard this, they hurriedly looked at the live feeds of those 2 countries, only to see that those 2 chosen ones, both of them had already arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory. But in both of their screens, there was indeed only one chosen one. The experts were very puzzled by this. From the time he had entered the pharmaceutical factory until now, what exactly had Jobai done? Or rather, what was it that was done less? It was what caused him to see this woman. On the live broadcast screen of the Great Summer Country, Jobai stood next to the row of pills and did not directly walk towards room 1. The woman was obviously a bit anxious and urged, Hubby, don't just stand there, come on. Jobai looked at it, then reached out and took out a white pill from the row of pills. When the woman saw Jobai's action, the smile on her face immediately closed. Jobai swallowed the white pill and then closed his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes again, the woman had long since disappeared. In the live broadcast screen of the Great Summer Country, as Jobai ate the pill, The woman in the screen, too, slowly disappeared. It seems that the live broadcast screen we can see is the same as the chosen. This weird talk livestream, it's gone to great lengths to prevent cheating. The experts sighed, lamenting that the role they could play seemed to be a little less. Jobai finished his medicine and looked at the 4 doors, momentarily in a bit of a dilemma. Fortunately, the doorways of these 4 rooms were not exactly the same. Otherwise, Jobai would really only be able to guess blindly. He looked towards these 4 doors, in turn, only to see that next to door number 1, there was a vending machine. Next to door number 2, there was a hand washing station. On the wall next to door number 3, there was a whole row of hanging hooks. In front of door number 4, there is a red doormat. The factory manager's office, the production workshop, the staff lounge, and the research and development department. Which of these 4 doors, in the end, corresponded to each of them? Jobai was pondering which door to open in order to reach the factory manager's office. However, he heard a bang sound. A strong impact sound came out from the inside of door number 1. Then, the door handle kept turning. There was also the sound of fingernails scratching through the wooden door. One sound after another, into Jobai's ears. Jobai felt a little creeped out when he heard the sound from door number 1. The appearance of it was indeed unintentional. He once again looked at the 4 doors in front of him before glancing at the time on his cell phone. Then, he directly found a spot and sat down cross-legged. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw Jobai's actions. Brother Bai, what kind of operation is this? On Jobai's cell phone, it showed the current time, which was 10:50 in the morning. The employees of the pharmaceutical factory could only work for 2 hours a day. Assuming that they went to work at 9 o'clock, then in another 10 minutes, it would be their off-duty time. Jobai only needed to sit in place and quietly wait for them to come out from work. Then he would know the answer. If they didn't go to work at 9 o'clock, then it didn't matter. It just took an extra 10 minutes to verify the conjecture. As for the factory manager, the rules said not to care. Then it should be fine to let him wait a little longer, right? When Jobai thought of this, he sat on the ground in a dignified manner and quietly waited for the time to pass. On the other hand, in the Sakura Nation's live broadcast screen, Nakamura Momoki stopped in the middle of the 4 gates, and was similarly caught up in thought, although he didn't know that the second rule was wrong. However, with his always cautious character, seeing the 4 doors looking so weird, he still subconsciously first doubted the correctness of this rule. He walked to the side of each door, and did not rush to enter, but observed first. He was the first to come next to door number 3. On the wall next to door number 3, there was a whole row of hanging hooks. He came closer over and looked at them carefully, even got close enough to sniff them with his nose. Then, he laughed happily. Ha ha ha, I guessed correctly. The second rule is, indeed, wrong. The factory manager's room is for the factory manager alone. How could there be so many hanging hooks? And every single one of them, there are signs of regular use. So inside door number 3, it must not be the factory manager's room. Nakamura Momoki was very satisfied with his analysis. Then, he looked at the other details of the doorway. He put his eyes on the shoe prints in the aisle. He only saw that except for the doorway of door number 2, there were many stray shoe prints at the other doorways, especially at the doorway of door number 4. The red doormat was almost on the verge of being stepped on until it turned grayish red. When Nakamura Momoki saw this, he immediately became excited. There's no mistake. The factory manager's room normally, there wouldn't be that many people coming in and out. So inside door number 2, it must be the factory manager's room. Nakamura Momoki confidently pointed his hand towards door number 2. With that kind of momentum, he was close to saying that the murderer is in your midst. After he finished pointing at door number 2, he then confidently walked towards door number 2. On the live feed, you can see him turning the handle of door number 2. Then, the door was opened, and opened. However, the image in front of him, when synchronized to the live broadcast screen, the viewers of Sakura Nation immediately went cold in their hearts, because in front of Nakamura Momoki, a single iron cage appeared. Moreover, a strong smell of antiseptic solution came to the face. Then, a hand covered in feathers appeared from the side, and pulled Nakamura Momoki inside. Thus, the chosen one of Sakura Nation, even after arriving at this copy, could not escape the fate of being experimented on Sakura Nation's live screen, although it hadn't turned dark yet. However, to them, it was not as dry as just turning into darkness. The experts from the great summer country all frowned when they saw what happened to Nakamura Momoki. What Nakamura Momoki had opened was door number 2, and door number 2 also happened to be the R&D room. This was in line with what was on the second rule. However, looking at Jobai, it looked like he was skeptical of this rule. Therefore, the experts were pondering whether or not to remind Jobai of this matter. On the other hand, Ilya of the Alpine Kingdom was similarly faced with this dilemma. His mind was not that bent. He just stood in the aisle and pondered for a while before opening door number 3 straight away. As soon as he opened the door, there was a wave of air inside the door, blowing towards him. He only felt that he had goosebumps all over his body when he was blown by the airwave like that. Inside door number 3, a group of employees wearing protective suits all looked at Ilya in unison. Frightened, Ilya hurriedly closed the door with a bang. It turned out that door number 3 was the production workshop, the experts of the Great Summer Kingdom. Seeing this, only then confirmed that the second rule, the original, is wrong. Thus, they unanimously decided that they should quickly tell Jobai the information about these 2 rooms. At this time, Jobai was still sitting on the ground. Then in his mind, he suddenly received the information that the expert group sent to him. Door number 2 is the research and development room, and door number 3 is the production hall. There was danger inside door number 1. Then the factory manager's room, most likely, was inside door number 4. Jobai thought of this and took out his cell phone. There were still 2 minutes to go before it was 11 o'clock. It wasn't that bad of a time. So, he stood up, patted the dust on his pants, and then continued to stand in place. The clock on his cell phone reached 11 o'clock. Door number 3 was opened right on time. Many people wearing protective suits came out from inside the room. Taking off their protective suits, they hung them on the coat hooks. Then, Jobai surprisingly saw them, heading towards door number 1. Walking over, the various sounds of scratching at the door panels inside the door hadn't stopped. Jobai's eyes widened. Then, it saw that door number 1, actually from the outside, was opened very smoothly. Inside the door, a pair of bloody hands were almost about to grab the person who opened the door head-on. But those employees seemed to be used to this. With a slight sidestep, they dodged the attack. And in the process, they kicked at the people inside. 3 or 4 people stumbled out of the house. Those few people, they didn't seem to be in a normal state of mind. As for the others, when they saw them, all of them had a look of contempt on their faces. Jobai stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of him. His gaze, however, suddenly rested on one of them, the former detective, Zhang Shuo. Only his consciousness, it seemed, was no longer quite awake. Jobai hurriedly walked over to him. Zhang Shuo, are you alright? The other party seemed to have found some of his consciousness when he heard his name. Blurring his eyes, he struggled to look at Jobai. The R&D room. Is in the R&D room. Dangerous. Then, Jobai saw him take out a key from his clothes, and put it into his hand. Just then, a whistle sounded outside the room. Jobai hurriedly held the key tightly in his hand, and the security guard wearing a white uniform, also at this time, rushed in. The security guard in white uniform grabbed a large handful of white pills at the row of pills in the aisle. Then it was shoved into the mouths of these people. How come they didn't give them pills again? The detective was forced to swallow a large handful of white pills. His eyes, all of a sudden, went huge, before he spat out a large mouthful of white foam. It was only then that he deflated and leaned against the wall. Jobai held that key tightly in his hand, and those security guards, having finished stuffing the medicine, walked out again. Jobai stood still and confirmed that the detective was not in any serious trouble before walking towards room 4. Knock, knock, knock. Jobai knocked on the door. Seeing that no one responded, he turned the handle and walked in. Inside the room, a man around 40 years old was reclining on a chair, his feet resting casually on the desk. In his hand was a packet of chorizo. He sent the chili fries in his hand into his mouth, not forgetting to lick off the seasoning that had gotten on his fingers. Jobai stood behind him and pretended to clear his throat. The other party heard the sound before turning his head. You look a bit faceless? Jobai handed over his transfer book. The other party's hand, which had just held a chili bar, took the transfer book in one hand. Jobai saw that the place he was holding had already, on the paper, left a greasy handprint. Oh, new to report, special physique? The factory manager looked Jobai up and down. Then he said, then you'll go into the R&D room in a moment. As soon as Jobai heard the words R&D room, he immediately raised his heart. R&D room. Dangerous. The words that the detective had just said still echoed in Jobai's ears. Jobai knew that Zhaoke should be in the R&D room, and sooner or later, he himself was going to go in to find her. However, when directly having to face this matter, he still couldn't help but be nervous. And at this moment, those who were more nervous than Jobai were the experts in the analysis group, because they had seen what happened to Sakura Nation. They were more aware of the danger of the R&D room. The key in Jobai's hand had been quietly placed in his pocket. Then, it was ready to turn around and head towards the R&D room. At this time, a few employees appeared at the entrance of the factory manager's room. Plant manager, there's nothing in the vending machine again. When will it be restocked? The factory manager said perfunctorily. Immediately. Immediately. After speaking, he realized that something was wrong. Off duty? Jobai had never seen someone so perfunctory at work and stood by the door, nodding to him. Then the factory director used his greasy hand and slapped his head. Oops, almost forgot. Have to tell the doctor to get off work. He wiped his greasy hand, twice, on his clothes, and then prepared to walk to the R&D room. But, quickly stopped again. No, I can't go in like this. Dr. Chen will kill me. You, go in and tell Dr. Chen to get off work. The factory manager pointed at Jobai, who was standing at the side. Jobai answered and then walked out, calling Dr. Chen off duty. This mission looked as if the level of danger was much lower. Jobai walked to the door of door number 2, knocked on the door. After waiting at the door for a while and seeing that no one responded, he prepared to open the door himself. Just when Jobai's hand was about to grip the door handle, the door in front of him, however, suddenly opened. A pair of hands covered in feathers grabbed him, and then with one hand, pulled him in. Jobai was startled. Only after being pulled into the R&D room did he see the person in front of him, only to see his entire body, wrapped tightly, even his face, only a pair of eyes were exposed. The only part of his body that was exposed was him, that pair of hands covered in feathers. His hand grabbed Jobai, and in his other hand, he was holding a syringe. New here? Come on, quickly let me take a look. His syringe was held in his hand while his eyes excitedly looked Jobai up and down. Jobai quickly glanced around. He only saw that the rows of tables in front of him were filled with experimental equipment, and near the wall, there was a whole row of iron cages. Inside the cages, were some people wearing green uniforms. On each of their bodies, there were already signs of mutation, necks covered with scales, cockles growing out of their heads, leopard print fuzz on their arms, and sharp teeth that grew to touch their chins. So many cages, so many people, and surprisingly none of them had the same mutated form. Was he purposely creating, or collecting, these people? This person in front of Jobai looked Jobai up and down, seemingly very satisfied with this new experimental subject. Come, don't be afraid. I'll take you for a test. That person pulled Jobai and was about to walk towards the experiment table. Jobai stood still, a huge force fighting against his pull, making it impossible for the other man to move half a step at all. The man was instantly enraged. With glaring eyes, he looked at Jobai. Don't think that you don't have to come over with me just because of this. As he finished speaking, he took out a button in his hand. All I have to do is press this button, and the security guards outside will all rush in. Jobai looked at him and said helplessly, Dr. Chen, time's up. It's time to get off work. Dr. Chen's face, which was hidden under a mask, instantly collapsed. He angrily took the syringe in his hand and slapped it on the table, but those feather-covered hands still refused to let go of Jobai. I'm not at work. I'm just being inside the lab to hang out. Jobai saw that he couldn't take himself for a moment, so he also let go of his heart. It was only then that he once again seriously surveyed those cages by the wall. Those in the cages, although mutated to the point that they were somewhat unrecognizable from their original appearance, but after looking around, Jobai was still able to confirm that there was no Zhaoku inside. It wasn't right. The employees who had just gotten off work. Jobai took a look at them all and did not see Zhaoku inside. According to the information in the file, Zhaoku was clearly transferred to the pharmaceutical factory. If she wasn't here, then where would she be? Dr. Chen was still standing next to Jobai. In order to not let him get suspicious, Jobai's movements in observing the surrounding area were not too big. However, Dr. Chen still noticed Jobai's movements. What? Curious? Dr. Chen's mental state did not look too normal. Seeing that someone was interested in his experiment, he revealed a look of being happy to share. He approached Jobai's side, pointed to the cage, and said mysteriously, some of these, the variety isn't complete enough. I have, here, many more that are almost finished. After he finished speaking, he pulled Jobai toward a place that was covered with a drawn curtain. Look, this is my soon-to-be finished work. As soon as his words fell, with his other hand, he pulled open the drawn curtain in front of him. Clatter. Within the drawn curtain, another large batch of cages appeared before Jobai. When Jobai saw the scene in front of him, the veins on his forehead jumped straight up, and in the innermost cage, a tiny figure huddled in the corner was none other than Zhaoku. When that curtain was pulled open, the people inside were scared straight back. Dr. Chen looked at each of the mutated people inside, then let out a disappointed sigh. All common mutated forms. Useless things. Forget it. Wait. Just drive all these people back to the pharmaceutical company. Jobai looked towards those wearing green uniforms. It turned out that on the office building, those executives who could never be seen by them, that was how it came about. Dr. Chen's gaze swept over everyone in the cage. When it landed on Zhao Ku, it paused. Why is there one that hasn't mutated yet? Zhao Ku was cowering in the corner of the cage, her hands clasping her legs and burying her head inside her arms, only revealing a pair of eyes. Zhou Bai recognized her. Immediately, he reached into his pocket and put a small folding knife, quietly in his hand. Dr. Chen saw that Zhao Ku hadn't mutated, and the tone of his voice became a little nervous. No, we have to give her a patch immediately to make up for it. After he finished speaking, he wanted to go get one of the syringes on the table. Zhou Bai sensed his movement, and with quick eyes and hands, he took the syringe into his hands one step ahead of him. Dr. Chen immediately stared angrily at Zhou Bai. What, are you trying to make trouble? Zhou Bai was not flustered and held the syringe in his hand, then said with a smile, Dr. Chen, have you forgotten? It's off-duty time now. Dr. Chen's face only softened a bit when he heard this. This medicine is dispensed. It's quick to type it in. Just 5 seconds. I promise it will only take 5 seconds. It won't be a violation. It was rare for Dr. Chen to reveal such a soft tone. However, Zhou Bai did not dare to slacken off at all. When Dr. Chen saw that Zhou Bai had no intention of returning it, he became somewhat annoyed. From his pocket, he took out the button again, and was about to press it. Zhou Bai, in a hurry, could only throw the knife in his hand towards Dr. Chen. The knife spun over and landed on Dr. Chen's arm. It cut through his clothes, and also cut his arm, making a wound. Team leader Chen cried out in pain. The button held in his hand also fell to the ground with it. Zhou Bai hurriedly took a big step forward and took that button into his hands. Thus, Dr. Chen lost 2 weapons in pain in just 2 minutes. He covered his wounds with his hands in pain, but his eyes became much clearer at this time. Zhou Bai looked at his injured arm, but was surprised to find that his arm was actually covered with a layer of fish scales. Mixed contamination. This type of pollution form, Zhou Bai had once seen it on Yao Yao of the Nova homeworld. Zhou Bai looked at Dr. Chen with disbelief. Perhaps because Zhou Bai's expression was too surprised, it caused Dr. Chen, instead, to let out a loud laugh. Isn't it curious? After he finished speaking, he examined his arm, and with his feather-covered hand, he touched the fish scales on his arm. Then, he smiled and looked at Zhou Bai. Then in front of him, he removed the clothes and mask covering his body. Zhou Bai opened his mouth in surprise. The scene in front of him shocked him to the point where he was somewhat speechless. Well, surprised? The monster in front of him was smiling very happily. He looked like he had found someone to show off to, happily displaying his work. He walked over to one of the cages at the very front. Pointing at the person inside, he said, Look, the feather on my hand is infected from him. After saying that, he walked over to the second cage. Look, the fish scales on my arm, I got them from him. Then, he was walking over to the side of the third cage. Look, and the fangs on my teeth, it's from his bite. Dr. Chen introduced the cages one by one, with a smile on his face since the beginning. For a moment, Zhou Bai even saw a few similarities to team leader Chen on Dr. Chen's mutated face. This thought flashed by, and soon, it was forgotten by Zhou Bai to the back of his mind. He only felt that the scene in front of him was very frightening, and the cold hairs on his body, almost all of them, stood up. Dr. Chen introduced all the cages. Then, with his finger, he pointed to the photo album hanging on the wall. In addition to these people, there are also them, who also made great contributions to my R&D endeavors. Although they are all dead, I will always remember them. Zhou Bai followed the movement of Dr. Chen's hand and looked at the photos on the wall. When he saw the topmost photo, his pupils were violently contracted. On that photo was a girl with long curly hair. Underneath her photo, the words "You Lily" were written. Dr. Chen noticed the change in Zhou Bai's eyes, so he also looked at that photo. What? Recognize it? Zhou Bai lowered his head, not wanting to answer this question of his. Dr. Chen haha laughed twice. This girl, I remember her. I remember that when she was dying, she was holding a 1-inch photo in her hand. Not to mention, the person in that photo still looks a bit like you. When Zhou Bai heard his words, his anger was instantly ignited. Clenching his fist, he punched him in the face. Dr. Chen was punched by Zhou Bai and directly fell to the ground. However, on his face, he still had a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I'll be able to develop a cure for these diseases soon. As he said that, his eyes looked towards the table. His bottle of colored pills, the white pills, the gray pills, and the black pills. I've been constantly improving the formula. They're getting better and better. The probability of those people relapsing is also getting lower and lower. He stood up with support. Using his hands, he slowly went to pick up the bottle of colored pills. But there will always be more and more complex contaminations appearing. No matter how much I improved, the contamination would always produce changes before me. Even there were people who had mixed infections. Dr. Chen looked at the bottle of colored pills with a somewhat obsessive expression. It doesn't matter. No matter how it changes, I can always find a way to cure it. Zhou Bai looked at Dr. Chen angrily before pointing his finger at those in the cage. The way you cure pollution is to take it into your own hands and create more pollution out of it? Dr. Chen laughed out loud. Right. As long as we can develop a cure for the pollution. What is the sacrifice of these people? Those people in the cage. When they heard the word sacrifice, all of their faces showed a look of fear. Zhou Bai looked at their expressions in his eyes, and felt as if his entire heart had been slashed with a knife. What about these people? Did you ask them if they were willing? And did you do this to them? Dr. Chen laughed up to the sky, laughing so hard that tears were about to fall from his eyes. Sorry is sorry. It's not like I've been able to stand up to all of them in my life. Zhou Bai felt that Dr. Chen had simply gone insane. Theorizing with someone who had gone insane would not yield results. Besides, he didn't have the leisure time to theorize with him. Zhou Bai's main task right now was to save Zhao Ku. Thus, Zhou Bai no longer replied, but looked at Dr. Chen warily. Dr. Chen had also finally calmed down somewhat after venting out the unhappiness in his heart. Zhao Ku curled up, wanting to minimize his presence. However, inevitably, the attention of Zhou Bai and Dr. Chen was still placed on her at the same time. Give me the syringe. Dr. Chen spread his hands out and held them out in front of Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai shook his head at him, then took the syringe and hid it behind his back. You can't continue working during off-duty hours. Zhou Bai still insisted on his words. Dr. Chen had managed to calm down, and once he heard him say that, he was almost infuriated again. Off-duty, get off work. I'm sick of you people, always telling me to get off work. It's all of you, hindering my research progress. Dr. Chen's emotions were like cannonballs. A little goes a long way. After he finished saying these words, he suddenly turned around and frantically scratched and clawed at his lab table. It's fine if you don't give it to me. It doesn't matter. I can rematch one out. It's quick. It won't take too long at all. Zhao Ku saw Dr. Chen's hand, picking up a syringe, and shrank back in fear. Her hand, supporting her body, moved towards the corner that was further away from Dr. Chen. However, her hand was brought down, and her face, uncovered, was exposed. It was then that Zhou Bai saw that Zhao Ku's face had turned out to have mutated into a long nose. Dr. Chen lowered his head and messed with the liquid in his hand. Hearing the noise from the other side of the cage, he also looked up in the direction where Zhao Ku was. When he saw the elephant trunk growing out of Zhao Ku's face, he immediately let out a loud laugh. New. This is new. He immediately threw away the syringe he was holding. Running to the side of the cage that held Zhao Ku, grasping the cage with both hands, he carefully surveyed her. It was as if he was admiring one of his masterpieces. Great. I'm about to succeed. He moved closer to where Zhao Ku was, and then put his hand inside the cage. Bite me, quickly, bite on my hand. The expression on Dr. Chen's face was so excited that it was almost hideous. Zhao Ku was shocked by his appearance and kept backing away in fear. But Dr. Chen, how could he let her run away? With his other hand, from behind her back, he grabbed her neck. Then he slashed his hand, ruthlessly, through the top of her teeth. In Zhao Ku's mouth, 2 sharp ivory tusks had already grown. With Dr. Chen slashing so hard, on her ivory tusks, she was immediately stained with blood. Dr. Chen himself, on the other hand, revealed a satisfied smile. However, this smile didn't remain for long, and soon, the expression on his face was replaced by pain. On Dr. Chen's face, the only nose that hadn't mutated had begun to sprout. His hand hadn't let go of Zhao Ku's neck. Instead, he held her in a death grip even harder, as if this would ease the pain on his body. Zhao Ku kept struggling in pain, but still, she couldn't escape by half. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Bai hurriedly used the key that the detective had given him and opened the cage. Then he climbed inside, and with the key in his hand, he inserted it into Dr. Chen's hand as soon as he could. Dr. Chen let out a cry of pain before he let go of his hand, then fell to sit on the ground. Zhou Bai hurriedly checked Zhao Ku's injuries. When he glanced at Dr. Chen out of the corner of his eye, he actually found that a long nose had begun to grow on his face. Dr. Chen grimaced in pain. However, it was still hard to hide the excitement on his face. He touched his hand to his nose, and then on his face, a twisted smile appeared. Great! I'm about to succeed. After saying that, he picked up the knife that Joe Bai had just thrown to the ground. Then he stumbled and stood up, coming to the experimental table. The vial of colored pills was opened and placed on the table by him. Then, with the knife in his hand, he cut his hand. Blood dripped down, drop after drop. It dripped down inside the bottle containing the pills. Joe Bai helped Xiao Ko and walked out from inside the cage. By this time, Dr. Chen had already put the bottle of blood-stained colored pills inside an instrument in front of him. Joe Bai glanced at Dr. Chen before looking out the window. Not far away, there were security guards in white uniforms, patrolling back and forth in the vicinity of the pharmaceutical factory. If Joe Bai was caught by them when he escaped with Xiao Ku at this critical time, I'm afraid that this copy mission would end in failure. The more critical the moment, the more cautious one should be. When he thought of this, he immediately hesitated a bit. If he was by himself, it would still be easier to evade the security guards, but with the addition of the somewhat weakened Xiao Ku, the difficulty would have skyrocketed a lot. Right in the middle of Joe Bai's hesitation, the instrument in front of Dr. Chen let out a ringing sound. Tick, tick, tick. Then, Joe Bai saw Dr. Chen, revealing a smile so excited that it was almost manic. Success! That's right, it must have worked. Dr. Chen immediately reached out and went to open the instrument. His hand, however, was slightly trembling due to his overexcitement. Successful? When Joe Bai heard Dr. Chen's words, he also hurriedly looked over to him, only to see Dr. Chen's trembling hand. From the bottle, he took out a colorful pill that was covered in a layer of blood mist. He pointed the pill at the light above his head and tilted his head, almost obsessively admiring his work. Immediately afterward, he took the pill in his hand and threw it into his mouth. Seeing Dr. Chen's actions, Joe Bai hurriedly supported Xiao Ko and took 2 steps back. Then, Joe Bai saw that on Dr. Chen's face, the elephant trunk that had just grown out actually had a tendency to shrink back. Joe Bai hurriedly looked at the other parts of Dr. Chen's body, only to see that other places, too, were beginning to show signs of recovery. Joe Bai looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He knew what it would mean if this pill was really developed successfully. Dr. Chen looked down at the changes in himself and laughed out loud in excitement. Success! Ha ha ha! I didn't expect it to really succeed. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze in place. Then, his eyes glared tremendously. Then, Joe Bai felt that the lights in the R&D room suddenly flickered. All of the surrounding light disappeared, and then immediately brightened back up again. The entire process was less than 5 seconds. However, when Joe Bai looked again at where Dr. Chen had just been, he found that he had long since disappeared. Joe Bai looked towards the place where Dr. Chen had disappeared. Unable to calm his heart for a long time, he didn't know whether he should sympathize with Dr. Chen's ordeal, or should he thank him for using his life to research a drug that would save mankind, or should he hate him for depriving those people in the cage of their lives, health, and freedom? Joe Bai only knew that his current mood was very complicated. He walked over to Dr. Chen's lab table and picked up the bottle of blood-red stained colored pills. At that moment, the door to the research and development room was opened with a loud bang. Xiao Ko was startled by the sudden noise. She hurriedly used her hands to hold her knees, and her entire body crouched to the ground. Joe Bai hurriedly looked towards the doorway, and then saw the factory manager, standing there with a panicked face. He met Joe Bai's eyes, and then the look of panic in his eyes became even more intense. He hurriedly looked around. However, after looking once, twice, and 3 times, there was still no sign of Dr. Chen. Joe Bai put the bottle of colored pills quietly into his pocket. Then, he stood in front of Xiao Ku, ready to meet the factory manager's attack. The factory manager attacked Joe Bai. Instead, with the last glimmer of hope, he asked Joe Bai. The power just went out. Dr. Chen, he disappeared. Joe Bai briefly broke his hope. When the factory manager heard this, he immediately sat down on the ground. Then breathlessly, he looked at Joe Bai and asked, "You did it, didn't you?" Joe Bai shook his head. "No, I even stopped him many times." Joe Bai didn't know if the factory manager believed it or not. He only saw him sitting frozen on the ground, not reacting to the answer Joe Bai had said. Instead, he continued to ask, "You didn't come to work, did you?" Joe Bai did not deny it and answered honestly, "Right, I came to take her out." The factory manager didn't ask again, but lost focus in his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Dr. Chen is gone. Then I am afraid that this pharmaceutical factory will not be able to operate." When Joe Bai saw this disoriented appearance of the factory director, he no longer cared about him. Turning around, he picked up Xiao Ko and then walked towards the door. However, When Jobai passed by the factory manager's side, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. As he looked at the factory manager's cowardly appearance, he couldn't help but sprout a few flames. You're the factory director of this pharmaceutical factory. Why can't this pharmaceutical factory operate when Dr. Chen is gone? The factory director froze in the face of Jobai's questioning and looked up at him. Because I have always listened to Dr. Chen. Jobai similarly looked at him. Dr. Chen has disappeared. It's impossible for him to come back. But the pharmaceutical factory still needs to be run. Those contaminated people out there still need these medicines to alleviate their conditions. The factory manager did not know if he had understood Jobai's words, but just nodded blankly. Jobai sighed. There was only so much he could say about the survival of the pharmaceutical factory. He turned his gaze to the people who were locked in the cages. Before he could say anything, the factory director said on his own, Dr. Chen has disappeared, and there's no need to do the experiments in the future. These people, the pharmaceutical company will treat them well. Hearing this, Jobai was relieved to walk out of the R&D room. The ex-detective was sitting on the aisle, his eyes lax, clearly a sign of drug overdose. Jobai walked over and helped him up. Then, also taking him along, he walked out. The security guards patrolling the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, seeing the three of them walk out, stretched out their hands and stopped in front of them. Jobai was prepared for an imminent bad fight, but behind them, there was the voice of the factory manager. Let them out. The security guard heard the factory manager's order before putting his hands down. Jobai then held the detective with his left hand and pulled Zhaoko with his right. Behind them was the pharmaceutical factory shrouded in mist. In front of him was the path that snaked forward. As more and more away from the pharmaceutical factory, the sign in front of the path also became more and more clear. At this time, Jobai saw a figure standing in front of the sign. Only when he got closer did Jobai see that the person standing there was actually Team Leader Chen. When he saw Jobai walk out with two people, the worry on his face, however, became even more intense. Jobai walked up to him, nodded to him and called out Team Leader Chen. Team Leader Chen sized up Jobai and asked, My brother? No, it's Dr. Chen. Is he alright? I just saw the power outage and I always had a bad feeling about it. Jobai looked over at Team Leader Chen, momentarily wondering how he should tell him the bad news. When Team Leader Chen saw Jobai's expression like this, he instantly guessed 8 points. I understand. Actually, I've long been prepared for this. He lowered his head, trying hard to make his voice sound very calm. This is for you. Thank you for saving me at that time. Jobai took the pass handed over by Team Leader Chen, then solemnly poured out a thank you to him as well. He said goodbye to him, and then set off on his way back. Zhaoko saw the sunlight outside again, but still kept trembling non-stop. Always she was putting her head down, afraid that others would see her mutated face. Jobai also realized that if she went out with this appearance, it would definitely cause a panic. So, he found a piece of cloth and helped her barely cover up. Jobai first sent the detective back to the detective agency. Only then did he take Zhaoko and go to her mother. In the cab, Jobai held the bottle of colored pills in his hand, but in his mind, he kept floating back to Yao Yao's mutation. After dwelling on it for a long time, in the end, it was still unacceptable to leave a regret and end the copy like this. So, he turned his head and said to Zhaoko, Can you go somewhere with me first? It won't take much time. Zhaoko didn't have any opinions on that. So, Jobai said to the driver, Master, please turn around. We're going to 100 Flowers Road. When the driver heard that, he turned around and drove towards the new address. 20 minutes later, the cab stopped at the entrance of Nova Home. Jobai brought Zhaoko, stood outside the door, and knocked on the door. Ms. Son, then, walked out from the house. She was obviously a little stunned when she saw Jobai and Zhaoko appear outside the door. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? I don't seem to have a delivery appointment. Jobai didn't want to explain too much and said directly, Where's Yao Yao? I want to take a look at her. Ms. Son mentioned Yao Yao and a sad expression immediately appeared on her face. Yao Yao is inside, but when you see it, don't be afraid of her. Only after saying that did she lead Jobai inside. Inside the house, the other children had almost moved to other places. Only Yao Yao was left behind, lying alone on a small bed. Jobai came closer to her. Then, he saw the fish scales on her neck, spreading some more, and the feathers on her hands were almost about to cover the entire back of her hands. Looking at this situation, the gray pill was simply unable to inhibit her mutation from worsening. The moment he thought of this, Jobai's entire heart sank. After a long period of silence, only then did he take out a knife and a colored pill from his own pocket. It was placed into Ms. Son's hand at the same time. Yao Yao's condition keeps worsening. If we let it go, then in the end, these mutated parts will cover her entire body. And she, too, will lose her mind and even start attacking others. Jobai knew that it was cruel of him to say this, but he still had to tell MS. Sun the worst possible scenario. First, when MS. Sun heard Jobai say this, her eyes immediately flooded with tears. There's no way to cure her? Jobai pointed at the small knife that Miss Sun was holding in her hand. The pain can suppress the contamination. If you cut off the mutated part of her body, she will stop mutating. As soon as MS. Sun heard this, her hand holding the pocket knife couldn't help but tremble. Jobai couldn't bear to look at her expression, averted his eyes, and continued, there is another option, that is this colored pill. In MS. Sun's eyes, hope was suddenly rekindled. However, what Jobai said next was what made her mood, as a whole, fall to the bottom. This is a medicine developed for her kind of illness. It's possible that this medicine is able to restore the mutated part of her. However, so far, there hasn't been any successful cases. In other words, this medicine, there is a possibility that it will not be able to cure her, and it will also give her side effects. Upon hearing this, MS. Sun fell silent. She grasped these two things in her hands for a long time, unable to make a choice. Knowing that it was very difficult to make this choice, Jobai did not rush her. Instead, he just stood quietly by the side and waited. On the cot next to them, Yao Yao had opened her eyes at some point. Mom! With a weak voice, Yao Yao called out to MS. Sun. MS. Sun hurriedly came back to her senses and responded with a gentle voice. Did mommy disturb Yao Yao? Yao Yao supported and sat up from the bed. Then looking at MS. Sun, she said, Mom, I want to take that pill. When MS. Sun heard this, the tears contained in her eyes suddenly fell. She hurriedly turned her face away and wiped the tears away before saying, does Yao Yao know that if it fails, then your condition might get worse? Yao Yao's tiny head nodded. If I don't eat it, I'll end up becoming a monster. Can it get any worse than that? Besides, I'm afraid of pain. I'm afraid of that knife. As Yao Yao spoke, she dropped tears. How could such a young child not be afraid of pain? MS. Sun, heartbroken, hurriedly wiped away her tears. Good, good. Let's take the colored pills. Let's not take the knife. After MS. Sun finished speaking, she hurriedly returned the knife to Jobai, then took the colored pill and put it into Yao Yao's mouth. Yao Yao drank some water and swallowed it together with the colored pill. After a while, Jobai saw that the fish scales on Yao Yao's neck were slowly becoming less, and the feathers on her hands also had the same tendency to disappear. Jobai didn't dare to relax easily, and continued to keep a close eye on Yao Yao, paying attention to the changes in her body at all times. It was also at this moment, in Jobai's ears, a shrill laughter suddenly came. He was immediately startled inwardly and hurriedly looked around. However, that burst of laughter was still in his ears, not stopping, while everyone else, it was as if they had all completely missed it. Jobai was in a cold sweat. He knew that he might have been noticed by it. The cot in front of him, the fish scales on Yao Yao's neck had all disappeared. However, the feathers covering her hands had stopped recovering. It wasn't until Yao Yao's body didn't recover anymore that the shrill laughter in Jobai's ears stopped. Seeing that Yao Yao's hand did not recover, MS. Sun hurried over, grabbed her hand, and then looked at Jobai. Mr. Zhou, is one medicine not potent enough? Is there any more? I'll buy a few more. As soon as MS. Sun's words fell, Yao Yao's hand, which was grabbed by MS. Sun, suddenly gripped her back. Her eyes turned red. Then she opened her mouth and immediately tried to bite towards MS. Sun. MS. Sun was shocked by this sudden change, and for a moment, she was unable to react. Fortunately, Jobai was fast enough. He slapped his hand directly towards the back of Yao Yao's head. Then, only then did her eyes slowly return to normal, and then she fainted. Jobai looked at her and sighed. Can't take it anymore. There will be side effects. Moreover, her current state of contamination is no longer suitable for taking this pill. Jobai went over and checked Yao Yao's physical condition, only to see that her mixed contamination condition had disappeared, leaving only the back of her hand as the one mutated part. MS. Sun nodded dumbfoundedly. It was obvious that she was still unable to accept this fact. That one small knife. Jobai did not take it away. He placed the pocket knife by Yao Yao's bedside before he walked out of Nova home with a heavy heart. Behind him, moonflower bloomed all over the entire fence. The vibrant and fresh look of the entire yard was in stark contrast to the decaying scene inside the house. Jobai had already done all he could, and without looking back, he brought Zhao Ku, and restopped a cab. Along the way, Zhao Ku hung her head low, from time to time running her hand over the long nose on her face, full of worry about the future. The cab went all the way forward, and then stopped at the location that had been agreed upon with Zhaoka's mom. A plainly dressed middle-aged woman was waiting there early. Zhaoka sat in the car and hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to walk out. Zhou did not follow out, but sat in the car and looked out. Only that middle-aged woman, seeing Zhaoka walk out of the car, immediately recognized her. Zhaoka hung her head low, not daring to look at her. There was a wind that blew past, blowing up the veil Zhaoka had blocked on her face. It also revealed her mutated face to the other party. The middle-aged woman froze. Her eyes flooded with tears before she took one hand and hugged Zhaoku in her arms. It was only when Zhou saw the scene that he finally revealed a smile. And at this time, that mechanical voice also sounded in his ears once again. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, for helping the client find her daughter and bringing her back to the client's side. Passing grade, SSS grade, the rewards will now begin to be distributed. The Great Summer Kingdom has gained the ability to eliminate major natural disasters once. As the chosen one of the Great Summer Nation was the first to pass the barrier, the remaining nations must complete the barrier within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will be judged as a failure. The chosen one of the Summer Kingdom is ready to enter the copy of the Uneasy Christmas Eve. In this copy, the chosen one will become the heir to an ancient castle. At this point, there are 7 days left until Christmas Eve. Requirements: prepare a Christmas Eve party and invite 6 friends. And the chosen one must survive until December 25th. When the first rays of sunlight enter the castle, the chosen one who passes the level first will be given more time to prepare. After the mechanical announcement ended, the scenery in front of Zhou slowly darkened. By the time the surroundings became bright again, he realized that the vehicle he was sitting in had changed from a cab to a magnificently decorated vintage automobile. The vehicle was traveling on a countryside road, and at the end of this small road, there stood an ancient castle. Sir, in front of you is the ancient castle that you are about to inherit. In the front row of the car sat a well-dressed driver. He noticed Zhou waking up and respectfully reminded him. Zhou only gave him a slight nod in response. Then he sized up the driver. He only saw that he was wearing a neat uniform and a pair of clean white gloves on his hands. Even when driving the car, he was always straightening his back. It seemed to be a driver with a high level of professionalism. In his mind, Zhou searched for fragments of memory of this new identity. However, it was only able to learn that the driver in front of him, his name was Sumibuzi. As for other things, I'm afraid that he could still only rely on himself to explore. He cast his gaze towards the ancient castle in the distance. In his mind, he imagined that when he arrived at the ancient castle later, there would be a dozen or so servants standing to greet him. When Zhou thought of this, he immediately felt that he would soon be able to live a life of clothes to hand and food to mouth. Secretly lamented to be able to experience the life of an aristocrat. This copy of the welfare, not bad. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Country were also synchronizing with the picture Zhou saw. However, as they looked at the picture in front of them, they always felt that there was something indescribably strange. It was because Zhou was the first person to enter this copy. Therefore, except for the country whose last copy hadn't ended yet, the experts from the analysis teams of the other countries had all picked up small notebooks, ready to record all of Zhou's next every move. Zhou didn't know that he had now become the center of attention of the entire Blue Star. The car he was sitting in finally drove to the front of the ancient castle. The driver parked the car in front of the gate of the ancient castle before he quickly walked over and opened the door for Zhou. Zhou met his pair of blue eyes. At this time, Zhou also finally surfaced a strange feeling just like the audience. The painting style of this copy seemed to be completely different from what he had experienced before. With these questions in mind, he walked up to the door of the ancient castle. Then, he saw that the heavy iron gate was covered in dust. Buzzy had already driven his car to park it. Zhou stood in front of the door, put his hand on it and tried to push it. Unexpectedly, rumble sound, heavy door in his push, slowly opened. A stale odor came out at once. Zhou couldn't help but turn his head and coughed violently a few times. There was no imagined, standing 2 rows of servants, bending down to greet him. There was just a dead silence. On the 2-story high ceiling, a chandelier that was hanging down, gently swaying with the wind. In the entire ancient castle, only a crawling spider on the spider's web above the chandelier remained, still barely allowing Zhou to feel a bit of liveliness. With his hand, he fanned the dust in the air, then walked towards the inside of the ancient castle. Inside the hall of the ancient castle, a wooden chest was placed in the center. The chest looked new, obviously something that had just been put in. Zhou walked towards the chest before opening it. As soon as the box was opened, Zhou was shaken to the point of squinting by the golden light in front of him. Unexpectedly, the chest was actually filled with gold coins, and at the top of the gold coins, a letter was placed, along with a note. Zhou first opened the letter, only to see it written on it. Respected Mr. Joe, I'm very thankful to you for inheriting this ancient castle of mine. In order to show my gratitude to you, I have sent you 10,000 gold coins. I hope that you, in this ancient castle, can spend the rest of your life happily. Jobai read the letter and was instantly filled with black lines. Inheriting property and still wanting to express gratitude to him? And how did this last sentence look? How did it look like he was cursing him? He put this letter down and then picked up another note. Christmas Eve Survival Code. 1. Please dress up the pine tree with colored lights, gold leaf, garlands, and candy bars. 2. On the night of Christmas Eve, you need to be outside your house. Place a lit candle and make sure it doesn't go out. Don't say it's impossible. You have to do it. 3. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake your own Christmas cake, not drink plum porridge. 4. The owner of the record store may tell you that there is no record of the song Jingle Bells, but don't give up. Make sure you play the song on Christmas Eve night. 5. Distributing Christmas candies to your neighbors can diffuse misunderstandings and hatred. Be sure to have enough candy on hand. The devil knows how many neighbors you have offended. 6. Please don't open the gifts given to you by your friends in person unless the other party strongly requests it. 7. Santa Claus, just a legend. If dressed up like a Santa Claus, please be sure not to let him into the house. 8. December 24th at 6 p.m. is the deadline for you to purchase what you need for Christmas Eve. Inside Jobai's head, after reading all the rules, the system's voice rang out. Noticing that the host has acquired a new rule, we are now marking an incorrect option for you. The 8th rule of the Christmas Eve survival code is wrong. Jobai looked towards that rule. December 24th at 6 p.m. was not the deadline for procuring the items needed for Christmas Eve? Most likely, it was the end time that would be pushed further forward. As for how far ahead it would be, it was unknown for the time being. All Jobai could do was to purchase all the items as soon as possible. Luckily, he had a lot more preparation time than the other chosen. Jobai memorized all the rules in his head before putting the note away. Just in time. At this time, the driver, Buzzy, finished parking his car and walked in. He stood respectfully next to Jobai, quietly waiting for Jobai's orders. Jobai sighed as he looked at the ancient castle that had been deserted for many years. Then he casually grabbed a few gold coins from the chest and prepared to go out for a stroll outside first. Buzzy followed behind Jobai. Jobai looked back at him. He then immediately lowered his head before respectfully asking, "Sir, may I ask for any orders?" Jobai looked at him, not wanting him to follow for the time being, so he waved his hand and casually said, "Put the boxes away and clean up the ancient castle." After saying that, he walked straight towards the door. Buzzy stood in place and shouted yes. He then turned around, shut the chest back up, and then began to carry out the task that Jobai had issued. Jobai walked to the entrance of the old castle by himself. Taking out his cell phone, he saw that it showed the current time, which was 10:30 a.m. on December 18th. After he confirmed the time, he turned back and looked at the ancient castle behind him. He only felt that when he looked upwards from this distance, it appeared even more like this building, so huge that it looked like a monster. Jobai hurriedly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind, lest he wouldn't be able to sleep in the ancient castle tonight. Then, it walked along the path that the car had just driven through. Jobai had just sat in the car, so he didn't feel that the path was that long. Now that he was walking on his own, he actually felt that this road was as long as if it had no end. He looked up at the hot sun in the sky, wiped his sweat, and began to regret not letting Buzzy drive him out. But it was too late for regrets. He was about to, soon, come to the end of the trail. Not far ahead, other buildings began to appear. Jobai looked back and saw that the two sides of this path were littered with thorns and overgrown with weeds. The ancient castle that he was living in was like a lonely island built in the midst of these weeds. There were no other buildings around at all. Damn it! So where did Jobai get a neighbor? He remembered the 5th rule of the Christmas Eve survival code. Distributing Christmas candy to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Please be sure to prepare enough candy. Ghost knows, how many neighbors have you offended? Jobai couldn't help but be flooded with a chill when he thought of this. In this wheat pile, lived many neighbors that Jobai couldn't see right now? Or was it that the person who made the rules had his own opinion on the distance of neighbors? The people in that distant village were also considered Jobai's neighbors? Jobai was unable to deduce the answer for the time being, so he could only put this question aside for the time being, and then find a way to collect more information. Jobai walked from the ancient castle to the nearest town, and spent a full 2 hours. By the time he finally saw a store, it was already 12:30 noon. He touched his already hungry stomach, intending to find a small store to fill his stomach first. Unfortunately, this town wasn't too busy either, so Jobai made a lot of effort before finding a small store that was open. He pushed open the door of the small store. Jingling bell. The bell hanging on the door reminded the store owner that a customer had arrived. there were only 3 or 5 customers sporadically inside the store. The store owner was a young lad, and by himself, he took care of all the work in the store. He saw Jobai enter and greeted him warmly. "Hello sir, alone is it? There's a good spot by the window. I'll take you there." He brought Jobai to sit down by the window. Then he handed over a menu. Jobai looked at the top of the menu. Lemon tea was priced at 2 coins. Hollandaise eggs were priced at 1 coin. Sandwiches were priced at 3 coins. Hamburgers were priced at 5 coins. Jobai weighed the money in his pocket, and then very modestly, ordered only a cup of lemon tea and a sandwich. The shopkeeper quickly delivered the meal Jobai had ordered. In 3 or 2 tries, Jobai ate the food he ordered, then walked to the counter to settle the bill. When Jobai pulled out 5 gold coins and placed them in front of the shopkeeper's expression obviously froze in place. Guest, I am afraid I don't have any change to give you." After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled out all the coins from his cabinet. 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins, 3 silver coins, 10 copper coins, 20 copper coins, 30 copper coins. In the end, after the shopkeeper counted all the coins in his cabinet, he could only come up with a total of 4 silver coins and 46 copper coins. That shopkeeper, very embarrassed, looked at Jobai. "I'm really sorry, if I give you all of these, I'm still short 9 copper coins. Look at this." Jobai looked at the coins piled up in front of him, like a small mountain. Similarly, he was a bit frozen. Unexpectedly, he was actually so rich in this copy. He coughed lightly, then pretended to be calm and said, "Then I'll order 1 more burger, and then you find me a bag for these coins. For the rest of the money, there's no need to look for it." Upon hearing this, that shopkeeper immediately filled his face with smiles and, then from the 5 gold coins Jobai placed on the table, he pulled out 1 and wiped it with his clothes. Afraid that Jobai would back out, he then hurriedly put it into his pocket. He found a bag and put all the other coins on the table in it before smilingly handing it to Jobai. "Honorable guest, may I ask if your burger is packed, or if you want to eat it here?" Jobai took the large bag of coins. The coins collided, making a sound that drew the other guests in the small store, all turning their heads to look his way. Jobai gripped the bag in his hand tightly and said, "Pack it up." The shopkeeper happily responded, "Good grin," then quickly returned inside the kitchen again. He didn't let Jobai wait for long, and soon walked out with a hot burger, in a paper bag. Jobai took the paper bag he handed over, took the whole bag of coins in his hand, and walked out of the small store. Behind him, was the slightly fawning voice of the store owner. "Dear customer, welcome to visit again." Jobai walked down the street with a whole bag of coins, nibbling on the burger in his hand as he walked. After realizing that his gold coins were valuable, walking down the street, he always felt that all the passers-by were looking at him. He smiled and shook his head. Looking up, he saw that not far away, a candy store appeared. So he took 3 or 2 bites and ate the burger in his hand, then walked quickly towards the candy store. The items to be purchased on Christmas Eve this time, candy was a key item in it. Since he had found a candy store, let's go in first and take a stroll. Waiting until Jobai walked to the entrance of this candy store, he realized that this store seemed to be a little too cold. On the street, there were parents with children who walked near this candy store, and they all very obviously tried to distance themselves from it as much as possible. Jobai felt a bit puzzled, but still pushed open the door of this candy store. As soon as the door opened, a fleshy, round-faced boss immediately appeared in front of Jobai with a smile on his face. "Welcome, my dear guest. What kind of candy do you want to buy? There are hundreds of candies in this store. There is always one that suits you." The round-faced boss smiled as he led Jobai, visiting his fantastically decorated candy house. "This pink one is white peach flavor. The flavor is very refreshing. It's perfect to give to a girl." After he finished speaking, from inside the box, he took a candy and handed it to Jobai. "You can try it." Jobai saw that he also took one and put it in his mouth. Then he did not get suspicious on the candy. After the round-faced boss took Jobai around the candy house, in Jobai's hand, there were already 3 pieces of candy paper placed. Jobai ate the candies in his mouth and was very satisfied with the quality of the candies in this store. Before leaving, he picked out 2 large bags of candies to take away. The round-faced boss placed the candies in front of the counter and quickly wrote and drew in his own book before quoting a sky-high price. "Hello guest, for these 2 bags of candies, you need to pay a total of 2,000 gold coins." When Jobai heard the price quoted by the round-faced boss, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. This was an encounter with a candy assassin? How could he let him have his way then? One had to bravely reject him to do so. Thus, Jobai dropped a sentence. "I won't buy it then." Then he turned around and walked towards the door. The round-faced boss froze for 2 seconds before reacting, hurriedly chased after him. Guest, no, It's fine if you don't buy it. But, you just ate 3 candies. You have to pay for at least 3 candies. When Jobai heard his words, he was instantly a little annoyed. I didn't expect him to be quite deep in this ruse. Thus, Jobai stopped and turned his head to look at him. Your family's candy. You still have to charge for trying it? When you brought it to me to eat, did you tell me to charge for it? On top of your candy, is the price labeled? Your behavior like this is clearly cheating consumers. The round-faced boss was so dumbfounded by Jobai's question that he even stuttered a bit when he spoke. I didn't say I don't want money. You, do you know? This candy, very expensive. Jobai didn't know before, but now he had finally seen it. Of course I know. Didn't you just say it? 2,000 gold coins for 2 bags. Isn't that expensive enough? I'm not buying it. Jobai finished his sentence and was about to leave again. The round-faced boss stopped and wouldn't let go. Jobai had no choice and didn't want to waste too much time with him, so he casually threw 3 gold coins to him and walked out the door. This is not enough. The round-faced boss reached out to stop Jobai, but then recalled the 3 consecutive questions he had just asked. After thinking about it for a moment, he felt that he did seem to be wrong. The hand that was stretched out was instantly withdrawn. Silently, he put away the 3 gold coins given by Jobai before walking back behind the counter. Jobai angrily walked out of the store. When he thought about how he had actually been ripped off, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even though he had already left the candy house for a long time, it was still hard to dispel the anger in his heart. 3 candies had cost him 3 gold coins. Loss. It was a huge loss. Why did he just, in passing, pull out 3 gold coins? He should have just pulled out 3 copper coins from the bag and given them to him. Traitor, a big traitor. Jobai was furious and looked around, inwardly feeling that he must find out another candy store again before he could do so. Unfortunately, after wandering around for a long time, he didn't see another store selling candies. Instead, there was a store that bought jewelry that attracted Jobai's attention. The interior decorations of that store already exuded a strong Christmas flavor. As soon as Jobai saw it, he couldn't help but be attracted to it. At the entrance of the store, a large blackboard was filled with today's specials. Package A, 200 meters of colored lights, 50 centimeters garlands, and 10 bells for only 1 silver coin. Package B, 10 sheets of gold foil paper, a pack of ribbons, 100 meters of colored lights for only 2 silver coins. Package C, 5 hanging dolls, 50 centimeters garland, 10 sheets of gold foil paper for only 3 silver coins. Jobai stood in front of the store and carefully looked at the top of the blackboard. After the baptism of the candy store just now looking at these prices again, he only felt that they were really very cheap. However, none of the combinations inside were able to be completely in line with Jobai's requirements. He couldn't help but shake his head. Then he looked towards the store. Inside the store, a man with a beard, seeing that Jobai was looking inside the point, walked out to greet the business. Sir, have you decorated your Christmas tree this year? If not, would you like to take a look at the decorations in our store? The prices of the items in this store are all very favorable. This shopkeeper was quite masculine looking, but the tone of his voice was somewhat inconsistent with his own temperament. Jobai thought to himself, the pine tree hadn't been bought yet. There was no way to know the exact amount of decorations. It seemed a bit early to buy the decorations first, but it should be okay to ask for a price first. So, Jobai then said, colored lights, gold foil, garlands, and candy bars, how much is each of these when bought separately? The man with the beard, hearing Jobai's words, the smile on his face, remained unchanged. The candy bar is something that needs to be bought in a candy store. The other 3, we do sell them. You can take a look at the package. Jobai pointed to the packages on the blackboard and said, none of the packages above are just right for me. Can I purchase them individually? When the man with the beard heard this, he immediately revealed an apologetic expression. That's really too sorry. Our store only sells packages. The items are not sold separately. You can take a look at the packages. Purchasing a package is more favorable. When Jobai heard what he said, he immediately frowned. This store actually had bundled sales? How Jobai looked at it. How did he feel it was wrong? It felt like there was a pit. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to buy, so he said to the man with the beard, I'll think about it again. The man with the beard did not say anything more. Thus, after Jobai finished speaking, he turned around and left the store. As he walked, he recalled the contents above the rules. The first rule of the Christmas Eve survival code. Please use colored lights, gold foil, garlands, and candy bars to dress up the pine tree. From this rule, it only said to use these 4 things to decorate the pine tree. That means that adding other decorations to the pine tree should trigger the rule. However, if the pit of this store was just placed here, it would be easier to avoid. After buying all of them and not putting them on the pine tree, wouldn't that be fine? The fear is that there are unknown pits buried in unknown places. But according to the information we know now, we can't easily jump to conclusions. This copy, there should be more than just this one rule. Perhaps when all the other rules were found, the answer would be known. When Jobai thought of this, he postponed his plan to buy decorations for the time being and then continued to walk forward. As Jobai thought and walked, he somewhat ignored his surroundings. Suddenly, a silhouette, from Jobai's right side, in a parabola, fell heavily in front of him. Jobai was startled when he saw a person suddenly fall in front of him. Only then did he see that the person who fell to his feet was a thin man wearing an apron and a chef's hat. And to Jobai's right side, there was likewise a man standing with an apron and a chef's hat. Only, his feet had just been put down, and in his hand, he was holding an electric egg beater. Behind him, there was a baking house. Ugh, how did I get an employee like you? I should really drill a hole in your body so that all that stupidity can flow out. After saying that, he lifted up that electric whisk as if it was the tool he was going to drill a hole in the other party with. The one who fell at Jobai's feet backed up as he took the apron off of himself. Turning to the one standing in front of the bakery, he said angrily, "I'm quitting. This job of yours, it's not even human." He threw the apron, and the chef's hat on his head, to the ground, and made a gesture to leave. The man standing in front of the bakery, on the other hand, was leaning against the door, with one hand in his pocket, and the other hand still holding the whisk. It looked very relaxed, not affected by the other man's anger. "You want to leave just like that? You've worked in my store for half a month. You've been late 4 times, broken 1 bowl, baked 2 loaves of bread, and made me angry 167 times. All these losses offset this half-month's salary, and you'll have to pay me 5 silver coins back. Give me the money first before you leave." After he finished speaking, he gently kicked the ground with his foot. The other man then subconsciously took a step backward in a dodging motion. He was furious at his conditioned reflex. Indignantly, he took out 4 silver coins from his pocket, and threw them to the ground, then said, "Here you go. I'm really unlucky to come to work for you." After throwing down the silver coins, he hurriedly ran away from the place as if he was fleeing. Jobai had finished watching a hilarious scene and was about to leave. However, he saw that the man standing at the door, after picking up the things on the ground, he took out a sign from inside the store. On the top of the sign was written, "Cake Apprentice Wanted." When Jobai saw those words, he jumped inwardly. The third article of the Christmas Eve Survival Code. On Christmas Eve, you need to bake your own Christmas cake instead of drinking plum porridge. Unfortunately, Jobai had no semblance of experience in baking. If he were to bake his own cake, it would be almost impossible. This job posting seemed to have been specially prepared for him. He just happened to meet the employee who was fired, and just happened to see this job posting. When he thought of this, he was a bit hesitant. Moreover, this person in front of him didn't look like a good employer. Jobai pondered for a while, and finally decided to go up and ask, "Hello, may I ask the cake apprentice, what kind of work do I need to do?" On the bakery owner's hands, he wore a pair of gloves. Seeing Jobai come over to apply for the job, he looked him up and down. Jobai was, at this moment, wearing an elaborate suit. The brooch pinned on the suit, although low profile, could still be seen to be of great value if one looked closely. At a glance, it didn't look like a person who needed to come out to work. Thus, the bakery owner answered his question with a bit more diffidence. "You better forget it. Cake apprenticeship, not an easy job. Have you ever seen a silent town at 5 in the morning? I've been able to see it every day. Only people like me, who are full of dreams, are able to persevere so much every day, and people like you, who are surrounded by money, won't understand the dreams we hold on to." After he finished speaking, he also looked at his reflection in the glass and straightened the handful of hair that he had purposely left out under his chef's hat. Jobai glanced at him, then fell silent. It was because the issue he raised was indeed a bit tricky. Work started at 5 o'clock, and even if he let Buzzy drive him here, then he would have to get up at least 3 o'clock. This difficulty, it really wasn't ordinary. Moreover, he had to prepare for the Christmas Eve party, and there were still a lot of things to do. One couldn't afford to consume all of his time. Inside the bakery, after thinking about it, he asked, "Can I not do any other work and just learn how to make cakes with you?" When the bakery owner heard this, he was immediately unhappy. "How can that be? Do you think that a cake apprentice is really just coming over to learn how to make cakes? Cake apprentices, they also have to help carry goods. Give the cake master, that is, me, a hand, handing out all kinds of tools, carrying all kinds of baking ingredients, wiping sweat, serving tea, pouring water." The bakery owner listed out various jobs, and Jobai's mind swelled as he listened. It felt that if he talked to him again, he wouldn't be able to get a result. It seemed that it could only come to something practical. Thus, he took out 4 silver coins from the bag he was holding and placed them in front of him. The bakery owner's eyes immediately looked towards those 4 silver coins. The words that had just reached his mouth were also retracted. What if I pay? The bakery owner averted his gaze from those 4 silver coins, pretending not to care. He said, I'm a person with dreams and principles. Don't think that with money, you can buy me off. Jobai looked at him, before taking out a gold coin from his pocket and placing it together with those 4 silver coins. When the bakery owner took a look, he immediately revealed a smile. It is also not non-negotiable. However, my time is precious. Let me teach you to make cakes. Then I won't be able to make the bread that other customers need. This loss, Jobai understood in a second, and from his own pocket, he pulled out another gold coin out. The bakery owner immediately smiled even more happily. Hurriedly reaching out, he took the money from Jobai's hand. Can. Good talk. Jobai was in a good mood when he saw that he had finally managed to get one thing done. After agreeing with him on a time to come over and learn how to make cakes, he left the bakery. As he walked, he recalled in his mind the things needed inside the rules: pine trees, decorations, cakes, records, candy, candles. After determining the 6 friends to be invited, there was still a gift that needed to be picked out for each of them. With only 7 days to prepare, there was quite a bit to do. When he thought about it, he felt that he couldn't waste any time and had to check out a few more stores before he could do so. He continued to walk forward. Suddenly, there was a vintage yet melodious song that entered his ears. He looked around, searching for the source of the song, then following the direction from which the song came. He walked and unexpectedly walked into an alley. As he walked into the deepest part of the alley, he saw an old lighted sign that flickered with light. The words on it were missing a corner, but it was still recognizable as a record store. Jobai thought of the fact that he had the task of purchasing a record, so he walked towards it, only to see a withered old man, lazily reclining on a chair. Jobai approached and came to the entrance of the store. He also just raised his eyes and looked at him. Then, it continued to look elsewhere. Jobai surveyed the records on top of the cabinet, but was surprised to find that all the records sold in this record store were actually vinyl records. The cardboard boxes on the outside of those records all looked a little old. They were mottled, yellowed, and some of them already had signs of breakage. Jobai walked over and looked up at the wide array of records on the cabinet. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently touched it. Instantly, the cardboard box outside the records had many yellowed scraps of paper that fluttered down. The withered old man sitting on the chair immediately sat up straight when he saw Jobai's action. Don't touch my record. Jobai hurriedly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I'm just looking for a record. May I ask here, is there a record that has the song Jingle Bells on it? The withered old man stretched his neck and placed his hand next to his ear. What, is it going to be the song Santa Claus is Coming to Town? Jobai came into his ear and amplified himself. It's Jingle Bells. The withered old man suddenly realized. Oh, you mean my Christmas tree? Jobai shook his head helplessly at him. He then continued. Ringing Rock, Silver Christmas, Last Christmas. Jobai heard the old man recite one Christmas-related song after another, just not the one he wanted. He could only sigh silently. Jobai seriously doubted that this old man, he was doing it on purpose. The 4th rule of the Christmas Eve survival code. The owner of the record store may tell you that there is no record of the song Jingle Bells, but don't give up. Please make sure to play the song on the night of Christmas Eve. When Jobai saw this rule, he should have known that this record was not that easy to get. He waved his hand at the withered old man before walking out of the record store. I'm afraid that if I continue to tangle with him like this, I won't be able to buy the record. It would be better to go back first and come up with a good solution, then come back again. So, Jobai followed the original path and walked out. Behind him, the melodious singing voice still echoed on the road. Jobai was walking within the alley when he came face to face with a mother and son. The alley was too narrow, and I'm afraid there was no way for 3 people to pass through together. So Jobai sidestepped and made way for them to pass first. However, when that mother and son pair passed by Jobai, he heard that little boy say to his mom, "It's so quiet. Mom, let's hurry home." Jobai instantly felt that something was wrong. Then he turned his head to look at them. Unexpectedly, that mom also happened to look at Jobai. Jobai instantly jumped inwardly, deliberately reminding him. Before Jobai could react, he saw that mom, with the little boy, turn into another alley. Jobai listened to his ears, the voice that kept chanting. Then following the direction of where the singing was, he looked towards that record store. The lights on the record store were flickering and worn out, and with the surroundings, it looked a bit out of place. When Jobai saw this, unconsciously, he clenched his palms. He picked up the brooch pinned on top of his clothes, and then stabbed it into his hand. Immediately, pain traveled from his fingertips to his brain. A bean-sized bead of blood also dripped down as the brooch was pulled out. Jobai endured the pain, then looked at the record store once again, only to see that the store was still there. But the singing, however, had disappeared. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard extraordinarily clearly. Jobai wiped the drops of blood off his hands, pinned the brooch back onto his clothes, and then quickly walked out of the alley. In front of the screen, the experts who were watching the live broadcast also realized that the situation was not right, especially the others who were squatting in the live broadcast of the Great Summer Country, preparing to copy their homework. They were even quicker to highlight this discovery of theirs and record it in their books. On the live broadcast screen, Jobai quickened his pace. It was only when he returned to the main road that he relaxed a little. He tried hard to recall where, exactly, the contamination had begun. After recalling a round of experiences after arriving at this copy, he didn't find anything unusual. In particular, everyone he had met since entering this copy did not have the slightest tendency to be contaminated. When he thought of this, he looked at his hands. Only on the back of Jobai's hands, those tiny fluffy hairs were still there. In other words, his physical condition, no matter how many copies he went through, was going to continue. Then, it wasn't impossible that he had been contaminated in the pharmaceutical factory since his last copy. Although he thought that this cause was extremely likely, he still didn't dare to jump to conclusions so easily. One still had to be more vigilant in the world of strange tales. As he thought of this, he glanced back at the alley behind him again. More and more, he felt that the old man, and that record store, the whole thing was permeated with a weird feeling. It seemed that the difficulty of the task of buying records had risen quite a bit. Luckily, Jobai still had 6 days to ponder over this issue. He left his original location and continued inside this town, searching for a store suitable for purchasing. The rest of the trip went quite a bit smoother. Jobai found a store that sold candles, then took all the candles in their house and purchased them all. The second article of the Christmas Eve Survival Code. On the night of Christmas Eve, you need to be outside your house. Place a lit candle, and make sure it doesn't go out. Don't say it's impossible. You have to do it. How do you keep a candle burning outside your house all night, and not go out? It wasn't as easy as that. Thus, Jobai was prepared to start today, and every day, outside the ancient castle, light a few candles, until he successfully experimented with a method that would allow the candles to burn all night without going out. He spent 6 silver coins, carried 2 large bags of candles, and walked along the original path, in the direction of the ancient castle. At this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jobai carried the candles out of the town and walked to the path that led to the ancient castle. Looking from the path to both sides, it was full of weeds, and at the end of the weeds was a whole forest. Jobai looked in the direction where that forest was, only to see that in the distance, there seemed to be a silhouette that was walking towards the direction where Jobai was, with his back to the forest. Because the distance was too far apart, Jobai could only see a vague outline. Jobai felt strange. This place was so desolate. Other than himself, the great ingrate who was forced to receive the ancient castle, who else would be fine coming to this place? Thinking so, Jobai intentionally slowed down his pace, intending to take a look at that person. The person in the distance slowly approached in the direction of the path. It was only at this time that Jobai got a good look at him, only to see his head, shaved bald. On his body, he was wearing a pair of blue workwear backpack pants. In his hand, he was holding a chainsaw, and on that chainsaw, there was actually blood. The person holding the chainsaw in front of him looked to be in a bad mood. His brows were furrowed. Noticing Jobai looking at himself, he raised his eyes, revealing a fierce look, and looked back. Jobai only felt that the person in front of him seemed to be permeated with a murderous aura. The viewers in front of the screen, seeing this look in his eyes, also felt a coldness throughout their bodies. On the live broadcast screen, Jobai and the man with the chainsaw were only less than 50 meters away. The setting sun and the sky colored the image in front of him into a heart-stopping red. The barren grass covered most of his body. However, the chainsaw that he held in his hand, with bloodstains, still shone with a cold light, reflecting in Jobai's eyes. He pointed the chainsaw at Jobai. The chainsaw turned, and the weeds beside him were suddenly separated from their heads. Jobai did not know what he meant by this. He only knew that if he clashed with him at this time, he would definitely not be able to fight him. After all, in the other party's hands, he was still holding a weapon. When Jobai thought of this, he turned his head back, quickened his pace, and walked in the direction of the ancient castle. There was a wind blowing the grass on both sides, making a rustling sound. The sound sounded like someone was ruffling the grass and running towards Jobai's direction. Jobai immediately felt a chill run down his spine. As he walked forward quickly, he turned back and looked in the direction where the person had just been. But that location just now was now empty. Jobai didn't let go of his heart because he couldn't see him anymore. On the contrary, because he didn't know the source of the danger, it instead caused a greater sense of fear to surface. Within his heart, the strong sense of uneasiness caused him to hurriedly look in the direction where the other party was. Beside him, those one-person tall grasses, blown by the wind, swayed gently from side to side. Every place looked like someone was hiding inside. Inside, Jobai's heart was pounding. He retracted his gaze, his feet lifted up, and he darted over in the direction of the old castle. At this time, there were headlights shining over in the distance. When Jobai took a look, he rejoiced inwardly. It was Buzzy driving over in his car. He waved his hand in the direction where the car was. Then he ran over. However, just to the right of him was the grass. The grass, along with Jobai's running steps, also followed closely behind, making a more violent rustling sound. Jobai realized that the situation was not right. He looked in the direction of the sound. Then, he saw the bald chainsaw man. A face with a crazy smile appeared on his right. The distance between him and Jobai was less than 5 meters. Jobai's cold hairs stood straight up. Hastily turning his head, he ran furiously in the direction where the car was. The bald chainsaw man, seeing Jobai running, similarly accelerated his pace and chased towards Jobai. The chainsaw in his hand rotated, emitting a zip, zip, zip sound. Wherever the chainsaw passed, a large area of grass fell down. Jobai quickly ran toward the front. The car driven by Buzzy was also getting closer and closer. However, the distance between the bald chainsaw man, who was following closely behind Jobai, and Jobai, was similarly shortening. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Buzz's car finally stopped in front of Jobai. Jobai hurriedly opened the car door and sat in. Behind him, the hand of the bald chainsaw man tried to grab at Jobai. However, it fluttered in the air. Only a blood-red handprint was left behind. Slapping on the car window, Buzzy stepped on the gas and drove forward. Waiting until he and the bald chainsaw man had pulled away from each other for some distance, he turned the car around and drove in the direction of the ancient castle. Jobai sat in the car and looked behind him. The man, likewise, looked towards the direction where Jobai was. The chainsaw in his hand was hanging down. In the other hand, there were large drops of blood that dripped down onto the dirt floor. Jobai looked at the bloody handprints left on the car window and only felt very shocked. When he looked at that bald chainsaw man again, he surprisingly realized that he was also walking in the direction where the ancient castle was. The crisis was still not lifted. Jobai sat in the backseat of the car, his entire heart lifted up. Buzzy drove the car, and the expression on his face also carried a bit of gravity. Sir, this ancient castle, I'm afraid it's not quite normal. Jobai used his feet to think, and knew that this ancient fort wasn't quite normal. Therefore, when he heard Buzzy say this, he didn't react too much. Instead, I was afraid that you would come back too late, so I drove my car out to pick you up. I hope you won't blame me for going AWOL. Jobai gave him a slight nod. It's fine. You came out at just the right time. After saying that, he turned his head to look behind the car again. The figure of that bald chainsaw man was getting smaller and smaller. However, the direction he was going was still where the ancient castle was located. Buzzy drove the car and sent Jobai to the front of the ancient castle. Jobai pushed open that heavy iron gate and walked into the ancient castle. Inside the hall of the old castle, it had already been cleaned by Buzzy. It looked like it finally had a bit of the look of the previous prosperous period. Jobai stood within the hall of the old castle, and what came to mind was the figure of that bald chainsaw man. Thus, he hurriedly checked the doors and windows of the first floor, making sure that all the windows were all closed tightly before walking back to the hall. By this time, Buzzy had already parked his car and walked over to Jobai. Sir, the iron gate is already locked. The iron fence is outside. I've also checked them all. Also, I found some weapons. If anyone tries to harm the ancient castle and sir, I will definitely guard your safety to the death. By Buzzy's feet, there were several rusty iron weapons. It was unknown where he had found these old antiques. Jobai squatted down and casually picked a long knife. Holding it in his hand, he waited and felt that it was quite manageable. Then he brought it to his body. Buzzy watched Jobai's movements and picked up a weapon himself, then turned to Jobai and nodded firmly. Don't worry sir, we will definitely spend the rest of our days in the ancient castle. Well, Jobai listened to Buzzy's words. How it sounded. How it felt unlucky. Waving his hand at him, he swept his words behind his head. Buzzy didn't notice Jobai's movements, but continued. Sir, this ancient castle, it really isn't normal. Jobai looked at him and asked, did you find something while cleaning the ancient castle? Buzzy nodded at Jobai. Sir, you come with me. With that, he led Jobai towards the upper floors of the ancient castle. Jobai followed Buzz along the long stone staircase of the ancient castle, and arrived at the watchtower at the very top of the ancient castle. Buzzy stood at the iron railing and turned to Jobai, pointing to the large area of barren grass below the ancient castle. Jobai looked in the direction that Buzzy was pointing, and then, he saw that the barren grass below the ancient castle was actually dotted with one grave after another. Looking down from Jobai's position, this ancient castle was simply like being surrounded by a bunch of densely packed graves. As Jobai looked at these graves, a coldness suddenly flooded his heart. Article 5 of the Christmas Eve Survival Code. Distributing Christmas candies to your neighbors can resolve misunderstandings and hatred. Please be sure to prepare enough candies. Hell knows how many neighbors you've offended. There are no other buildings at all in the neighborhood of this old castle. Could it be that these graves were the neighbors that were spoken of within this rule? Jobai thought of this and looked at Buzzy, who also froze and looked at Jobai. Both of them saw an emotion called despair in each other's eyes. Jobai sighed and gripped the weapon in his hand that probably didn't work too well anymore, then walked down the stone steps. Buzzy lowered his head and followed behind Jobai. After descending the stairs, he led Jobai into a parlor that he had cleaned up in advance. Jobai found a stool and sat down, and Buzzy handed him a cup of tea, then walked out. Only after coming over for a while did he bring over a photo album from outside and handed it to Jobai. Sir, when I was cleaning the old castle, I found this photo album. You can take a look at it. It might be helpful to you. Jobai took the album in Buzzy's hand, after scrutinizing the cover of the album, only to see that all around the album, it was encrusted with gold edges. Although it had aged, there was still no way to hide the honorable status of the user. Jobai scrutinized it for a while before flipping the cover. When he saw the first photo in the album, his eyes widened, only to see that inside the photo was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit. He stood straight and then looked at the camera with an expressionless face. It looked as if he was looking at this moment, Jobai, who was flipping through the photo album. When Jobai met his eyes, the hand that was holding the photo album could not help but pause for a moment. However, this wasn't the most frightening part. The most frightening thing was that next to him was, quite literally, a grave. When Jobai saw this, he immediately felt his back just all cool. What kind of person was this? Why did he take a picture with a grave? Buzzy was standing right next to Jobai. Seeing the person in the photo, he explained to Jobai, "This person is the previous owner of this ancient castle. He passed away 10 years ago." After Jobai heard Buzzy's explanation, he only felt that the photo in front of him added a few more points of eeriness. He hurriedly flipped through the album, wanting to see what the photos at the back were. However, after he flipped through the entire album, all he saw were pictures of this man with various different graves. The whole album, all of them were such photos. The same man, the same standing straight, the same expressionless face looking at the camera. The only difference was the graves next to him. The more Jobai looked, the more bizarre he felt. Especially, the background where these photos were located was clearly where this ancient castle was located. In other words, that man was taking a photo with those densely packed graves outside the old castle. These graves, in the end, what does it have to do with him? And why did he want to take such an oozing photo with these graves? How Jobai thought about it, he found it a little hard to understand. He took the photos, reborn from the beginning, and flipped through them. While flipping, he counted the photos inside the album. In the end, he learned that there were a total of 114 graves in the entire album. Jobai finished counting and closed the photo album. Leaning back on the back of the chair, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Buzzy stood aside and said to Jobai, "Sir, there are just too many rooms in this ancient castle, and I haven't cleaned them all yet. But the master bedroom on the second floor, as well as the study, I've cleaned them all, so you can go over and rest. I'll go prepare dinner first, and I'll call you when it's ready to eat." Jobai nodded to Buzzy. Then Buzzy retreated out. Jobai put away the photo album in his hands before walking out of the parlor. Along the stone stairs, he walked to the second floor. On the second floor, the doorway to the master bedroom that belonged to Jobai was open. Jobai walked in and looked at the arrangement inside. In the bedroom, Buzzy had already helped Jobai change into new sheets. The other furniture, too, had been scrubbed clean. Jobai nodded slightly. For the time being, he was quite satisfied with this copy, and the minions he was equipped with. After he finished looking at the bedroom, he walked into the study next door. Inside the study, there was a row of tall bookshelves with many age-old books on them. It looked like it should be something left behind by the previous owner of the ancient castle. The bookshelves had been scrubbed clean by Buzzy, but the dust on top of the books still allowed one to feel the traces that time had left on these items. Jobai finished looking at the bookshelf, and then walked over to the table in front of the bookshelf. With a casual hand, he pulled open the drawer of the table. Then a note inside the drawer was reflected in Jobai eyes. Jobai picked up the note and saw that on the top of the note, there were new rules written. He immediately looked towards the note, but in his heart, a strange feeling still flooded his mind. This note seemed to be new and somewhat strange. He put this doubt aside for now, and then looked towards the contents on top of the note. Ancient Castle Survival Code. 1. Underneath the ancient castle, there is a dungeon built. Please do not ever travel to it. Trust me, you don't want to see the inside of the dungeon. 2. After 3 in the middle of the night and before the sun rises, please don't go to the toilet. 3. If the lights inside the old castle keep flickering, please don't suspect that there is something wrong with the electric lights. This is an omen of danger. Please return to your room immediately and stay quietly for an hour before coming out. For this old castle is very close to the forest, so there are often small animals coming to visit. If in the old castle, you find traces of animal activity, or find something missing in the kitchen, please do not care. 5. Please don't make loud noises in the old castle, so as not to disturb your neighbors. 6. Please knock 3 times on the door of your room before going into it to sleep at night. Only when you hear no movement in the room can you go in. 7. There are a lot of traps set up in the old castle in order to enhance the defense. The vase placed on the left side of the stairs on the first floor is the tool to activate the switch. This switch is very dangerous, so don't touch this vase at all times. 8. If you are not careful and violate any of the 1st through 6th rules, please immediately turn the vase on the left side of the stairs on the first floor. Jobai read all the rules, and then in his mind, the system's voice rang out, noticing that the host has acquired a new rule. Now for the host, marking an incorrect option. Ancient Castle Survival Code. Rule 8 is wrong. Jobai's gaze looked towards the 8th rule. This rule was associated with the 1st through 6th rules. If this rule was wrong, then what about the other associated rules? Could there be errors as well? Jobai reread all the first 6 rules again. Dungeon, toilet, critters, neighbors. In this ancient castle, it looked like there were only 2 people, Jobai and Buzzy. However, from inside the rules, it seemed that this was not the case. Jobai felt that inside this ancient castle, there often seemed to be some unknown guests that would sneak over to visit, and these first 6 rules looked like they were preventing him from seeing these guests. The rules told him to go ahead and turn the vase when he violated these 6 rules, and the system labeled this rule as wrong. In other words, don't turn the vase? In his mind, Jobai raised this doubt, but didn't jump to conclusions easily. One had to figure out what it meant to rotate this vase before he could know the answer. When Jobai thought of this, he put that new and somewhat strange paper back inside the drawer. Then he walked out of the study. He arrived at the corridor on the 2nd floor and leaned his hand on the railing. Looking down, there was the hall on the 1st floor, and the vase that the rules stated above was placed next to the stairs. Looking inconspicuous, Jobai looked at that vase, and in his mind, the contents above the note kept floating. At that moment, a pair of blue eyes suddenly appeared within Jobai's line of sight. Jobai was startled when he didn't pay attention. Only then did he see that the owner of these eyes was his little brother, Buzzy. Buzzy stood in the hall on the 1st floor and looked up at Jobai. His figure, blocking the vase, then turned to Jobai and bowed respectfully. Sir, it's time to eat. Jobai withdrew his gaze and nodded before walking down the stairs. Inside the restaurant on the 1st floor, Jobai was alone, sitting at the top of the long dining table. Buzzy handed over a plate of spaghetti with meat sauce and placed it in front of Jobai. Sir, I'm really sorry. My cooking skills are limited, so I can only make this. I've wronged you. Jobai raised his eyes to look at him. He only saw him hanging his head down, and the expression on his face looked as if he was indeed very sorry for his cooking skills. Jobai withdrew his gaze and faintly said, "It's fine." Then, he picked up the fork next to him and took the spaghetti on the plate and sent it into his mouth. The dinner was simple, but the flavor was quite acceptable. Jobai slowly ate the spaghetti on his plate, while Buzzy stood behind him very dutifully, waiting for him to finish his dinner. At this moment, there was a clang. The sound of metal clashing came up from where Jobai's feet were. Jobai's hand that was holding his fork stopped in midair. Did you hear the sound? Jobai turned his head and looked at Buzzy, who was standing behind him. Buzzy then respectfully lowered his head. The equipment in this ancient castle is old, and when I was tidying up my room today, I also heard a sound like this. Once I have cleaned the entire ancient castle, there shouldn't be any of these sounds. Jobai felt that the point of this matter was the sound that had just come out from underground, but Buzzy's answer seemed to be purposely avoiding this issue. The first article of the ancient castle's survival code. Underneath the ancient castle, a dungeon is built. Please never travel to it. Trust me, you don't want to see the inside of the dungeon. It seems that this voice is coming from inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, what exactly was there? This rule didn't allow Jobai to see it, but it aroused his curiosity even more. He looked at the expression on Buzzy's face. However, he could only see on his face respect for himself. Other than that, no half of other emotions were visible. Jobai turned his head and continued to finish the plate of spaghetti in front of him. Then he returned to the study on the second floor. The box filled with gold coins that was placed inside the hall in the morning was also placed in the study. Jobai opened it and looked at it before sitting back in his chair. He placed the 2 rules in front of him and rethought. In the afternoon, that bald chainsaw man came towards the direction of the ancient castle, and he wondered, did he really want to come in the ancient castle? Jobai felt vaguely uneasy inside when he thought of this. The strange old castle, the little brother with unknown intentions, the graves that surrounded them, and the chainsaw monster that was walking towards the old castle. There were simply too many risk factors. Jobai sighed and leaned back in his chair, trying to comfort himself to be strong. At this time, the window of the study, but suddenly came a zip, zip, zip sound. This is the sound of a chainsaw. Jobai felt that his heart, which he had managed to calm down, immediately beat violently again. Jobai could only stand up from the chair, then turned around and walked to the window. Outside of the window, not far from the ancient castle, grew a dozen small trees, and that bald guy, then holding a chainsaw, was sawing one of them. Zip, 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 zip. The sound of the chainsaw pierced into Jobai's ears. Jobai only felt that his nerves were undergoing torture. On that chainsaw, blood still remained on it, while that bald man, holding the chainsaw in his hand, his eyes were looking towards the window where Jobai was standing. Jobai couldn't help but shiver when he met his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the iron railings that surrounded the ancient castle before he lowered his heart. He brought the long knife with him and then walked downstairs. At this time, Buzzy had already washed the dishes. Seeing Jobai walking down, he walked next to him, ready to wait for his orders. Jobai glanced at him and didn't say anything more. Coming to the hall, he took the 2 large bags of candles he had purchased and took them out. Since the bald chainsaw man had sawed the tree behind the house, there shouldn't be any danger for him to go to the front of the house to test the candles, right? Jobai also didn't expect that he would be able to adjust his mindset so quickly. He was inside the hall, and casually sat down. Then he poured out the 2 large bags of candles, all of them. Buzzy obviously froze for a moment when he saw that Jobai had purchased so many candles. Jobai glanced at him and said, "What are you freezing for? Help out." Only then did Buzzy come back to his senses. "Yes, sir, pick first, take out 2 candles, of each type." Buzzy nodded blankly. Then according to Jobai's request, for each type of candle, he took out 2 and put them aside. "Alright, go get some candlesticks over here." Buzzy still froze and nodded, and in a flash, he ran to carry a bunch of candlesticks over, put the candles on all of them, split it into 2, put one inside the house and one outside. Although Buzzy didn't know what Jobai was going to do, he still did as he asked and put the candles in place. The candles that Jobai had purchased were long and short, thick and thin, and of various different colors. Buzzy took all of these candles, put them on a candle holder, and then one by one, took them outside the house. Thus, a whole row of candles was placed outside the main door of the ancient castle. Jobai labeled these candles with numbers and then lit them in turn. The original darkness outside the house was then illuminated. Jobai stood by the door and looked at the candles swaying in the wind for a while. Only then did he close the iron door and walked into the house, and on the floor of the hall. At this time, it was also filled with candles of various colors arranged by Buzzy, and all of them were lit. Jobai took out a book and then sat down next to these candles. Although Buzzy did everything as Jobai told him to do, but was still very confused and asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Jobai waved his hand at him. "You go about your business. I'll just watch here myself." Buzzy listened and remained standing behind Jobai. Jobai also ignored him and only focused on what was in front of him. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time on it, recording the time onto a book, then took the candles in front of him and similarly labeled them with numbers in order. Then, sitting right next to the candles, he quietly waited for the candles to slowly burn. Time passed minute by minute. Buzzy didn't know when, but was no longer standing behind Jobai. Jobai didn't bother with him and continued to look at the candles in front of him. After about 10 minutes, the smallest and thinnest white candle had burned out. Jobai looked at the time on top of his cell phone, and then recorded this value on the book in his hand. As time went by, the other candles also burned out one after another. Jobai also looked at the time, and recorded the burning time of these candles on the top of the book. At this time, the sound of wind gradually sounded outside the house. The wind outside the house blew onto the window, making a whimpering sound. Jobai looked at the window, did not get up, but continued to look at the candle in front of him. At this time, the time on the cell phone, showing that it has now reached 11 p.m. The wind outside the window is also getting louder and louder, and even issued a burst of thump, 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 thump. Buzzy stepped on the stairs. Thump, thump, ran upstairs to close the window. Jobai looked at the candles in front of him. He saw that almost all of the candles had burned out. There were a few thick candles left, but it looked like there was still a long way to go before they burned out. Buzzy finished closing the window at this time and stood behind Jobai again. Jobai stood up and said to him, "You stay here and watch these candles." Then, walked to the toilet. There was only one toilet that was still functioning properly in the interior of this ancient castle. It was located on the second floor. Jobai stood inside the toilet, looked at the structure inside the toilet, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The second article of the ancient castle survival code. After 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, before the sun rises, please do not go to the toilet. So, was it after 3 o'clock in the middle of the night? Inside this toilet, something horrible would appear? Or was it that there was an unseen existence that needed to use this toilet during this time period? With these questions in mind, Jobai washed his hands and walked out. He walked to the hall, sat down, and continued to look at the burning candle in front of him in a daze. Buzzy stood behind Jobai for a while, then said, "Sir, it's very late. Why don't you go to bed? I'll record the time for you." Jobai looked at the time on his cell phone. At this moment, it was already 12 o'clock at midnight. Jobai looked at the candles in front of him. Only the longest one was visible, and it hadn't burned through a third of it by now. It was estimated that there was absolutely no problem in burning until dawn. So, Jobai nodded to him and then walked up to the second floor. As he walked down the corridor of the second floor, from afar, he saw that the door to his room, at some point, had been closed. Jobai remembered that he did not close the door when he went out. However, Buzzy had come up to close the window, so it was possible that he had closed the door. Jobai kept in mind the rules on top of the note. Ancient Castle Survival Code Article 6. Before entering a room to sleep at night, please knock 3 times on the door. Only when you hear no movement in the room can you go in. Thus, Jobai stood at the door, pointed at the room door, and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Jobai finished knocking and stood outside the door, quietly listening to the movements inside the room. Suddenly, Jobai heard a boom sound coming from inside the house. It sounded as if an object had collided strongly. Jobai's original hand on the door handle was immediately withdrawn. Who was inside? Buzzy was downstairs, and inside this ancient castle, besides the 2 of them, who else was there? Jobai only felt that a heart of his own was lifted up. He stood outside the door, and only after a long time, until he confirmed that there was no more noise coming from inside the house, did he knock 3 more times on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. This time, inside the room, there was no more movement. Jobai took a deep breath before slowly opening the door. As soon as the door to the room was opened, there was immediately a wind that blew into Jobai's face. The room was empty, and only one window had been opened. Jobai cautiously looked around and slowly closed the door of the room behind him. He gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, then walked towards the window. Outside the window, there was still a whole patch of barren grass, as well as buried in the piles of barren grass, one grave after another. The bald man who was sawing the trees had also disappeared by now. Looking around, there wasn't a single living thing that appeared in front of Jobai. Jobai closed the window, then gripped the knife in his hand tightly and checked all the corners of the room. Once, only after confirming that there were no more people in the room other than him, did he slightly put his heart down. Jobai changed into his pajamas and then lay down on the bed. He set an alarm for his cell phone, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. The viewers who had watched all of this had to admire Jobai's strong psychological quality. If it was any other person, probably by now, they would have been too scared to sleep. In the darkness, Jobai's knife was placed by him on the side of the bed, and then he slowly entered the land of dreams. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room also turned off their screens and began to lie down on their own beds to sleep. There were only a few night owls who were still bored and left the live broadcast room open, then went to do other things. The night was getting deeper and deeper. In the live broadcast screen, it also became very quiet. Just when everyone thought that this quietness would last until daytime, Jobai's alarm clock, however, suddenly rang. Those viewers who had left the live broadcast open were startled by the sudden sound. They hurriedly looked at the live broadcast screen at this moment. The clock at the bottom of the computer screen, on the other hand, showed that the current time was 2:55 minutes past midnight. Jobai was lying on his bed and immediately opened his eyes when he heard the alarm clock go off. He picked up the long knife that was placed beside his bed before walking out of the room. The viewers, who were originally drowsy, were instantly energized when they saw Jobai's movements. Brother Bai is going to the restroom? I go. So brave? Not afraid of breaking the rules? Or is this rule, in fact, wrong? In the live feed, Jobai was already standing outside the door of his room. Then he looked to the right. The toilet on the second floor was located at the end of the corridor. Jobai looked to his right, and from a distance, he could see the location of the toilet. The door of the toilet, at this time, was still open, and it was dark inside, without a bit of light. So, Jobai took the knife, and along the corridor, he walked towards the direction of the toilet. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Jobai step by step approaching towards the toilet. The whole mood also could not help but be nervous. Below the corridor was the hall on the first floor. Looking down through the railing, one could see the tallest and largest candle, still slowly burning. Buzzy, on the other hand, was long gone inside the hall. Jobai glanced towards the downstairs, then continued to walk forward. When he walked to a distance of 3 meters away from the toilet, he stopped in his tracks. He did not walk into the toilet. Instead, he maintained a distance not far from the toilet, then found a spot and sat down. The spectators saw Jobai come over with his knife and thought that he was going to have a big fight. However, when they saw Jobai sitting down in front of the toilet, they were a bit dumbfounded. What is this? Operation again? On the contrary, Jobai looked, like he had it all figured out. The rules only said, don't walk to the restroom. It wasn't like it said that you couldn't look at the restroom. Jobai just sat there facing the toilet door. He would like to see who, in the end, wanted to go to this toilet in the middle of the night. Some of the viewers reacted, and immediately put out a row of 666 pop-ups on the screen. There are also some viewers who have not put their hearts down. Jobai did this. Isn't he afraid of angering that unknown being? In case the other party gets enraged, won't Jobai be in danger? Even though it doesn't violate the rules, I still feel so worried. And at this moment in the live broadcast screen, Jobai's one hand, tightly gripping that long knife. In the other hand, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and saw the time displayed on the screen, which happened to be 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Out of Jobai's mouth, he said softly, time is up. Then with his gaze, he fell back to the toilet in front of him. The door of that toilet pair was still open. I don't know if it was because Jobai was sitting at the door, but at this time, inside, there was no half a bit of movement coming from it. Time passed minute by minute. Jobai could not help but snort, while his eyes were fixed on the toilet in front of him. His hand was turning that long knife in boredom. The ancient castle in the middle of the night was unusually quiet at this moment. There wasn't a single sound inside the ancient castle, and even outside the ancient castle, the wind that had just been blowing the windows had stopped. At this moment, clang sound. The sound of a metal collision came up from downstairs again. The sound of a crisp metal collision echoed in the silent and empty ancient castle at midnight. It made those who heard it unable to help but feel a little alarmed. When Jobai heard this sound, the nerves of his entire body could not help but tighten up. He was unable to tell whether this sound was coming from the first floor or from the dungeon. However, he didn't have the time right now to distinguish the source of the sound. The focus he needed to focus on at this moment should still be this toilet in front of him. Thus, he still gripped the long knife in his hand tightly, leaned his back against the wall, and then remained glued to the toilet not far away. At this time, the time had already come to 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. The sound of metal collision, after a sound, did not stop there. Rather, it continued to clang, clang, clang. The heavier the knock, the faster the knock, seemingly with a bit of annoyance, and continued to ring out. Jobai was still holding his sword, with absolutely no intention of averting his gaze or moving his position. Right at this moment, the lights in the corridor suddenly flickered non-stop. The third rule of the ancient castle survival code: if the lights in the old castle keep flickering, please do not suspect that there is a problem with the electric lights. This is an omen of danger. So please return to your room immediately and stay quiet for an hour before coming out. Jobai saw the flickering lights above his head, but his face, faintly invisible, leaked out a smile. He took the long knife and stood up, stretching his back. Then without slowing down, he walked to the door of his room. He gently knocked on the door of his room 3 times. As a rule, stood outside the door and waited for a while. Seeing that there was no movement in the room, he then opened the door and walked in. Those metal clashing sounds coming from downstairs slowly quieted down until Jobai walked into the room. Jobai locked the door to the room. As per usual, he checked the room before lying down on the bed. This time, Jobai turned off the electric light and then slept until dawn. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the balcony shone through the window and shone onto Jobai's face. In his sleep, Jobai blocked the sunlight with his hand. And then, in a daze, he reached under his pillow and picked up his cell phone. He looked at the time on it, then stood up. When he opened the door, Buzzy was already standing at the door waiting for him. When he saw Jobai come out, he hurriedly bowed his head and greeted him respectfully. "Honorable sir, good morning. You can go wash up first. Buzzy will go down and prepare breakfast for you right away." Jobai nodded. Then he walked down the corridor and looked towards the second floor hall. The tallest and largest candle he had purchased had not yet been extinguished at this time. Jobai roughly estimated the time, then nodded in satisfaction. He wore his pajamas and walked down the stairs, opening the gate of the ancient castle. He then saw that the candles that were placed outside last night had all gone out. Jobai squatted down and examined those candles one by one. Every single candle, which had not been burned much last night, had already gone out. Jobai was not surprised by this result. With such a strong wind last night, it would be strange for the candles not to be blown out. Let the candles burn outside the house all night long, to solve the various situations that will occur outside, is the main problem. Jobai squatted on the ground and silently put those candles away, then walked back to the ancient castle. Buzzy was busy preparing breakfast for Jobai at this time. Jobai put those candles away, and then walked up the stone stairs to the second floor once again, heading towards the direction of the toilet. The toilet on the second floor had probably been cleaned in the morning. It looked very clean now. Jobai stood in the toilet and looked at every corner, still not seeing any useful information. Jobai smiled helplessly, and then could only put this problem, for the time being, aside. He walked to his room and picked out a set of clothes. Retracing his steps back to the toilet, he briefly washed up, changed out of his pajamas, and then walked to the dining room on the first floor. Buzzy was busy inside the kitchen. Seeing Jobai walk over, she hurriedly brought out a plate of scrambled eggs, a cup of hot milk, and a few slices of bread, placing them on the dining table. Jobai sat down in front of these foods, picked up the bread on the table, and then took a bite. Buzzy still stood behind Jobai. He dutifully waited for him to finish his breakfast, and then received the dishes into the kitchen for cleaning. Jobai looked at Buzzy, who was busy in the kitchen, and then walked to the parlor. Taking out the photo album from yesterday, he flipped through another page. Buzzy quickly cleaned the dishes, and when he saw Jobai sitting inside the parlor, he immediately walked in and stood at the side, ready to wait for Jobai's orders. Jobai sat on a high-backed chair, wordlessly flipping through the photo album, until he flipped the album to the last page again. He still didn't see any more useful information. He closed the album and rubbed his eyes before standing up, walking towards the upstairs. Buzzy followed closely behind Jobai, asking as he walked, "Sir, where are we going now?" Jobai walked towards the top of the ancient castle. "Go to the watchtower." Buzzy sniffed, so he didn't ask any more questions, and just quietly followed behind Jobai. Soon, the two of them arrived at the highest point of the entire ancient castle. Jobai stood on the watchtower, looking at the densely packed graves below. He narrowed his eyes before reaching out and pointing at those graves and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Buzzy was also stunned when he saw that Jobai actually came up to count the graves. Still, he didn't say anything more and just stood quietly behind him, staring off into the distance. 89, 90, 91. No, Buzzy, that piece just now. Did I count it? Buzzy was fuming, and when he was suddenly asked by Jobai, he was a little unsure how to answer for a moment. "Sorry sir, I just didn't pay attention to it." Jobai waved his hand. "Never mind, I'll count it again." With that, Jobai pointed his finger at a grave and recounted it again. This time, Buzzy didn't dare to be dumbfounded. His eyes followed the direction of Jobai's finger and counted as well. However, even if both of them counted together, the result was still the same. Jobai had counted 3 times in total, and there was still no way to figure out how many neighbors he actually had. He finally summarized the reason. It must have been those barren grasses, which had grown far too lush, covering up many of the graves. That made it impossible for him to come up with an accurate number. He nodded his head, sort of agreeing with this conclusion he had reached. Then, he beckoned to Buzzy. "Come on, let's go down and take a look." Looking at him, he wanted to find the middle of the graves and go for a stroll. Buzzy didn't have a problem with that. Responding to Jobai, he then prepared to follow him down the stairs. But Jobai suddenly stopped in his tracks, only to see Jobai's gaze, the place he was looking at. There was a tree that was falling down, and next to that tree, stood a bald man. In his hand, he was holding a chainsaw. Seeing the bald chainsaw man there, Jobai could only sigh. "Forget it, let's go over at another time." After saying that, he walked down and walked to the hall of the ancient castle. And at this time, 24 hours had passed since Jobai entered this copy. At this time, the live rooms of the other countries on the blue planet were also relighted. Those chosen, who had been chosen, opened their eyes, and what they saw was themselves standing in front of the hall of the ancient castle, and in front of them, a large box of gold coins was sitting. They seemed to be a little different from the way Joe opened the copy yesterday, but the difference wasn't too big, so the people from the other countries, too, didn't dwell too much on the issue, unlike the previous copies, because this time, Joe entered first. The others knew what the copies looked like in advance, so there was a lot less panic. Moreover, as soon as they entered the copy, their respective expert groups, coincidentally, used up their first prompting opportunity, passing on what they had summarized this day. The time and all the live broadcasts showed that it was now 10 a.m. on December 19th. The other chosen ones, after receiving the message, started working on their own preparations. In the live broadcast room of the great summer country, Joe was preparing to head to Silent Town later. He had an appointment with the owner of the bakery and had only gone over to learn how to make cakes at 3 p.m. However, he still wanted to go out earlier. On the one hand, one could get more information. On the other hand, it was also possible to visit a few more stores. In order to save time, Joe decided to go out in Buzzy's car this time. Joe went to the study and took the bag with the coins onto his body. Another dozen or so gold coins were casually grabbed and put into his pocket before he walked out the door. Buzzy had learned that Joe was going to go out in his car, and drove his car early and waited at the gate of the old castle. When Joe walked out from the gate, Buzz immediately opened the car door for him. Other than that, the quality of this little brother's service was still very high. Unfortunately, he still had his own other purposes after all. Joe secretly shook his head in regret. Buzzy was sitting in the front of the car and did not know Joe's mood at this time. The car left the old castle and drove along the small road, then quickly arrived at the Silent Town. Buzzy parked the car in front of the small restaurant that was yesterday's restaurant as Joe had requested. Buzzy opened the car door for Joe, looked at the small store, and lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Joe scrutinized the expression on his face and felt that something was emotionally wrong. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Buzzy looked at his watch. It showed the current time, which was 10:30 in the morning. He then lowered his head even more dejectedly. "Sir, it's my cooking. It's terrible. Didn't you have enough to eat in the morning?" Joe did not expect that he asked this question. For a moment, he froze a little. After thinking about it, he said, "No, I know the owner of this store and came over to find him. Well, to chat." Only then did Buzzy's expression improve. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm the one who asked too many questions." Joe waved his hand at him. "It's fine." After saying that, only then did he head towards the small restaurant and walked in, pushing open the front door. The bell at the entrance of the store made a jingling bell sound, reminding the owner of the store that there were new guests arriving. Joe estimated the time he would need to learn how to make a cake, and then asked Buzzy to pick himself up at 6 p.m. So, after Joe walked into the small catering store, Buzzy drove off in his automobile. Joe walked into the small store, and the young owner of the small store immediately recognized him. "Hello, sir. Are you still sitting in the window seat today?" Joe nodded to him. "Good noon. I'll just sit in the same spot as yesterday." It wasn't yet time for lunch, so inside the small store, there was only one customer, Joe. Right now, Joe walked himself over to the seat by the window and sat down. The owner of the small store walked over and handed him a menu. Joe took the menu into his hands and casually flipped through it before ordering nearly 10 things. The owner stood to the side, holding a small notebook, recording the dishes ordered by Joe on it. The more he recorded, the deeper the smile on his face became. It seemed that he had met a big customer today. After Joe finished ordering, the boss ran to the kitchen to get busy. Since Joe was the only customer in the store, Joe's table was quickly filled with food. When the dishes ordered by Joe were all served, the time hadn't even passed 30 minutes. The owner of the small store put the last dish on Joe's table, wiped his hands with his apron and said to Joe with a smile, "Sir, your dishes are all served. Please enjoy your meal." After he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and walk back to the counter when he was called back by Joe. "Are you busy right now? If you're not busy, can you sit with me for a while?" The owner of the small store had yet to encounter a customer that made this kind of request to him. He was instantly a bit stunned, but after looking at the entire table of food he had ordered, he thought about it and sat down. Joe pushed the extra cup of lemon tea he had ordered in front of him and made a pleased gesture. Then he spoke. "I just moved to this town, and there are many things I don't understand. So, I want to find someone who is knowledgeable to ask for some advice." The small store owner immediately revealed a smile when he heard Joe say this. Picking up the lemon tea in front of him, he took a big sip and then said, "Then you're asking the right person. I've been living in this town since I was a child. Moreover, this small store of mine usually has quite a few customers, and I've come into contact with a lot of people. Feel free to ask. I'll tell you whatever I know." Joe's past condition for this copy was that he needed to prepare a Christmas Eve party and invite 6 friends to attend. and survive until December 25th, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the ancient castle. From this clearance condition alone, one could tell that there would definitely be danger on that night of Christmas Eve. It wasn't very safe inside the ancient castle, and after one night, he had kind of realized that. On top of that, he needed to invite 6 friends, and these 6 friends, if they were not picked well, they could also be the source of danger. That was why Jobai needed to find a local to get some more information. He recalled the people he had come into contact with throughout the day yesterday, and then planned to start by asking about the bakery he was going to visit later. I saw that in the town yesterday. A bakery was looking for cake apprentices. I also wonder how the owner of this bakery is usually like. Upon hearing this, the owner of the small store immediately revealed a look of contempt. Don't mention that bakery, that's simply the shame of Silent Town. It can be called the top of the town's treacherous merchants. Jobai revealed a surprised expression and asked, "There's such a thing?" The small store owner nodded heavily. That boss has a foul mouth and has offended many people in the town. He is stingy and calculating. Inside this town, there wouldn't be many people who would treat him well. The small store owner became a little excited when he spoke ill of others. He took another large sip of lemon tea. The cup in front of him was suddenly half a cup short. Jobai thought back to what the bakery owner had done and felt that it wasn't unreasonable for him not to be treated well. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, what about the cakes he makes? What about the quality? When it came to this question, the small store owner didn't know much about it, and recalled it carefully before saying, "This I don't know." It's also rare to see him make cakes. When Jobai heard this, he couldn't help but hold a skeptical attitude towards the cake learning course in the afternoon. By the way, in our town, how many candy stores are there? Candy stores? The small store owner frowned. The one that specializes in selling candy is just one, but other stores that sell candy in passing, that's a lot. Hearing this, Jobai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If his own neighbors were those 114 graves, then the sweets he would have to purchase would be more than a small amount. According to the prices of that candy store yesterday, Jobai's 10,000 gold coins probably wouldn't be able to buy many candies. Fortunately, there were other options. The small store owner didn't know about Jobai's complicated mental activities at this moment, but continued, "Are you buying candy? It's better to eat less candy. It's not very healthy." Jobai casually replied, "It's almost Christmas. Buying some Christmas candy." The small store owner laughed after hearing this. Who buys candy for Christmas nowadays? In small towns, this custom has long since gone out of fashion. Jobai heard the boss's words, but froze. Incorrect. He seemed to have a misconception in his thinking. Inside the 5th article of the Christmas Eve Survival Code, Jobai was required to distribute Christmas candies to his neighbors. Jobai, as a matter of course, assumed that the candies distributed on Christmas Day were called Christmas candies. If you go to any house and buy it, or even make it yourself, you can call it Christmas candy. However, if this town did not have the custom of handing out candies at Christmas, then could these candies still be called Christmas candies? Or is it that what Jobai is really looking for is a kind of candy whose name is called Christmas candy? When Jobai thought of this, he was a bit scared. Fortunately, he realized this problem in time. Otherwise, when faced with so many neighbors, Jobai might not even know how to die. Jobai turned to the small store owner and revealed a grateful expression. The small store owner didn't know what was going on and could only give him an awkward smile. Jobai organized himself and continued to ask, "I was just on my way over when I saw a bald man with a chainsaw in his hand. This person, do you recognize him?" When the small store owner heard Jobai mention the bald chainsaw man, the expression on his face immediately became serious. "You saw him on the way here? You wouldn't, by any chance, be living in that ancient castle?" Jobai saw the small store owner's suddenly changed expression, and his heart drummed. It wasn't clear what kind of grudge this ancient fort and this town had. This left him in a bit of a dilemma. Should he answer with a yes or no? Jobai didn't dare to say the answer directly, so he could only ask tentatively first. "You have a grudge against that ancient castle?" The small shopkeeper shook his head. "That's not true." Jobai sighed in relief after hearing this. Picking up the coffee that was placed next to him, he took a sip, then was about to chat with the small store owner about something inside the ancient castle. Unexpectedly, he heard the other party continue. "However, most of the people in the town have a grudge against that ancient castle." At that moment, the coffee that Jobai had taken a sip of almost spewed out. "What? With most of the people in the town, there is a grudge? I'll go. That's not as bad as having a grudge against you." The small store owner didn't know that Jobai was now, in his heart, actually wishing to have a grudge against him. So, continuing heartlessly, he said, "I heard that the ancient castle now has a new heir. I also don't know which unlucky person inherited this ancient fort. Jobai held his forehead with one hand. The small store owner asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Jobai helplessly replied, "Is there a possibility? The unlucky person you are talking about is none other than me?" The small shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. However, after looking at Jobai's gorgeous dress again, he felt that it seemed reasonable. Thus, he hurriedly kept apologizing to Jobai. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you unlucky. Inheriting that ancient castle is, in fact, actually not that unlucky. Ha, don't you mind too much. Jobai sighed wordlessly. It could only continue to ask, what about that bald guy with the chainsaw? He also has a grudge against the ancient castle? The small shopkeeper nodded. Approaching Jobai's side, he mysteriously whispered, I heard that 10 years ago, right on his wedding night, his wife, however, inexplicably disappeared, waiting to find her, but could only see her grave, and, buried in the neighborhood of the ancient castle. As soon as Jobai heard this, he immediately got a goosebump. The previous owner of the ancient fort, and every grave, had taken a picture. It was hard not to suspect that he had nothing to do with the deaths of these people. Jobai thought of those graves surrounding the ancient fort, and then remembered the bloodied chainsaw in the bald man's hand. At once, he felt a little creeped out. Then do you know, 10 years ago, what exactly happened? The small shopkeeper shook his head. 10 years ago, I was still young. The old people also didn't allow to discuss this matter. So, I don't know exactly what happened. You shouldn't go and ask others about this matter either. In case you happen to ask someone who has a grudge against the ancient castle, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Jobai nodded approvingly, but not being able to ask anymore, it would be difficult to continue exploring this thread. Jobai always had a vague feeling in his heart that what happened 10 years ago could be the root of this ancient castle. Of all the strange things, the bald chainsaw man's new wife was buried in the neighborhood of the old castle 10 years ago. The previous owner of the old castle also died 10 years ago. In between, is there any connection? Perhaps. Going to find out the dates of the construction of the other graves might yield some clues. Jobai recalled the photo album that was placed inside the ancient castle. Unfortunately, many of the dates of each grave on it were not taken very clearly. It seemed that he still had to find some time to take a stroll around those graves. In his mind, Jobai secretly made a decision. Then he continued to inquire about the news with the small store owner. The two chatted until now, and the time had already come to 11:30 at noon. It was already close to mealtime. Thus, one after another, the small store also had other customers arriving. Ding bell bell. The bell on the door of the small store reminded the owner to go over and greet the guests. Sorry, there are guests coming. I have to go over first. The boss spoke to Jobai before he stood up from his chair and walked towards the door, warmly greeting the guests who entered. There were many more questions Jobai wanted to ask, but he couldn't get in the way of other people's business either. He could only sit on the seat himself, pick up the fries on the table, which had already gotten a little cold, and put them in his mouth. As he slowly ate the food on the table, in his mind, he summarized the information he had just obtained. The bakery owner had a bad reputation, and it was doubtful if he could make a Christmas cake. When buying candy, pay more attention. Not every candy can be called Christmas candy. There is also that bald chainsaw man. He has a grudge against the ancient castle. In the future, we still have to avoid him as much as possible. As for the audiovisual store, and the decoration store, these two stores weren't quite normal either, especially the audiovisual store. In addition, up to now, Jobai still didn't know where he should go to purchase the pine tree. It seemed like he still had to find an opportunity to ask the owner for more information again before he could do so. By this time, Jobai also felt a bit hungry, and so, he began to enjoy his lunch. When it came to the official mealtime, the customers inside the small store then began to increase. The owner was only by himself. He had to go to the kitchen to cook, greet the customers, and collect money at the front desk. He was extremely busy. In the next few hours, Jobai couldn't really find a chance to talk to him, so, he could only finish the food on the table, then walked to the counter to find him to pay the bill. Before leaving, Jobai asked in passing, "Do you know where I can buy a pine tree?" The owner of the small store heard that Jobai wanted to buy a pine tree and immediately gave him a sympathetic expression. In the entire town, only Jim sells pine trees. That is, the one you just mentioned, the bald chainsaw man. Jobai didn't know that this was already the several times that he had, today, suffered a violent attack. The small store owner was right. He really was an unlucky egg. The small store owner was afraid that Jobai would be too depressed, and tried to comfort him. It's fine. Although Jim has a bad temper, it's good to know that pine trees aren't a necessity. Let's not buy it, won't we? Jobai let out a bitter smile, not feeling that he had been comforted. But still, he thanked the boss and walked out of the store. He looked at the time on top of his cell phone. It was still only 1 o'clock noon. There were still 2 hours before the agreed upon time to go to the bakery to learn how to make cakes. So, Jobai wandered around the top of the town. He searched for some stores that sold snacks, and then went in to ask if they sold candies. Most of the time, the answer that was given was yes. However, when Jobai told them that his purchases were Christmas candies, they were all met with ridicule. What Christmas candies? Aren't these candies Christmas candies when you get them? Besides, who buys candies at Christmas nowadays? Jobai felt that they had a point, and felt that they were wrong. So, in the end, without buying a single candy, he walked out of these snack stores. Jobai wandered down the street. As he walked, he came back to the candy store from yesterday. Inside the candy store, it was lit up with fantastic colored lights. Outside the candy store, it was still very cold. Jobai stood at the door of the candy store and looked over towards the store. Standing behind the counter, the meaty, round-faced boss, seeing someone standing outside the door, thought that there was business, so he looked towards the door with glowing eyes. When he saw that it was Jobai standing outside, he could only turn his face away in disappointment. Jobai similarly looked towards the round-faced boss, only that he thought about it, but pushed open the door and walked in. Welcome. The round-faced boss saw Jobai walk through the door. Although he was reluctant, the basic etiquette was not omitted. Jobai didn't care about the round-faced boss's attitude, but instead, he dropped his gaze onto the wide array of candies. This time, however, Jobai found that above the boxes that held the candies, there were actually new price tags. Above each label, there were also the names of various candies. More importantly, in the center of those boxes, there was also a sign. On the sign, there was a large line written, "Welcome to try, but pay." Jobai felt that the sign, it seemed like it was made just for him. However, this store was also considered an improvement. Things were still just as expensive, but at least, consumers were able to know the price of the products in advance. Jobai expressed his appreciation to the round-faced boss for knowing his mistakes and being able to correct them. Then, it was time to start going box by box, looking for the Christmas candies. In the candy store, there were hundreds of candies. Those candies were all carefully arranged by the round-faced boss and placed inside a transparent box. Jobai admired those candies while looking at the names of the candies in the labels. Soon, he saw a label on one of the candy boxes that read Christmas candy. Jobai hurriedly looked at the candy in the transparent box with surprise. He saw that the candy was made up of 3 colors, green, white and red. These 3 colors were the theme colors of Christmas. Jobai felt happy in his heart and felt that he was close to the right answer. He opened the transparent box containing the Christmas candies, and was about to reach for it. Instead, his eyes saw the price tag on top of the box. With just one look, his eyes fell out, because the label read, 8 gold coins per piece. A small candy that was only a centimeter large was actually sold for 8 gold coins? Jobai's hand, which had just been stretched out, was immediately withdrawn again. He estimated that the remaining gold coins he had right now would only be able to buy roughly 200 candies. Although this amount wasn't small, but he couldn't help it. He had a lot of neighbors. Moreover, with his money, he still needed to buy other things. Jobai couldn't help but fall silent when he thought of this. Silently, he closed the box back up, and then, under the gaze of the round-faced boss, once again empty-handed, he walked out of the store. He walked back to the street, pulled out his cell phone, and saw the time displayed on it, which was already close to 3 p.m. He then walked in the direction of the bakery. When Jobai was about to arrive at the bakery, from afar, he saw the owner of the bakery wearing a chef's hat, half leaning against the door. In his hand, he was casually turning a whisk. His eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring in a certain direction. Jobai stopped his steps and followed his gaze, then realized that what he was looking at was actually the decorations store not far away. Jobai felt a little strange, because his gaze did not carry any emotion. With that look, it looked more like he was watching that place. Jobai looked at him suspiciously. Was there something wrong with the ornament store? Or was it that within the decorations store, there was something that the bakery owner wanted? Jobai pondered this question as he walked towards the bakery. At this time, the bakery owner also saw Jobai walking over. With a smile on his face, he said to him, 1 minute short of 3 o'clock. It's fortunate that you're not late. Otherwise, I'd have to add money. After saying that, he walked into the house. Jobai spread his hands helplessly, then followed behind him and walked in. Inside the baking house, the boss had already placed the tools for making cakes early. On the table, he stood in front of the table, while Jobai stood across from him. Congratulations! From today onwards, you have become my apprentice. You can, normally, address me as Mr. Austin. After Austin finished speaking, He didn't forget to hold up his chef's hat, and then used his hand to straighten the handful of hair underneath his hat. Jobai nodded. Good, Mr. Austin. However, before we start teaching, I want to ask you a question first. From his own pocket, Austin pulled out a small mirror. While checking out his handful of hair, he replied absently. Ask. Jobai watched his movements and always felt that this teacher he had paid to find, how could he be so unreliable? However, he still held back the questioning in his heart, then continued to ask, do you know how to make Christmas cakes? I just want to learn Christmas cake. Jobai felt that if there was a difference between Christmas candy and ordinary candy, then, there should also be a difference between Christmas cake and ordinary cake. Although the cake is required to be made by himself, it may not be the same as candy. However, he still had to be cautious. Hearing Jobai's question, Austin finally put the mirror in his hands and put it down. Christmas cake. Of course I can make it. However, you yesterday only said that you wanted to learn how to make a cake, but you didn't say that it's the Christmas cake that you want to learn. The difficulty of making a Christmas cake can be much more difficult than a normal cake. After Austin finished speaking, he glanced at Jobai and then looked down at his hands. The intention to add money was obvious. Jobai had no choice but to take out a gold coin from his pocket, so he threw it towards him. He reached out and nimbly caught the gold coin. Then on his face, a smile appeared. It's fine. Isn't it just a Christmas cake? Green, white, and red. 3 colors. Simple. You'll know it as soon as you learn it. Jobai sighed deeply, feeling that he had to face this treacherous merchant, or he had to solve all the problems at once. Today. Thus, he then asked, learn in one go? How long does that take to learn? Once Austin heard this, the smile on his face deepened. It's quick. If you have good talent, 10 days, half a month, you can learn. Sure enough, there was still a pit. Jobai couldn't help but roll his eyes, then had thrown a gold coin at him. Too long. Austin smiled and took the gold coin. 7 days, no less. Jobai shook his head and threw a gold coin over again. Austin was about to say the word 5 when Jobai immediately slapped 3 more gold coins onto the table. Austin was startled by Jobai's sudden action and couldn't help but freeze in place. 3 days, can it be done? Austin stared at the gold coins that Jobai slapped on the table, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on his face. No problem, I guarantee that within 3 days, you will be able to learn it. Jobai smiled similarly. Picking up the 3 gold coins on the table, he slowly walked over to Austin. Then, with one hand, he pulled over his collar. As soon as Austin was yanked by Jobai, his entire body was picked up by him, and he could only stand on his tiptoes with difficulty. What the fuck? Jobai smiled at him before placing those 3 gold coins, personally, into his pocket. Then, only then did he put him down. Austin patted his chest and caught his breath. Jobai glanced at him. I'm guaranteed to learn it in 3 days. What if I can't learn it? Can't learn? If you can't learn it, then it must be you. Austin was about to utter the word stupid, but after looking at Jobai, he could only swallow it back, then replaced with a smile. Oh, we'll definitely be able to learn. Jobai didn't give him the chance to answer so perfunctorily. If you can't learn, double the money you just gave you and return it to me. When Austin heard this, he immediately covered the money in his pocket. How's that going to work? What if you can't learn on purpose? From his pocket, Jobai pulled out 2 more gold coins. Do you think that I am someone who lacks those few gold coins? If you teach me within 3 days as agreed, I'll give you 2 additional gold coins. Austin looked at Jobai. That's not like it. Then, continued. Fine. 3 days is 3 days. After saying that, his eyes were fixed on the 2 gold coins. Jobai ignored his eyes and took those 2 gold coins back into his pouch again. To himself, Austin could only retract his gaze, and then began his cake teaching session. The rest of the teaching time then went quite smoothly. The first step in making a Christmas cake was to make the cake embryo first. Jobai followed the steps Austin said and quickly mixed the batter needed to bake the cake embryo. Even the always venomous Austin couldn't help but nod appreciatively as he watched Jobai's learning progress. Compared to that dumbass yesterday, you're much better. Although it was a compliment, Jobai felt that it didn't sound very happy. Austin's hands, which had been wearing gloves, picked up the cake on Jobai's table and put it in the oven. Jobai's gaze fell on Austin's gloves, and a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. It couldn't be helped that after spending a long time in the world of weird stories, one would always be more sensitive when seeing such props that covered one's skin. Jobai guessed that perhaps underneath his gloves, there would be hidden fluff, feathers, or maybe fish scales. Jobai stared at Austin's gloves. Austin was holding a cake, and when he turned his head, he saw Jobai's gaze. The expression on his face then sank. Jobai could clearly feel, as if for an instant, the temperature of the surroundings had dropped. He could only continue to pretend to be calm, looking at the cake he was making. Austin's gaze, on Joe-bai's face, lingered for a while. Only then did he continue to put Joe-bai's finished cake into the oven. As he pressed the buttons on the oven, he turned his head to Joe-bai and said, "Set the temperature to 145 degrees, then wait for another 80 minutes for the cake to come out." Joe-bai withdrew his gaze and resumed his student state. Nodding his head, he memorized the temperature and time he set on a piece of paper on the table. After the cake was placed in the oven, what was left was the waiting time. Joe-bai took out his cell phone and looked at the time above the screen, only to see that the time shown above was 4:20 in the afternoon. There was still more than an hour of waiting time. Joe-bai then followed Austin and walked outside to where the bread was displayed. Austin seemed to be in a good mood, humming a song and organizing the bread on the counter. Joe-bai was bored and found a seat. While waiting for his cake to come out of the oven, he looked at the pedestrians outside the house. In the afternoon, there were not many pedestrians coming and going in Silent Town. There were many people passing by the neighborhood of the bakery, but not a single person walked in to buy bread. Joe-bai looked at Austin, who was humming a song, and then looked at the counter full of bread. In his heart, a strange feeling surfaced again. First of all, the owner of the restaurant should be right. This bakehouse was not doing well. It was also true that Austin was not popular in this town. However, the strange point was that Austin was so stingy and money-hungry. Why does he hum a song when he can't sell so much bread? He looked busy, yet he didn't seem to care about his bread. At this time, Joe-bai recalled the way Austin had just looked at the store across the street. Then he also turned his gaze to that ornament store. "What are you looking at?" Austin suddenly appeared behind Joe-bai, coldly uttering a voice. He startled Joe-bai. Joe-bai turned around and sent him a not-so-friendly look. The other party could only laugh out loud in embarrassment. He, planning to buy decorations? Let me tell you, the owner of that store is not a good person. Joe-bai felt that Austin, too, didn't seem like a good person. Austin was afraid that Joe-bai wouldn't believe him, and compensated, especially the things he sells. "You must be careful." Joe-bai recalled the rules. The things needed to decorate the pine tree. It also recalled the store's bundled sales. At once, he felt that what Austin said could be true. At this time, the oven in the bakery had already issued a drip 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 reminder. "The cake is baked," Austin said and walked towards the oven. Joe-bai similarly stood up from his chair, ready to follow him. At that moment, the rest of his eyes looked out the glass door. He only saw Buzzy's car, which drove over at this time, had parked in front of the bakery's entrance ahead of time. Joe-bai looked at the time on his cell phone. 5:40 p.m. It was 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Sure enough, he was a dutiful little brother. He glanced at the car outside the door, then followed behind Austin and walked in. At this time, Austin had already opened the oven, then took the cake embryo made by Joe-bai out. He scrutinized the cake that was placed on the table and exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. It's only that much worse than when I first learned it back then." Joe-bai looked at the cake on the table and was very satisfied with his work. Austin held up his chef's hat again, then said, "Let's stop here for today's lesson. For the rest, we'll continue tomorrow." Joe-bai didn't have much to say about this. After saying goodbye to him, he walked out of the baking house. Buzzy was sitting in the car, and when he saw Joe-bai walk out, he hurriedly came over to help him open the car door. Joe-bai sat in the car, but turned to Buzzy and asked, "Did you bring a weapon?" Buzzy didn't know what Joe-bai's intentions were and could only answer honestly, "Yes, sir. There are 2 long knives kept in the car at all times." Joe-bai nodded. "Good. Let's, then, take a stroll to the pile of graves together." Joe-bai sat diagonally behind Buzzy. From Joe-bai's angle, the expression on his face could not be clearly seen. One could only know that he was silent for a while before he whispered, "Okay, sir." Then he started the car and drove in the direction of the ancient castle. The vintage old car, traveling on the small road that led to the ancient castle. Joe-bai looked out the car window. He only saw that the barren grasses were connected and kept skimming in front of his eyes. The car didn't stop until he saw a gaping hole appear somewhere in the barren grass. Buzzy, in the driver's seat, turned back to Joe-bai. "Sir, there are less weeds here. We can enter from here." Joe-bai nodded. Only after getting Joe-bai's consent did Buzzy walk out of the car and open the door for Joe-bai. He then walked to the rear trunk and took out 2 long knives. At this moment in the sky, there was only a little bit of afterglow left of the sun. The orange sunlight shone down, shining onto the 2 long knives, which were a bit rusty because they hadn't been used for a long time. Joe-bai took one of the long knives handed over by Buzzy. One held one. Looking at the sky about to get dark, he also brought along 2 flashlights. Then he walked in the direction of the pile of graves. Buzzy took the initiative to walk ahead, the long knife that he held, from time to time, for Joe-bai. cut down some of the weeds that were in the way. The two of them walked forward until they saw a wooden sign and stopped. Buzzy turned around and pointed at the wooden sign. "Sir, look." It was only then that Jobai noticed the existence of that wooden sign. He approached the wooden sign and looked at what was written on it. "Don't go any further. This is an ominous place. Entering it will make you unfortunate." And the sign's inscription was an enthusiastic town resident. Jobai couldn't help but frown when he read what was on it. Buzzy observed the expression on Jobai's face, then whispered, "Sir, the front seems quite dangerous." Jobai nodded in favor. Buzzy said tentatively, "Should we go back?" Jobai, however, waved his hand at him. Then he scrutinized the sign and thought for a long time before making a decision. "It's fine. Let's keep going." Buzzy lowered his head. "Okay, sir." And so, the two continued on their way. The viewers watching the live streaming screen were also a little confused when they saw Jobai's decision. This sign, it should be considered a rule, right? How did Jobai judge that what the sign said above was wrong? At least, it's obvious that there's danger in the pile of graves, right? On the live feed, Jobai was walking behind Buzzy with a long knife. As he walked, he turned the flashlight in his hand. His expression wasn't overly grave, and it looked like the contents on top of that sign didn't have much of an effect on him. In Jobai's opinion, there was danger in the pile of graves, but it should still be within control. The bald chainsaw man, who was usually able to appear in this neighborhood, also meant that stepping into this place would not directly bring death. As for making people unfortunate, Jobai felt that an unlucky person of his level was already fearless of the word misfortune. Buzzy walked ahead of Jobai, his expression looking much more grave than Jobai's. They walked forward together, and by the time they saw the first grave, the sun had completely set. It darkened before their eyes, and the temperature around them, it felt a lot colder. Under such an atmosphere, Jobai couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw this grave in front of him. He turned on the flashlight. The light from the flashlight shone onto the stone monument in front of him. The light gathered on one spot. Jobai and Buzzy's gazes also followed this light source and landed on the monument's text. There was no title. On the stone tablet, only the name of the deceased was written alone. Then next to it, was the date of the deceased's death. October 2012. Again, he had died 10 years ago. Jobai stared at the stone monument, the date of the deceased's death, the questions in his heart, but they were accumulating more and more. He hurriedly walked towards the other grave that was closest. Then he shone the light source from the flashlight directly onto the stone tablet, where the date of death was written, September 2012. It was also 10 years ago, and the date of death, very close. Jobai jumped straight inside. Taking the flashlight, he looked over one tombstone after another. The result, on the other hand, was the same as he expected. The dates of death of the deceased in these graves were all very close to each other. Jobai shone the flashlight towards those graves that surrounded him, only to see that every single grave was very desolate. The graves were covered with grass. It was as if no one had come to visit them in all the years since they had died. Jobai felt the coldness coming on and could not help but shiver. Then he gripped the long knife and flashlight in his hand tightly and continued to walk forward. Buzzy hung his head low, following closely behind Jobai. He had become unusually silent since he stepped into this place. Eyes rarely rested on these graves either. Jobai walked ahead of Buzzy, using a flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. At this time, however, he saw ahead. Another wooden plaque appeared. Although they are lying underground, they still have their own emotions. Please do not do anything to anger them. Jobai frowned, pondering the meaning of these two sentences. However, when his gaze landed on the inscription on the wooden plaque, it was his pupils that contracted violently. Whitebeard Organization. This wooden plaque was actually left behind by the Whitebeard Organization. The Whitebeard badge that Lele had given to Jobai had still been kept inside his pocket. He didn't know what this badge meant, nor did he know what exactly this organization was doing with its existence. He could only scrutinize the contents on top of the wooden badge once again. Then, he suddenly realized that next to the wooden plaque, there was actually a stone placed next to it. On the stone, it was coated with red sand. It was just that on top of that stone, a lot of cracks had appeared. When Jobai saw the cracks on top of the stone, he only felt an ominous premonition that was floating up to his heart. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. Turning his head, he found Buzzy's eyes, also looking at the stone in front of him. Let's go. Let's take another look at the grave on the other side of the old castle. Buzzy didn't say anything more, only following closely behind Jobai. Jobai and Buzzy continued to walk forward. As they walked, they came to the back of the ancient castle, and this location was directly opposite Jobai's room. He could just see it as he looked down from the window of his room. Then, Jobai realized that in this vicinity, there was a grave that looked extraordinarily different. It was because the stone monument of this grave was cleaned up. and beside the grave, there were hardly any weeds. Joe Bai shone his flashlight onto the top of the tombstone of this grave. Next to the name of the deceased, the words "my wife" were neatly carved out with a carving knife. Joe Bai scrutinized the words on the tombstone. Joe Bai scrutinized the words on the tombstone and felt that they were much smoother than those on other tombstones. It was as if someone had used their hands to gently touch the names on them. When Joe Bai saw this, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. He associated it with what the owner of the restaurant had said 10 years ago, right on his wedding night. His wife, however, inexplicably disappeared. By the time she was found, all that could be seen was her grave, and buried right near the ancient castle. Joe Bai guessed that the person lying in this grave should be the wife of that bald chainsaw man. Other than him, Joe Bai had not seen anyone else appearing in these barren bushes. Joe Bai recalled the bald chainsaw man's appearance, and in his heart, sighed silently for him. Then, he moved the flashlight in his hand, letting the light source on the flashlight shine onto the tombstone, where the date of death was written, November 2012. It was also 10 years ago, and the same month was very close. Joe Bai knew that 10 years ago, in this town, something very big must have happened. However, with the information he had obtained now alone, it still couldn't help him connect the whole thread all together. He frowned, recalling what he had encountered after entering this copy. The flashlight in his hand, on the other hand, dangled down and shone onto the ground. At this time, there seemed to be a wind blowing. In the stillness of the night, the grass beside them made a rustling sound. Joe Bai turned his back to Buzz. The long knife in his hand was pointed downward. Because he was too focused on thinking, he didn't realize that the danger was already approaching him step by step, only to hear a clang sound. The sound of a metal crash suddenly rang out from behind Joe Bai. He violently turned his head to look. Then he saw that bald chainsaw man, who had already appeared behind them at some unknown time. The long knife in Buzzy's hand collided with his chainsaw. At once, sparks flew everywhere, and a sharp and ear-piercing sound was emitted. "Sir, danger. You back off first." Buzzy gritted his teeth and fought to grip the long knife in his hand. However, still not forgetting to turn his head, he reminded Joe Bai to leave. The long knife in his hand, because it was resisting against the chainsaw, was already severely deformed. And it was on the verge of being cut off by that chainsaw. The bald chainsaw man's face had become a little twisted due to his anger. "What are you guys doing in front of my wife's grave? I get it. You guys are from the old castle. It wasn't enough that you guys killed my wife, but now you're staring at her grave." It turned out that the bald chainsaw man had misunderstood what they were trying to do to the grave, which was why he had attacked. Joe Bai hurriedly explained in order to avoid the conflict from escalating. "We didn't try to do anything to the grave. Look, we didn't even move that grave." Joe Bai spread out his own hands to show him his friendliness, but the bald chainsaw man seemed to be enraged, completely unable to listen to Joe Bai's explanation. "It's you guys who killed my wife. It's you guys. It's all your fault." He pressed the chainsaw, speeding up the rotation of the saw blade on it. At once, Buzzy could only struggle even more, gripping the long knife in his hand. The expression on his face, as he fought hard to resist, also became a little twisted. However, when he heard the bald chainsaw man splashing sewage indiscriminately, he still said back angrily, "Mr. and I, coming to this town, haven't even been 3 days yet. How could I have killed your wife?" The bald chainsaw man, however, completely disregarded his explanation. The chainsaw in his hand accelerated, and was about to saw through the long knife in Buzzy's hand. Seeing that he could not resolve this conflict peacefully, Joe Bai could only grip the long knife in his hand tightly and join the forceful resolution team as well. Thus, Joe Bai put the long knife in his hand and slashed it in the direction where the bald chainsaw man was. Zila 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 zila. The chainsaw spun rapidly. Buzzy's face, because of the force, had turned a little red. Joe Bai flanked them and swung his sword towards the bald chainsaw man's body. The bald chainsaw man, however, also sensed that the long knife in Joe Bai's hand was slashing towards him. Thus, he hurriedly took a few steps backward, pulling Buzzy forward so that he could block Joe Bai's knife. Joe Bai saw that his knife was about to cut Buzzy. He could only change direction. There was a clang sound. The long knife collided with the long knife, and at this time, the long knife in Buzzy's hand also happened to break in half under the rotation of the chainsaw. The bald chainsaw man revealed a smile. Turning a corner, he let the chainsaw in his hand point at Joe Bai. Joe Bai held the long knife in his hand, fending off the chainsaw's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the chainsaw colliding with the long knife kept resounding in the empty heap of barren grass. Buzzy picked up the long knife that was only half cut, and also still did not give up his duty to protect Joe Bai. The bald chainsaw man was killing Red Eyes, nearly frantically using his chainsaw. He kept attacking Joe Bai. Joe Bai's long knife, compared to his chainsaw, was still at a disadvantage. He could only use some skill. Keep dodging, looking for a chance to counterattack. At this moment, Jobai kept retreating and dodging, and had already retreated to the side of the grave. The bald chainsaw man had already lost his mind. The chainsaw swung over, and if Jobai immediately dodged, the tombstone behind him would probably be directly sawed in half by the chainsaw. Jobai had no choice but to choose a higher risk response. The body did not move half a point, but the long knife in his hand was raised and collided with the chainsaw. At once, another burst of fire shot out, because the distance was just too much closer. Jobai's hand holding the long knife was also cut with a wound. Blood slowly dripped down from Jobai's fingers. At that moment, the bald chainsaw man's gaze fell towards the name on top of the tombstone. Then, he regained a few moments of clarity. The sound of chainsaws and long knives colliding stopped. His hand no longer had the strength to hold the chainsaw. Then, there was a clunk. The entire chainsaw fell to the ground. Along with the chainsaw fell the bald chainsaw man's knees. He knelt in front of his wife's grave. With his head lowered, his shoulders kept trembling. Jobai didn't know if he was feeling backlash for almost destroying his wife's tombstone. Just looked at him for a moment. Then covering the wound on his own hand, he took his long knife and then walked in the direction of the old castle. Buzzy hurriedly followed. And on his hand, he likewise added a few wounds because of the fight he just had. Behind the two, the bald chainsaw man knelt long in front of the grave. And not far from them, the stone coated with red sand also added a few more cracks in this short period of time. 134 strange sounds in the kitchen. The blood on Jobai's hand dripped down into the dirt, covering his wound. He walked through the grass and walked quickly to the entrance of the ancient castle. After entering the ancient castle, Jobai was in the hall, looking for a seat. Buzzy followed him in and locked the thick iron door of the ancient castle, before walking into the room. After a while, from inside the room, he took a few bottles of medicine and gauze, and placed them in front of Jobai. Sir, your wound needs to be treated. Jobai looked at the medicine placed in front of him and nodded to him. Then he picked up a bottle of medicine himself and applied it. Buzzy stood in front of Jobai, similarly covering his wound. The blood stained his sleeve, coloring it a bloody red. You're wound. Quickly bandage it as well. Jobai took the medicine bottle and pushed it towards his face. Buzzy smiled at Jobai. Picking up the gauze, he casually bandaged it, and then prepared to walk to the kitchen. It's getting late. I'll go ahead and prepare Mister's dinner. After saying that, Buzzy exited the hall. The wound on Jobai's hand was not considered serious. He simply applied medicine to his wound and then bandaged it with gauze as well. Then, from the corner of the hall, he lifted out the 2 bags of candles that he had purchased yesterday. He rummaged through the candles inside, putting the ones that didn't have a passable burn time. They were all placed inside a bag. Then, only then did he take that thickest and longest candle from inside the bag out. Originally, Jobai thought that there might not be a single one of these candles that could burn from darkness to dawn. He had originally prepared himself to attack the length of the burning time, but he didn't expect that things would go a little smoother than he had imagined. According to last night's test, the length of time this candle burns is over the top. However, to be placed in the outdoor candle, the first thing to be solved should be the problem of windproof. Jobai looked at that candle for a while, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. Buzzy was inside the kitchen at this time, busy preparing dinner. Seeing Jobai walk over, he quickly stood up straight. Sir, you rarely come in the kitchen. Is there something you want? Jobai looked at the green vegetables he was cutting in his hands and said, inside this ancient castle, are there any of those very large glass cups? Or, a glass bottle will do. Buzzy put down the chopper in his hand and carefully recalled it. Then he walked out of the kitchen, and after a while, he took a glass vase and walked over. Sir, look at this vase. Will it work? Jobai looked at the vase and nodded in satisfaction. It can be used. Buzzy handed Jobai the vase in his hand before happily continuing to prepare dinner. Jobai took that vase and walked to the hall, putting that longest and thickest candle inside the vase. The vase was 20 centimeters taller than the candle, which was a decent size. Jobai then took the vase with the candle and opened the door of the ancient castle. He found a place to put the vase, and then looked around. To keep the candles burning outdoors for a whole night, it was necessary to prevent them from being blown out by the wind as well as being blown over by the wind. So, Jobai pondered how he would fix the vase in place. He looked around and moved a few stones over around the ancient castle. Right after Jobai moved a few stones, Buzzy had also finished cooking dinner and walked to the door, about to call Jobai over for dinner. At this time, Jobai placed a large stone next to the vase. Patting the dust on his hands, he said to him, leave it for now. I'll go over for dinner later. Buzzy stood in the doorway, looking at the stone at Jobai's feet, and asked, Sir, can I help you? Jobai waved his hand at him. It's fine. It's almost done. You go about your business. Buzzy stood in the doorway for a moment before walking in. Joe Bai was outside, carrying the stone alone. It wasn't until he confirmed that the vase that held the candle had been placed firmly enough that he used a lighter and lit the candle before walking in with confidence. The heavy iron gate behind him was reclosed and locked by Joe Bai. Buzzy at this time probably went to clean the rooms of the ancient castle again. The rooms of this ancient castle were just too many. Almost all of Buzzy's free time was spent cleaning the rooms. Therefore, every time Joe Bai couldn't find Buzzy, by the time he appeared again, he must be holding a broom in his hand. Joe Bai looked at the time on his cell phone. It showed that it was 9:30 in the evening at this time. At this time, Joe Bai also felt that his stomach was starting to get hungry. So, he walked through the hall of the ancient castle towards where the restaurant was located. The lights of the restaurant, at this time, only had a dim wall lamp still on. The dinner prepared for Joe Bai was placed on the dining table and covered with a glass cover. Joe Bai walked down the silent corridor, the sound of his shoes stepping on the floor. Snapping, 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 was carried into the dining room from far away. The sound echoed in the long corridor, and even Joe Bai himself couldn't help but feel a bit eerie when he heard this sound. The restaurant in front of them was lit up with dim yellow lights. Joe Bai slowly approached it, but always felt that something terrible was hiding inside, and was also listening to the sound of him coming. Snapping, snapping, snapping. Finally, Joe Bai walked through the long corridor and stood in front of the door of the restaurant. In front of him was the dimly lit dining room. The dinner that belonged to him was placed at the very top of the long square table, and only the outline of the point object could be vaguely seen. In Joe Bai's ears, the wind blew against the window again, making a violent thump, thump, thump sound. He stood in the doorway and put his hand on the light switch. There was a snap. With the press of the switch, the lights above the entire restaurant were all lit up. As a result, everything inside the restaurant then appeared clearly in front of Joe Bai. No scary things were hiding inside. Joe Bai breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly felt amused at the strange thoughts he had just had. He walked over to the dining table. Picking up his food, he prepared to take it to the kitchen to heat it up. Just as Joe Bai approached the kitchen, he suddenly heard a clang. The sound of porcelain colliding came out from the kitchen. Joe Bai's nerves, which had just relaxed, violently collapsed again. Ancient Castle Survival Code Number 4. This ancient castle is very close to the forest, so there are often small animals that come over to visit. If you are in the ancient castle and find traces of animal activity, or find something missing in the kitchen, please do not care. The rules only say, don't be overly concerned. It didn't say that you couldn't take a look at those small animals, did it? Joe Bai recalled the contents of the rules and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the plate in his hand. After glancing at the dining room, he casually picked up a stool as a weapon, and then walked over in the direction of the kitchen. The lights in the kitchen were not turned on. From where Joe Bai was, looking at the kitchen's door, he could only see total darkness. Holding the stool, he eased his footsteps and approached in the direction where the kitchen was. Prickle, prickle. It was the wind blowing the curtains, making a sound. Joe Bai paused for a moment to identify the source of the sound before he quickened his pace and walked to the door of the kitchen. Outside the kitchen window, moonlight shone in. It shone onto a black figure inside the kitchen. She had long hair. With her head lowered, she seemed to be eating something. When Joe Bai saw this figure, the stool in his hand, he couldn't help but grip it a little tighter. He tried to lower his voice as much as possible and slowly walked into the kitchen. Thus, the distance between Joe Bai and that person was no more than 2 meters apart. That person, it seemed, did not feel Joe Bai's proximity. Still keeping his head down, he kept chewing something. Joe Bai moved along the edge of the wall. Putting his hand on the wall, he searched for the location of the light switch. Just when Joe Bai was about to touch the edge of the switch, that person, however, suddenly raised his head. Under the moonlight, 2 sharp fangs, flashing with a cold light, appeared inside the screen. It made the audience watching the live broadcast. All of them couldn't help but be startled. Joe Bai raised the chair in his hand to his chest, making a defensive posture, just in case the other person, at any moment, would pounce on him. That person, with a pair of blue eyes, looked towards where Joe Bai was. Joe Bai's gaze met that person's eyes. His entire heart, too, could not help but lift up. Then, that person did not make an attacking movement, but turned around and darted out towards the window. Joe Bai did not go after her, but instead touched the switch and turned on the kitchen light. There was a pop sound. The eyes became bright. Joe Bai saw that the person was long gone, and where she had just stood, there were some remains of food. Joe Bai put down the stool in his hands and walked towards the location of the food remains. At this time, outside the kitchen, there was a rush of footsteps. Joe-bai looked towards the doorway of the kitchen. Then he saw Buzzy, holding a broom in his hand, appear in the kitchen doorway. His blue eyes, seeing Joe-bai standing inside the kitchen, clearly revealed a few moments of panic. First, "Sir, why are you in the kitchen?" He glanced at the remains of the food next to Joe-bai, and his face was suddenly devoid of blood color. You saw." Joe-bai picked up a fork and rattled the chicken bones on the table, saying as if nothing had happened. "When you leave the kitchen in the future, the windows should remember to close. This place is close to the forest. It is inevitable that there will be some small animals that will come in and steal food." Buzzy lowered his head and whispered, "Okay, sir, it's me who didn't do a good job." Joe-bai saw the fork put back in its place and walked to the kitchen door. Then turning back, he said to Buzzy, "Don't put things too high in the future. It's hard to reach." Joe-bai looked over at the garbage bag sitting on top of the cabinet. Buzzy looked blankly at the stool, then nodded blankly. "Since you're here, you clean up. Also, my rice is getting cold, so heat it up for me." Buzzy heard Joe-bai's request and immediately nodded happily. "Okay, sir, just wait inside the dining room. Dinner will be warmed up for you right away." Joe-bai pretended that nothing had happened and calmly walked into the dining room. Buzzy quickly brought his dinner. After Joe-bai finished eating, he got up and walked towards the second floor. He stood at the door of his room, knocked lightly on the door 3 times, waited for a while, and when he saw that there was no movement inside, he opened the door and walked out. Joe-bai walked into his room and then opened the window. From his room, he could look into that grave of Jim's wife. Looking from a distance, the war that the 3 of them had just fought had not left any traces to that place whatsoever. That grave, for now, still looked very quiet. Jim had long since stopped kneeling in front of his wife's grave. Joe-bai looked towards that place for a while before closing the window. He took out his pajamas from the closet and walked towards the toilet. After a brief shower, he changed into his pajamas. He knocked on the door of his room before going in early to sleep. On this night, he didn't intend to disturb anyone else from using the restroom. So, without setting the alarm clock, he slept until dawn. At around 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the sun outside the window shone on Joe-bai's face. He covered his face with the quilt and slept for a while longer before sitting up from the bed. The weather seemed to have gotten a little colder. Joe-bai rubbed his hands and took a thicker piece of clothing to change into. When he opened the door, Buzzy was still already standing outside waiting. "Good morning, sir. Going to use breakfast?" Joe-bai looked over at him. "Good morning. I'll go down to eat after I wash up." Buzzy lowered his head. "Okay, sir. I'll go down and prepare it for you." Joe-bai walked to the toilet, which had likewise been cleaned. Joe-bai simply washed up before walking back to his room. He looked towards the window. Outside the ancient castle, Jim was holding a chainsaw and was once again in the barren grass. Joe-bai only looked at him for a moment before walking out of the room and down the stairs. Buzzy, by this time, had already placed a good breakfast on Joe-bai's spot. Joe-bai quickly finished his breakfast, then walked over to the pile of weapons that Buzzy had taken out last time. He squatted down and began to pick them out. Buzzy saw Joe-bai's movements and asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" Joe-bai picked up a very thick stick, weighed it, and then put it down again. "I'm going to find that bald guy. I need to find a competent weapon." Buzzy's mouth dropped open when he heard that. "Ha, sir, didn't we just finish fighting him last night? Why are we going after him again?" Joe-bai rummaged through the pile of weapons. Finally, an axe was seen inside. He took the axe in his hands and scrutinized the thickness of the iron on it before he nodded in satisfaction. As he tried his hand with the axe, he said to Buzzy, "He's the only one in the entire town who sells pine trees there. If I don't look for him, who do I look for?" Buzzy sniffed and crouched down, ready to pick out a weapon for himself as well. "Then I'll go with Mr. Joe-bai hurriedly turned to him and waved his hand. "You don't go. I'm going to talk business with him. Don't act like you're going to fight." Buzzy froze and looked at the axe in Joe-bai's hand. "So you're not going over there with an axe like you're going to fight?" Still, he didn't dare to say what was on his mind. He could only nod his head, and then eyed Joe-bai, holding the axe, walking in the direction where Jim was.